Chapter 651, Guilt-ridden Tai by Yun Sheng. The stagnation of his cultivation was only the main drawback. Other than that, there were many other smaller drawbacks. One of them was the fact that he had no sense of pain. His cognition slowing down was another problem. In this world, Wisdom Path had already deciphered the mysteries behind how a person thinks. When a person thinks, many thoughts would be created in their minds. Intelligent people would generate a large number of thoughts more quickly, while stupid people would generate fewer thoughts, and at a slower pace. When these individual thoughts collide into one another, they would fuse or possibly be destroyed. Eventually, one or more new thoughts would be created. These new thoughts would be the result of their thinking. The brain is the place which gives birth to thoughts. It is an important domain for all life forms when they think. But this domain is decided on two aspects. One was the body, while the other was the soul. If a person's soul resided in a wild beast's body, then this wild beast would become very intelligent. This level of intelligence would far surpass an ordinary wild beast, but would be lower than a normal human being. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth, man is the spirit of all beings. Among all living beings, humans were the most intelligent. To achieve this, one needed a human's physical body and a human's soul. Now that Fang Yuan's body was completely dead, only his soul was intact. Thus, in his mind, the number of thoughts generated would be much fewer, and the speed of his cognition would reduce greatly. Intensive thinking would lead to a sharp fall in the number of thoughts. Because the zombie's mind produces fewer thoughts, and at a slower pace, the thoughts generated cannot keep up with the expenditure of thoughts. If Fang Yuan was a brute, so be it. But he was very skilled at scheming. He was an ambitious person who was used to plotting in order to succeed in situations. After becoming a zombie, he felt very uncomfortable. He was not used to this new change at all. No wonder most zombies like first Gen Gu choose to enter deep sleep. When one is sleeping, they would think less, and the consumption of their thoughts would fall sharply, thus they would be able to accumulate more thoughts in their mind. When they battle, they would think intensely and use up these thoughts. Fang Yuan had a new understanding in his mind. This was the same reason as that of Giant Sun's Will, who chose to enter deep sleep. The less I think, the more dull and slow I would become. To think that one day, Fang Yuan, would turn into an idiot. Hee hee. Fang Yuan mocked himself in his mind, collecting his scattered thoughts. Next, he turned to little Hu Immortal. Bring my senior brother, Tai by Yun Sheng, in here, I want to meet him. Little Hu Immortal replied to him obediently, immediately vanishing from the spot. She was the land spirit, she could freely teleport anywhere within Hu Immortal blessed land. After 10 breaths of time, little Hu Immortal reappeared, this time bringing Tai by Yun Sheng with her. Junior brother, you, sigh. What shall we do now? Taking a look at Fang Yuan, Tai by Yun Sheng was stunned, his eyes turned red as he spoke in a choking voice. He already was aware of the fact regarding Fang Yuan turning into a 6-arm heavenly zombie king completely. This was something Fang Yuan had specified to little Hu Immortal earlier, as something that could be exposed to Tai by Yun Sheng. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Originally, I had advanced into a strength path Gu Immortal. What a pity that I have ended up in this state. There is no choice, I will have to continue calling you senior brother. Come. Senior brother, this is a crude place, please find a block of stone and take a seat. The cave that Fang Yuan was in now was dug out from the center of Danghun Mountain back in the day by Fairy by Hu. It was the place where she had built Danghun Palace. After Danghun Mountain was destroyed by the Gruel Mud Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had returned it to normal with Tai by Yun Sheng. The restored Danghun Mountain retained this mountain cave. But the golden bricks, the silver tiles, the pink curtains, the large round bed, the golden silk blankets, and the fragrant wind chimes that were in Danghun Palace were nowhere to be found. Rank 6 Immortal Gu landscape as before, it could restore any mountain or body of water back to a state in the past. The furniture inside Danghun Palace did not count as being part of a mountain or body of water. Of course, Fang Yuan did not want to restore the former Danghun Palace either. After all, Fairy by Hu's bedroom was way too pink, it was filled with a feminine aura and did not suit Fang Yuan. There was no furniture in the mountain cave, it was really crude and simple. Tai Bai Yunxing chose the boulder closest to Fang Yuan and sat down. Right now, his inner thoughts were filled with concern, gratitude, and unconditional trust towards Fang Yuan. After all, the two of them had braved dangers and near-death experiences together, they had gone through a lot in northern plains, and had witnessed the sincerity and feelings in each other's hearts. Not to mention the 2 times Fang Yuan had helped Tai Bai Yunxing in the True Inheritance secluded domain, he did not hesitate at all, not even batting an eyelid. The first time, it was to retrieve landscape as before Immortal Gu, while the second time, he gave up on man as before Immortal Gu in order to save Tai Bai Yunxing's life. During that moment, Tai Bai Yunxing was so touched his tears nearly flowed down his cheeks. He had a Gu Immortal inheritance, he naturally knew the immense attraction an Immortal Gu had towards a Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan gave up on the Immortal Gu in order to save him, Tai Bai Yunxing. This completely displayed Fang Yuan's true feelings. After that, Tai Bai Yunxing was captured by Hei Lou Lan. Fang Yuan immediately changed his direction, taking back man as before Gu first. Tai Bai Yunxing was in complete agreement with his actions and his heart settled, this was truly a rational decision. When he woke up, he found that he was inside Hu Immortal blessed land, and was out of danger. Tai Bai Yunxing was jubilant, being able to luckily maintain his life was naturally a very joyous matter. But what made him even happier was that afterwards, seeing that he had woken up, little Hu Immortal returned landscape as before and man as before, these 2 Immortal Gu back to him. Tai Bai Yunxing had a soft and kind nature, he had deep attachment towards these 2 Immortal Gu. Regaining his important treasures after losing them, he was truly overjoyed. But when he heard about Fang Yuan's situation from little Hu Immortal, his heart shuddered, all of his joy was swept away, his inner thoughts was filled with sadness, guilt, regret, and pity. Thus, he had repeatedly tried to meet Fang Yuan, attempting to give it his all to save this junior brother. At this moment, he sat on the stone boulder, he had an expression of grief as he sighed deeply, I am ashamed, not only did junior brother save this life of mine, I even have to bear your consolation and kind words after meeting you. Fang Yuan stretched out one arm, patting Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulders, using his hoarse voice as he laughed, destiny is unpredictable, most things in life do not go your way. As a person, we should be more open-minded. Although I became a zombie, it is still halfway between life and death, compared to those dead people and giant sun's will, we are much better. Especially when at the final moment, I even obtained Wisdom Gu. This is a huge profit, senior brother does not need to blame yourself, you should be happy. When Fang Yuan was leaving, he opened the Stargate. Wisdom Gu knew that this was a tunnel to the outside world, its survival instincts urged it to fly towards Fang Yuan on its own initiative. This was something Fang Yuan had expected. Stargate Gu was Immortal Gu, it could not contain the aura of an Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth as he forcefully placed Wisdom Gu in his immortal aperture. Even though Wisdom Gu restrained its own aura and Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was a dead land, having much greater capability to support it, Fang Yuan was barely able to handle it during the short period of time needed to pass through the Stargate. The moment he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he quickly let Wisdom Gu out. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was a rank 6 immortal aperture, but it was situated on Tian Mountain. It took in the earth chi of central continent and was very stable. It was not comparable with an immortal aperture that was still in a Gu Immortal's body. Regarding Wisdom Gu, Tai Bai Yunxing was aware of the matter. An outstanding person will do outstanding things, junior brother's abilities have truly made me feel nothing but deep admiration. But even the legendary rank 9 Immortal Gu would not be able to treat junior brother's zombie body. Why don't you let me try and use man as before Gu? Tai Bai Yunxing was very emotional, at this point, he had already stood up, ready to give it a try. But Fang Yuan stopped him. Senior brother, you know clearly deep within your mind that this man as before Immortal Gu can only return a person to a prior state within one moment in the past. Although it can revive a person, such a long time has already gone by, I do not know what countless number of moments have passed since then. How can it possibly heal me? It will be in vain even if you try, why should you waste your precious green grape immortal essence? Tai Bai Yunxing's expression was ashen, his emotions were unstable. When Fang Yuan had finished his words, he suddenly stretched out his palms, slapping harshly on his own face. Crack, crack, crack. 5 to 6 sharp sounds were heard. Tai Baiyunxing was actually slapping himself. Senior brother, stop it. What are you doing this for? Fang Yuan acted like he was caught off guard. He hurriedly stood up, stretching out 2 arms and grabbing Tai Baiyunxing's hands. Tai Baiyunxing could not compete with Fang Yuan's strength at all. After being immobilized, he cried profusely, "Junior brother, I have let you down, I am really very sorry." As he cried, his knees bent as he actually attempted to kneel down. Fang Yuan quickly grabbed him, asking in shock, "Senior brother, what are you doing?" "Junior brother, if back then, I had lent man as before Immortal Gu to you, you would have been able to use it at the crucial moment and would not have turned into this current form," Tai Baiyunxing said with a tear-stricken face. He was a very kind person, although he had indirectly caused the death of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai in the past. That was just a person's instincts to survive. To him, Fang Yuan was the savior of his life, a benefactor. He was also his junior brother, they had the same master, but this person who was his benefactor and junior brother, was harmed because of his own negligence. If back then, Tai Baiyunxing had taken the initiative to lend his Gu worm to Fang Yuan would not have ended up in such an awkward state. After Tai Baiyunxing woke up, this thought had been lurking in his mind. It caused him to feel great grief and regret. He was in deep agony. At this moment, Tai Baiyunxing was weakly falling towards the ground. He was in agony and regret. He was only supported by Fang Yuan's 2 arms. Fang Yuan was 6 meters tall. He looked down at the crying Tai Baiyunxing from above as a trace of eeriness flashed across his eyes. "I am very glad that you have such thoughts." He laughed in his mind, but with his mouth he sounded very sincere as he said, "Senior brother, you do not need to be like this. Although a zombie's body is very hard to revert, there exist many ways and methods that are available for me. And don't forget that we have Wisdom Gu here." Tai Baiyunxing slowly shook his head. He spoke weakly, Wisdom Gu is as high as rank 9, it came here with you all because of its survival instincts. Junior brother, even if you are a rank 6 Gu Immortal, you are unable to refine it, and there is no way you can control it. Of course I understand this. But even like this, just a bit of the light of wisdom is able to give me great rewards. In fact, my current zombie body has no lifespan, it is even more suitable for getting close to Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan stretched out his 3rd arm, patting Tai Baiyunxing's back lightly as he explained amicably. "And what's more, I still have Mo Yao's will." Mo Yao? Tai Baiyunxing was confused. This was an additional gain of mine in 88 True Yang building. Mo Yao was once a refinement path grandmaster, a certain generation's fairy of Central Continent's spirit affinity house. Tai Baiyunxing was a born and bred man of Northern Plains. He had never heard of Mo Yao's name, but a spirit affinity house was one of the famous top 10 sects of Central Continent. He had heard of it before. A certain generation's fairy of spirit affinity house, as well as a refinement path grandmaster. It seems that this Mo Yao is not simple. Tai Baiyunxing's gloomy expression eased. Fang Yuan laughed again, saying, "And most importantly, senior brother, don't forget that we still have Master. I am sure that Master has a solution for this. I will not hide this from you. After Master handed me the mission for 88 True Yang building, he only left me a single consumable Gu, with the specific use of reporting the details to him. I had already used this Gu 2 days ago, when I first returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land." Fang Yuan had searched Tai Baiyunxing's soul earlier in 88 True Yang building, and learned about his life experiences as well as secrets. Tai Baiyunxing had once met a mysterious beggar, and obtained a time path Gu Immortal inheritance from him. Thus, Fang Yuan lied and swindled, using his eloquent tongue and world-class acting skills to convince Tai Baiyunxing in 88 True Yang building, making him believe that both of them have the same master, which is that old beggar. Fang Yuan even gave that old beggar a random title of Purple Mountain True Monarch. Tai Baiyunxing believed this lie from Fang Yuan completely. Now that Fang Yuan mentioned this, Tai Baiyunxing's eyes were shining, so junior brother has a method to contact Master. This is truly fantastic, others might not have a way, but Master is such a knowledgeable person, I am sure he has a method. The fires of hope were burning in his heart. From his tone, one could tell that the old beggar held a very important position within his inner thoughts. Tai Xing was filled with confidence towards this old beggar. If at this moment he knew the truth, who knows what expression he would show. Fang Yuan showed no flaws, replying calmly, "Senior brother, don't be hasty, I believe that Master's letter is going to come in a few days, we should wait patiently." Tai Xing nodded. After Fang Yuan used the name of Purple Mountain True Monarch, his mood had finally calmed down. He stood up straight, as Fang Yuan let go of his arms. Tai Xing took a step back, his gaze was locked with Fang Yuan's bright red eyes. He raised his palm and placed it by his chest, saying with a very solemn expression, "Junior brother, I will engrave your kindness deep into my heart, I will never forget it. I swear to longevity heaven, even if Master has no way to cure you, I, Tai Xing, will spend my entire life looking for a way to revive you, junior brother." Ha ha ha. Longevity heaven is Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's grotto heaven. We have just wrecked this old fellow's True Yang building, now you are swearing in its name, this is simply too ironic. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed, "Senior brother, I will be frank with you. We are all Master's pupils, and I have saved your life before. A droplet received in need will be repaid with an entire spring, next, I will need you to repay me fully. Tell me." Tai Xing immediately responded without hesitation. He had long since decided to repay this debt, even if Fang Yuan wanted him to do the impossible, he would have no objections. During these days after he woke up, he had felt extremely guilty, his conscience was taking a beating and only by making a sacrifice for Fang Yuan would his heart feel slightly better. Thus, Fang Yuan also became solemn, "This matter, I have been thinking about it for a long time. That is our seniority issue. I am Master's legacy disciple, but because you became an immortal, you caught up to me. I am unsatisfied with this. I was originally a strength path Gu immortal, even though I turned into a zombie, but sooner or later, there will be a day when I revert back. Thus, according to seniority, I am the senior brother, you are the junior brother." What? Tai Xing stared with his eyes wide open, he had never expected that the great debt Fang Yuan was requesting him to pay back was for such a tiny matter. A touched feeling welled up in his heart. Fang Yuan was someone who did not want to take advantage of his favor, but was he, Tai Xing, someone who did not know how to repay favors? Tai Xing thought in his mind, he sighed and stretched out his palm, patting Fang Yuan's leg which was tough like a mountain rock. His sharp and rough leg hair even caused pain to Tai Xing's palm. Fang Yuan was like a giant, about 6 meters tall. Tai Xing could only pat his leg with that height. He was solemn, before raising his head, looking at Fang Yuan's face, he laughed teasingly, "Oh junior brother, that is wishful thinking. How can a thing like seniority be so easily changed? Unless Master personally rearranges our positions, I will definitely still be your senior brother, ha ha ha." Tai Xing was a man not lacking in pride, how could he repay this huge favor so easily? "Hey!" Fang Yuan shouted, venting his unhappiness, "Old bai, why are you such a petty person? Could it be that you forgot what I said earlier? I will definitely not call you senior brother." "Ha ha ha, junior brother, I can completely understand you, this senior brother does not mind." Tai Xing laughed and laughed, he was so touched his tears were overflowing. How many years had passed in which he had not laughed so joyfully? He had finally found his organization. Although he had not known Fang Yuan for long, he felt very close to him, it was as if they were family. His laughter was echoing in the mountain cave, with the pink crystal mountain walls also looking very heartwarming at this moment. Chapter 652, Seeing Wisdom Gu again. There was only Fang Yuan left in the cave, Tai Xing had already left. He sat on the stone bench, his 8 monstrous arms were hanging down, some were behind his back, some were crossed, together with his huge body. Just by sitting, he gave off a mountainous aura, it gave people fear. As for the way to deal with Tai Baiyuanxing, Fang Yuan had considered it deeply. Fang Yuan only trusted himself, he would never truly trust others. If he killed Tai Baiyuanxing, he would obtain man as before Gu and landscape as before Gu, as well as his rank 6-time path immortal aperture. But this was not maximizing his benefits. He could not deny the fact that Tai Baiyuanxing was a very useful chess piece. This useful was in two aspects. Firstly, he was worth using. Before he became an immortal, he was a famous healing Gu master in Northern Plains. Now that he was a rank 6-time path Gu immortal with a high-grade blessed land, and don't forget, he was even a flying master, he had great value if exploited. The second aspect was that he was easy to control. Fang Yuan had once searched his soul, thus he knew about Tai Baiyuanxing's life experience clearly. Tai Baiyuanxing was a kind-hearted man, he was conscientious and knew how to repay favors. He was indebted to Fang Yuan, because he had been helped several times in True Yang building, especially during the final moment when he was rescued from the wind veil of assimilation, and even had his 2 Immortal Gu returned to him. Tai Baiyuanxing had placed his complete trust in Fang Yuan now. This point could be seen when Tai Baiyuanxing chose his seat earlier. There were many boulders in the cave. Fang Yuan had such an ugly appearance and was so huge, normal people who got close to Fang Yuan would feel great pressure and would subconsciously keep a distance from him. But Tai Baiyuanxing purposely chose a seat that was closest to Fang Yuan. This meant that in his heart, Fang Yuan was one of the closest people to him, he was not afraid that Fang Yuan would cause any harm to him. Tai Baiyuanxing had once harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai, this was the most important point. His survival instincts took over his reasoning, this was something very natural. After that incident, Tai Baiyuanxing was filled with guilt and could not forget it. His appearance was haggard and he was mentally tortured. After Fang Yuan's entrapment, he had almost gone crazy and rushed his immortal ascension, his original intention was to die. Attempting suicide because of his guilt, one could see how powerful his conscience was. By coincidence, Tai Baiyuanxing received the help of Giant Sun's will and successfully became a Gu immortal, before falling unconscious. Fang Yuan used the Glass Owner token, entering the round of 88 True Yang building he was placed in and woke him up. At this crucial moment, he told Tai Baiyuanxing about the secret of their master. This precisely hit a weak point within Tai Baiyuanxing's mental state. Tai Baiyuanxing denied his own self, thus he was in great agony and was very lost. But at this moment, Fang Yuan appeared, giving him a group of apprentices and an organization to provide him a sense of belonging, it gave him a feeling of protection and warmth. Next, Fang Yuan entered and exited his time path immortal aperture, casually asking him to take care of his Immortal Gu, this gave him the initial confidence. In addition, during their encounters and difficulties in True Yang building, all that had happened gave Tai Baiyuanxing a good reason to fully trust Fang Yuan. In a way, he had to thank Mo Yao for interfering with his own mind, otherwise, how could he have obtained Tai Baiyuanxing's unconditional trust? Tai Baiyuanxing caused the death of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai, this greatly violated his values and beliefs, he harbored extreme guilt. He felt that he was not such a person, yet he committed such an act. Now that I am his benefactor, he is indebted to me, he will definitely repay me 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. This is not only because he knows to repay favors, but also because this is a chance for him to prove that he is a good person. Fang Yuan calmly analyzed. Bad people would not repay favors, in fact, they would even return the favor with ill intentions. In the future, the more Tai Baiyuanxing sacrifices for Fang Yuan, the more it would prove that he is a good person. That way, this can cancel out the guilt he felt towards Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. This touched upon the psychological studies from Earth, including the balance theory and compensation mentality. In a way, Fang Yuan gave Tai Baiyuanxing a chance to prove himself once more, and a reason for him to continue living. Fang Yuan knew this clearly, thus when he saved Tai Baiyuanxing, he even returned man as before and landscape as before, these 2 Immortal Gu. I have way too many Immortal Gu, it is very costly to feed them. At this point, leaving man as before and landscape as before to Tai by Yunxing is undoubtedly better. At the same time, my immortal aperture is dead, it cannot produce immortal essence. I only have 19 beads of green grape immortal essence, the more I use them, the fewer I have left. Although I can use some of Bai Hu's immortal essence, isn't it best if I can make use of Tai by Yunxing's green grape immortal essence instead? Thinking of the cost of feeding Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan felt a headache. Raising a Gu worm was like supporting a mistress. Gu masters are often unable to afford it or maintain their upkeep. Ever since Fang Yuan had Hu Immortal blessed land, he had no problems feeding mortal Gu. But now that he had so many Immortal Gu, not even Hu Immortal blessed land could afford such high costs. This was a blissful worry. Many Gu Immortals did not have a single Immortal Gu, they were still looking for one. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he also struggled to refine one, Spring-Autumn Cicada. After he finally succeeded after numerous difficulties, he was forced to self-detonate. Right now, Fang Yuan was racking his brain, trying to think of how to feed so many Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan sat silently, attempting to find some inspiration from his previous life's memories. After trying for a while, he gave up. Sigh, after becoming a zombie, my cognition has truly slowed down. Earlier when speaking to Tai Baiyun Sheng, I could feel my thoughts moving slowly. Right now, my thinking speed cannot keep up with my original pace. He summoned the land spirit, Little Hu Immortal, how is Wisdom Gu? Where is it now? Little Hu Immortal was the blessed land's land spirit, she could understand everything that was happening in the blessed land. Master, Wisdom Gu had gone deep underground since it was brought here by you. It found a rockman cave and is currently slumbering inside. Little Hu Immortal closed her eyes. After sensing for a while, she opened her giant watery eyes and said this. Fang Yuan nodded, ordering, bring me there. The cave that Wisdom Gu was in was rather big. After Fang Yuan was brought over by Little Hu Immortal, he could still move about freely. Sensing that Fang Yuan had arrived, Wisdom Gu shone with a 5-colored light. Little Hu Immortal sat on Fang Yuan's shoulder, staring at Wisdom Gu curiously. This was the rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Although Little Hu Immortal could sense everything in the blessed land, but such a close-range encounter was still very rare. Oh Wisdom Gu, I helped you to escape and saved your life. According to our earlier agreement, it is time for you to hold your end of the deal. In the dark and gray cave, Fang Yuan's voice echoed. Wisdom Gu was silent. After a few breaths' time, it floated up into the air. At the same time, it summoned the light of wisdom. So beautiful. Little Hu Immortal stared with shining eyes, laughing joyfully. The sphere-shaped light of wisdom was shining in many colors, it engulfed Fang Yuan and Little Hu Immortal. Fang Yuan could instantly feel many of his thoughts colliding, he could think at lightning speed. This was the result of an accelerated cognition speed. This feeling, this is so comforting. Little Hu Immortal slowly opened her eyes wide and stared dazedly, she was immersed in the wonderful feeling of being in the light of wisdom. But after a few breaths' time, her body started fading. Little Hu Immortal, you were formed from obsession, although fused with the heavenly power, you are still restricted by the Wisdom Gu. You cannot stay here for long, quickly go back. Fang Yuan stretched out a finger, pointing at Little Hu Immortal's head, waking her up. Little Hu Immortal hugged her head, her white cheeks turned red with excitement. Master, Master, I can't believe I could become so smart. Wisdom Gu is amazing. She shouted, like a child who had found new toys, she was overjoyed. Master is most amazing, you could even get Wisdom Gu. Just let me stay here a bit longer, is that okay? She started bootlicking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, it seems that Wisdom Gu had made you think more, quickly get out. Saying so, his 2 fingers pressed on Little Hu Immortal's head. Little Hu Immortal's cute, tiny head was squeezed by Fang Yuan's finger, as he pressed again and again. Little Hu Immortal pouted slightly as she shook her head, Master, I am going to leave. She did not dare to disobey Fang Yuan's words, she vanished with a flash. The cave was quiet again. Fang Yuan did not sit down, since the zombie's body was extremely hard and tough, there was no difference in feeling between sitting or standing. He stood in the halo. The first thing he did was to inspect Mo Yao's will, which was suppressed in his immortal aperture. Mo Yao's will was unaffected by the light of wisdom. Even though he had confirmed this earlier in the wind veil of assimilation, Fang Yuan's heart was finally at ease after confirming it once again. Once the immortal aperture is formed, it is a small world. The walls of the immortal aperture are the walls of heaven and earth. It isolates the inside and outside. There is almost no outside force that can influence the small world inside. Fang Yuan shut his bright red eyes as he started to think and ponder. He had become a zombie, the production of thoughts in his mind had become much slower, and his cognition had also slowed. But the light of wisdom could cause his thoughts to collide at an increased speed. As they collided, he would expend a lot of thoughts in a short period of time. If he was another ordinary zombie basking in this light, although he would turn smarter for a moment, he would become an idiot immediately afterwards. But there were wills in Fang Yuan's mind. These wills were all formed from wisdom path Gu worms. They could think. Earlier, in order to deal with Mo Yao, Fang Yuan had delved into wisdom path and bought many different Gu worms like special will Gu, deliberate will Gu, sharp intent Gu, and so on. These wills all helped him at the last moments of his journey in Northern Plains. Right now, Fang Yuan's brain could no longer keep up. He had to use these wills as replacements. His primeval essence was limitless, thus his wills were also near infinite. Under the light of wisdom, the originally stable wills all melted like snow in sunlight. They were shrinking. What followed after was the appearance of flashes of inspiration, and his old memories were becoming clearer. As long as Fang Yuan concentrated and recalled his memories, these huge amounts of memories would vividly play out again in his mind. At this moment, the world seemed brighter. Even before he had truly thought of the result, Fang Yuan already had many different ideas to resolve the problem. As long as he followed these methods, Fang Yuan was sure that he would be able to find the most suitable method to solve this problem. Chapter 653, Bankruptcy and Zombie Alliance. In the underground cave, Fang Yuan bathed in the light of wisdom and pondered deeply. Although I am reborn and have 500 years of experience from my past life, but in contrast to old monsters like Mo Yao and Giant Sun, I pale in comparison. My previous dominance in this aspect has already vanished. Throughout the flow of history, there were as many grand heroes as there were stars in the sky. In the history of humans, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was an unrivaled expert that could seldom be produced even in a million years. Fairy Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster, and back then was the fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She was a famous and influential person with shocking talent. In those days, she would be listed among the top 10 renowned Gu immortals in the large central continent. Fang Yuan had firm willpower and had gone through unique experiences, but he was also a single unremarkable star in this vast starry sky. With just his current strength and foundation, it was hard for him to be on par with the great experts that appeared in history. This trip to Northern Plains has far surpassed my original expectations. If not for the meddling of Mo Yao's will, I could have stayed in True Yang Building and explored gradually using a different identity every 10 years. But at this point, the die is cast and Northern Plains is bound to be in a great uproar. Countless experts and powerful forces will seek to find trouble with me. Fang Yuan summed up his experiences and sensed that the losses he suffered were due to his weakness in the aspect of wisdom path. His strong points were in calculating and scheming. And building upon his experience preserved from rebirth, his advantages were further amplified. However, Mo Yao's will was able to disturb his thoughts, which caused him to not be able to think properly. 88 True Yang Building is a spiritual symbol of Northern Plains, and I am the main culprit in causing it to be toppled. If I am captured now, the consequences will be unimaginable. Although I am able to hide in Hu Immortal blessed land right now, it is not actually safe. Not speaking of Immortal Crane sect, which has been eyeing Dang Hun Mountain since the beginning, perhaps Northern Plains Gu Immortals could discover my origins and track me down through wisdom path deductions. Fang Yuan knew clearly that holing up within Hu Immortal blessed land seemed extremely safe but was actually akin to waiting for death. Only by going on the offensive before these enemies ascertain the truth could he remedy this perilous situation. Dark Limit Immortal Gu, I have heard of it even in my previous life. It can indeed conceal aura and obstruct calculations. If I can get this Gu, I believe I can avert the dangerous situation. Fang Yuan thought of Hei Lou Lan. This woman was not of minor importance and was an outstanding, ruthless person. She was pragmatic and could flexibly take advantage of situations. She betrayed her ancestor for her own interests and wanted to kill her own father. These evidently displayed a demonic nature. She possessed great strength, true martial physique, and also obtained a strength path Immortal Gu. Once she advanced into a Gu Immortal, her path would be one of rapid progress. One could say that she was similar to Fang Yuan, but precisely because of this, in cooperating with her, it demanded exceptional caution. Whether it was Immortal Gu Dark Limit or fixed immortal travel, they were both things he desired. Fang Yuan's thoughts started to slow down as he thought till this point. The wills in his mind were nearly expended. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment, before retreating from the light of wisdom to activate Gu worms and create new wills. His mind was soon filled with many types of wills. It is a pity that mortal Gu cannot create too many wills and they are easily consumed in the light of wisdom. If I can use an Immortal Gu to create wills, their number would be enormous and could also be sustained for a long period of time, allowing me to think as much as I like. Fang Yuan felt some regret. He had a rank 6 wisdom path Immortal Gu, delight in water and mountain, which could create joyful will. However, Fang Yuan did not use it after slight consideration. Immortal Gu required immortal essence. He only had 19 beads of green grape immortal essence left, and because his immortal aperture had become a dead land, using one immortal essence bead would mean one fewer bead left without replenishment. He needed to save his immortal essence as much as possible to be prepared for the times when they are necessary. Thus, he opted to use Mortal Gu for now. After accumulating a fixed amount of mortal wills, Fang Yuan stepped into the light of wisdom again. This time, he did not think about external situations, instead concentrating on himself. I have transformed into a zombie, my cultivation cannot progress an inch. How to resurrect and restore my human body is the first issue. It would be great if I could use Yin Yang Rotation Gu, but I am an immortal zombie while Yin Yang Rotation Gu only is at rank 4. The second issue is that I am already bankrupt. Fang Yuan had invested almost all of his savings in his trip to Northern Plains. His required expenses were now already greater than his earnings, and he was now facing bankruptcy. He did not even have one immortal essence stone in his possession now, even Hu Immortal blessed land had become extremely barren. Before the decisive battle in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan had already used up the remaining immortal essence stones. At the final juncture, he even had to exchange his goods to make purchases. He had already sold almost all the fox groups and wolf groups in Hu Immortal blessed land. In the large grassland in the blessed land, foxes and wolves could only be seen occasionally. Most of the nearly 10,000 hairy men Fang Yuan had bought in the past were also sold for emergency support. Now there were only around 2,000 old hairy men that were experienced in refining Gu left, which Fang Yuan was reluctant to sell off. The Rockmen slave transactions had been a strong economic pillar for Fang Yuan. But after Immortal Crane sect stopped the transactions, this pillar crumbled down. The Rockmen trading market in Treasure Yellow Heaven had already been divided up completely, and it would be hard for Fang Yuan to squeeze in. This caused the already bad situation to turn worse. There was no use in merely having powerful battle strength. There must be enough resources to support one's cultivation. The way of Gu involved nurturing, using, and refining. Gu masters could not just use Gu, they had to raise and also refine Gu. Fang Yuan was now a zombie. His cultivation had stagnated, which further increased the resources he required. Only by doing so could he have a higher chance of restoring his life. 3 days later. Within Danghun Palace. Fang Yuan made simple arrangements once again, building a rough hall where stone chairs were arranged in 2 rows. The main chair was as spacious as a bed with its back as high as a monument, however when Fang Yuan sat on it, it fit him just right. Tai Baiyun Xing was sitting on the first seat to Fang Yuan's left, his brows were furrowed as he held a small and exquisite white dove. This white dove was flickering with faint radiance. It was the rank 5 messenger dove Gu. Tai Baiyunxing's consciousness left the messenger dove Gu after few moments. He heaved a deep sigh and worriedly said, "Master does not plan on helping and is making this a test for junior brother." Fang Yuan nodded, "Right. Master criticized me in the letter, saying I was greedy for small gains, not listening to his advice before I left and rashly opening Diqiu inheritance, which caused me to encounter Mo Yao's will and created a series of ill consequences. So this time, he wants me to resolve this issue by myself. Sigh, Master's style has always been like this, it seems I have no other option but to work hard." Tai Baiyunxing nodded, approving of Fang Yuan's last sentence. Back then, the old beggar disappeared right after giving him the Gu Immortal inheritance, not concerned with anything else. This style was the same as Fang Yuan's test, thus Tai Baiyunxing did not sense anything weird. Tai Baiyunxing asked in a quiet voice, "Junior brother, you said Master had already taken in 6 legacy disciples. You are ranked 5th, grasping strength and enslavement path, with 2 Gu Immortal inheritances. That means you have 5 other fellow disciples, how about we ask them for help?" Fang Yuan shook his head. What a joke, of course it was not possible. This messenger dove Gu's contents were fabricated by Fang Yuan. Purple Mountain True Monarch's name was also casually made up by him. The 6 great legacy disciples were even more fictitious. How could one ask for help from those that did not exist? This is not possible. Fang Yuan gave a bitter smile, his gaze revealing extreme sincerity. First of all, I only have heard Master mentioning these fellow disciples once in a while. I have not personally seen them and also don't know what their identities are or where they are located. More importantly, this is a task assigned by Master. He has already approved of your status in the letter and has ranked you as the 5th disciple, and has said you have to help me for this period of time to solve this issue. At the same time, he allowed me to retain and use all the spoils of battle from Northern Plains. This is the help Master is giving me. If I still ask for help from the other disciples, it would not be what Master wishes for. After all, this is his test for me." Tai Baiyunxing worriedly and anxiously said, "Even if Master did not say it, I would still remain by junior brother's side and use all my strength to help you. What are your plans now?" "Old Bai, you also read the contents in the letter. Master mentioned for me to join Zombie Alliance." "What kind of organization is this Zombie Alliance?" Tai Baiyunxing asked. He had just recently advanced into a Gu Immortal, as such there were many things regarding Gu Immortals he did not know about. Zombie Alliance is just like what its name implies, it is an alliance of zombies. This alliance has existed since long ago, and reportedly it appeared in the medieval antiquity era, 300,000 years ago. Now, it is a super force which is spread throughout the 5 regions. Its main headquarters is in Eastern Sea, with a branch in each of the other 4 regions. Fang Yuan introduced. It actually extends throughout the 5 regions. Could they be even more powerful than Northern Plains Huangjin family? Tai Baiyunxing was moved. Fang Yuan shook his head, that isn't the case. Almost all of Zombie Alliance's members compose of zombies, and their higher-ups are immortal zombies like me. For the most part, these immortal zombies are Gu Immortals who reached the end of their lifespan and had no choice but to turn into zombies to prolong their life. These Gu Immortals' immortal apertures are dead, they cannot produce immortal essence nor can they absorb heaven and earth chi, and after some time, their blessed land would start shrinking and parts of it would crumble. Thus, their battle strengths often can't compare to normal Gu Immortals. Naturally, certain immortal zombies are exceptions. Zombie Alliance's branches were weaker than the respective region's super forces. But the headquarters at Eastern Sea was a level stronger than the native super forces. So it is like that. Tai Baiyunxing had grown in knowledge. He then asked with some doubt, then why does Master want junior brother to join Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan thought for a moment before saying, if a Gu Immortal reached the end of their lifespan and transformed into an immortal zombie with no other choice left, then later on, if they obtain lifespan Gu, they are sure to want to resurrect. Originally, one of the purposes for Zombie Alliance's establishment was to help each other to research the method to regain a live physical body. So much time has gone by, they definitely have obtained some results. I think Master's purpose lies in this point. Tai Bai Yunxing was happy and also worried. This suggestion is really good. But how will you join Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan laughed. Old Bai, you don't need to worry. Joining Zombie Alliance is extremely simple. I only need to show my status as an immortal zombie. It's that simple? Of course. Zombie Alliance is suppressed by all the super forces, thus they operate with much difficulty. As such, they are very eager to have more members in the alliance. At the same time, an immortal zombie's identity is not easy to disguise. Zombie Alliance has researched very deeply and has many methods to distinguish between immortal zombies. I intend to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, but before this, we have to wait for someone. Hei Lou Lan. Tai Bai Yunxing blurted out. Fang Yuan nodded. He did not hide his plans to go to Northern Plains from Tai Bai Yunxing and had revealed almost everything, as he still needed to borrow the latter's strength in the future. Chapter 654, Asking Mo Yao's Will. Sigh, it has been so many years since I last saw a mirror willow. Mo Yao's will sighed. She touched the one and only mirror willow tree, speaking with deep emotions as she recalled the memories of her past. Fang Yuan's will was by her side. He silently watched and did not say a word to disrupt her. This world was rotting and dark. It was Fang Yuan's dead immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had tricked Mo Yao's will into entering his immortal aperture, suppressing her afterwards. Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster. She was once a legendary Gu immortal. In the history of Central Continent, she had left behind her markings. Her will naturally had great value. Although Fang Yuan was harmed by Mo Yao's will and had gone through a near-death experience in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan did not hate Mo Yao's will. On the contrary, there was appreciation, even as much as admiration. If he was the one scheming, he might not have done any better than Mo Yao's will. He was prepared to interrogate Mo Yao's will, but it turned out that she was extremely cooperative. Towards the questions that Fang Yuan asked regarding refinement path, not only did she answer all of them, she even elaborated on the points, and Fang Yuan gained huge insights from her words. But when Fang Yuan asked about the information of Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao's will suddenly had a request. I have been away from Central Continent for so many years. Over these years, I have been missing the people and things over there more and more. Please find for me a tree of the mirror willow. It will alleviate my longingness for my homeland. Mirror willows were ordinary plants. They were about the size of ordinary willow trees, but their leaves were like pieces of mirrors. The leaves of these willows were the food of beggar moths. In the past, during the Rockman transactions, Fang Yuan had purchased a batch of mirror willows from Immortal Crane's sect and had planted them in Hu Immortal blessed land. Thus, he casually picked one of them and placed it into his immortal aperture. Back in the day, my main body and brother Bo Qing had first met each other under this mirror willow. The world moves on after a genius perishes. Mo Yao's will sighed. Immediately after, she turned around, looking at Fang Yuan's will. Thank you for acceding to my request. Since you want to know about Spirit Affinity House's matters, I will tell you about them. However, my information is extremely dated. You need to take note of this. Fang Yuan's will nodded. Mo Yao's will stood below the mirror willow, telling him much of Spirit Affinity House's inside information. Fang Yuan listened to her as he made comparisons to his 500 years of experience. His understanding of Spirit Affinity House greatly increased. Your immortal aperture is already dead. The mirror willow will be corroded by the death energy and turn into a dead tree in less than 3 days. What a pity. After giving him Spirit Affinity House's details, Mo Yao sighed again. But it unclear whether her pity was directed towards the mirror willow or Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. The next time you come here, can you bring a cup of Qingpu tea? This is Spirit Affinity House's specialty tea. It is not rare. Although I cannot taste it, I would like to see it. Mo Yao said. Fang Yuan's will snorted. It seems you have no awareness of your captive status. You are asking for this and that. Are you scheming something again? Mo Yao's will laughed charmingly. Oh Fang Yuan, you are too vigilant. Ever since my plan was exposed by you and was lured into the immortal aperture to be suppressed, I was already meat on the chopping block, subjected to your supervision at all times. You can do anything you want to me. How can I create any schemes and how would I be able to execute them? However, let's speak openly. Even though I failed completely and have no way of turning this around, if you try and be forceful, you will get a very incomplete result. After all, soul searching is easy, but will searching is tough. If you were a wisdom path grandmaster, that would be possible, but sadly you have nearly no foundation in wisdom path. All your Gu worms were bought randomly in the market. Wisdom path is different from other paths, it is mysterious and complex. You have not even reached the entry level yet. Mo Yao's will started criticizing Fang Yuan. She was not holding back at all. After all, she knew that Fang Yuan was very broad-minded. He was a rare and extraordinary demon. Indeed, at the next moment, Fang Yuan's will laughed. You are right, my wisdom path attainment is low, but thanks for your cooperation. From now on, you can live in my immortal aperture. I will bring the Qingpu tea next time. Saying so, his will flew into the sky. The immortal aperture opened a tiny slit, and this will flew all the way up into Fang Yuan's mind. In an instant, Fang Yuan learned of all the information that this will had gotten from Mo Yao. Indeed, he lacked methods to proper search wills. Soul searching was easy, will searching was hard, this was normal. If that was not the case, when wisdom path Gu masters fight their enemies using wills, these will would reveal their own secrets to their enemies when they are captured and taken. Precisely because will searching was hard, wisdom path Gu masters used them to fight enemies. As for Mo Yao, she is indeed quite a formidable person, no wonder she could leave her name in history. Fang Yuan praised her and sighed secretly. Mo Yao's will's plan was exposed, she had utterly failed. She could not even self-detonate, she was sealed in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture and was fully suppressed. But even in such a desperate situation, she did not give up. She cooperated with Fang Yuan, answering his questions for him, that was to display her value, and to fight for more time for herself. If one day, Fang Yuan encounters any danger and his immortal aperture shatters, or if he was captured by anyone, or died in the battlefield, Missouri Yao's will would have a chance to escape for freedom. Mo Yao's will did not give up, her persistent and unyielding attitude made Fang Yuan inwardly feel admiration towards her. Of course, if Fang Yuan had the proper methods and could search wills, he would strike at the first moment. But currently, Mo Yao's will was cooperating with him, this was better for his benefits. If I could really find a wisdom path inheritance, it would all be easier. Unfortunately, wisdom path is mysterious and deep. There are very few wisdom path Gu masters and Gu immortals in number. There are no wisdom path inheritances that I know of in my memories. Back then, Fang Yuan had collected some scattered wisdom path Gu worms in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He had mild progress in terms of wisdom path. But now that he was bankrupt, he had almost no purchasing power, he could not even continue this mild progress. As for the details of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, he did not ask. Because Mo Yao's will knew, Fang Yuan did not have any methods to deal with her yet. The two of them were smart people, they knew that asking forcefully was not possible. Master, Immortal Cranesek's reply is here. At this time, little Hu Immortal appeared beside him, holding a rank 5-letter Gu. Immortal Cranesek suddenly stopped the purchase of rock men. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had sent them a letter to probe about this. Immortal Cranesek's reply came very quickly. Fang Yuan took the letter Gu and his consciousness went into it. The content of the letter was written in a tough stance. They requested for Fang Yuan to initiate the trade of guts Gu, otherwise, Immortal Cranesek would announce that Fang Yuan was a traitor of the sect, and would mobilize the Gu Immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A year ago, Fang Yuan had used fixed immortal travel and snatched Hu Immortal Blessed Land from under everyone's nose. It was like he was taking food from a tiger. Immortal Cranesek immediately reacted, using the similar appearance of Fang Yuan and Fang Xing to announce that Fang Yuan was actually a disciple that Immortal Cranesek had nurtured in secret. The other 9 sects thus recognized Immortal Cranesek's victory. Immortal Crane Sec's plan was to remove the other 9 competitors, then deal with Fang Yuan single-handedly, attempting to take Hu Immortal blessed land for themselves. Fang Yuan was happy to see this. After all, the difficulty of dealing with solely Immortal Crane Sect was completely different from dealing with the 10 great sects at the same time. But this way, Fang Yuan silently agreed with Immortal Crane Sec's lie. He was Immortal Crane Sec's disciple. Hu Immortal blessed land is situated on Tian-Ti Mountain. Even the 10 great sects cannot attack it casually, as it would provoke public anger within Central Continent. But if they announced that I was a traitor of the sect, they would have the perfect reason to attack. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn, thinking about the situation. He was not afraid. This was something that he had expected over a year ago. He only did not expect that Immortal Crane Sec's patience had worn thin so quickly. Fang Yuan laughed, saying to little Hu Immortal, "Bring Tai Baiyunxing here." Tai Baiyunxing heard this news and his face turned gloomy. "What shall we do now?" Immortal Crane Sect is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It is a powerful force that surpasses Northern Plains super tribes. If they really attack, just the 2 of us cannot stop them. Fang Yuan laughed. Old Bai, I asked you here to inquire about your opinion regarding this difficult question. But the moment you met me, you asked me a question instead. Tai Baiyunxing gasped. He showed some embarrassment and shame as he frowned, thinking about it. Eventually, he had an idea. Didn't we ally with Hei Lou Lan? We can ask her to help us. Evidently, Hei Lou Lan's great battle strength was ingrained into Tai Baiyunxing's heart. Although Hei Lou Lan has the great strength true martial physique, even if she advance into a Gu Immortal successfully, with just the 3 of us, we cannot stop Immortal Crane Sect. Fang Yuan sighed and shook his head. Then what shall we do? What shall we do? Tai Baiyunxing paced back and forth, thinking hard. Fang Yuan looked at him, laughing but not saying a word. Suddenly, Tai Baiyunxing stopped in his tracks. He patted his head. I've got it. Didn't Master ask you to join Zombie Alliance? We can totally join Zombie Alliance, and use Zombie Alliance's force to threaten Immortal Crane Sect. But Fang Yuan shook his head, saying, Zombie Alliance's structure is loose with little binding force, and Central Continent's Zombie Alliance branch is far inferior to Immortal Crane Sect. It is not threatening in the least. Furthermore, if I try to make use of Zombie Alliance, I will have to give up some benefits. I'm afraid that instead of Immortal Crane Sect, Zombie Alliance would be the first to benefit from this. That won't work too. Then what are we going to do? Tai Baiyunxing raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan with a bitter, frowning expression. But when he saw Fang Yuan's smile at the corner of his lips, he was stunned, before reacting, pointing at Fang Yuan as he scolded laughingly, "What a junior brother you are, actually lying to this senior brother, watching my desperation. You look so confident, it is obvious you already have a plan." Ha ha ha, old Bai, you have amazing vision, I could not lie to you. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, admitting it. What method do you have, aren't you going to tell me? Fang Yuan replied, I had already told you the background of this matter. Immortal Crane Sect said I was their disciple because they were afraid of the other 9 great sects' interference. This is their weakness, and is something I am going to use to make a breakthrough. What are you going to do? Fang Yuan did not keep it from him. I already have a plan to send a letter to Spirit Affinity House, establishing our first contact. Earlier, Fang Yuan had asked about Spirit Affinity House's information from Mo Yao for this purpose. Tai Baiyunxing was worried again. Establishing a relationship now and only sending a letter, isn't that too late? The 10 great sects compete with each other, but they also cooperate. Is it possible that Spirit Affinity House would reject your letter and give it to Immortal Crane Sect to express goodwill? Of course not, because this letter is very special. Fang Yuan was extremely confident. Chapter 655, Deducing a Gu Recipe. Many flashes of inspiration appeared in his mind. Countless ingredients and goo worms formed into many different ideas. The thoughts in his mind were also being consumed at a rapid rate. Such intense expenditure had far exceeded Feng Yuan's own limit in thinking speed. The power of a rank 9 Gu is truly terrifying. In fact, I have not even refined wisdom Gu, I am only using a bit of its light of wisdom. Feng Yuan sighed in shock as he went out of the wisdom light halo. He was deducing and perfecting the refinement recipe of Gruel Mud Immortal Gu. Unlike beforehand when he reflected on the current situation or the changes in his body, perfecting an Immortal Gu recipe needed many more fields of consideration. A set of Gu refinement materials contained up to tens of hundreds of different materials. Not to mention the grouping and coordination of different Gu worms. Precisely because of this, the wills in Feng Yuan's mind were depleting at a shocking rate. After a few days of accumulating wills, they were all expended in a dozen breaths' time. The result of this was an advancement of less than 0.1% in the deduction of Gruel Mud Gu's recipe. But to get such progress, if I did this alone without the help of the light of wisdom, I would need at least half a year. Feng Yuan estimated. A dozen breaths' time in exchange for half a year's time, this showed the great power of wisdom Gu. But Feng Yuan was not satisfied. Deducing Gu recipes required too many areas of consideration, too many of his wills were being consumed, and too quickly. The wills that he accumulated in a few days were quickly used up in such a short time. The result was, he could not deduce more than 0.1% of the Gu recipe. Feng Yuan's original plan was to use Wisdom Gu to deduce Immortal Gu recipes, before selling them in Treasure Yellow Heaven for profit. But now he encountered a problem. Deducing Immortal Gu recipe requires a great amount of will. But Mortal Gu produce too little will each time. Even though I have been using these Mortal Gu to create wills at full capacity these days, I have almost pushed them to their limits. If I exceed this, the Mortal Gu will be damaged, unless I use the rank 6 Delight in Water and Mountain Gu. Feng Yuan thought about it for a while before deciding to give it a go. He consumed 1 bead of green grape immortal essence, activating Delight in Water and Mountain Gu. Swoosh! The Immortal Gu floated above his head, bursting out with a brilliant and dazzling light. The light poured down, like a heavenly river, injecting into Feng Yuan's mind. This joyful will was produced at such a grand scale. Compared to rank 5 Mortal Wisdom Path Gu, the will they produced was like a puddle of water. Meanwhile, this joyful will was produced like a great river. As expected of an Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. Joyful will continued to pour and inject into him, only after a long while did it stop. In Feng Yuan's spacious mind, a third of it was filled with joyful will. Special will was a golden color, appearing like sand. Joyful will was bright yellow. That is to say, as long as I activate Delight in Water and Mountain Gu 3 times, my mind would be filled completely? No wonder the market in Treasure Yellow Heaven would have those Wisdom Path Gu that can make the mind more spacious. Feng Yuan gained some enlightenment from his experiment. Strength Path Gu worms modified the Gu master's body. In contrast, Wisdom Path Gu worms modified the person's mind. Feng Yuan entered the Wisdom Light Halo once again, falling into deep thoughts. Euphoria. This felt way too good. Like there were no limits binding him, everything was clear. For any difficult problem, a breakthrough could be attained in a flash. The only difference was, the harder the problem, the more will would be expended. A vast amount of refinement materials were chosen one by one, countless Gu worms were combined into groups and tested at lightning speed, before splitting them apart again. Feng Yuan showed off his great skills, he felt that there was no problems in this world that could trouble him. This feeling was splendid, only until all of the joyful will was expended, did Feng Yuan leave the light of wisdom reluctantly. He felt that only a dozen breaths' time had passed by since then. But in reality, 7 minutes had gone by already. Puff. Feng Yuan let out a sigh of turbid air, he shook his head. After leaving the light of wisdom, he immediately went back to his former self. He was still that zombie with slow cognitive abilities. The great difference felt like falling from heaven into hell. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply, adjusting his emotions as he inspected the fruits of his labor. The progress of the deduction of Hu Immortal Gu's recipe advanced by 1%. Compared to before, this was huge progress. Fang Yuan nodded, but he soon shook his head again. He silently left the underground cave, going to Dang Hun Mountain's palace. Junior brother, how is the situation? Tai Xing had been waiting inside the palace for some time. He quickly asked Fang Yuan in concern. He was covered in dust and sand. He had just returned after inspecting the western area of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Take a seat. Fang Yuan waved to him, taking a few big steps to the main seat and sitting down. Tai Xing looked at Fang Yuan with a curious gaze after choosing the seat closest to him. He knew that Fang Yuan was using Wisdom Gu to deduce an Immortal Gu recipe. Not long ago, he had followed Fang Yuan into the underground cave, and had looked at Wisdom Gu from far away. He had finally obtained a lifespan Gu from Fang Yuan some time ago. He had limited lifespan and did not dare to get close to this legendary Gu worm. Fang Yuan leaned on the stone block like it was a chair. His legs were spread open and a pair of his arms were placed on his leg. One pair was crossed over his abdomen, while another pair was at the handle of the seat. The final pair was crossed over his chest. He sat with a grand posture, like an unmoving mountain. He was still and silent, like a giant statue. He sighed, saying, "Mortal Gu were not efficient to use. I tried using the wisdom path Immortal Gu delight in water and mountain. The river of joyful will that it produced, under the light of wisdom, allowed my Gu recipe deduction to progress by 1%. Tai Xing heard this and stood up from his seat in excitement. He showed evident joy on his face. 1%? As expected of the rank 9 Wisdom Gu. That means, if we use it 100 times, we will be able to deduce an Immortal Gu recipe? With these Immortal Gu recipes, we can sell them in Treasure Yellow Heaven. This is a huge treasure chest that can yield us endless profits. By then, we will have an unceasing flow of immortal essence stones. To think that after becoming a zombie, Junior brother can actually receive such benefits. These days, Tai Xing had been worrying over cultivation resources. He found out that after becoming a Gu Immortal, he needed much more cultivation resources. When Gu Master cultivate, they nurture their apertures. When Gu Immortal cultivate, they nurture their immortal aperture. There are many different ways one can nurture an immortal aperture. But the ultimate goal was the same, that is to make the immortal aperture small world more vibrant and diverse. Planting more varieties of plants in the immortal aperture, bringing in more animals, improving the cycle of life and establishing a proper food chain, nurturing and feeding more varieties of Gu worm groups. The more prosperous the immortal aperture, the greater life force it would have, and the faster immortal essence would be produced in the immortal aperture. This was the cultivation path of Gu Immortals. This was their way of improving. Thus, in Treasure Yellow Heaven, not only were Gu worms and Gu recipes sold, there were also the sale of beast groups, vegetation, mysterious stones, precious water, and so on. Looking at Tai Xing's excited look, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. It seems that my method of asking you to inspect Hu Immortal Blessed Land and becoming familiar with the cultivation path of Gu Immortals is very effective. You have finally realized the importance of cultivation resources. But unfortunately, although selling Immortal Gu recipes is a very profitable trade, we temporarily cannot engage in that. Ah, why is that? Tai Xing was confused. Because the investment is too great. Fang Yuan sighed. To get something from nothing, to deduce a rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe, the amount of green grape immortal essence we would need to expend is at least over 100. Junior brother, didn't you deduce 1% of this Immortal Gu recipe? That is because what I was deducing was the Gruel Mud Immortal Gu remnant recipe. I told you before, earlier I had engaged in the trade of Gruel Mud, thus I obtained many Gruel Mud Immortal Gu remnant recipes. But after I collated these remnant recipes, I only obtained the 60% remnant recipe. Fang Yuan answered. Tai Xing was not stupid, he immediately understood Fang Yuan's words. With the light of wisdom, no problem could trouble Fang Yuan. Under normal circumstances, if he encountered difficulty when deducing Gu recipes, they would be hard to resolve. If he was lucky and had a burst of inspiration, he would be able to think of a solution. But if he was unlucky and could not resolve this problem, he would be stuck there for years, or even decades without making any progress. But with Wisdom Gu, Fang Yuan faced no difficulty when deducing Gu recipes. Even if Fang Yuan encountered a problem that he could not solve due to his foundations, he just needed to think more. Using the light of wisdom to think, he only needed to consume more wills in order to resolve this problem. In this way, Immortal Gu recipes were easier to deduce towards the later parts. A 60% remnant recipe means it already has a general direction. This could allow Fang Yuan to rule out a large number of Gu refinement elements. On this basis, he progressed by 1% of the deduction. That is to say, if he started from zero, from scratch, and deduced the recipe from nothing, it would be extremely difficult, he would not even reach 1%. Fang Yuan continued, I only have 18 green grape immortal essence beads, while you have 26. Hu Immortal Blessed Land only has 64 beads of by Hu's immortal essence. But you and Hu Immortal Land Spirit cannot be under the wisdom light halo. Even if I lend delight in water and mountain immortal Gu to you, the joyful will that you create cannot be used by me. At this point, the gruel mud remnant recipe is the most promising of them, but it also requires about 40 beads of immortal essence from us. Don't forget that we are not safe now. Northern Plains Gu Immortals and Immortal Crane Sect are going to find trouble with us. Especially if Wisdom Gu is exposed, I'm afraid every Gu Immortal in the 5 regions would charge towards us with killing intent. Yes, the investment is too big, and we also need to preserve some green grape immortal essence as a preemptive measure to guard against enemies and accidents. Tai Baiyunxing nodded, he sighed deeply and looked at the ground, he accepted this fact in disappointment. But immediately after, he raised his head, his eyes shining with light, I have an idea. Junior brother, I remember you told me about the matter with Langya Land Spirit. Master told you about the secrets of 88 True Yang building, thus when you requested help from Langya Land Spirit, you said you deduced it yourself. That caused Langya Land Spirit to assume you were a Wisdom Path Gu Master, and it wanted to work with you to perfect Gu recipes. Oh. Fang Yuan pretended to jolt into realization, he showed an appropriately excited expression on his face, there is such a thing, after becoming a zombie, my brain is so useless, I did not think of this. Old Bai, you are completely right, the best remnant recipe that I have right now is the 60% gruel mud immortal Gu recipe. There must be many remnant recipes in Langya Land Spirit's hands. He probably has remnant recipes with a much higher completion rate. Junior brother, you are familiar with Langya Land Spirit, and you also know the method to enter Langya Blessed Land, we can totally cooperate with Langya Land Spirit. Tai Baiyunxing thought about this amazing plan and laughed loudly and heartily. Chapter 656, I will take down my brother in the name of justice. Old Bai, your reminder is very true, but I have no way to directly contact Langya Land Spirit. I used 2 opportunities in the past to obtain 2 immortal Gu from that old man, Langya Land Spirit, and I was nearly chased out by him. I don't think I'll be able to contact him. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Is that so? Tai Baiyunxing's joy on his face froze. Linking between 2 blessed lands could be done through Whole Earth Gu, directly connecting both of their territories. Earlier, when Fang Yuan traded with Immortal Crane Sect, he used this method. But Fang Yuan and Langya Land Spirit's relationship was naturally not close to that extent. Most critically, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in Central Continent, while Langya Blessed Land was in Northern Plains, even the Whole Earth Gu was not easy to use. To directly connect to there, he needed to use Stargate Gu. Stargate Gu came in pairs, but Fang Yuan only had 1 Stargate Gu left now. The other one was destroyed in the Wind Veil of Assimilation. It seems we can only return to Northern Plains and meet Langya Land Spirit personally, before asking for cooperation. Tai Baiyunxing sighed. No, there is another method that relies on luck. Fang Yuan hummed, that old land spirit loves refining Gu, but he cannot go out to search for Gu refinement materials. Langya Blessed Land's terrain is very plain, it can produce very limited varieties of materials, he will have to go to Treasure Yellow Heaven often. We can wait for him patiently, staring at Treasure Yellow Heaven until his divine sense appears. Right, there is still this method. Tai Baiyunxing's eyes shone. So from now on, I will be relying on you, old Bai. Fang Yuan said as a matter of fact. No problem, count on me. I will go back now and open connecting Heaven Gu, linking to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Tai Baiyunxing patted his chest. He could not wait any longer. He was brought back to his residential area by the land spirit. He chose to build a temporary house at the western area of the Blessed Land. That was his temporary home. The terrain of Hu Immortal Blessed Land was similar to northern plains. Tai Baiyunxing did not feel any discomfort living here. He felt a serene feeling like being at home. Having roamed northern plains for about half his life, he had finally found an organization and had settled down, therefore he especially treasured this home. After sending Tai Baiyunxing away, Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. He had already thought of cooperating with Langya Land Spirit long ago. In truth, a few days ago, he had asked little Hu Immortal to keep an eye on Treasure Yellow Heaven, waiting for old Immortal Langya's divine sense. But there was no progress at all. What he was thinking about now was not the matter about Langya Land Spirit, but about Tai Baiyunxing. His journey in northern plains was very chaotic. Now during these days when he was in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he observed Tai Baiyunxing heavily and gained a lot of insight on this person. Tai Baiyunxing is indeed a good person. He has ability but no ambition. His intelligence is only that of an average person. What he really has is the wisdom accumulated from his entire life's experiences. He does not have a grasp of the big picture. It is no wonder that even though he was a former young tribe leader, and having roamed for so many years, with sufficient reputation and strength, he did not manage to create a force of his own. Fang Yuan evaluated in his mind. Such a person is best as a follower that closely sticks to him. He should not be left alone due to his lack of leadership capability. Because of his nature and beliefs, if he is far away, not only would he be unable to cooperate, he might even ruin plans. Over these days, Fang Yuan had been in constant contact with Tai Baiyunxing. Their relationship had been improving. During several of their late-night talks, Fang Yuan talked of his experiences since rebirth, only with the addition of the non-existent Purple Mountain True Monarch. Meanwhile, Tai Baiyunxing talked about basically all of his life's experiences. Many times, even though Fang Yuan already had some plan in his heart, he still asked Tai Baiyunxing to come over and discuss it. It might seem like a waste of time, but this was Fang Yuan's elaborate plan. Firstly, it was to test Tai Baiyunxing's ability and true self, to see if his emotions really came from the bottom of his heart. Secondly, telling him about the current situation without concealing anything increased his sense of belonging, and his feelings of responsibility. Thirdly, it was a type of formless suppression towards Tai Baiyunxing. The result of all their discussions usually ended up with Fang Yuan's method being used, and Tai Baiyunxing's method being denied. As this happened more frequently, subconsciously, Tai Baiyunxing would rely more and more on Fang Yuan, paying greater attention to his plans and denying his own ideas. At crucial moments, Fang Yuan would be able to make decisions without any opposition. They would not quarrel over their own ideas and lead to conflict which could botch a situation. Fang Yuan was not Hei Lou Lan. Hei Lou Lan had the rank 6 slavery Gu and could enslave a Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan did not have it, but Tai Baiyunxing was neither Bai Ningbing nor Hei Lou Lan. Most importantly, Fang Yuan had his own methods, and he believed, even without slavery Immortal Gu, he could still subdue Tai Baiyunxing, to squeeze out his greatest potential and become his tool. This was the confidence of a demonic path overlord. Central Continent, Feihe Mountain. The clouds were abundant in the sky, thousands of cranes were flying. Winds blew on the verdant green mountain. Fang Jing sat on a cliff, focusing his gaze on thousands of iron-beak flying cranes, as they created different formations according to his will. At times they charged, at times they split into two to pincer attack, and at times they formed a circular defensive formation. The wind blew his long hair, his bright eyes were shining with determination. Tough times make men grow. To Fang Jing, the Hu Immortal Blessed Lands competition a year ago was a major setback for him. After some consolation, he walked out of his despair, and put in even more effort. He had almost risked his life to cultivate daily. At this time, a voice came from Feng Yang's aperture. Good, your command of the iron beak flying cranes have reached a stage where you can manipulate them with ease. They move with a thought from you. Now, you can already go back to the sect to take the flying crane manipulation test, and attempt to get B-grade evaluation. You have a 60% chance of succeeding. If you do, you will get the test reward, a rank 5, 5-hole jade flute Gu. Once you have this Gu, your manipulation of the crane group would reach quasi-enslavement master level. The voice originated from a spirit incubating flea in Feng Yang's aperture. Feng Yang's master, Lord Skycrane's soul was residing in this Gu worm. Rank 5, 5-hole jade flute Gu? His eyes shone, excitement was all over his face. Yes, master, I will go now. Feng Yang stood up, he willed, and a large iron beak flying crane king arrived before him. He jumped and easily got on the crane king's back. The crane king cried out in a proud tone. Feng Yang sat on the crane king's back, the crane group flying around him. It was a scene of white as he flew towards Immortal Crane sect amidst the wind and clouds. Not long after, he arrived at White Jade Square D. The iron beak flying crane landed in the square. Feng Yang had just landed, when one of Immortal Crane sect's disciples ran over quickly, greeting him, Senior Brother Feng Yang. Feng Yang nodded, Junior Brother, I am here to take the flying crane manipulation test. Senior Brother Feng Yang, please follow me. Immortal Crane sect's disciple led the way. Quickly look, guys, that is Senior Brother Feng Yang. He is the #1 elite disciple of our batch. Did you hear? Senior Brother Feng Yang is actually attending the flying crane manipulation test. Senior Brother Feng Yang is an enslavement path genius. To think that he has already reached the stage of quasi-enslavement path master, he is truly amazing. Along the way, everyone's whispered discussions entered Feng Yang's ears. Feng Yang heard them and smiled lightly. He was now fully grown, his body was tall and he had long black hair that resembled a cape, his eyes were crystal clear. Although he looked ordinary, he had quite the disposition and was full of life. Wearing a green and white robe, he looked like a gentleman. It was very comfortable to look at him. Although Senior Brother Feng Yang is strong, his brother is even more amazing. He is a superb character who managed to obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land. That's right, according to a reliable source, his brother, Fang Yuan, is secretly a legacy disciple of a certain Supreme Elder. When Spirit Affinity House were on the verge of taking Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the Supreme Elder had no choice but to send Senior Brother Fang Yuan out. As expected, he shocked everyone and sealed the deal, obtaining Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Yang has a good brother. The Guts Gu on Dang Hun Mountain can strengthen the soul. I can bet that Feng Yang used the Guts Gu. Otherwise, with just his own hard work, how can he raise his cultivation to rank 5 in 1 year? Furthermore, his enslavement path attainment improved at lightning speed. He is actually going to take the flying crane manipulation test. The tone of these people was sour and bitter. Feng Yang heard them as his smile slowly vanished. His fists, which were hidden in his sleeves, were tightly clenched. Brother! Feng Yang's eyes shone with a trace of darkness. Ever since Fang Yuan used some unthinkable method to snatch Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Immortal Crane Sect had declared publicly that Fang Yuan was Immortal Crane Sect's disciple. During this year, Feng Yang felt like life had returned to the past, when he was suppressed by Fang Yuan. No matter what great results he obtained or how many improvements he made, others would only praise him briefly before mentioning the even more impressive Fang Yuan. Calm your spirit, my disciple. Lord Skycrane's voice came from the spirit incubating flea. Lord Skycrane's experiences were much richer than Feng Yang. After these years of staying together, he had grasped a firm understanding of Feng Yang. He consoled Feng Yang, these years, I have seen all of your hard work. You are in no way inferior to your brother. Don't forget, you are now a rank 5 Gu master, a quasi-enslavement master. I bet your brother is not your match right now. In any case, Fang Yuan is going to face extermination soon. The sect has mobilized 3 Supreme Elders in this plan. They are tasked to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Your brother has no way to survive. 3 Supreme Elders, that is the battle strength of 3 Gu Immortals. Feng Yang heard this and licked his lips, before his gaze turned a bit dimmer. Lord Sky Crane knew what he was thinking. He laughed and said, Feng Yang, don't feel any guilt towards this. Your brother had ventured into the wrong path, he is walking on the demonic path now. He actually slaughtered his entire clan, this makes him a beast worse than pigs or dogs. Fang Yuan is a true and blue demonic head, you cannot feel any sympathy towards him. Killing him is equivalent to benefiting the people of the world. Think about it, if he is alive, how many innocent people would be harmed? That's right. Brother's hands are full of blood, he is a murderer. A killer. I will take revenge for my clan, for my uncle and aunt, for Shen Shui'er. Feng Yang inwardly shouted, urging himself. Good, that's it. Lord Sky Crane was evidently very happy with Feng Yang's attitude. Think about these years, you were training in Fu Hu Blessed Land, how dangerous and terrifying was it? 1 year outside was 8 years inside Fu Hu Blessed Land. You became a rank 5 Gu Master, suffering so much and enduring so much, wasn't it for the greater plan of taking back Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Don't screw up at the last moment, you cannot disappoint everyone at this most crucial juncture. Don't worry, Master. I understand, I will do my best and contribute to the sect, I will exterminate all evil, and take down my brother in the name of justice. I will not disappoint you. Feng Yang assured resolutely and unhesitantly. Chapter 657, Dongfang Chang Fan, Miniscule Mountain. The light of wisdom dyed the cave walls with beautiful lights. Fang Yuan quietly stood in it for a good while before opening his eyes, slowly stepping out of the wisdom light halo. The wills in his mind were almost fully consumed. Mortal Gu could only produce limited wills and could not compare to wisdom path Immortal Gu. My deduction of Immortal Cranesek's plan has failed, not because I don't have enough wills, but because I don't have enough clues. Fang Yuan reflected inwardly. After being in the wisdom light halo many times over these days, he had summed up his experiences. Wisdom Gu was different from natural inspiration. Wisdom Gu emitted the light of wisdom which could provide unending insights to Gu Master. But the result of the thoughts and deductions were based on the Gu Master's foundation as well as the clues they had accumulated. Fang Yuan's attempt at deducing Immortal Cranesek's conspiracy against Hu Immortal Blessed Land failed because he did not have enough evidence. In summary, the deeper the Gu Master's foundations and the more evidence they gathered, the more accurate the outcome of the deduction would be. Naturally, when there was more evidence, there would be more factors to consider, and the amount of thoughts and will consumed would also become larger. Especially when deducing Immortal Gu recipes, the factors to consider were too many, thus the wills consumed were enormous. As for natural inspiration, it was a precious experience when a Gu Master advances to a Gu Immortal. During this process, the Gu Master questions heaven and earth would directly provide the solutions with no need for the Gu Master to think. Let's take a difficult mathematical problem from Earth, for example, solving a multivariate equation. If the Gu Master used Wisdom Gu, his thoughts would quickly consume while he would obtain numerous insights, causing there to be many paths to the solution. Some of these paths might be dead ends while some might give wrong results. Only a few would be correct paths which could deduce the solution. While natural inspiration would be akin to directly giving the correct answers. The Gu Master would obtain the correct answer, but they had to know how to use it. Thus, during natural inspiration, the Gu Master should not ask overly profound questions. Fang Yuan did not directly ask about eternal life, maybe heaven and earth would give him an answer but he would absolutely not be able to comprehend it. It was like a child who had not learned mathematics seeing a linear equation, they naturally would not be able to comprehend the answer. To comprehend this answer, the child would have to learn numbers, unknown variables, positive and negative numbers, and so on. But this would only be the foundation of the foundation. To Gu masters, even if they obtained answers to excessively profound questions, they would not be able to comprehend it or be able to use it. Even if they asked about all aspects of this difficult problem during natural inspiration and comprehended the basics, the time consumed would be too high. The amount of information would also be so large that the mind would not be able to bear it. As such, the best way to make use of natural inspiration was to ask according to the state of one's current foundation, then stabilize the foundation and progress step by step. But within Wisdom Path, there is an Immortal Gu that can allow a Gu Immortal to directly obtain answers. That is Heavenly Secret Gu. Gu masters do not need to have their thoughts collide nor make deductions. As long as they grabbed onto that strand of heavenly secret, they would directly obtain the answer. In the records of history, this Gu was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He possessed a rank 8 heavenly secret Immortal Gu, but after his death, this heavenly secret Immortal Gu disappeared without a trace and there has been no news regarding it since then. Fang Yuan suddenly recalled heavenly secret Immortal Gu. Gu worms had one ability, and even the rank 9 Wisdom Gu was no exception. The higher the ranks of the Gu, the more powerful their ability was. If Wisdom Gu was truly activated, its effect would definitely be terrifying. But even if it was stronger, it could not replicate the effect of Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. It was rumored that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the rank 9 Gu master who could detect and react to the heavenly fate most closely. He created Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu to interact with heaven and earth, and also to experience natural inspiration again. If I have Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu, it would combine exquisitely with Wisdom Gu. Meanwhile, if anyone else used Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu to investigate me, all of my secrets would likely be exposed. Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu could let Gu masters directly question heaven and earth. There were no events in the world that heaven and earth did not know of. It was as the saying goes, except you and me, only heaven and earth know. As for other Wisdom Path Gu worms, Fang Yuan did not need to worry for the moment. The wind veil of assimilation had swallowed everything, cleaning up all the traces of crimes Fang Yuan had committed in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Without Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu, Wisdom Path Gu masters would have to make deductions according to normal methods, and that was to gather as much evidence and clues as possible. They were unable to plunder any crucial clues from Imperial Court Blessed Land and could only begin investigating from the Imperial Court contest. It was not impossible to deduce Fang Yuan's true identity with this, it was only that the probability was low and the time required would be longer. Northern Plains, Jade Pool Blessed Land. From a bird's eye view, the Blessed Land was covered with innumerable large and small deep pools with the color of a mixture of blue and green. Led by Chanyu tribe's Gu Immortal, Tong Zhu, around 10 Gu Immortals of Northern Plains' righteous path slowly descended from the air. The noble Jade Pool Blessed Land is truly unique and fresh. These innumerable jade pools are like the stars in the sky, their beauty unmatched. A female Gu Immortal strolled through the sky, expressing her admiration. Her hair that was 20 to 30 feet long draped behind her and was extremely eye-catching. All of these jade pools have different types of water, raising countless aquatic species. Dongfang tribe's fish groups and water vegetation have been famous for a long time in Treasure Yellow Heaven. A male Gu Immortal opened the third vertical eye on his forehead and gazed at the jade pools with a shining gaze. Lord Morongqing Si and Lord Guanshan Zhao are exaggerating. My tribe's jade pool Blessed Land has only been in operation for just over 6,000 years. The landscape cannot compare to Murong tribe's Yinyang Blessed Land, while in terms of productivity, it still falls short of Guan tribe's Shihuang Blessed Land. Gu Immortal Dongfang Yikong, who was attending to them, welcomed them with a smile, modestly talking of Dongfang tribe's specialties. Jade Pool Blessed Land was the headquarters of the Huangjin family's Dongfang tribe, a super force. A group of Gu Immortals slowly descended. This, among the myriad jade pools, did not appear to be a remarkable location. Beside a jade pool was a small hut. An elderly man was sitting beside the pool in front of the house, in the midst of fishing. These are underworld eels. Guanshan Zhao's vertical eye on his forehead gazed at the pool before blurting out in shock at the scene inside the clear pool. When the other Gu Immortals heard it, some of them also showed slightly moved expressions. Sir Dongfang, we have already not seen each other for over 10 years. Thinking of back then when we charged into Snowy Mountain and fought side by side. Sigh, time really flies by. Everyone stood still, as Gu Immortal Tongzhu, who had the highest cultivation, made a greeting. Lord Tongzhu, you are still as graceful as ever while this old man has one foot in the grave. I don't dare to compare with you. The elderly man who was fishing stood up slowly. He was Dongfang Changfan, Northern Plains #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Dongfang Yikong walked to Changfan's side. As Changfan continued, Dongfang tribe is honored with the presence of all of you. Being able to welcome everyone to my humble abode is an extreme honor. Everyone, please come in. Dongfang Changfan led everyone inside the hut. The inside of the hut was spacious. There was a plaza and also halls. There were 16 stone statues at the plaza, seemingly arranged in order as well as randomly, as they were separated by varied distances. The expressions on them were subtle, as if containing some kind of mystical pattern. This is Dongfang tribe's rank 6 Immortal Gu house, modest thatched hut. It truly is brilliant. One Gu Immortal praised directly. Dongfang Changfan led everyone to the administration hall and seated them. Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu Immortals, representing all the different forces, had gathered under one roof. Dongfang Changfan sat at the main seat and smiled as he observed everyone. This time, I have invited everyone here personally in order to make a transaction with you. Guanshan Zhao and the others glanced at each other with no one taking the initiative to speak. It was still Tongzhu who responded. Sir Dongfang already decided to not make deductions for others tens of years ago. But in the letter, you said you were making an exception for us, and will deduce the true culprit of the destruction of True Yang building or perhaps other aspects. But I wonder how we can pay for this transaction? Dongfang Changfan coughed several times before sighing. This old man's lifespan is at its end and I know there is no hope in prolonging my life. But before I depart, I have some concerns lingering in my heart. One is the tribe's growth and the other is my tribe's descendants. I hope I can make this transaction with everyone. This old man shall make deductions for each of your tribes once, and after I die, I hope everyone can ally with my Dongfang tribe. Alliance? Yes, this old man has already roughly prepared the alliance contracts. Everyone can examine them and if you have any objections, we can modify it right here. Dongfang Changfan took out 2 East Window Gu which he then handed to the Gu Immortals. The Gu Immortals skimmed over the contract one after another. The alliance conditions were extremely lax. Dongfang Changfan did not even request for mutual help and protection among the allies, he only requested that after he died, they had to protect Dongfang tribe's peace for 50 years. In this time period, the parties in the contract could not target, suppress, or attack Dongfang tribe. The Gu Immortals involuntarily felt a rush of excitement. Dongfang Changfan was currently the #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal of Northern Plains. Besides him, there was no one else suitable to deduce the true culprit of True Yang building's destruction. In the cultivation of Gu Immortals, who would not encounter some difficult problems relating to their cultivation? Or perhaps, they might obtain Immortal Gu remnant recipes that require deductions? With Dongfang Changfan, these issues were very likely to be resolved. Even more importantly, after Imperial Court Blessed Land perished and 88 True Yang building collapsed, large numbers of Gu worms were brought over by the Formless Fists to all regions of Northern Plains. The aura of Immortal Gu manifested in many places, causing the Gu Immortals to contest over them. At this crucial time, if Dongfang Changfan deduced the location of an Immortal Gu, then they were very likely to get that Immortal Gu. Everyone was more than moved and they couldn't help but praise Dongfang Changfan's shrewdness. If it were during normal times, Dongfang Changfan's bargaining chip might be somewhat less important. But now, when one deduction was very likely to represent one Immortal Gu, all the Gu Immortals were moved. Great, Sir Dongfang, our Chanyu tribe accepts your conditions. Tongzhu spoke first, then Hei tribe, Morong tribe, every tribe's representatives also accepted. This situation was within Dongfang Changfan's expectations. His smile became even brighter. Since this is the case, Fairy Li Shan, please take action. Fairy Li Shan? While everyone was surprised, a rank 6 female Gu Immortal walked from behind the hall and appeared in front of everyone. Fairy Li Shan, I trust you have been well. A Gu Immortal greeted. Another Gu Immortal laughed. Sir Dongfang sure has made ample preparations, even inviting over Fairy Li Shan. It is just that this Jade Pool blessed land does not have any mountains or rivers. How will we make the oath? Dongfang Yikong, who had been silent all this time, stood from beside Dongfang Changfan, and spoke, everyone, please wait and see. He then opened his palm, lights and vibrant colors floated in the center of his palm, revealing a miniature mountain peak. Could this be Miniscule Mountain? Morong Qingxi opened her graceful eyes wide as she reacted first, saying in a disbelieving tone. Exactly. Dongfang Yikong gave a modest smile, but the pride within him could not be concealed. A commotion erupted among the Gu Immortals. Chapter 658, Difficulty in Resolving the Issues. Hei Lou Lan appears. In the underground cave, the light of wisdom flickered back and forth from bright to dim. Fang Yuan quietly stood inside it. Only when the wills inside his mind were fully consumed did he open his eyes and step out of the wisdom light halo. The deduction he made had succeeded, but Fang Yuan was gloomy because of it. To seal spring-autumn cicada, as much as over 6,000 mortal Gu are required, among them, almost half are rank 5, with rare Gu worms reaching 2,000, and there are also about 800 ancient Gu worms. These ancient Gu worms are either extinct or on the brink of extinction. My initial estimate is that I require about 23 immortal essence stones to use this method. Fang Yuan was in a poverty-stricken state. 23 immortal essence stones were a hopeless number for him currently. But Fang Yuan had to brace himself to accomplish this task. Because spring-autumn cicada's recovery was becoming faster and faster, making the situation of the first aperture more critical. Fortunately, with Fang Yuan having turned into a zombie, his first aperture turned into a dead aperture, thus it was able to hold on till now. If the aperture was like before, it might have already burst. According to the current situation, I estimate I still have over 2 months to plan and prepare. If this time limit is crossed, the first aperture will not be able to endure even if it is already dead. Fang Yuan was feeling a heavy pressure. He was now a member of the living dead. Even if his first aperture was destroyed, he would not die. But losing the first aperture would no doubt greatly reduce his future cultivation potential, and that would be an immeasurable loss. Fang Yuan was in a difficult situation, and there was only one feasible method to earn 23 immortal essence stones within a short period of time: selling immortal Gu recipes. Returning to Danghun Palace, Fang Yuan called in Tai Baiyun Sheng. I have been paying close attention to Treasure Yellow Heaven over these days, taking almost no rest. But Langya Land Spirit's divine sense has not appeared since the beginning. Tai Baiyun Sheng's answer made Fang Yuan feel disappointment. Langya Land Spirit's divine sense called itself Langya Old Immortal in Treasure Yellow Heaven, and it was very active at that. But now, it had not appeared at all, almost like it was missing. Fang Yuan keenly sensed Langya Land Spirit was likely to be facing some problems. He recalled his previous life where Langya Blessed Land had suffered a total of 7 waves of attacks. Previously, when I was in Northern Plains, the second wave of experts had already attacked Langya Blessed Land. Could it be, the third wave of attacks has already occurred and Langya Land Spirit is busy dealing with it, thus having no time to refine Gu? Memories of Fang Yuan's previous life were not able to help him in this aspect. He only remembered about the 7 waves of attacks, and did not remember the detailed timings of these attacks. Even if he remembered the exact timing, this world was already influenced by him and had experienced huge changes. Who is to say that the changes upon changes might not have shifted the attacks to an earlier time? My horizons have been continually broadened these days. A piece of 10,000-year profound ice costs half an immortal essence stone. Half a kilogram of Hurricane Mountain pepper has the selling price of an immortal essence stone. What are divine jade pearls? 10 of them actually cost half an immortal essence stone. There is also, what's that white spiral silk? Its price is even more ridiculous, a pinky-sized amount costs 3 immortal essence stones. Heavens, right now, I realized how poor I am. Tai Bai Yunxing chattered on about his harvest over this time, speaking in an excited tone. During these days, as Fang Yuan interacted with Tai Bai Yunxing all the time, he gradually discovered Tai Bai Yunxing had a shortcoming, that was his prattling mouth. He was talkative. Fang Yuan handed a letter Gu and interrupted his chattering. This is the letter sent by Immortal Crane Sect, please read. Tai Bai Yunxing sent his consciousness inside, his brow soon frowned into a knot. In this second letter from Immortal Crane Sect, their tone was even more harsh and fierce, already making their intention to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land exceptionally clear. Immortal Crane Sect even used the tone of the victor, demanding Fang Yuan to surrender. These guys have gone crazy for Danghun Mountain. If it were me, I would at least first stabilize you, then carry out hidden attacks. Aren't they afraid their actions will make us take preventive measures? Tai Bai Yunxing said in a displeased tone. This is the power and confidence of Immortal Crane Sect. They are one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent and have an incomparably deep foundation, having stood tall and straight at Fei He Mountain for hundreds of thousands of years. Besides this, I think they are trying to pressure me and also probe the intention of my backers. Fang Yuan analyzed. Yes, Immortal Crane Sect is stronger than any single superforce of Northern Plains by some degree. We are too weak, while they are a colossus becoming more and more overbearing. It will be very difficult for us to protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land from them. Tai Bai Yunxing spoke carefully, glancing at Fang Yuan several times. He already had thoughts of retreating, giving up Hu Immortal Blessed Land and moving far away, he just did not openly express it. Fang Yuan knew his thoughts. Tai Bai Yunxing was a healing Gu master, he was benevolent and could be said to be feeble, seriously lacking the spirit to make a stand. Fang Yuan did not rebuke Tai Bai Yunxing's intentions. In fact, Fang Yuan had also thought of giving up and abandoning Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Danghun Mountain represented extremely huge benefits and Immortal Crane Sect and other superforces would definitely want to possess it. However, that was, of course, only as a last resort. As long as there existed hope along with benefits, it could be said that Fang Yuan would absolutely not speak of giving up easily. Fang Yuan thus consoled Tai Bai Yunxing. Immortal Crane Sect is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, a superforce, a behemoth, but they also have their worries. How many methods can they use to deal with us specifically? I dare to guarantee, it is not as exaggerated as you imagine, especially when they are greatly underestimating our true battle strength. Life was not easy, Immortal Crane Sect also had its own problems. New sects were emerging endlessly in Central Continent, continually bringing huge impacts to the 10 great ancient sects. The 10 great ancient sects occupied the most important positions in Central Continent with the best cultivation resources. They naturally would be subjected to competition from all sides. In history, Immortal Crane Sect had experienced golden ages several times, but at present, there was a clear disparity compared to their most prosperous periods. Immortal Crane Sect had not expanded for many years already, this meant they were under some restraints. Since Junior Brother wants to battle Immortal Crane Sect, I shall risk my life to accompany you. Don't worry, no matter how dangerous the situation gets, I will support you till the last moment. Tai Bai Yunxing patted his chest and swore. Fang Yuan nodded. I also ask Old Bai to not worry. Gu Fang Yuan, am not a stubborn man. If there was nothing to be done and the situation was truly unfavorable, I would definitely take the initiative to retreat. Forcing back Immortal Crane Sect's first wave of attacks perhaps won't be difficult, but the main problem does not lie here. Immortal Crane Sect is a very big sect, if we repel them, they will at once arrive with another wave. After this continues for few times, Immortal Crane Sect's offense will become stronger and they will start treating us more seriously. We need to rely on another great force to resolve this issue, making an alliance with another ancient sect. Tai Bai Yunxing repeatedly nodded in complete agreement, but junior brother, you have already sent a letter to Spirit Affinity House, but until now they have yet to reply. Was our letter Gu intercepted by Immortal Crane Sect? How about we send some more letters? Fang Yuan shook his head. The letter Gu he contacted Spirit Affinity House with was not his, but the rank 5 letter sending green bird Gu created by Feng Gu. Back then, Fang Yuan defeated Feng Jin Huang and obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Jin Huang was indignant and sent a challenge letter using this letter sending green bird Gu. But Fang Yuan did not respond to the challenge and instead had been detaining this letter Gu. He had already speculated this letter Gu's owner was very likely to be Feng Gu. The reason being that Feng Jin Huang had yet to reach rank 5 back then. Besides Feng Gu, it was also likely to be his wife, Feng Jin Huang's mother, Fairy by Cheng. Regardless of who the owner was, this letter Gu had already been lent to Fang Yuan, its original purpose being to allow Fang Yuan to respond to the challenge letter. And Fang Yuan used this letter Gu to contact Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan had been very confident regarding this letter, but Spirit Affinity House still had yet to reply after so long, so he was somewhat unsure now. According to the common sense conjecture, letter sending green bird Gu was created by Feng Gu, which represented this expert's will and prestige to some degree. To intercept this green bird Gu and risk offending his impressive and dignified presence, this was not at all likely. However, this possibility could not be completely excluded as well. Thus Fang Yuan nodded and accepted Tai Bai Yunxing's suggestion. Okay, let's wait 7 days. If we still don't receive a reply by then, we will send another letter. Time passed day by day. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in a predicament. A strong enemy was approaching from the outside, while on the inside, cultivation resources were lacking. Even if Fang Yuan used his zombie body and wisdom Gu to deduce and sell Immortal Gu recipes of the highest grade, the regretful part was that he did not have the capital to kickstart this plan and could only put it aside for the time being. Langya Land Spirit and Spirit Affinity House were the keys to break through these predicaments. But it was a pity that these two keys stayed in the dark with no messages from them. Who knew when Fang Yuan would receive news from them? Perhaps he wouldn't for his whole life. Destiny created obstacles. The road ahead of Fang Yuan was once again shrouded in obscurity. It seems my luck is still not too good. Fang Yuan scoffed at himself. There was nothing he could do. Since he possessed Spring-Autumn Cicada, his luck was likely to only get worse. He tried asking Mo Yao about improved Immortal Gu remnant recipes, but Mo Yao claimed that she did not know them. She was residing in Fang Yuan's body and had gone through the final battle in Northern Plains with him. She knew Fang Yuan possessed wisdom Gu and thus it was not hard for her to speculate Fang Yuan's intentions. Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster. She very likely knew Immortal Gu remnant recipes which matched Fang Yuan's criteria. But she did not reply, and since Fang Yuan lacked wisdom path methods, he could do nothing to her. Under this kind of situation, Hei Lou Lan suddenly arrived at Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan lost a Stargate Gu and was already not able to return to Northern Plains alone. Hei Lou Lan being able to come to Danghun Mountain was naturally because of fixed immortal travel. As for how she knew the scenery here, that was because Fang Yuan had sent a will to her of his own accord. This was the agreed-upon plan, but Fang Yuan was still somewhat surprised. If I am not wrong, there is still half a month left before the limit of our agreed-upon time, right? The situation has changed, my friend. Hei Lou Lan tones was grave, revealing a trace of worry. Making this formidable and ambitious person anxious, the situation in Northern Plains indeed did not seem to be optimistic. However, Hei Lou Lan soon realized her flaw and concealed all her emotions, speaking with a cold smile. Naturally, I have another goal, that is to make sure you are not on guard. After all, this is your headquarters. In case you arranged traps against me, I would be messing up your plans by arriving earlier. Fang Yuan laughed, appearing unperturbed, as if there were no issues that could perplex him. After the Battle of Northern Plains, you and I are already tied together for better or for worse. But for complete cooperation, your previous conditions are still insufficient. Chapter 659, The Dirtiness of Humans. Hearing Feng Yuan say insufficient, Hei Lou Lan snorted in displeasure. Feng Yuan, you are not very clear about Northern Plains' situation, I will tell you right now. Not long ago, Northern Plains #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dongfang Chang Fan, invited all of the super tribes and personally made deductions for them. His condition was that they had to ally with Dongfang tribe, and within the 50 years of his death, they are not allowed to target or suppress Dongfang tribe. Oh? Fang Yuan's gaze focused, there's such a thing? Then, what did he deduce? Reportedly, Dongfang Chang Fan made one deduction for each tribe, regarding Gu recipes, appearance of Immortal Gu, or some tips for killing desolate beasts. He has already deduced much of your information, though I do not know the deeper details. But now, everyone knows that you are not a Northern Plains Gu master, but there is also a Northern Plains Gu master colluding with you. Tai Baiyunxing's pupils shrunk, he said with some fear, he actually deduced so many things? As expected of Dongfang Chang Fan. Hei Lou Lan snickered, continuing, Fang Yuan, our lives are tied together now. If I die, who is to say that I will not expose you and Tai Baiyunxing? Other than that, is wisdom Gu in your hands? Tai Baiyunxing's expression changed, he firmly wanted to deny it, but he stopped himself from acting rashly. Fang Yuan calmly laughed, how is that possible? Wisdom Gu was already destroyed in the wind veil of assimilation, how could I have brought it here? Tai Baiyunxing immediately praised him in his mind, Fang Yuan's skills in lying were simply spectacular. His tone and expression were flawless, it was filled with pity, regret and other sad emotions, it was as if he really had narrowly missed out in obtaining Wisdom Gu. Hei Lou Lan could not see any flaws in his performance, but next, she squinted, saying in a thuggish tone, I don't care if you really lost Wisdom Gu, I only know that Wisdom Gu could have taken the initiative to follow you under the pressure of survival. Hehe, you don't have to deny it now. I'm sure you understand my idea, it is not safe for you to hide in Central Continent. It doesn't matter if Wisdom Gu is really in your hands, as long as I spread information that Wisdom Gu is with you, there will be nowhere for you to hide. The entire world's Gu Immortals will chase you down like lunatics, until they get to the truth. Are you threatening me? Fang Yuan's expression turned cold, he slowly stood up. Hei Lou Lan, you have some guts. Do you not know that you are now on Danghun Mountain? As long as we instruct it, the land spirit will use Danghun Mountain and kill you right here. Tai Baiyunxing shouted. Hei Lou Lan laughed with her head high, she said fearlessly, ha ha ha, even if this is a dragon's nest or a tiger's den, what can you do to me? I made some arrangements before I came, as long as I do not return in 3 days, the entirety of Northern Plains will know that you apprentice brothers are the culprits behind the collapse of True Yang Building, furthermore, the entire world will know that Wisdom Gu is with you. Tai Baiyunxing's expression froze, Hei Lou Lan indeed came prepared, this was targeting his weakness. But at this time, Fang Yuan's eerie words made Hei Lou Lan's laughter stop. Hei Lou Lan, I know you are not afraid of death, but have you forgotten your hatred? Hei Lou Lan's expression changed, her aura diminished as her eyes were like lightning, looking at Fang Yuan, state your conditions. You have to agree with my first condition, that is, you have to return fixed immortal travel to its owner, me. Next, Fang Yuan raised 4 fingers. Secondly, after we cooperate, during the process of your revenge, the loot will be split 4 to 6, for you and us respectively. After all, Tai Baiyunxing and I make up 2 Gu Immortals. Hei Lou Lan snorted, do you think you have a helper while I don't? But never mind, I accept these conditions. She hesitated for a bit, but she still chose to give in, even though she had a tough personality. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, he could see her sincerity from this, he continued, lastly, I need to know the entire story of this, as well as the reason why you need to kill your father personally. Hei Lou Lan was silent for a while, but she soon agreed, you are indeed overly suspicious, I can satisfy all 3 of your conditions, this is nothing I can't speak of anyway. Next, in their conversation, Fang Yuan finally understood the secret behind Hei Lou Lan's thirst for revenge. The root of all this was actually 88 True Yang building. In True Yang building, there was a true inheritance called Yin Yang life extension method. It had been taken by Cheng long ago. Fang Yuan had actually seen the empty light lump of the Yin Yang life extension method by coincidence in the past. This true inheritance was created by giant Hu Immortal Venerable when he researched about Renzu for life extension methods. To use this method, a male and female Gu Immortal have to cooperate, using copulation to extend the lifespan of one of them. But there was a flaw in this. If one gains lifespan, the other must lose lifespan. In other words, it was to transfer the lifespan of one person to the other. The story of Su Xian's night elopement had long since been widely spread in Northern Plains. It had given many young women in Northern Plains the courage to find their true love, to take the first step. 200 years ago, Su Xian was the daughter of a concubine in Su tribe. Her status was not high and she was often serving wine to guests in banquets, like a servant. Once, when Su tribe leader was attending to Hei Cheng, Su Xian poured wine for him and fell in love with him at first sight. However, Su tribe leader harmed Hei Cheng in secret, using a poison Gu on him, causing his strength to fall to rock bottom, and he was chased down by enemies. Su Xian learned of this and ran out of her tribe's campsite in the middle of the night, to save Hei Cheng who had only met her once. Back then, she only had rank 1 cultivation, but during the night there were wild wolf groups roaming. It was extremely dangerous and she was simply courting death. But due to coincidence, she found the unconscious Hei Cheng. Hei Cheng was thus saved, and their following conversation became a classic that was passed down in Northern Plains. He had asked Su Xian, I was plotted against by your tribe leader and you are a Su tribesman, why would you save an enemy of your tribe? Su Xian then answered, Lord has a noble spirit, this humble girl fell in love at first sight. Su tribe leader is short-sighted and plotted against Lord under the persuasion of some petty people, but he never considered the result of offending Hei tribe. If he was allowed to have his way, Su tribe is destined to become a sacrificial pawn between two super tribes. People say Lord repays a favor received by 100 times. This humble girl saved Lord today and only hopes Lord can give me a place to stay. It is just improper for Lord to take revenge against Su tribe, but I hope Lord can be merciful and leave behind a trace of bloodline for Su tribe. Hei Cheng was overwhelmed at this sight. He tightly held Su Xian's hand and swore, Your love is as deep as the sea. I, Hei Cheng, am not a cruel person, how could I not repay you? From today onwards, you will be my only wife. I will not care for any other beauties, no matter how beautiful they are. In this life, I will never betray you. From then on, the two of them became a loving couple that respected each other equally. 100 years later, they both became Gu Immortals, and the story was a legend of Northern Plains. But most people did not know that Su tribe faced extermination soon after. Hei Cheng had many wives and children. Su Xian was neither the first nor the last. Hei Cheng and Su Xian had a daughter. She followed her father's surname, while getting the name Lu Lan. Years later, Su Xian died, and Hei Cheng was extremely aggrieved. He announced to the public, his wife's body had deteriorated after giving birth to Hei Lou Lan. She fell heavily ill and her strength fell drastically, thus she died a few years later in her blessed land's earthly calamity. He had obtained the Yin Yang life extension method in the true inheritance secluded domain. He kept it very secretive. For his own selfish desires, he lied to my mother with ill intentions. My mother did not know the details, and because she trusted and cooperated with him, almost all of her lifespan was taken by him mercilessly. After my mother died, he concealed the truth, thus he could still openly be a righteous path Gu Immortal. He absorbed my mother's aperture and took all the Gu worms that she accumulated in her life. He is a coward, a dirty and despicable scoundrel. In order to live longer, he actually plotted against the person who loved him the most. Before mother died, she saw his true colors and told me to be careful of him. As expected, mother was right. There was a problem with his cultivation. The lifespan that he took away was consumed very quickly. He is now facing another crisis of dwindling lifespan. This time, his target is me. I have the great strength true martial physique, once I advance to a Gu Immortal, my foundations will be extremely firm. If he uses the Yin Yang life extension method on me, less lifespan would be wasted in the process, and he would gain much more lifespan. Hei Lou Lan spilled all of the secrets hidden in the dark. In her calm tone, one could nonetheless sense her utter hatred. Tai Baiyunxing shook his head as he listened. To think that Lord Hei Qing is such a person, this is really disappointing. He was a prospective Gu Immortal candidate in the past, with high hopes to become one. He had interacted with Hei tribe's Gu Immortal, Hei Bai, in secret, and he was even recruited. Thus, Tai Baiyunxing's impression of Hei tribe had always been good. Hei Lou Lan's words destroyed this good impression. Humph, this is the so-called righteous path. Who knows how many dirty and disgusting things are going on underneath this glorious surface? In contrast, the demonic path consists of countless characters that are more straightforward. Hei Lou Lan scoffed. No wonder you didn't respond to Hei Qing when he called you at the point when the wind veil of assimilation was cut open. Fang Yuan nodded. He looked at Hei Lou Lan again, feeling a different emotion. Hei Lou Lan was born with a golden spoon, yet this actually was a tragedy. Her own father harmed her mother, and was now targeting her, attempting to take her lifespan. Lacking the warmth of a family, under threats and dangers for many years, she had no option but to disguise herself while secretly putting in immense effort, swearing to take revenge for her mother. This was likely the reason why she obtained such a formidable personality. Where there is a cause, there will be consequences. There is a saying called heroes often meet their end. The hero here could also be replaced with formidable characters. But in fact, it is not that heroes and conquerors often meet desperate situations, it is the desperate situations that create them. In this way, they are people with very pitiful lives. They often encounter and feel much greater pain than normal people. But because of this pain, they learn and become who they are. Those who live in happiness, living like an upright person, being open and honest without any rough rides in life, while attaining numerous achievements and gaining reputation and praise. Are there truly such people in real life? Fang Yuan thought about Earth, about the 500 years of his previous life, and scoffed. Where there are high achievers, there are sacrifices. Those who are higher ups often need to sacrifice their morals. Of course, there are outliers, lucky people, and those who rely on their family, but how long can they last? How many will be left in the end? Legend says, when Renzu started walking on the road of life, his vision changed. It was pure darkness. He took the first step. Piop. At the next moment, he stepped into the mud. He raised his foot, wiping it with his hand. It was full of mushy mud and extremely smelly. He was hesitant to move forward. At this moment, Self-Gu said, "O human, do not hesitate. If you want to walk on your own road, you will need to rely on your own legs. When your leg steps on the road, do not be afraid of dirtiness." Chapter 660, Snowy Mountain Alliance. Outside the window of a room, snow was silently falling down. The fragrance of tea pervaded inside the quiet room. A woman was sitting beside the vermilion-red window frame. She was wearing an embroidered leather skirt, characteristic of Northern Plains women. The leather skirt was embroidered with purplish-red flower buds, while the edges were glittering with silvery light. She bound her hair with a sapphire blue ribbon which had a pure white pearl inlaid in the middle. Her eyes were drooping, emphasizing her thick eyelashes. Her breathing was soft and her hands that were as white as the snow moved slowly, concentrating completely on brewing tea. The quiet room was not large and she was the only person inside. But on the table there were 4 teacups. A rich jade-green light suddenly appeared in the quiet room. The light dissipated to reveal an elderly figure. The elderly man was tall with an eccentric appearance. His hair was gray and his face was filled with wrinkles. His eyes displayed one who had gone through the vicissitudes of life, warm and tenacious, containing wisdom accumulated in all of his lifetime. The woman who was brewing the tea stood up at the side of the elderly man and smiled with interest. You are Tai Baiyun Sheng. The elderly man was Tai Baiyun Sheng. He quickly looked around him before greeting the woman. Junior greets senior Fairy Li Shan. The woman nodded with a smile. She was an influential figure in the limelight among Northern Plains Gu Immortals, a rank 7 Gu Immortal, Fairy Li Shan. She looked youthful and beautiful, but her true age was much greater than Tai Baiyun Sheng's. Tai Baiyun Sheng confirmed the safety of the surroundings before opening his immortal aperture, from which 2 human shadows leaped out. One turned into Hei Lou Lan while the other was an 8-armed immortal zombie as tall as 6 meters with a fierce appearance. It was none other than Gu Fang Yuan. Little aunt, I am back. Hei Lou Lan walked towards Fairy Li Shan. Her expression was still cold but her gaze revealed a trace of affection. Fairy Li Shan glanced at Hei Lou Lan warmly and sighed, then turned her gaze towards Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyun Sheng. The relationship between me and Little Lan has always been a secret, to the extent that outsiders aren't even aware we know each other. Today, she exposed this secret of her own accord. It can clearly be seen that she sincerely wishes to cooperate with you 2 guests. Especially you, Fang Yuan. Little Lan had mentioned you to me many times over these days. You accomplished such a huge matter, bringing even 88 True Yang building down. Fang Yuan laughed heartily and said with the hoarse voice specific to zombies, Fairy is exaggerating, all this commotion is not what I wished for. To speak the truth, I had been doubting Hei Lou Lan's proposal for cooperation since the beginning, but who could have thought, Hei Lou Lan had such a close relationship with you. This is the best situation, Fairy, with the oath to your Immortal Gu, Mountain Pledge, our alliance can be firm and solid. Not long ago, at Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Hei Lou Lan exposed the reason for her hatred. Then she revealed her relationship with Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan was surprised and yet also not surprised. Hei Lou Lan was under the strict supervision of Gu Immortal Hei Cheng. It would be difficult for her to obtain her current achievements just by relying on her own strength. Besides her own efforts, there definitely was outside help. Please take a seat, this snow oil tea has just been steeped. Fairy Li Shan extended her hand to indicate Fang and Tai to be seated. Fang Yuan waved his hand in refusal. Let's make an oath and establish the alliance first, it won't be too late to drink tea then. Virtuous Junior Fang is quite decisive. Fairy Li Shan lightly praised before calling out an Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu resembled a beetle. It was thick and solid, even bigger than an adult's palm. Its body was ash gray with a stony texture, a pair of large pincers grew on its head, its back was not glossy and was instead rugged like mountains, and there were specks of stripes, like moss, on the joints of its legs. Fairy Li Shan aptly explained, this is a rank 6 information path Immortal Gu, as famous as Sea Oath Gu. As long as you choose a mountain to pledge to and as long as this mountain still exists, the oath cannot be violated. Virtuous Junior Fang, I wonder which mountain you want to choose. Fang Yuan slightly raised his brows, then he pointed outside and laughed hoarsely, what other place can be better than this mountain? Tai Baiyun Sheng asked, not understanding the situation, what mountain is this? This mountain is called Snowy Mountain. Fairy Li Shan smiled and introduced. Snowy Mountain, where have I heard this name? Wait a second, could it be this is that nest of Northern Plains demonic path Gu Immortals, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? Tai Baiyun Sheng cried out in shock. Where else did you think it was? Hei Lou Lan sneered. Fang Yuan provided an introduction for Tai Baiyun Sheng. There are differences between immortal and mortal. Old Bai, you just recently advanced and you only have heard me mention some information about the Northern Plains Gu Immortal world in passing. This Fairy Li Shan is the owner of the 3rd branch peak of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, you can also call her the 3rd leader. 3rd leader. Tai Baiyun Sheng stared at Fairy Li Shan with wide open eyes. He had never expected for this gentle and refined woman to be a demonic path Gu Immortal, moreover she was the 3rd leader of the largest demonic path nest of Northern Plains. Cough cough cough. Dongfang Chang Fan was lying on a sickbed, coughing incessantly. With every cough, his pale white face would wither a bit more. Lord. A handsome young man was standing beside the sickbed with a mournful and grieving expression. He was wearing a white robe, His face was white like jade and his eyes were deep, revealing a calm, mature temperament. It was Dong Fang Yu Liang. No need to grieve, Liang heir, cough cough, to be born, get old, be sick and die is the way of nature. Dong Fang Chang Fan gasped for breath after saying this, and continued after recovering some strength, your talents are better than mine, among the whole tribe I feel most optimistic about you. The responsibility of Dong Fang tribe's growth can only be shouldered by you. I, Dong Fang Chang Fan, would not misjudge this. Lord Supreme Elder. Dong Fang Yu Liang's eyes reddened, sobbing silently. The old man nearing death in front of his eyes was his benefactor. Dong Fang Yu Liang lost his parents at the age of 11, after that he had to maintain his livelihood and also care for his 6-year-old sister, Dong Fang Qingyu. To preserve their lives, he gave away all the inheritances left by his parents. But it was exactly because of this that he was noticed by Dong Fang Chang Fan, not only becoming a trusted aide, his sister was also given great care. Later, Dong Fang Yu Liang even received Dong Fang Chang Fan's personal guidance. And despite the obstructions and oppositions from many sides, Dong Fang Chang Fan appointed Dong Fang Yu Liang as the tribe leader. After Dong Fang Yu Liang lost in the imperial court contest and returned to the tribe, he was suppressed and pushed aside by various factions. It was Dong Fang Chang Fan who protected and shielded him again, paying a considerable price. Dong Fang Chang Fan was becoming weaker and weaker. He opened his mouth several times but no words came out. Finally, he spoke in an extremely weak voice, your hand. Dong Fang Yu Liang extended his hand and grabbed the old man's right hand. The old man was holding a gu on his hand. This gu, take it. Dong Fang Chang Fan's face turned red from the strain, extracting the last bit of energy from his dying breath. He closely stared at Dong Fang Yu Liang and reminded him, although Dong Fang tribe has signed an alliance agreement with the other Righteous Path tribes, the affairs of world are changeable and hard to predict. My death will cause Dong Fang tribe to fall down from its prosperous period. You are my successor, you must be careful. This gu, once you activate it, it will bring you to a secluded place which contains the cultivation resources I prepared for you, insights about Immortal Ascension, the tribe's secret history as well as all my comprehensions of wisdom path cultivation. Remember, always prioritize your safety, don't be impatient. The tribe has demonic path spies. Dong Fang Chang Fan's expression froze, the flesh on his face turned fainter and the final trace of radiance in his eyes faded. Lord! Dong Fang Yu Liang's face was already covered with tears, and this moment, he could no longer hold them back, crying in sorrow. Northern Plains No. 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dong Fang Chang Fan, had passed away. The news spread, Dong Fang tribe cried for 3 days and 3 nights. And when the great forces of Northern Plains received the information, both demonic and righteous path Gu Immortals let out breaths of relief. Dong Fang Chang Fan was a legendary character. At the time of his birth, Dong Fang tribe was already declining rapidly, with only the name of a super force but with no power. Dong Fang Chang Fan became a Gu Immortal and led the tribe, scheming in all directions, using wisdom path methods to devise strategies, tying bonds to powerful friends, killing the weak, and even plotting for his enemies to fight each other, causing Dong Fang tribe to rapidly rise again. Dong Fang tribe's growth was almost entirely because of Dong Fang Chang Fan. But because of this, all the Gu Immortals of Northern Plains became aware of Dong Fang Chang Fan's might. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals often did not need to use their own hands to humiliate their enemies. Making schemes that connected like a spider web, one thing would lead to the other, enemies would feel like they were sinking into a swamp but unable to extricate themselves. Gu Immortals feared Dong Fang Chang Fan and secretly reached an agreement. Banning the sale of Lifespan Gu to Dong Fang Chang Fan and even secretly destroying Dong Fang tribe's plans of searching for Lifespan Gu. Dong Fang Chang Fan schemed against others, and finally was also schemed by others. The sun was high in the sky, Crescent Lake gleamed in the sunlight with the occasional dragonfish leaping out of the lake. Leftover snow piled up beside the lake, this was the remnant of the once in 10 years blizzard disaster. Fang Yuan destroyed giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement, the blizzard disaster poured into Imperial Court Blessed Land, thus the destruction caused by the disaster in northern plains was many times lighter than the past. Imperial Court Blessed Land existed no longer while Truyang Building was also destroyed. There would be no more of the once-in-10 years blizzard disaster in northern plains. The remaining snow slowly melted under the sunlight. Grass was already poking out of the snow. There was a mixture of green and white grasses mixed together. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing moved together, seeing many water wolves and solitary trihorned rhinos in their path. Water chestnut trees used to fill this place, but now it was a scene of barrenness, the trees already freezing to death or breaking down from the accumulated snow. The intense change in the scenery brought Feng Yuan some trouble. He was searching for the passage to Langya Blessed Land, that purple stone tree left behind by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. 3 days had passed since the alliance with Hei Lou Lan. Little Hu Immortal was at Hu Immortal Blessed Land, paying attention to treasure Yellow Heaven all the time but still not seeing Langya Old Immortal's divine sense. Fang Yuan took back fixed immortal travel and used this Immortal Gu to go to Crescent Lake. Fang Yuan did not directly teleport to Langya Blessed Land to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings. He planned to use thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangement again and enter properly. Because the surroundings had changed, he was unable to directly teleport to the purple stone tree. Being able to directly appear beside Crescent Lake was thanks to Tai Baiyunxing. When he was wandering over northern plains, he had once dug a cave beside Crescent Lake and made simple arrangements, staying for 2 to 3 months. The cave had not collapsed. Fang Yuan first lent fixed immortal travel to Tai Baiyunxing, then entered his immortal aperture, arriving at this place. Chapter 661, Seeing Swamp Crab Again. Found it. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, he had arrived before a purple stone pillar. Tai Baiyunxing looked in the direction of his voice, merely to see that this crucial pillar was very ordinary. Just that at the base of the stone pillar, there was a rock, flat and smooth like a bench, it looked slightly special. This is it. Fang Yuan stretched out a large monstrous arm, sweeping the snow off the stone bench, confirming it. After Tai Baiyunxing went into his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan sat down on the bench, using a goo worm to cut his arm and letting the blood drip onto this purple stone pillar. His blood was not red like normal people, it was a jade green color and had no warmth, it was ice cold. The purple stone pillar had once been modified by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable with the use of his mysterious goo worm. The jade-green zombie blood was quickly absorbed. Ma Hongyan's figure swiftly flashed across Fang Yuan's mind. This opportunity originally belonged to Ma Hongyan. Fang Yuan could be said to be a thief. After Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun were sent out of the wind veil of assimilation by the luck path true inheritance, they were snatched by Northern Plains righteous and demonic Gu immortals. It was a scene of chaos. Right now, there was no news on the two of them. One could confirm that they were captured by a Gu immortal. Whether they could escape or what ordeals they were going through, no one knew. Compared to his previous life, Ma Hongyan was much more pitiful in this life. One could see that even with fortune that rivals heaven, it is not omnipotent. Luck only provides opportunities, whether one could use them well, that depends on the Gu master's strength and abilities. Right now, everyone was still looking for Ma Hongyan, but no one knew which Gu immortal had hidden them. The allure of the luck path true inheritance was too great, especially for Northern Plains Gu immortals. My spring-autumn cicada has the weakness of impairing my own luck. If I can use the luck path true inheritance to fix this flaw, it would be the best method. Since rebirth, I have already suffered many difficulties from bad luck. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Not only was Ma Hongyan a good target as a valuable treasure, most importantly, during this Northern Plains trip, Ma Hongyan was an eyewitness, he was an insider and would likely expose Fang Yuan and the others. Thus, Ma Hongyan also posed a death threat to Hei Lou Lan. Killing Ma Hongyan was one of the agreements in the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Entering Langya Blessed Land again, Fang Yuan did not enter the Cloud Buildings room like last time. Langya Blessed Land's unique terrain was that it was situated on vast white cloud soil. 12 buildings, at equal lengths apart, were situated on the cloud soil. They were the 12 cloud buildings. But what Fang Yuan saw was a messy sight. The fertile cloud soil was full of holes. There was ice forming in some holes, while black smoke was rising in some holes. Tai Baiyunxing came out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Upon seeing this, he said, "A battle had occurred here not long ago. It seems that Langya Lan spirit was really in trouble." Fang Yuan did not speak, he only looked at the 12 cloud buildings far away. These 12 buildings had their respective features. Some had immortal cranes flying around them, some had feathermen living in them, some had beautiful auroras, while some had the smell of incense. But right now, only 8 of these 12 buildings were intact, the remaining 3 were in bad shape, walls were collapsed and structures were crumbling. What happened? We are already in Langya Blessed Land, yet the land spirit has yet to appear? Tai Baiyunxing frowned, feeling very alert in his heart. Let's go in and see first. Fang Yuan pondered. The two flew over, slowly getting close to the 12 cloud buildings. Quickly look, there is a desolate beast corpse there. After moving for some time, Tai Baiyunxing suddenly pointed at one direction, saying, only to see that a huge fish was lying on the cloud soil, not moving. It had the size of a normal whale, but it looked like a carp. There were bones protruding out of its back, along the spine, extending outwards. Its scales were blue in color, its eyes were as large as a horse carriage, with some starry radiance in them. This is the desolate beast, spine-fin star dragon fish. Fang Yuan said. He knew that Langya Lan spirit had a beast enslavement Immortal Gu and enslaved 12 desolate beasts, each kept in one of the 12 cloud buildings. Was this spine-fin star dragon fish one of the 12? Oh? Someone came in. In a dark secret room, Langya Lan spirit opened his eyes, sensing Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing. In front of him, there was a Gu Immortal. He was middle-aged and had a mighty disposition. His appearance was not that of a normal man, he had black skin and white hair, he was an Inkman Gu Immortal. What? Another strong foe? The Inkman Gu Immortal heard the land spirit and became nervous. Oh, it is that rascal. Pfft, he scared me. No worry, I know this person. Half a year ago, he came here before. After Langya Lan spirit focused his mind to detect them, he breathed out deeply. The Inkman Gu Immortal raised his brows in surprise, he did not think that there would be other guests coming to Langya Blessed Land besides himself. Since they are friends and not foes, then all is well. It has been 3 days and 3 nights since we entered the secret room. In just a moment, we can release 1 layer of the seals on you. At this time, we cannot be disturbed. The Inkman Gu Immortal's heart settled. But we cannot let them near the cloud building. Old friend, you might not know this, but that kid is crafty and scheming, he is thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. I suffered a loss from him in the past. Let me mobilize the desolate beast and stop him from coming temporarily. Langya Lan spirit gritted his teeth and said. We've been in here for so long, yet Langya Lan spirit has not appeared yet, it seems something huge happened here. The attack on Langya Blessed Land was definitely not done by one person. Such a force is not to be trifled with, we should search the battlefield and retreat for now. Tai Baiyunxing was speaking, when suddenly, a large golden metallic mountain rock drilled out of the cloud soil. The cubic rock moved quickly, blocking the way of the two. Desolate beast. Tai Baiyunxing readied himself to face this enemy. The desolate beast had no eyes, a large pair of pincers were right in front of it. No one dared to doubt the power of these fearsome weapons. Furthermore, it had 9 pairs of legs, coming out of the cubic rock as they extended. The crab legs stabbed into the cloud soil, propping the desolate beast's large body up. At this point, Tai Baiyunxing recognized the origins of this desolate beast. This is the Lord of Swamps, Swamp Crab. Fang Yuan snorted, he was very familiar with the swamp crab. After all, when he had just obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he faced a swamp crab in his tribulation. Most importantly, that swamp crab had the Gruel Mud Immortal Gu, causing great destruction to Danghun Mountain. In order to save Danghun Mountain, Fang Yuan had to enter northern plains and attempt to take Tai Bai Yunxing's landscape as before Immortal Gu. Now, after braving many dangers, not only did he succeed in saving Danghun Mountain, he even recruited Tai Bai Yunxing to join him. One could say he obtained both the Gu and the Gu Master. The swamp crab blocked their path. Tai Bai Yunxing stopped in his tracks and asked Fang Yuan, "What do we do now?" Fang Yuan's gaze was locked on the desolate beast. He said one word, "Fight." "Be careful." Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, swiftly retreating, pulling some distance from Fang Yuan. He was a healing Gu Immortal. In most situations, he would not charge forward and take a risk. This was also in line with his usual personality. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking at the swamp crab silently. Next, he breathed in deeply, straightened his back and stretched his 8 arms. The muscles on his body bulged, resembling an iron monster. His eyes were blood red, his green face and sharp fangs gave off a ruthless and terrifying aura. At the next moment, Fang Yuan moved. His body was like a meteor crashing towards the swamp crab. The swamp crab was huge, but it was unbelievably agile. 9 pairs of legs moved quickly, as it dodged sideways. But Fang Yuan was a flying master. Even though it seemed like he would miss, with just a turn, he crashed into the swamp crab's back. Bam! With a thunderous sound, the swamp crab was pushed into the ground by Fang Yuan's forceful impact. His over 6 meters tall body stood in a crater. This was the damage caused by his attack. Tough enough. Fang Yuan grinned, pulling back 4 of his right arms. His fists, without exception, were torn open and showed the white bones inside. But Fang Yuan had lost his sense of pain. Even though his fists were injured, they was healing at an insane speed. In just a few breaths' time, his 4 right fists recovered completely. Puff puff. 2 waves of fierce winds approached to assault him. Fang Yuan's wings opened, as he tread into and flew in the air like lightning, dodging the fierce winds. Hearing 2 sharp sounds, Fang Yuan turned around to look, only to see that the swamp crab's huge pincers were bending at an unbelievable angle, towards his back and snapping together. If Fang Yuan dodged slower, he would have been hit already. The battle strength of a desolate beast was comparable to a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Even with the absurd defense of Fang Yuan's heavenly zombie body, he did not want to endure the attack. The swamp crab's armor is extraordinarily hard. There is almost no flaws in its defense. I do not have cutting or drilling abilities. I can only break through with pure strength. Using power to force my way through is the best method. Fang Yuan's thoughts collided intensely in his mind. His body continued to rise as he looked down. In just a few breaths of time, the swamp crab's body was full of crabs. These crabs were as large as tigers. They were fearless. Some had sharp crab legs, resembling needles. Some had claw-like limbs, and were very fast. This was the special ability of the swamp crab. It could reproduce at any time and place, summoning a crab army that would move according to its will. Very good. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold and dark. He breathed in deeply and activated the killer move, Myriad Self. With the expenditure of 1 bead of green grape immortal essence, he activated the core Immortal Gu. Thereafter, large numbers of Gu worms started activating in a certain pattern. Fang Yuan's 8 fists pounded at the swamp crab below him. Bam bam bam. Each fist exploded with a formless fist chi. The shadows of the fists were flying as his punches rained down like a torrential storm. The swamp crab cried out pitifully. It was being pressed into the ground by the unceasing fist chi. Thousands of fist chi slammed on the swamp crab's back, causing its hard shell to become deformed. The fist chi that dispersed formed and gathered, becoming one of Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. 10 breaths later, an army of strength path phantoms formed on the swamp crab's back. This is... Tai Bai Yunxing was shocked. This was the first time he had seen this killer move. The strength path phantom army surrounded the swamp crab, and the crab army collapsed at once. The swamp crab was unable to endure the attacks and cried out, trying to put up resistance, but it could not prevent its imminent defeat. No matter how many strength path phantoms it killed, Fang Yuan continued to attack, and more strength path phantoms were produced every moment. Ah, my desolate beast! What killer move did this rascal use? I have never seen it, it is actually so strong. This killer move has definitely got to be an immortal killer move. In the secret room, Hei Lou Lan spirit could see all that was going on. He lost his cool as he started shouting. Chapter 662, Inkman King. Hei Lou Lan spirit felt heartache when he looked at his swamp crab. The swamp crab was lying down flat on the ground, unable to stand up. Its 9 pairs of legs were almost entirely torn to pieces, and even one of the enormous steel pincers at the front was shattered. Such a battle outcome caused the Inkman Gu Immortal and Tai Xing to feel a chill from the depths of their hearts. Fang Yuan struck with over 10,000 strength path phantoms, of which over 3,000 still remained. He calmly stored the remaining phantoms into his immortal aperture. These phantoms could only exist for a period of time, and beyond that limit, the fist chi would dissipate and the phantoms would disappear along with it. But as long as they could be used, Fang Yuan would not waste even one of them. Ever since he returned to Hu Immortal blessed land from northern plains, he had been penniless. He did not even have one immortal essence stone, thus he was not able to replenish large numbers of mortal goo. From the battle just now, he had already probed. With just the 8-armed immortal zombie body, it was hard for him to pose much threat to the heavy armored swamp crab. The only option thus was to use his killer move, Myriad Self. The core of this killer move was a soul path immortal goo that Fang Yuan possessed, and so it required green grape immortal essence to be activated. The situation earlier was not clear, thus Fang Yuan decisively gave up a bead of green grape immortal essence to take control of the situation. The killer move Myriad Self was indeed created from the convergence of enslavement and strength path. Its might was extraordinary. The swamp crab, which had brought huge trouble to Fang Yuan once before, causing him to use all his strength in order to barely deal with it, could not even raise its head from the beatings of Myriad Self. It continued to be in a disadvantage with no hopes of freeing itself. You rascal, entering my home without a word and also injuring my desolate beast, how will you compensate me? Hei Lou Lan spirit furiously chided Fang Yuan. Tai Xing was engrossed in looking at this land spirit from behind Fang Yuan. Hei Lou Lan spirit was thin with white hair, having a beard that reached his chest and a ruddy face like that of a baby's. He was wearing a loose robe over his whole body and the 2 sleeves were fluttering in the air. If not for him seething with anger and staring at Fang Yuan with his eyes wide open, his demeanor would no doubt look elegant and sagely. Fang Yuan was already familiar with Hei Lou Lan spirit. He stared at the shackles around Hei Lou Lan spirit, frowning. You have been sealed, no wonder I could not hear any news of your divine sense in treasure yellow heaven. According to Northern Plains time, we have not met for merely more than half a year. How could you end up like this? Hei Lou Lan spirit's eyes opened even wider as he snarkily retorted, talk about yourself, how did you become like this? Neither human nor ghost. Advancing to a Gu Immortal and yet degenerating into a zombie, you should still have plenty of lifespan though. Humph, Hei Lou Lan spirit, you have lived for so many years yet you don't even know the simplest logic of give and take? Only by giving up one thing can you gain another. If I didn't turn into a zombie, how could I be in front of you again and hold such powerful strength? But you, the longer you lived, the more you regress, now you can't even refine goo. You are really making your main body lose face. Fang Yuan sneered, intentionally provoking the land spirit. Hei Lou Lan spirit's sore spots were prodded and he immediately stamped his foot in anger. Not long ago, Hei Lou blessed land had suffered an attack from a mysterious force. Hei Lou Lan spirit was able to repel the invaders but he ended up sealed by a chi path killer move. Thus, he ended up having to invite his best friend to remove the seals. Hei Lou Lan spirit started cursing at Fang Yuan, you shitty kid, you still have the nerve to talk about me? Truyang Building's fall was definitely caused by you, right? So many people died, 2 super forces lost their tribe leaders, the whole of Northern Plains Gu Immortals are searching for you, the main culprit. you are now everyone's target, your life must be pretty hard now, right? The Inkman Gu Immortal and Tai Baiyunxing's expressions changed. The Inkman Gu Immortal's pupils shrunk slightly, feeling an intense urge to cover the land spirit's mouth. But the land spirit had already said everything, it was too late. How could you blurt out such a matter? Are you not afraid those two will attack to silence us? The Inkman Gu Immortal's heart could not help but tremble with fear. These two were actually the people who had turned Northern Plains on its head and even wrecked Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangements. Too dangerous. The situation was going south. The next moment, both Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing gazed coldly at the Inkman Gu Immortal. Even if the Inkman Gu Immortal had high position and authority normally and had extraordinary strength himself, right now he could feel his heart going cold under the gaze of these two ruthless monsters. Langya Land Spirit, why are you not introducing us to this person? Fang Yuan chuckled, his voice was so hoarse that it was borderline uncomfortable to hear. I can't let Langya Land Spirit reply, who knows what this loose-lipped guy will say. Thus, the Inkman Gu Immortal summoned his courage and stood up, greeting, my name is Mo Yao, I live in Inkman City and am the king of Northern Plains Inkmen. Tai Baiyunxing raised his brows. He had not expected this person to have such an origin and immediately looked at the Inkman King in another light. Currently, the 5 regions were dominated by humans. Variant humans were living while pressured on all sides, many were sold as slaves or raised as pets, their livelihood was rather difficult. But in Northern Plains, Inkman had the most favorable status among the variant humans. Many variant humans had no fixed residence and would have to wander around like vagabonds. But Inkman had established a city in Northern Plains, which possessed 3 Inkman Gu Immortals. Mo Yao was the Inkman city's king. Under his leadership, the Inkman were able to resist pressure from various forces and withstand the covetous gazes of countless Gu Immortals. It was not easy to maintain the Inkman's survival, it served to show how talented and skilled the Inkman king was. Inkman King Mo Yao. Fang Yuan muttered inwardly. He had an impression of this name. In the chaotic war of the 5 regions during his previous life, the Inkman king took advantage of the lack of attention paid to him due to the human tribes being too busy in their internal conflicts, to grab the opportunity and develop rapidly, greatly expanding the Inkman forces. When Northern Plains human forces wanted to suppress him, he actually disregarded his dignity as the king and threw himself to Lu tribe. He took a servant's right to Lu tribe's supreme elder and became a servant to him. Lu tribe was one of the super forces, thus the Inkman forces were protected. The Inkman forces grew stably under this layer of protection. Later, when Lu tribe weakened, the Inkman king immediately gave up on Lu tribe to collaborate with Ma Hongyun on equal terms. Before Fang Yuan self-detonated, the Inkman had hundreds of cities and occupied 1/3 of Northern Plains lands. From this one could see how talented and insightful the Inkman king Mo Yao was. Not only did he have unique foresight and courage to take resolute actions, he could also bow and submit when necessary, he was not someone who could be belittled. Fang Yuan lightly praised, so it is the Inkman king, sure enough, you have a majestic aura beyond that of ordinary people. I am not worthy of such high praise. Inkman king quickly replied modestly. The person before him was the main criminal in destroying 88 Truyang building, he had to be extremely vigilant against such a dangerous person. He took the initiative to explain, Langya Land Spirit and I have been very good friends for many years. In truth, Inkman City has always had close relations with Langya Blessed Land. We in Inkman City have some attainment in Chi Path, and it turns out Langya Land Spirit was sealed using a Chi Path method. Thus I hurried over to help. Sir is a dragon who roams the sky, stirring up a storm and causing the whole of Northern Plains to be in a state of unrest. I cannot help but admire such grandeur. All along, our Inkman city has been jointly suppressed by the Huangjin tribes. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was even more overboard, demanding Inkman cities to offer tribute in terms of countless female Inkmen. In a way, you have helped us Inkmen take revenge by destroying Imperial Court Blessed Land. You are also the land spirit's friends, so you are my, Mo Yao, friends as well. If you have any plans in the future, feel free to visit Inkman City. He was indeed the Inkman king, such outstanding eloquence that completely expressed his goodwill in just one conversation, especially speaking in neither a servile nor overbearing tone. It was extremely hard to come by. Who is friends with this rascal? Feng Yuan's spirit shouted in dissatisfaction. However, he felt happy in the depths of his heart when he heard Fang Yuan praising his friend, and the anger he felt previously had reduced. Fang Yuan nodded to the Inkman king, replying with deep intent, "If there is an opportunity, I will definitely come to experience life in Inkman City." He then looked at Feng Yuan's spirit and continued provoking him without concern. "Land spirit, even if I am not your friend, you should still welcome me and refine a gu for me. Did you forget I still have one chance left to make you refine gu? If I want you to refine gu, you will do it even if you don't want to." Feng Yuan's spirit could not put up a facade at all, his temper flaring up immediately. Normally, Gu immortals would be polite and even flatter him to request him to refine gu. When had he ever heard disrespectful words like Fang Yuan's? But Fang Yuan was speaking the truth, he still had the final chance to request for gu refinement. Feng Yuan's spirit was long-hair ancestors' obsession, and he must abide by the agreement his main body had agreed to back then. "You damn scoundrel, I am so angry, my anger is going to explode." Feng Yuan's spirit shouted, his face completely red with fury. But suddenly, he grinned with happiness. "Ahahaha, I am trapped, this G-Path seal is too troublesome, there are a total of 17 or 18 layers of seals. Just now, Inkman King only unsealed the first layer. Hahaha, I really can't help you refine gu right now, my hands are tied, this is wonderful." He had been bored to death since he was sealed, not being able to do refinement meant his greatest hobby had been taken away. But right now, he was feeling quite happy about it. It was all Fang Yuan's fault. Seeing this weirdo Feng Yuan's spirit shouting and laughing like a buffoon, Tai Yunxing felt this trip was worth it, his horizons were broadened. Inkman King was silent, he was the leader of a large force and was not willing to easily offend Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan coughed before speaking solemnly, "Alright, let's talk about serious affairs. Since you can't refine gu, forget about it. I have another matter for coming over this time, I want to make a transaction with you." "Transaction, what transaction?" Feng Yuan's spirit asked. Inkman King immediately turned vigilant. Feng Yuan's spirit might have high intelligence but his nature was frank, it was hard to say that he wouldn't be cheated. Inkman King was the land spirit's good friend, if Fang Yuan truly was conspiring, he would stand up and expose Fang Yuan's scheme. "The transaction is simple, you should remember the thing about me being a wisdom path gu master, right? I will deduce immortal gu recipes for you while you will pay immortal essence stones as remuneration. This is a win-win deal." Fang Yuan replied. "Deduce gu recipes?" Feng Yuan's spirit opened his eyes wide as he became dazed, but at the next moment he started laughing loudly. He was swaying back and forth in his laughter, if his hands were not bound, he might have been slapping his thighs together in laughter. Feng Yuan's spirit ridiculed, "Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, you are now a zombie and still think you can deduce gu recipes? Moreover, immortal gu recipes? This old man advises you to get rid of this thought." Inkman King, however, said, "An immortal gu recipe, even if it is a remnant recipe, has a high price. If we give it to Sir to deduce it, but you fail in the process, then wouldn't we be handing you the contents of the immortal gu recipe for nothing?" Feng Yuan's spirit was startled to awareness, immediately yelling in rage, "Great, you actually wanted to swindle me of immortal gu recipes." Fang Yuan had already prepared for this and laughed, opening his monstrous palm to reveal an immortal gu. "Look, what is this?" Chapter 663, Recognizing Immortal Gu. At once, everyone's attention was attracted to the gu worm in Fang Yuan's palm. The immortal aura of the gu worm was radiating with the laws of the world, without doubt, it was an immortal gu. But no one knew which immortal gu it was. Only Tai Yunxing's heart shook, as he remembered what Fang Yuan had revealed to him in the past. This gu. Feng Yuan's spirit watched with shining eyes, I have never seen this Gu before, this is a new Gu. He jumped in front of Fang Yuan, his nose was only 2 inches away from the Gu, next he sniffed like smelling a flower. He screamed, "Ah, this is the aura of luck path, this is a luck path Gu worm. Good lad, you destroyed Tru Yang building, but it seems you had many gains." Fang Yuan immediately mocked, to think that the Grand Langya land spirit would have such shallow knowledge. This is not a new Gu, it had appeared 10,000 years ago. Let me teach you, this Gu's name is Calamity Beckoning, it was invented by a certain generation's fairy of Central Continent Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao. Mo Yao? Inkman King heard this and his eyes shone. If I remember correctly, this woman is a rare legend in Inkman history. She cultivated to rank 7, and had overwhelming charm, even the grand sword Immortal Bo Ching was attracted to her. Inkman King talked with a fanatical expression, like he was speaking of a treasure. I apologize about my demeanor, but I have been looking up to Senior Mo Yao as my role model since youth, thus I am very familiar with her stories. Fang Yuan found this a little humorous, to think that this Inkman King was a fan of Fairy Mo Yao. But now was not the time to chit-chat with the Inkman King. Fang Yuan used this chance to mock Langya Land Spirit. Langya Land Spirit was so ashamed from his words that his face turned red, he wanted to find a hole to hide himself in. He grumbled under his breath, but he did not rebuke Fang Yuan. After all, he really did not know this Immortal Gu. After Fang Yuan made some snide remarks in a mystifying tone for a while, he saw that the time was right and took back Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu, fishing out another Immortal Gu. Langya Land Spirit, didn't you say you were well learned and knowledgeable? I will give you another chance, see what Gu worm this is? Langya Land Spirit stared with wide open eyes, he moved forward to take a closer look. After a few breaths' time, he took a deep breath, his nervous expression became smug. Of course I know this Immortal Gu, its name is Cleansed Soul, it is a cultivation assistance type Gu for Soul Path Gu Immortals. The cultivation of Soul Path includes strengthening the soul, refining the soul, and pacifying the soul. The best way to strengthen the soul is Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Gu, the best way to refine the soul is Luopa Valley's Bewilderment Fog and Luopa Wind, as for pacifying the soul, it would be the Pacifying Soul Soup in Bewitching Lake. This Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu can refine a Gu Immortal's soul, getting rid of all the impurities. But if it was used excessively, it would get rid of even the essence of their soul. Oh? You actually recognize this Gu? Fang Yuan pretended to be shocked, thinking in his heart, so this Immortal Gu is called Cleansed Soul, I called it Split Soul in the past, I guess I was wrong. This Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu was the core Gu of the Killer Move Myriad Self. The Killer Move, Myriad Self, could form Strength Path Phantoms of Fang Yuan, these Strength Path Phantoms had a trace of his soul, thus Fang Yuan could manipulate them freely like an extension of his own body, it was agile and flexible. But precisely due to this, the Killer Move Myriad Self expended Fang Yuan's soul foundation. Langya Land Spirit saw Fang Yuan's shock and his smugness intensified on his face. But Fang Yuan quickly said, count yourself lucky, you coincidentally recognized this Immortal Gu. Hey, what do you mean luck, this is my strength. If you really have strength, how could you not recognize Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu? You. Never mind, take a look at this Gu, I'm sure you cannot recognize it. Show me, I will definitely know what it is. Langya Land Spirit shouted. Fang Yuan took out another Gu. Langya Land Spirit concentrated his attention on analyzing, he laughed a few breaths later, haha, this is the Cloud Path Immortal Gu, Rising Azure Cloud. Rising Azure Cloud? Tai Baiyunxing interjected. That's right. Langya Land Spirit said proudly, shaking his head, this Gu is a movement type Immortal Gu, it has a long history. Gu Immortals can use it to easily travel through mountains and cross water bodies. But what is most valuable, is that this Gu's ascending and descending speed is extremely fast, it far exceeds most other Gu of the same rank. So this Immortal Gu is called Rising Azure Cloud. Fang Yuan thought about it, appearing as if he was not satisfied, he took out another Immortal Gu. Land Spirit, it seems you might possibly have some skill. Look at this Gu. Fang Yuan said. What do you mean might possibly, of course I have skill. Feng Yuan spirit rebuked, his eyes were shining as he looked at Fang Yuan's palm. After a few breaths, his expression changed. Oh, it's you. What Gu is this? Tai Xing asked again at an appropriate time. At this point, he had already understood Fang Yuan's intention. Although Fang Yuan had captured these Gu in Truyang building, he did not know their origins, he had been guessing. There was no doubt that familiarizing oneself with unknown immortal Gu was very troublesome. The most direct method was to consume immortal essence and activate the immortal Gu, to directly see their effects. But this had some flaws. Firstly, immortal essence was precious. Secondly, immortal Gu had huge power, it might cause harm to oneself if used wrongly. For example, Calamity Beckoning Gu and Spring Autumn Cicada could not be used blindly. Thirdly, some immortal Gu have very peculiar uses. Even if they were activated, they would not show any effect if the target or environment was inappropriate. Even though Wisdom Gu could help Fang Yuan could only make deductions based on the information he already had. Feng Yuan's spirit did not suspect a thing, he flaunted his knowledge. This immortal Gu is peculiar and vile, it is a one-time consumable Gu. Although I have never seen it personally, I have heard about it in historical records. Back then I paid close attention due to having a special impression of it. This Gu's name is Woman's Heart. It is different from ordinary immortal Gu, its refinement and nurturing occur together. Fang Yuan was immediately intrigued. Gu worms were classified into nurture, use, and refinement, these three aspects. Generally with the three aspects, although they affected each other, each still stood alone. An immortal Gu with nurturing and refinement combined into one, Fang Yuan had never seen any. But Fang Yuan was very familiar with the type of Gu worm that combined use and nurturing. This was the rank 5 blood guillotine Gu that had a vile reputation. Then, what exactly was this woman's heart Gu that combined refinement and nurturing? Fang Yuan was curious, but he could not ask directly. At this point, Tai Xing cooperated and asked, "It can actually combine nurturing and refinement. This is the first time I've heard of this despite my long life." Feng Yuan's spirit gave Tai Xing a look. "Lad, you are still young, you have not lived for long enough. The variety of Gu worms is as wide as the sea. The three aspects of nurturing, use, and refinement are extremely vast and profound. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is the deadliest poison. This immortal Gu, woman's heart, is a poison path immortal Gu, with a lethal poison. To nurture it, you will need the hearts of women. The process of feeding would also be the process of continually refining and promoting the Gu. The more hearts fed to it, the more powerful its poison." Tai Xing's expression changed. "It needs the hearts of women? Such evil and cruelty, this is a demonic Gu." Actually, you can use the hearts of female variant humans to replace it, but the effect would be worse than human hearts. To achieve the same toxicity, you will need many more hearts." Feng Yuan's spirit recalled. Tai Xing's expression was solemn. "Even variant humans are people, they have parents, they have flesh and blood, love and hatred, how can they be sacrificed so easily? Just to feed a demonic Gu?" Saying this, Tai Xing looked at Fang Yuan in worry. Fang Yuan was expressionless, he put away the immortal Gu woman's heart, and took out another immortal Gu. "Feng Yuan's spirit, I admit you have a degree of skill. But this level is still slightly inferior to me. Ha ha ha, the immortal Gu in my hand now, there is no way you can guess it." Fang Yuan seemed to have complete confidence. Feng Yuan's spirit's gaze was immediately attracted to the new immortal Gu. "This is also a luck path immortal Gu." He sniffed with his nose, turning nervous. But a few breaths later, his nervousness vanished, he breathed out deeply. "I know this immortal Gu, haha, back then, my main body had seen this immortal Gu during a discussion about cultivation with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable." "Oh? Such a coincidence?" Fang Yuan showed a look of disbelief. "Of course." Feng Yuan's spirit's eyes were burning with fire. Fang Yuan's disbelief made him extremely upset. To prove himself, he spilled all that he knew. "This immortal Gu is called Connect Luck. It has a very special use, it can allow a Gu master's luck to be connected to other people's luck. If one has good luck, it will be shared to the other person. Similarly, if one has bad luck, it will also affect the other party. If you have luck inspection Gu, you can inspect the formless luck of other people. If you see a person with good luck, you can use this connect luck Immortal Gu. But this is not the best method to use it, because luck is like a tide, its rises and falls are uncertain. If you do this, you still would want to use another Immortal Gu, break luck, in tandem. Another better method is to coordinate this with other luck path Immortal Gu, to connect your own luck to the luck of mountains and valleys, to the luck of a long river, or the luck of a blessed land or grotto heaven, or even the luck of an immemorial desolate beast. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately understood the reasoning behind this. He stated praise, "That's right, famous mountains and valleys have been around for ages, blessed lands and grotto heavens are unlikely to be destroyed, and immemorial desolate beasts are on par with rank 8 Gu immortals. The luck of these things is much more reliable than humans." Langya Land Spirit side, luck path takes a peculiar direction, while also piercing deeply into the great Tao of heaven and earth. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, who first created it, had amazing talent, he was extraordinary. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable discussed about Tao with my main body for 7 days and 7 nights, even my main body was full of admiration for him. Inkman King continued, in history, the 10 Venerables were all supreme existences. Even as an Inkman, I am full of admiration for them. He had understood Fang Yuan's intentions since long ago, it was to obtain knowledge about the Immortal Gu from Langya Land Spirit. But he did not expose this. Fang Yuan did not harm Langya Land Spirit, Inkman King had no need to ruin his tenuous relationship with Fang Yuan for no reason. Fang Yuan nodded at the Inkman King, before turning to Langya Land Spirit and saying, "Let's go back to the deal, I am full of sincerity, I had never thought of taking your Immortal Gu recipes for myself. Land Spirit, when I deduce the Immortal Gu recipe for you, I will place an Immortal Gu with you as collateral. By then, if I failed to analyze it, but had already seen the Immortal Gu recipe, you can take this Immortal Gu. You will feel assured in this case, right? The value of an Immortal Gu far exceeded any Immortal Gu recipe." Langya Land Spirit exchanged eye contact with the Inkman King, before shouting, "Rascal, it seems you are very confident in yourself. Okay, this deal is not risky for me at all, in fact, I profit from it. I will say this first, I will give you only 3 Immortal Gu recipes. It doesn't matter which one it is, but you need to completely deduce an Immortal Gu recipe to count as a success. If you succeed in deducing the recipe of an Immortal Gu, hand it to me and I will pay you the Immortal Essence Stones, as well as another remnant recipe." Okay. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he immediately agreed. Chapter 664, Bountiful Harvest. After successfully coming to an agreement with Langya Land Spirit, Fang Yuan breathed out a sigh of relief. This transaction was simply too crucial, the profits would be the key for Fang Yuan to break free of his current problematic situation. Although he knew of many ways to earn Immortal Essence Stones from his previous life's memories, these methods needed time and planning, or involved great risk. The deal with Langya Land Spirit was the only one with little risk, coupled with high rewards. After thinking about it for a while, Fang Yuan left the Cloud Path Immortal Gu, Rising Azure Cloud, in Langya Blessed Land as the collateral of the deal. Rising Azure Cloud was a movement-type Gu, Fang Yuan did not lack a movement Immortal Gu, he already had Worldly Wave Trace. The latter was suited for Water Path Gu Immortals, its effect was greater when used in an environment that had rivers, lakes, or the sea. Meanwhile, Rising Azure Cloud's strong point was in ascending and descending, its normal movement speed across places was slower than Worldly Wave Trace. Fang Yuan only cared about practical use, to him, Worldly Wave Trace was much more useful. That night in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone, while Tai Bai Yunxing stayed in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this trip. Although he consumed 1 bead of green grape Immortal Essence, under that situation, without knowing the real circumstances inside Langya Blessed Land, He needed to quickly defeat the swamp crab and gain the initiative of the situation. Immortal essence was indeed precious, but it should be used when needed. Immortal essence that was not used had zero value. Not mentioning 1 bead of green grape immortal essence, even if he had to use 8 or 10, Fang Yuan would use them without hesitation if needed. He concluded that this time, he put in little investment, but made huge gains. Firstly, he took back fixed immortal travel. The return of fixed immortal travel was an extremely pleasant surprise. With fixed immortal travel, Fang Yuan could cross the regional barriers, he could step into all 5 regions. Using the advantage of his rebirth, he could set up schemes everywhere, obtaining the biggest benefits. Even at worst, if Immortal Crane Sect breaks into Hu Immortal Blessed Land and destroys it, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing could retreat while bringing along Dang Hun Mountain and Wisdom Gu. They could attack if they progressed, and defend if they retreated. Although fixed immortal travel was a rank 6 movement Immortal Gu, it gave Fang Yuan the greatest advantage in this situation. Rising Azure Cloud and Worldly Wave Trace added together could not achieve something like this. At this point, Fang Yuan felt his pressure reducing. Secondly, he had formed the Snowy Mountain Alliance with Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Hei Lou Lan had the great strength true martial physique, one of the 10 extremes. She had huge potential, and once she advances into an immortal, her battle strength would be terrifying. Fairy Li Shan was a famous character in Northern Plains. On one hand, she was the 3rd leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, but on the other hand, she had a wide range of friendly relationships, and had dealings with many of Northern Plains' Righteous Path Gu Immortals. There were scumbags and weirdos among Righteous Path Gu Immortals, and the demonic path even more so had its outliers. Every conflict originates from benefits. The righteous and demonic paths were not just enemies out to kill each other. They also cooperated, made transactions, and even worked together secretly. Fairy Li Shan had the Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. This Gu was the reason why she was so popular with everyone. Dongfang Chang Fan had created an alliance with the righteous forces. He needed Mountain Pledge Gu. Demonic Path Gu Immortals were even more suspicious of each other. Such a huge organization like Snowy Mountain Blessed Land could be built all because of the foundation of Mountain Pledge Gu. Because the alliance created using Mountain Pledge Gu could not be broken, this was the key to gaining the trust of Demonic Path Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan allied with them because on one hand, he could gain powerful assistance, while on the other hand, he could settle his biggest problem of not getting timely updates about information in the world. Fairy Li Shan had wide connections. It was much easier for her to gain information compared to Fang Yuan. And thirdly, Fang Yuan obtained the information of 4 Immortal Gu. He had snatched them when destroying the Formless Fists. They were Cleanse Soul, Rising Azure Cloud, Woman's Heart, and Connect Luck. In terms of value, starting from the lowest, the first would be Rising Azure Cloud. To Fang Yuan, this Gu had the least value. He was exerting its greatest use by leaving with Langya Land Spirit as collateral. Poison Path Immortal Gu Woman's Heart, a one-time expenditure Gu that combined refinement and nurturing. It had slightly greater value. Generally speaking, these one-time use Gu had powerful effects, like the Immortal Gu Gruel Mud. Above Woman's Heart was Immortal Gu Cleanse Soul. Cleanse Soul could refine the soul. Its effect was far greater than Fang Yuan's Wolf Soul Gu. Fang Yuan had Guts Gu. It was easy to strengthen his soul. Before he enters Luopa Valley, Immortal Gu Cleanse Soul would be the best replacement. In addition, Cleanse Soul was the core Gu of the killer move Myriad Self. This had even greater value. Fang Yuan made an evaluation. If he did not use the killer move Myriad Self, his battle strength was lower than ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortals. But once he used this killer move, his battle strength surged. He would be equivalent to a first-rate rank 6 Gu Immortal. Of course, compared to Fang Yuan's Blood Path battle strength in his previous life, he was still weaker. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he was a demonic path overlord, at the peak of rank 6, and was only a step away from rank 7. His battle strength was truly fearsome. He was at the top of rank 6, he even had the shocking battle result of winning twice against ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals. Last was Connect Luck Immortal Gu. This Luck Path Immortal Gu was unexpectedly Fang Yuan's greatest gain. Its value even surpassed Cleansed Soul. Even though Cleansed Soul was Myriad Self's core, it was not irreplaceable. But the importance of Connect Luck Immortal Gu to Fang Yuan was simply unique. Fang Yuan's first vital Gu was Spring-Autumn Cicada. This Immortal Gu was the cause of his rise. Without this mystical Gu, he would not have reached this stage. But at the same time, this Gu had always been dragging him down. Be it the pressure towards his aperture, or Spring-Autumn Cicada's weakness, the constantly low luck of the user, it gave huge problems to Fang Yuan, and even resulted in many fatal crises. If not for Fang Yuan's ability and ruthless personality, coupled with his many methods, ordinary people in his place would have died long ago. Spring-Autumn Cicada was Fang Yuan's trump card, but it was also his greatest flaw. With Connect Luck Immortal Gu now, it could resolve Spring-Autumn Cicada's luck flaw. Langya Land Spirit had provided many uses for the Connect Luck Immortal Gu. The best way was to use other luck path Immortal Gu along with it, using them together to link the Gu Master's luck to a famous mountain or river, an immemorial desolate beast, or even blessed lands and grotto heaven. These existences have boundless and long-lived luck, they were not easy to destroy. But Fang Yuan was not going to use this method. Because he could not, he only had one luck path Immortal Gu, he could not use it with other luck path Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's method was to use Connect Luck Immortal Gu to link his luck with other people's luck. Langya Land Spirit had earlier said, a person's luck was like a tide, its rises and falls were uncertain. In connecting your luck to others, you had to be careful, otherwise the user would be dragged down at times. If this was used with Break Luck Gu, it would expend precious immortal essence, and it would also force the user to be on constant alert. But this weakness was non-existent to Fang Yuan. Why? Because he was someone who was reborn using Spring-Autumn Cicada. He knew who the lucky, famous, or extremely successful people were of this generation, he even knew what their achievements would be, and when their downfalls would occur. I can totally use my previous life's memories to find these future important people, and use Connect Luck Gu to link my luck with them. Since I have Spring-Autumn Cicada, my luck will always be abysmal. After connecting our lucks, the one taking advantage will always be me. Fang Yuan thought about this and recognized the great advantage that fixed immortal travel gave him even more clearly. If not for fixed immortal travel, he would not be able to freely move between the 5 regions. Where would he have time to travel far and wide to look for those people who were currently still nobodies? The final gain from this trip were the 3 Immortal Gu remnant recipes he brought back from Langya Blessed Land. These Immortal Gu recipes had very high completion rates, they were 90% and above, there was even one piece with 99% completion rate. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan arrived at the underground cave. Deducing an Immortal Gu recipe had too many elements to consider. The wills created by Mortal Gu were definitely insufficient. Fang Yuan had no hesitation. He activated Delight in Water and Mountain Gu. He decided to do the easy one first, to settle the remnant recipe with 99%. At the same time, in Langya Blessed Land. Langya Land Spirit, what do you think of my restoration? Tai Yunxing's hands were behind his back, he stood before Langya Land Spirit and the Inkman King. Inkman King saw the restored cloud soil as amazement shone in his eyes uncontrollably. Earlier, Tai Yunxing had taken the initiative to stay behind. When he had suggested to heal Langya Blessed Land, he did not see much hope. But to think that Tai Yunxing did such a great job, the effect was out of his expectations. Langya Land Spirit assessed Tai Yunxing for a while, saying, to think that at such a young age, you are quite impressive. How did you do it? Tai Yunxing laughed bitterly, he was old and had white hair. To hear someone call him young was a really peculiar and weird experience. He took out landscape as before Immortal Gu, displaying it before the 2 of them, and introducing it clearly. Inkman King praised loudly, to think that there is such an amazing Immortal Gu. With this Immortal Gu, we can restore the blessed land's terrain and river flow, it can greatly reduce the losses caused by heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. This Immortal Gu's value is immense. Langya Land Spirit was also interested. I have heard of this Immortal Gu, it once belonged to Immortal Jiu Hui. Immortal Jiu Hui had inherited a certain true inheritance from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Not only did he have landscape as before, he also had man as before. I have not seen this Gu of yours personally. Let me research it, it is bound to give me new inspiration. I will give you 5 immortal essence stones as compensation. Hei Lou Lan spirit had many businesses, he was very rich and did not lack immortal essence stones. 5 immortal essence stones. Tai Xing hesitated before rejecting and shaking his head. Immortal Gu were one's personal secrets, they should not be exposed easily. But Tai Xing, for the sake of his future, learned from Fairy Li Shan and had no choice but to expose landscape as before Immortal Gu. How could he hand this to Hei Lou Lan spirit? He said he would research, but what if he ruins it during the process? Seeing that Tai Xing did not agree, Hei Lou Lan spirit was very disappointed, but he still footed the bill. You restored all the cloud soil for me, according to our deal, this is 3 immortal essence stones. Tai Xing waved his hand and rejected, I will not accept these 3 immortal essence stones. When Fang Yuan comes to hand in the recipe, give it to him along with his compensation. Hei Lou Lan spirit was stunned, before laughing wildly, what? Don't tell me you believe that the rascal can really succeed and complete the recipe? Ha ha ha, do you know how many years these recipes have troubled me? Especially that recipe at 99% completion rate, even my main body could not finish it. Chapter 665, 3 100% Immortal Gu Recipes. Hei Lou Lan spirit, isn't this a little inappropriate? Inkman King glanced at Tai Xing, as he said this with worry. The other party included the fierce people who wrecked Imperial Court blessed land and toppled 88 True Yang building. Inkman King was very worried Hei Lou blessed land would be harmed if Fang and Tai were angered. Hei Lou Lan spirit was extremely frank, and as if he had not heard Inkman King's words, he satisfiedly said, Humph. That brat is too crafty, he dared to treat this old man in such a vile manner, so I did it on purpose. I am teaching him a lesson to let him understand the principle of respecting the old. Ha ha ha, what Gu recipe can he deduce? What foundation does he have? He is clearly a strength path immortal zombie, did he think this old man could not see it? Humph, little Tai by his blind confidence in him. If he can deduce the Immortal Gu recipe, this old man will personally crush his medicine grinder and eat it. Tai Xing did not respond, instead looking at the arrogantly laughing Hei Lou Lan spirit with pity. He really wanted to say, it is not Fang Yuan whom I have confidence in, but the wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan quietly stood within the wisdom light halo. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, they were shining with joy. Success. He was deeply moved. In a few moments' worth of time, he had deduced the first remnant recipe to 100%. This perfected Gu recipe was the 99% remnant recipe. Fang Yuan gasped in surprise when he looked at this Gu recipe again. This last step was simply mystical, to think this was a Gu recipe I perfected. He himself found it incredulous. Deducing Gu recipes depended on one's foundations and inspirations. If one did not have enough foundation in refinement path, it would be very difficult to deduce Gu recipes. But even Gu masters with deep foundations would often encounter problems when deducing Gu recipes. They would be stopped at these steps, not able to progress even an inch for years. There were even cases where Gu masters would not make any progress for decades or even a century. To break through these barriers would require inspiration. But inspiration was extremely hard to obtain, it could appear continuously over a short period of time or not even appear once in many years. Even if they had inspiration, that was only a possibility and it would have to be tested and verified. If it was successful, that would be true inspiration. If it failed, that would only be an idea, a failed attempt. Wisdom Gu's might lies in being able to provide unlimited inspiration to Gu masters. I am a refinement path master, my foundation is enough and I only lack inspiration. Fang Yuan once again sensed the power of a rank 9 Gu. This was still the case in which he had only stepped inside the wisdom light halo, If there came a day when he truly activated Wisdom Gu, who knows what the results would be. Fang Yuan suppressed the flood of thoughts and examined his mind. There were still large amounts of joyful will in his mind. The remnant Gu recipe had been extremely close to completion and had only lacked the final push. Thus, Fang Yuan did not use much joyful will. He concentrated and began deducing another Gu recipe. The second Gu recipe was the Immortal Gu remnant recipe with 97% completion. Fang Yuan did not have to consume much joyful will this time around either, only expending 1/3 to cross the barriers that were blocking the completion of the Immortal Gu recipe. Crossing these barriers meant resolving the greatest troubles. The thinking process could then smoothly progress with everything else being obvious. Fang Yuan could deduce them completely even if he relied only on his own ability. But at the third Immortal Gu recipe, Fang Yuan encountered slight trouble. He had to use up 3 beads of green grape immortal essence in a row before he was able to perfect this Immortal Gu recipe. The difficulty of this Immortal Gu recipe was quite high. When one problem was solved, another would appear. Thus, even though its completion rate was already as high as 96%, the amount of green grape immortal essence expended to deduce it was 2 to 3 times as much as than the previous 2. But even so, when considering the deal, Fang Yuan profited hugely. Fang Yuan hurriedly connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and contacted Leng Lan Spirit with Divine Sense Gu. Leng Lan Spirit laughed wildly and was thinking Fang Yuan had made contact to admit defeat. So when Fang Yuan handed him a 100% complete Immortal Gu recipe, he was stunned for a while. After a few breaths of time, all his attention was absorbed into the contents of the Immortal Gu recipe. Amazing, amazing! This barrier could actually be broken in such way. Why didn't I think of it? How could I not have thought about it? He shouted. Were it not for both his hands being trapped in the Chi Path seal, he would probably be slapping his thigh fiercely. The praise suddenly stopped, and an embarrassed expression showed on Leng Lan Spirit's face. He had not forgotten that a short while ago he had been extremely pessimistic of Fang Yuan's ability. How could he have expected Fang Yuan would hand over a completed Immortal Gu recipe to him not long after? Leng Lan Spirit felt embarrassed, muttering, "Brat, who could have thought that your line of thought is so weird? You actually hit the target while blindfolded, and wildly deduced this Immortal Gu recipe. Consider it your luck this time. According to our contract, perfecting a rank 6 Immortal Gu remnant recipe of a 90% or over completion rate will be paid with 10 Immortal Essence Stones. Should I hand them to you using Treasure Yellow Heaven, or will you come personally to take them?" Transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven naturally required a fixed service charge. But Fang Yuan would have to use fixed immortal travel if he went to personally receive the payment. And every activation of fixed immortal travel required 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. It was a considerable price. Fang Yuan thought it over. Using Treasure Yellow Heaven would mean a cheaper cost, but it was hard to avoid leaving behind some traces which might be deduced by some Wisdom Path Gu immortals with harmful intentions. But personally going to take them would mean too high of a cost. Fang Yuan was somewhat troubled. Leng Blessed Land was in northern plains while Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in central continent. The two were not in the same region, so using Whole Earth Gu was not possible. Only Stargate Gu could be used. Land Spirit, with your personality, you should have Stargate Gu there, right? Fang Yuan asked. Hee, brat, you really understand me. Leng Lan Spirit frankly admitted. He had obtained Stargate Gu's recipe from Fang Yuan. He first refined a set of Stargate Gu and gave them to Fang Yuan, refining another set afterwards for his own collection. Fang Yuan nodded and transmitted his thoughts. Treasure Yellow Heaven is not safe. Our transaction will be sensed by many, and once the frequency of this increases, it will bring us great trouble. Fixed immortal travel is convenient, but the price to use it is too high. It is better for us to link our 2 blessed lands and establish a Stargate. Build a Stargate? Leng Lan Spirit shook his head and refused Fang Yuan's suggestion without consideration. Brat, I have been deceived many times by you. Building a Stargate is not a small thing. Any calamity over your side will immediately afterwards be directed here as well. If Leng Blessed Land is discovered by someone, my life will be difficult. Fang Yuan laughed loudly and did not attempt to persuade him, instead handing over the second Immortal Gu recipe. You actually completed another one? Lang Yalan's spirit received a huge shock. This speed, wasn't it simply too fast? This method of resolving the problem is simply marvelous. You actually thought of using this goo, and there is also refinement goo material like intimate grass. How did you think of them? Lang Yalan's spirit chattered on and exclaimed as he appreciated the wonders of this 100% completed Immortal Gu recipe. Ha ha ha, old man, the new generation replaces the old. You are already old and stay all day in Langya blessed land without knowing the developments in the outside world. Even if you have your best friend, Inkman King, he is an Inkman, how could he come across the key aspects of human cultivation? Moreover, who am I? I am a peerless genius of wisdom path. One day, I will surpass star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan laughed arrogantly while spouting nonsense. Lang Yalan's spirit was dumbfounded. He really wanted to retort, but the truth was right in front of his eyes. The two Immortal Gu remnant recipes which had troubled him for countless years were solved so easily by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan suddenly heaved a sigh. Do you know the loneliness of a genius? Since my birth, I knew I was extraordinary, there was no one around who could have an equal conversation with me. Some people even believed I was a monster, they were afraid of my wisdom and envied my talent. I could only hide myself and appear to be like a normal person. It was to the extent that no one could see that I was overflowing with heaven-defying talent. Wisdom path seemed to be the path the heaven arranged for me, but from a twist of fate, I ended up becoming a strength path immortal zombie. Tell me, isn't my life full of setbacks? Even heaven was envious of my talents. Lang Yalan's spirit could no longer bear to listen to this, stamping his foot. Hey brat, don't be so self-important. What is amazing about deducing two Immortal Gu recipes? If you are really a genius, then deduce the final Immortal Gu recipe, only then will this old man admire you. Fang Yuan was silent. Lang Yalan's spirit raised his head. Kid, this old man admits you have some talent. But so what? Even my main body was stumped by that final Immortal Gu recipe. Ponder over it properly for 7 to 8 years, maybe you will know how profound this world is and how many stars there are in the sky. You will then learn to be humble. Ahahaha. You mean, this Immortal Gu recipe? The corners of Fang Yuan's lips pulled back as he tossed out the third Immortal Gu recipe. This was simply the final blow. Lang Yalan's spirit's laughter came to an abrupt stop. Shortly afterwards, he shouted in shock, what is this? What in the world is this? His voice contained a trace of panic. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh and said with a slow, sad voice, I said it earlier, my talents often provokes fear and envy. Sigh, nothing can be done, I am such a genius, I was born this way. Lang Yalan's spirit's panic this time was no small thing. He was only formed from an obsession and was not shrewd. This final Immortal Gu recipe was a huge impact to him. You really succeeded in deducing it? Incredible. Incredible. This Immortal Gu recipe can actually be solved like this. Your train of thought went in a completely different direction. No wonder even my main body could not deduce it. This old saying has come true, the mountain road twists around every new peak, a glimmer of hope shines at one's darkest hour. The mountain road twists around every new peak, a glimmer of hope shines at one's darkest hour. Lang Yalan's spirit kept on mumbling to himself. He was at first completely shocked before becoming ecstatic. Finally he calmed down, his heart filled with frustration. This Immortal Gu recipe had been perplexing him all along and even his main body was stumped, unable to take the final crucial step. Sometimes Lang Yalan's spirit even thought that this Immortal Gu recipe was a complete dead end and there was no way for it to be resolved. He had given it to Fang Yuan to deliberately make things difficult, and had never imagined it would truly be solved. However, he obtained the complete recipe now. The problem he and even his main body could not resolve was solved by Fang Yuan. His heart could not help but feel frustration and listlessness. Chapter 666, Huge Profit. Don't tell me that this kid truly is a wisdom path genius, one rarely seen in 100 years? No, such ability and wisdom is heaven-defying. This talent is not just rarely seen in 100 years, there might not be one in 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. When he thought of this, Feng Yuan's spirit immediately felt there was some sense in Fang Yuan's repulsive character. Right, only a genius like this can have such a repulsive character. Like my main body. Feng Yuan's spirit started to feel Fang Yuan's repulsive character was no longer so disagreeable, and even felt a sense of appreciation for similar talents. At Hu Immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan was calm and unruffled. He might have become a zombie and his thoughts might have slowed down, but it was still more than enough to bully a land spirit. If it were possible, Fang Yuan did not want to take such risks. He would rather hand over the Immortal Gu recipes one by one over long intervals, and not directly provide the 3 Immortal Gu recipes like he was doing now. This action was too eye-catching, it was sure to attract doubts and suspicions from others. Feng Yuan's spirit was frank and open, but he still had a good friend called Inkman King. This variant human was a genuinely formidable character. But Fang Yuan could do nothing about it, as the situation was forcing him. He must earn a large number of Immortal Essence Stones in a short period of time and increase his strength, both to break through the current perils he was facing, and also to delay the time before he was exposed. If he worries over this and that, holding back on releasing the Immortal Gu recipes, who would Fang Yuan cry to if this led to his defeat and death? Fang Yuan smiled. Feng Yuan's spirit had not responded, but he knew, these 3 Immortal Gu recipes were tossed out one by one like 3 bombs, they had already shaken Feng Yuan's spirit's mind. This was a good time to talk about conditions. Therefore, he spoke. Feng Yuan's spirit, I will speak frankly with you. I need Immortal Essence Stones and you need Immortal Gu recipes. We will be collaborating a lot in the future. Building a Stargate will be beneficial to both of us. Stargate. This time, Feng Yuan's spirit hesitated and did not immediately refuse. Fang Yuan displayed his exceptional talent in Wisdom Path, which caused Feng Yuan's spirit to have a newfound respect for Fang Yuan. Thus, the land spirit began to pay serious attention to Fang Yuan's suggestion. Fang Yuan persuaded again, Land Spirit, do you think your Feng Yu blessed land will be safe just because we don't build a Stargate? Don't forget, you have already suffered from 3 waves of attacks, every wave stronger than the previous. No doubt, Feng Yu blessed land's location has already been discovered, you are already being observed by some great force. After we build a Stargate, we can even take this collaboration to the next step. At crucial times, I could come to protect you through the Stargate. Protect me. Feng Yuan's spirit was finally moved. He thought of the impressive battle scene when Fang Yuan beat down the swamp crab. It was truly a formidable display. Moreover, these 3 waves of attacks had completely disrupted Feng Yu blessed land's peaceful environment, creating an enormous sense of danger in Feng Yuan's spirit. Fang Yuan asked at this time, you haven't sold Stargate Gu at Treasure Yellow Heaven, right? Not yet, I have no lack of Immortal Essence Stones. Feng Yuan's spirit replied. Fang Yuan laughed brightly, this is even better. Stargate Gu is a new innovation, it is not like Whole Earth Gu which has to be planted on the ground and therefore discovered easily. You would need to activate Stargate Gu every time you want to open a Stargate, thus it is very hidden. Even if you feel something wrong, you can destroy the Stargate Gu in your hands at the crucial moment, won't that work? There is simply no threat in building a Stargate. Fang Yuan talked glibly, his words impacting on the depths of Feng Yuan's spirit's heart. Feng Yuan's spirit finally agreed, alright, we will build a Stargate. But let's put the collaboration aside for now, and first handle the transaction of deducing Immortal Gu recipes. The land spirit added another sentence, I will be in charge of refining the Stargate Gu, I will lend it to you. With this, he would be in greater control of the situation, after all he still felt a little uneasy. Over at Hu Immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan exposed the smile of a winner and clenched his 8 fists in joy. Success! With this, he had attained initial approval of collaboration with Feng Yuan's spirit. Connecting to Feng Yu blessed land would make future transactions much profitable. Not only could it save some money, it would also give an additional retreat path. Besides this, Fang Yuan was able to prevent the supply of Stargate Gu to Treasure Yellow Heaven's market, which could have given huge advantages to other Gu immortals. Feng Yang spirit provided the Stargate Gu, which also saved Fang Yuan some trouble. If Feng Yang spirit could feel safe with this, Fang Yuan was happy to comply. I must form a good relationship with Feng Yang spirit. I won't be cheated by doing transactions with him, and can also earn large amounts of Immortal Essence stones. As long as I handle this relationship properly and continue to deepen it, who knows, one day Feng Yang spirit might lend me some Immortal Gu to use. Fang Yuan calculated inwardly. Feng Blessed Land contained many Immortal Gu, among them were Beast Enslavement Immortal Gu and Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. By borrowing Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan would be able to save a large expense in nurturing them. How cost-effective was it? Fang Yuan was taking one step but had already planned the next 10 steps. Feng Yang spirit was also very happy, feeling his luck was truly good for finding a wisdom path genius rarely seen in 10,000 years. All the Immortal Gu remnant recipes in his possession had hopes of being perfected. Fang Yuan had intended to receive Stargate Gu through Treasure Yellow Heaven, but the cautious Feng Yang spirit refused. Fang Yuan could only use Green Grape Immortal Essence and make a trip to Feng Blessed Land to take the Stargate Gu. Tai Bai Xing still remained there, as there were still several rivers in the Blessed Land that he needed to restore. The round trip, as a result, cost Fang Yuan 2 Green Grape Immortal Essence. But with this journey, he brought back 1 Stargate Gu, 3 new Immortal Gu remnant recipes and also 30 Immortal Essence stones. Tai Bai Xing wanted Fang Yuan to take the 3 Immortal Essence stones he was being paid, but Fang Yuan refused and left it to Tai Bai Xing. After all, Tai Bai Xing also required cultivation resources. The stronger he became, the more help he would be to Fang Yuan compared to 3 Immortal Essence stones. The Stargate could not be immediately built. Fang Yuan did not have any more Starlight Firefly Gu. Without the starlight from Starlight Firefly Gu, the 2 Stargates were unable to be activated. Fang Yuan summarized the transaction this time. He used a total of 5 beads of Green Grape Immortal Essence to deduce Immortal Gu recipes. When he returned alone from Feng Blessed Land earlier, he used up 1 bead of Green Grape Immortal Essence. To take 1 Stargate Gu, he had to go to Feng Blessed Land and return back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, consuming 2 Green Grape Immortal Essence beads. He had invested altogether 8 beads of Green Grape Immortal Essence. And his gains were a whole 30 Immortal Essence stones. I have only 9 Green Grape Immortal Essence remaining now. Fang Yuan had formed a middle-grade Blessed Land, and the few Green Grape Immortal Essence he had obtained were heavily used up in this back and forth trip from Northern Plains. However, Fang Yuan was not anxious. He had become a zombie and his immortal aperture was dead, no longer able to produce Green Grape Immortal Essence by itself. But he could extract Immortal Essence from Immortal Essence stones and turn them into his own Green Grape Immortal Essence. Back then, first Gen Gu Yu, who had turned into a blood white, also used primeval stones to recover his primeval essence. The logic between the two was the same, it was only a difference of ranks. That is to say, Fang Yuan could use up all these 30 Immortal Essence stones to turn into his own Green Grape Immortal Essence. 1 Immortal Essence stone could be treated as 1 bead of Green Grape Immortal Essence, which meant the amount of his Green Grape Immortal Essence had increased to 39 beads. But Immortal Essence stones are worth more than Green Grape Immortal Essence. The former is used as currency while the latter can only be used by an individual. Unless necessary, I should not rashly refine these Immortal Essence stones to Green Grape Immortal Essence. Anyway, as long as I can continue transacting with Feng Yang spirit, I will have more and more Immortal Essence stones. Now, let's connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven and check. Fang Yuan was full of confidence when connecting to Treasure Yellow Heaven this time. The purchasing power of Immortal Essence stones was extremely strong. Back then, Fang Yuan used 1 Immortal Essence stone to buy a myriad wolf king and a wolf group with over 30,000 wolves. 30 Immortal Essence stones were sufficient to be called a large sum. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had established the Blood-Winged Demon sect, and as a demonic path overlord, the greatest amount of Immortal Essence stones he had at one time was also no more than 64. Naturally, he spent a lot in his previous life. This number was the result of his expenditure and profits constantly offsetting each other. Fang Yuan sat down and closed his eyes, sending his consciousness towards his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was a scene of deathly stillness, the sky was gray and the ground was black, and the air was filled with a putrid odor. Mo Yao's will was still imprisoned inside, monitored from time to time by Fang Yuan. The mirror willow planted earlier had already died, becoming a collapsed pile of rotten wood on the ground. With a shift of Fang Yuan's mind, a new connecting heaven Gu fluttered up to the air in his immortal aperture and formed a passage to treasure yellow heaven. Fang Yuan then activated Divine Sense Gu, forming a continuous stream of divine sense which followed the passage created by connecting heaven Gu and entered treasure yellow heaven. He was now an immortal zombie, no longer needing the help of little Hu Immortal, and could make transactions himself. Treasure yellow heaven was still the same, the vast space rippling with lemon-like yellow light. There were no mountains, rivers, or forests, and also no birds, beasts, insects, or fish. There was not even a sky or ground. The only things here was all sorts of treasures and goods. Gu worms, Gu recipes, killer moves, beast groups, variant humans, vegetation, or veins, soil, water, fine wine and all sorts of goods. Each of them quietly floated in air, releasing all sorts of colors, giving off large or small treasure light. The brighter and larger the treasure light was, the more the good was worth. But treasure light was only an initial estimation. One might not be able to infer from the treasure light if the item was tampered by the Gu Immortals or not. This was the largest exchange market among the 5 regions Gu Immortals. It allowed for bargaining, while taking a fixed service charge. This also tested the Gu Immortals' discernment skills. If they bought counterfeit goods, they could only blame their bad luck, as treasure yellow heaven would not be liable for any loss. Fang Yuan wanted to buy Starlight Firefly Gu first. This type of Gu worm emitted pure azure starlight. It was a prerequisite for activating a Stargate. His divine sense searched around and soon found a large group of Starlight Firefly Gu. There were over 1,000. Fang Yuan was familiar with the seller. It was Star Lord Wan Xiang. Star Lord Wan Xiang seemed to be Star Path Gu Immortal. He not only sold Starlight Firefly Gu, but also Star Dart Gu, Stellar Fire Gu, Falling Meteor Gu, Star River Gu and so on. It was obvious that Star Lord Wan Xiang's blessed land produced Star Path Mortal Gu, and he sold these Gu worms to generate revenue. Even Gu Immortals who did not cultivate Star Path would often buy some Star Path Gu worms for refining, researching killer moves or other purposes. Chapter 667, 8 Arm Immortal, Spring Star Rain. How much are you selling this group of Starlight Firefly Gu for? Fang Yuan's divine sense sent over. How may I address you, sir, and how many Starlight Firefly Gu do you need? Although Star Lord Wan Xiang was not around, he left behind a will near his goods. But this will could be seen to have a great appearance. It was dazzling like the stars, extremely appealing to the eyes. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was low. He did not recognize its origins. You can call me 8 Arm Immortal. I want to buy this entire group of Starlight Firefly Gu. Fang Yuan transmitted. Fang Yuan was using his own blessed land to connect to treasure yellow heaven, and he had also changed his divine sense Gu and connecting heaven Gu. Thus Star Lord Wan Xiang did not realize that Fang Yuan was the former Fox Immortal. He thought Fang Yuan was a stranger. But listening to Fang Yuan's tone, he seemed like a big spending customer. Thus Star Lord Wan Xiang's will immediately became enthusiastic. Starlight Firefly Gu is an olden antiquity Gu worm. Now it is almost extinct. My Starlight Firefly Gu are in excellent condition, and I have over 1,200 of them. How about this? I will sell them to you at a price of 4 immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan laughed. You're trying to scam me. Don't think I am unaware of the normal selling price. I was introduced to you by someone, thus I came here. You are not the only one selling Starlight Firefly Gu. there is still Fairy Yao Guang and Di Yuan, I can get the Starlight Firefly Gu from them as well. Fang Yuan had once instructed little Hu Immortal to deal with all three of these Gu Immortals. Not only did he buy over 100,000 Starlight Fireflies, as well as their food, Star Fragment Grass, he also bought the experiences of the three of them in planting Star Fragment Grass. He spent a lot. Star Lord Wan Xiang's was slightly startled. He now knew Fang Yuan was well aware of the market rate. His words changed. He, I was kidding earlier, don't take it seriously, Sir 8-arm Immortal. Fang Yuan interrupted him, saying, I will pay 2 Immortal Essence Stones to buy 1,500 Starlight Firefly Gu. Star Lord Wan Xiang immediately rejected this, saying, Sir, this is simply too low, I cannot sell it at this price. After some bargaining, both of them took a step back. Using 3 Immortal Essence Stones, he obtained 1,200 Starlight Firefly Gu. After buying the Starlight Firefly Gu, he did not leave. Instead he asked, do you sell any Star Path killer moves? Could it be that Sir is also a Star Path Gu Immortal? He, of course I sell them, take a look. I have 3 Star Path killer moves here. Fang Yuan started browsing. The first Star Path killer move was called Dazzling Star Armor. It needed large numbers of Starlight Gu, a few Bane Star Gu, several Star Shield Gu and so on to be activated. This was a defensive killer move. Once used, a full body armor would form on the Gu Immortal's body, shining like starlight. The second killer move was called Spring Star Rain. It needed large numbers of Star Rain Gu, small numbers of Spring Wind Gu, some Star Shoot Gu and others. Once used, it would form a jade-colored rain, drizzling non-stop for 3 days and 3 nights. The rain would be rich like oil. It could provide nutrients to crops and greatly increase productivity. This killer move was used to nurture plants and manage the blessed land. The third was called Spiral Drill Star Spear. Like the name implied, it was an offensive killer move. It needed small numbers of Spiral Bone Spear Gu, several Star River Gu, countless Star Dart Gu, and large numbers of Shooting Star Gu. These killer moves' details were very interesting. The numbers of Gu worms were usually classified into large numbers, several, some, and a few, vague terms like these without actual real numbers. At the same time, the ways to construct these killer moves were also not specified, including the sequences of activating the Gu worms, as well as the relationships between different Gu worms. Only the general statuses of the killer moves were mentioned, like what rank 5 Gu were needed, and what effects the killer moves had. Only after the killer moves were bought would their details be clearly stated. Star Lord Wan Xiang spoke at an appropriate time. Killer move Dazzling Star Armor is sold at half an Immortal Essence Stone. Spring Star Rain was created by my main body personally. Only a few Gu Immortals have bought it now, thus the value is slightly higher at 1.5 Immortal Essence Stones. Spiral Drill Star Spear costs 1 Immortal Essence Stone. Killer moves were priced according to their rarity, flaws, strength and power, backlash, whether they can be easily countered, and the conditions of the Gu worms that compose the killer move. But they had one common point: they were usually not cheap. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, ordinary mortal killer moves were priced higher than mortal Gu recipes of the same rank. But at rank 6 and above, the price of immortal killer moves were far less than immortal Gu recipes. Dazzling Star Armor. Fang Yuan knew this killer move even though he was not a Star Path Gu Immortal. It was extremely common. Half an Immortal Essence Stone was too expensive. Fang Yuan had planned to buy a Star Path offensive killer move. He remembered a mortal killer move called Icy Stardust. This killer move had a wide range. The Star Path Gu worms that were used in it were common, and it was also very effective in dealing with enemies. The Stardust had defense-piercing ability, and even if it could not break the defense, it would stick to enemies and emit frost energy that would slow them down. As for Star Lord Wan Xiang's Spiral Drill Star Spear, Fang Yuan had not heard of it. This meant that this offensive killer move's value was not high. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, during the chaotic 5 Regions War, the war ruined old and inefficient systems, causing the birth of many new inventions. Fang Yuan did not remember Spiral Drill Star Spear. That meant it was not outstanding, it had been out of use since long ago back then. A killer move that was out of use definitely had many weaknesses. But the Spring Star Rain killer move made Fang Yuan's eyes shine. This was a surprising find. Fang Yuan thought of the star fragment grass. It was the food of the starlight fireflies, as well as their home. The stronger and larger the starlight fireflies, the more starlight firefly goo could emerge from them. Fang Yuan's desire towards starlight firefly goo was going to persist for a long time. He needed this killer move. Fang Yuan looked over this Spring Star Rain killer move another 2 times. He noticed a problem. The goo worms that made up this Spring Star Rain had one star path goo worm called Star Shoot Goo. It was a consumable goo. Fang Yuan had never heard of this goo. This was the first time he had heard of it. Fang Yuan thought about it and realized, this was Star Lord Wanxiang's ploy. After Gu Immortals bought the killer move, Spring Star Rain, every time they wanted to use it, they would need to expend Star Shoot Goo. Meanwhile, only Star Lord Wanxiang sold this Star Shoot Goo. Star Lord Wanxiang wanted to turn this one-time killer move purchase into a continuous trade. Fang Yuan probed and asked, I will offer 2 Immortal Essence Stones for your Spring Star Rain killer move and the Star Shoot Goo's recipe. Star Shoot Goo was only rank 3, such Immortal Gu recipe was not worth half an Immortal Essence Stone. This price was extremely high. But as expected, Star Lord Wanxiang rejected him without hesitation. His explanation was that this Star Shoot Goo was naturally formed in his blessed land, there was no recipe. This was a really good excuse. Some blessed lands, if managed well, due to the peculiarity of the environment, would give birth to new goo. Not only can Gu Immortals refine and create new goo worms, nature could do the same. Fang Yuan knew that this was very likely to be an excuse, but he could not request to enter Star Lord Wanxiang's blessed land to check. The blessed land was the Gu Immortals' headquarters. It involved their most private matters. Only if they had a really good relationship and trusted each other deeply would they invite another Gu Immortal into the blessed land. Fang Yuan saw that Star Lord Wanxiang was unwilling, thus he suggested, alright, I will pay 2 Immortal Essence Stones to buy Spring Star Rain and Dazzling Star Armor, these 2 killer moves along with some Star Shoot Goo. I want enough Star Shoot Goo to activate Spring Star Rain 10 times. Star Lord Wanxiang heard this and shook his head. The expenditure of Star Shoot Goo for 6 uses of the killer move would be worth half an Immortal Essence Stone. Sir is only offering 2 Immortal Essence Stones, yet I have to provide Dazzling Star Armor as well. This is a loss for me, I will not do it. Fang Yuan snickered, Star Shoot Goo is only a rank 3 mortal goo, each activation only uses about 500 at most. Activating the killer move 6 times would consume 3 to 4,000 of them. You are selling that for half an Immortal Essence Stone? Sir might not know, Star Shoot Goo is naturally created in my blessed land, its production is very slow. It cannot be bought outside because it is a unique product of my myriad star blessed land. Star Lord Wanxiang was very courteous, but his underlying meaning was, buy it if you want to, but if you do not buy it, you will not find it elsewhere. He had the confidence of dominating the market of this goo. Fang Yuan laughed, continuing to bargain, while the other party refused to relent. During this process, he realized that in the other party's mind, Dazzling Star Armor's value was still very high. It seems that before the War of the 5 Regions, Dazzling Star Armor had not been spread by the respective forces, thus this killer move's value is still very high. War was a very efficient method of interaction. Especially in this world. During peacetime, primeval stones, Immortal Essence Stones, all these had great value and could not become widely used currency, the economy could not prosper. But during times of war, battle merits, sect contribution points, all these replaced primeval stones and Immortal Essence Stones as currency. They pushed for the development of all aspects of the economy. After realizing this, Fang Yuan stopped being forceful. He used 2 Immortal Essence Stones to buy Spring Star Rain and enough Star Shoot Goo to activate the killer move 10 times. After completing this transaction, Fang Yuan continued to search in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He found out that in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Gu Immortals had increased air bubble fish's price up to at least 10 times that of before. Fang Yuan investigated for a bit and realized that the situation was the same as in his memories. During the end of last year, 2 Gu Immortals had fought above Air Bubble Sea, causing intense poison to spread in the sea. turning it into a death zone. Rare goods were more expensive, with the production of air bubble fish falling drastically, the price naturally shot up. The 5 regions have regional walls that isolate one another. This causes them to have their own independent events, and they barely influence one another. Since rebirth, I have affected southern border, northern plains, and central continent. Among them, northern plains' influence was the largest. It is now a huge mess. Second was central continent, followed by southern border. After all, what I changed in southern border were only events at the mortal level. As for western desert and eastern sea, they are still the same. Using spring-autumn cicada, Fang Yuan learned about the inertia of the river of time as well as the butterfly effect. This sort of lack of change and change interweaved together. It was evident that Feng Yuan's understanding towards this world's law of time was becoming deeper. As for air bubble fish, Feng Yuan remembered that during the 5 regions war, this fish group would be extremely popular among Gu immortals. The price would be even higher than now. That was because an air bubble fish group could boost the rate of mortal Gu appearing in insect groups. Chapter 668, Little Immortal Xing Luo. During peacetime, Gu immortals raised Gu. Their demand to purchase large quantities of mortal Gu was not high. Purchasing was a secondary option. In most cases, the primary method was the Blessed Land's own production. The time flow was different in Blessed Lands compared to the outside world. One day in the outside world was many days inside the Blessed Land. 1 year outside would mean many years in a Blessed Land, while each year, there would be a certain output harvested. Gu immortals would normally not choose air bubble fish, because the price was too high. They would rather simply wait for some time. But during wartime, when Gu immortals frequently fought against each other, they would avoid using their immortal Gu trump cards often. Mortal Gu would be the common method of attacking, and their expenditure would be huge. Thus, air bubble fish became a sought-after commodity among all Gu immortals during the 5 regions war. In fact, Fang Yuan had once bought air bubble fish to increase the production of his starlight firefly Gu. But unfortunately, towards the end of his Northern Plains trip, he lacked money, thus he had to sell almost all of his wolf group, fox group, and large numbers of air bubble fish and hairy men. Fang Yuan had a chance to profit from air bubble fish, but life was full of unexpected changes. Because he sold them too soon, he made a loss instead. Right now in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there were very few air bubble fish. I still have to buy air bubble fish, but not now. In a few years, air bubble sea would be repaired, and the price of air bubble fish will be lower. By then, I will invest some immortal essence stones and buy a huge group of them. Maybe I should breed these air bubble fish in large numbers, so that during the 5 regions war, I can make a huge profit. Fang Yuan had just bought over 1,000 starlight firefly Gu. They could last him for a long time. He was not in need of air bubble fish to boost their production. Are you little immortal Xing Luo? A moment later, Fang Yuan found his target. Coincidentally, his target was also looking at yellow treasure heaven. That would be me. Senior, what would you like to buy? The price is negotiable. Little immortal Xing Luo's divine sense transmitted. It was quite enthusiastic, even as much as having a tone of flattery. Fang Yuan looked. The goods she was selling were not only small in quantity, they were very common. Almost nobody would pay attention to her. She was evidently quite poor. She was indeed a Gu immortal, but not all Gu immortals were wealthy. Battle, refining Gu, research, undergoing tribulation, all these would greatly expend the Gu immortal's foundation and wealth. Fang Yuan knew from his memories, this little immortal Xing Luo was a lone cultivator, a newly advanced female Gu immortal with weak foundations. She was at the toughest part of her career in starting her trading. Little immortal Xing Luo was a huge figure in the mortal realm. She would be revered and respected by mortals. But in Treasure Yellow Heaven, among the many Gu immortals, she was not outstanding at all. But who would know, during the 5 regions war, this little immortal Xing Luo would starting shining brightly, using her killer move Icy Stardust to quickly accumulate wealth from battle, becoming quite the famous figure later on. Fang Yuan sighed and admired the mystical powers of time and destiny. According to the prophecy of the three venerables, the Five Regions War was the start of the Great Era, when this generation's great dream Immortal Venerable would be born. The Great Era where each rank 9 Gu Immortal was born had a common point, that was during the chaotic battles, large numbers of new Gu Immortals would rise up. The new replaces the old, the waves of an era would cause brilliantly shining ripples. Among paths, forces, individuals, they would collide and interact, causing the way of Gu to develop at a rapid pace. It would be an era of change. Fang Yuan was one of them. He started off with Blood Path, becoming a central continent Gu Immortal. But unfortunately, he had only experienced the first half of this new era before he had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to self-detonate. Do you sell killer moves? Putting his mood aside, Fang Yuan asked Little Immortal Xing Luo. I have one killer move here. Little Immortal Xing Luo was a bit embarrassed. This is an Ice Path killer move that I obtained coincidentally. It is called Icy Yarn. Its price is half an Immortal Essence Stone. This is the lowest price for a rank 5 killer move. Her last sentence showed her fear of Fang Yuan suppressing the price. Fang Yuan took a look at the content, humming in discontent. This Icy Yarn killer move needs so many rank 5 Gu, and the defense is a wide-range defensive effect. To use large numbers of rank 5 Gu at once, the user had to be a Gu Immortal. Mortals have limited primeval essence and could not do that in most cases. A wide area defense meant that the defensive strength would be lower than a single target defensive killer move. Meanwhile, Gu Immortals often fought alone, unless they were Enslavement Path Gu Immortals. But Enslavement Path Gu Immortals had their own Enslavement Path defensive methods. Why would they choose an Ice Path killer move? Little Immortal Xing Luo laughed bitterly in her heart. Fang Yuan hit the nail on the head. Because of these reasons, the killer move Icy Yarn was not easy to sell. But Little Immortal Xing Luo had no choice. She had limited goods in her possession, and she was a lone cultivator. She needed huge amounts of resources to kickstart her cultivation. Although she became a Gu Immortal, she was left penniless after the tribulation. Most of her Gu worms were destroyed. She had made an elaborate development plan. She wanted to plant a vast number of shiver trees in her blessed land. Her blessed land's environment was very suitable to grow shiver trees, but she lacked the most crucial startup fund. She had billions of primeval stones in her possession, but not a single Immortal Essence Stone. The sellers of shiver tree seeds numbered in only a few people. Most of them wanted specific items for trade, or Immortal Essence Stones. They had no need for the stuff that Little Immortal Xing Luo had. Hearing Fang Yuan say that, Little Immortal Xing Luo's heart lost all hope. After the last few months, she had gotten used to disappointment. But the next moment, Fang Yuan said, I am researching Star Path killer moves recently. I am a little interested in this Icy Yarn killer move. But half an Immortal Essence Stone is too expensive. If you have any innovative small killer move, add it in and I might buy this for half an Immortal Essence Stone. Innovative small killer move? Little Immortal Xing Luo's hopes were reignited. She thought about her own Star Path killer move, 6-9 Stardust. 6-9 Stardust was her personal creation. It used 6 rank 3 Gu and 9 rank 4 Gu, but could unleash the attack power of a rank 5 Gu. She had once been extremely proud of it, but soon her horizons broadened, and she understood that there was a mountain above a mountain, a man above another man. She became more modest. Little Immortal Xing Luo only hesitated for a moment. Her desire towards Immortal Essence Stones had won her over. Junior has a small killer move, but I'm afraid it might be useless to Senior, she said carefully. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, but his tone was still very calm. Oh. Tell me about it. After seeing the 6-9 Stardust killer move, Fang Yuan held in his joy and evaluated. This killer move is barely acceptable. Who knows, it might bring me some inspiration. Well, since my mood is great today, I'll take care of a newbie like you. Ha ha ha, this is half an Immortal Essence Stone. I finally have half a piece, I'm just half short. Little Immortal Xing Luo was overjoyed. When they parted, her tone was full of well wishes for Fang Yuan. Afterwards, Fang Yuan spent another 2 Immortal Essence Stones, buying large amounts of Gu refinement material and mortal Gu worms. After spending another 2 stones, he bought a group of elderly hairy men. Hairy men were almost always the most expensive among slaves. These hairy men, although they were old and would die in a few years, were very experienced in Gu refinement. Fang Yuan had intended to refine a few sets of Stargate Gu, but this Gu's success rate was very low. Back then, even though Hei Lou Lan's spirit refined it himself, he still failed many times. If Fang Yuan tried, it would waste a huge amount of his time. He was going to let these old hairy men refine it for him. Central Continent, Immortal Crane Sect, Hu Blessed Land. Fang Xing had a solemn expression as he stepped into the tunnel. The tunnel was huge and wide. Every 100 steps, there would be an elite rockman guard. The defense was like an iron fortress. These rockmen were all trained by the Blessed Land's owner. All of them had at least rank 4 battle strength and were skilled in Earth Path Gu worms. Every 1,000 steps, there would be a huge rockman. His size would be at least 3 times that of a normal rockman. Even in such a wide tunnel, they could only squat down on the ground. But rockmen were born to dig tunnels and live underground. These rockmen did not feel any discomfort. Every time Fang Xing walked in this tunnel, he would feel apprehensive. Especially when he could feel the rank 5 Gu Master aura permeating from these huge rockmen. Our Immortal Crane Sect's strength is simply too great. If these rank 5 rockmen were all brought outside, I'm afraid all the other sects would be shocked. While he passed a huge rockman, Fang Xing muttered to the spirit incubating flea. Lord Sky Crane, who was inside the spirit incubating flea, said, "Not really. Which sect would not have their trump cards and foundation? Especially the other 9 great ancient sects, they are no weaker than us. But the current owner of Hu Blessed Land is the 3rd supreme elder of our sect, Lord Tiger Demon. The rockman slaves that he nurtures are the best in Central Continent. Even in Treasure Yellow Heaven he has huge influence. His wealth and abilities are not something us mortals can begin to imagine." Fang Xing's heart had a longing feeling. What sort of realm is Gu Immortal? They can actually rear so many rockmen. This is truly amazing. Lord Skycrane replied, "Each Gu Immortal is an elite of the elites, an absolute genius, a dragon among men. They all have great opportunities and chance encounters. They have all cultivated step by step from immortal identity. Fang Xing, you are rank 5 now. Maybe one day, you will become a Gu Immortal." Fang Xing shook his head continuously. "Master, I know my limits. My rank 5 cultivation was mostly due to the sect's relic Gu. The sect is nurturing me with all its effort, using the resources on me. My rank 5 cultivation cannot compare to you, Master, who cultivated step by step. But now, I think that rank 5 is not something rare. Look at this tunnel, there are at least 30 huge rockmen. Fang Xing, it is good that you feel indebted to Immortal Crane Sect's generosity towards nurturing you. But do not put yourself down. Man is the spirit of all beings. Although variant humans call themselves humans, these rockmen might look strong and brave, but in one-on-one battles, they are unable to compare to the rank 5 Gu Masters in our sect. What they specialize in are group battles." Lord Skycrane laughed. "Is that so?" Lord Skycrane said, "These rockmen are very stupid. It was because they encountered a rich master that they could have such accomplishments. Do you think these rockmen can compare to the elders in our sect? If I was still alive, I could deal with more than 10 of them at once." "Alright, we are at the blood pool." Fang Xing heard the words blood pool and his muscles contracted involuntarily. He pushed the door in front of him, entering a cave. Chapter 669, Feng Yang Scheme. This cave was as large as a plaza. Blood-colored light filled the cave along with a dense bloody odor. In the center of the cave, a round hole had been dug out, inside of which blood gurgled and emitted hot air. Fang Xing took a deep breath before taking off his clothes in a familiar fashion. When naked he then entered the blood pool, immediately taking large gaping breaths due to the scalding blood. He soon adapted to the temperature of the blood and stood still at the center of the blood pool. The blood pool reached up to his waist, revealing his chest and most of his arms. Begin. Do it one by one, don't be anxious. First is Iron Blood Gu. Lord Skycrane reminded. Feng Yang slowly closed his eyes and activated Iron Blood Gu as instructed. Immediately, the Gu worm's power started transforming his blood. His red blood began to darken and become denser, the blood flow also became extremely slow. As a result, Feng Yang's fair skin also darkened. Maintain Iron Blood Gu, activate Blood Blade Gu. Lord Skycrane said again. Feng Yang activated Blood Blade Gu, his body shuddered, his skin burst open forming over 100 wounds from which large numbers of blood blades shot out, they were all pitch black iron blood blades. Shortly afterwards, blood like molten iron slowly flowed out of the wounds. Feng Yang had a cold expression, he did not feel any pain, instead, intense pleasure attacked his mind. This was the effect of Iron Blood Gu, it could turn pain to pleasure and help the Gu master to adapt to battles, even a weak Gu master could turn into a warrior addicted to battle. This was one of the achievements of Immortal Crane sect from years of researching blood path. This blood slowly flowed into the bright red blood pool, dyeing the nearby area around Feng Yang black. It is the crucial step now, use Blood Merge Gu. Lord Skycrane reminded. Feng Yang gritted his teeth as he activated Blood Merge Gu. Immediately, under the effect of the Gu worm, the more than 100 wounds on his body burst out with an intense suction force. The surrounding blood was being absorbed without pause. Ah! Feng Yang groaned softly, the intense pain had turned into intense pleasure. He gritted his teeth hard, his body trembling non-stop. As large amounts of blood were absorbed, his body inflated, turning into an abnormal fatty. His body was over 3 times the size of his original self. His skin burst open and the thick, snake-like veins twisted around in his body. The elegant and handsome young master had transformed into a nauseating, ugly monster. Don't forget your goal, you need to resist this pleasure. Feng Yang, activate Failed Blood Demon Flower Gu. Lord Skycrane was monitoring Feng Yang's situation and hurriedly reminded him. The words Failed Blood Demon Flower Gu shook Feng Yang's mind and he was barely able to get past the intense pleasure, gasping as he activated Failed Blood Demon Flower Gu. Feng Yang tightly clenched his fists, a large amount of blood in his body was rapidly being corrupted. Under the effect of the Gu worm, vines started growing out of his blood. These thin vines pierced Feng Yang's skin and soon coiled around his body. Flower buds started growing out of the vines and quickly blossomed, turning into pretty blue flowers resembling chrysanthemums. Erg! Feng Yang tightly gritted his teeth, groaning softly in pain. His face was pale, his whole body was like soil with many demonic flowers growing forcibly on him. This intense pain was 10 times more terrifying than a woman giving birth. Even Iron Blood Gu's effect was not able to resist this kind of pain. Feng Yang almost shattered his white teeth from the pain. His face turned pale white and blue veins popped up on his forehead, making him look malevolent and terrifying. Your blood is boiling, your organs and your body will be burned by your own blood if this goes on. Use Cold Blood Gu quickly. Lord Skycrane reminded nervously. Feng Yang activated Cold Blood Gu with great difficulty. His blood quickly cooled down till he was shivering from the cold, he was finally out of the deadly crisis. That will do, demon flowers will greatly increase the effects of your blood path Gu worms. You are just a step away from success, use Blood Sense Gu. Lord Skycrane said with a hurried tone. Blood Sense. Feng Yang lowered his head, his gaze had turned blurry from the pain. From the many drills he had done before, he was finally able to persist and activate this blood path investigative Gu worm. Several breaths later, Feng Yang spoke, I can sense, underground, southeast, distance is 5,000 to 6,000 steps. Great, you did it again. You are on the verge of success, it is the final step, use Blood Scar Gu to mark the position. Arg! Feng Yang started to shout unconsciously at this time. His gaze was completely blurry, the weakness caused his body to be on the verge of collapse. He exerted all his strength to extract all the potential he had to activate Blood-Scar Gu. He was delirious. There was still enough primeval essence in his rank 5 aperture, but he could only mobilize a small portion. The primeval essence was like a small creek flowing slowly into Blood-Scar Gu. However, Blood-Scar Gu had extremely large demand for primeval essence. Feng Yang could only persist for 8 breaths of time before he finally collapsed, falling down into the blood pool, unconscious. An incense burner was letting out wisps of smoke. This quiet room had no windows and was extremely dim. Feng Yang was wearing a white robe with a black belt, sitting on a meditation mat with wide sleeves. He looked young and mild like jade. His dark green brows were sharp and long, reaching up to his waist. At this moment, his serene and deep eyes were staring at the spirit incubating flea in front of him. The spirit incubating flea was floating in the air, and Lord Skycrane's soul was reporting the results of Feng Yang's training. Feng Yang said with a dissatisfied tone, "Sure enough, despite letting him live in Fu Hu Blessed for 8 years and also giving him many relic Gu to become a rank 5 Gu master in a short period of time, he still can't achieve a simple thing like simultaneously activating 6 to 7 Gu worms." Lord Skycrane considered his words before speaking. Feng Yang is young, he is still lacking in the basics of multitasking. But this subordinate feels he is a very hard worker and he has made large progress rapidly. Recalling the first attempt, he only lasted a breath of time after activating Blood Merge Gu before he fainted. Therefore I added Iron Blood Gu. The result was that in the second try, the pleasure was too much for him, the blood flowed out wantonly till he fainted. He lasted for 3 breaths of time. Feng Yang interrupted Lord Skycrane in displeasure. Lord Skycrane quickly said, "Lord Supreme Elder, truthfully speaking, even this subordinate would find it hard to multitask under such intense pain and pleasure." Feng Yang is not far from success. He was able to persist for 8 breaths of time this time. One needs to last for 10 breaths of time to activate Blood-Scar Gu successfully. And he is only lacking the last 2 breaths of time. As long as we can train a few more times and allow a little more time, we can. Enough. How much more? You still want to train more? Time, just hear yourself. How much time has been wasted in your plan? How long? Years. There is still no improvement. Danghun Mountain is still not in our hands. Don't you know how many dissatisfied voices are there in the sect? How many disciples are requesting the higher-ups to open the exchange of guts Gu? Subordinate is incompetent and even implicated Lord Supreme Elder. I have committed a heinous sin. Lord Skycrane begged for mercy when he saw Feng Yang become furious. Feng Yang took some deep breaths before waving his sleeve. "Leave now. There is only a month before the sect convention. Before I go to the sect convention, I want to hear the good news of your training succeeding, and that we can start our plan to capture Hu Immortal Blessed Land." "But Lord, a month is too short. Feng Yang will not be able to endure excessive training. We can nurse his physical health with Gu worms, but the intense pleasure and pain will injure the soul and can even cause his soul to shatter." Lord Skycrane inquired. Feng Yang chuckled. "Isn't the collapse of his soul exactly what you want to see? Thus, you can seize his body and resurrect. Wasn't this your initial plan?" His smile turned gentler as he said this. This Feng Yang has only gone on a crash course to reach rank 5 Gu master. His nature is still childish. He is insufficiently tempered. How could he compare to you, Lord Skycrane? After we use him to seize Hu Immortal Blessed Land, you can return. Sigh, since Susan and Zhou Wu were killed by that demon Song Zi Xing, there are fewer and fewer capable subordinates like you at my side. The gentler Feng Yang's tone became, the colder Lord Skycrane felt in his heart. He replied in a grateful tone, "Receiving such importance from Lord Supreme Elder, this subordinate will definitely repay Lord's kindness greatly and offer my life in sacrifice." "Good, take your leave now." Feng Yang waved for Lord Skycrane to leave. The quiet room now only had Feng Yang. His smile gradually disappeared before being replaced by a grave expression, his gaze somewhat tense. After Fang Yuan seized Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had been in charge of this matter and now a year had passed. The sect's pressure on him was growing larger day by day. Especially his enemy in the sect, Hu Immortal Lei Tan, who had publicly ridiculed his incompetence several times. The sect convention a month later was a tough barrier. If Feng Yang could not show any progress, it would be very difficult to cross this barrier. He could almost hear Lei Tan's mockery echoing throughout the convention. But it won't be long. As long as this plan succeeds, I can shut the mouths of all those petty people like Lei Tan. I would have the greatest contribution to the sect over these last years. In the attack against Hu Immortal Blessed Land, I will personally make a move. Moreover, I have invited Fairy Xingyu and Old Lord Feng Yang. Fairy Xingyu has similar battle strength to me, and has at least 3 mortal killer moves. While Old Lord Feng Yang is a rank 7 Gu Immortal with an offensive Immortal Gu. The only problem is that the land spirit can prohibit the use of all mortal Gu. I don't have any Immortal Gu to use, so I might not be able to do much. The only method is to consume green grape immortal essence. Fortunately, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was originally barren and not managed properly. How much green grape immortal essence could it have accumulated? I don't believe Fang Yuan can exhaust our 3 Gu Immortals' combined strength. As long as Hu Immortal's immortal essence is consumed, the land spirit will be powerless and won't be able to restrict mortal Gu. At that time, Feng Yang mumbled to himself, gradually calming his tensed mind. At the same time, in an underground cave in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan slowly stepped out of the wisdom light halo, a satisfied smile on his face. Just now, he had successfully deduced the killer move, Icy Stardust. Chapter 670, Icy Drill Stardust. The starlight firefly Gu were like a swarm of bees, flying in the air, giving off blue starlight. The starlight was being drawn in by an invisible force, gathering into a stargate. This was a huge circular door. It was made up of starlight, it shined like an illusion, it was like a scene within a dream. As time passed, the starlight firefly Gu continued to dwindle in numbers, as the dead starlight firefly Gu fell to the ground from midair. One leg stepped out of the stargate into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Next, the entire person walked out of the stargate. It was an old man. He had white hair and deep wrinkles, his eyes were tired but bright. It was Tai Baiyun Xing who had returned from Langya Blessed Land. I am back again. Tai Baiyun Xing was covered in dust. He looked at the scenery in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, sighing to himself. Although he had not lived here for a long time, he felt that this was his home. He had a sense of belonging to this place. At this time, Fang Yuan flew over from the sky. Ha ha ha, old Baiyu came back at a good time. Come, see the killer move that I just deduced. Tai Baiyun Xing saw this familiar figure and laughed heartily. Oh, is that so? I bought a cloud path defensive killer move from the Inkman King. Why don't we fellow disciples have a friendly match? Saying this, he flew into the air. Fang Yuan heard this and raised his eyebrows. He stretched out one of his right arms, with his palm facing the sky, and his finger straight. A lump of starlight soon began to form in his palm. Oh? Is your killer move a star path killer move? Tai Baiyun Xing saw this starlight lump and was shocked. He flew into the sky, as a ring of white clouds appeared around him. Tai Baiyun Xing was at the center of these white clouds. The clouds were like a huge belt, moving around along with Tai Baiyun Xing. Fang Yuan slowly moved his fingers, grabbing the starlight lightly in his hands. Old Bai, get ready to take this. He growled, as he flicked a finger. A speck of starlight shot out like lightning. The starlight speck size was small, but extremely fast. It flew in the air, shooting towards Tai Baiyun Xing. Decent speed. Tai Baiyun Xing evaluated. From such a long distance, with him completely focused, he had a chance to dodge it. But because they were exchanging blows, he wanted to test his own cloud path killer move, thus he stood still and took the starlight head-on. When the starlight got close to Tai Baiyun Xing, the white cloud ring suddenly rotated, at an extremely fast pace. The cloud ring blocked the starlight for him. Tai Baiyun Xing stopped the cloud ring. he gazed with rapt attention, only to see that at the area where the cloud ring had blocked the starlight, it had turned blue, and frost energy was oozing, creating a layer of frost. In response, he said laughingly to Feng Yuan, "It seems this killer move that you deduced isn't too amazing. You have to know, my killer move has not been fully activated yet." The corners of Feng Yuan's mouth opened, showing his sharp, uneven teeth. "Neither has mine, take this." He flicked his fingers, as countless specks of starlight were shot out instantly. Tai Yunxing was still at the same spot, but the cloud ring around him was rotating faster and faster. It was almost like a white ball had formed around him. Feng Yuan's specks of starlight were blocked by the cloud ring completely. Feng Yuan did not stop attacking, he showed an interested gaze. The pure white cloud ring was gradually turning blue from the starlight, and its speed was getting slower. "Your killer move has a great freezing effect, it can slow your enemies." Tai Yunxing evaluated, "My killer move also has another effect." Saying this, he continuing activating his killer move. The cloud ring that had almost been frozen into a blue ice statue exploded. With a loud bang, the blue frost turned into vapor as it spread towards the surroundings. Tai Yunxing showed joy, praising himself, "My cloud ring can store the attacks of enemies. When it reaches its limits or when I activate the following effect of my killer move, I can make the cloud ring explode, to let my enemies face their own attacks. Junior brother, it seems my killer move is stronger than the one you deduced." Feng Yuan snickered, "Old bye, it is still too early to say that." Saying so, he flicked his wrist, and threw the entire starlight lump towards Tai Yunxing. Tai Yunxing's heart shuddered, he quickly activated his killer move, and 5 cloud rings formed around him. With him as the center, the cloud rings expanded out with varying sizes. The cloud rings were like 5 concentric circles surrounding him, protecting him in the center. The starlight lump came attacking, but the 5 cloud rings rotated rapidly, their afterimages produced an illusory white ball. Tai Yunxing laughed loudly, he was in the middle and felt extremely safe. But right at this moment, the starlight lump exploded. Ding ding ding, dang dang dang. Large amounts of starlight specks flew everywhere, colliding into one another. The explosion covered Tai Yunxing's entire body, as frost energy burst out. The force of this explosion far surpasses the force of the individual starlight specks added together. Tai Yunxing's expression changed, the 5 cloud rings had turned blue, and their speed fell. Again. Feng Yuan raised his 8 arms, with his monstrous arms simultaneously grabbing at the air like claws. The next moment, lumps of starlight formed in his palms. Tai Yunxing saw this and his pupils shrunk. He did not dare to be overconfident. He quickly activated his Gu worms and rapidly rotated the rings. Feng Yuan stood on the spot, his 8 arms fired shots consecutively. The starlight lumps flew like a meteor, bombing in the direction of Tai Yunxing. Bam bam bam. The explosions were right next to his ears. Tai Yunxing's appearance turned pathetic as he dodged around. The 5 cloud rings had reached their limits, they self-detonated one by one, while the force of the detonation allowed him to regain his momentum. Tai Yunxing quickly replenished the 5 cloud rings, as Feng Yuan continued to unleash his explosions, but he managed to maintain his defense. Enough. Feng Yuan suddenly stopped. Tai Yunxing breathed roughly, he slowly flew towards Feng Yuan. "What is the name of this killer move? What % of its full power did you use?" Feng Yuan replied without any shame, "I named this icy drill Stardust, this is my unique creation. When I activate it fully, I can unleash a water vat-sized starlight lump up to 6 times, but the bigger the lump, the slower the speed of movement. Because the more stardust there is inside, the more they collide, and the energy used up would reduce their speed. That is to say, you did not even use 50% of the killer move's power. How is your killer move so strong? Although it cannot compare to an immortal killer move, the power is already far superior to most mortal killer moves." Tai Yunxing gasped. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. "When I was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, I found an inheritance. It came from a famous poet of Northern Plains, Do Minjun. He was creative and created a brand new Star Gu. This Star Gu can increase the attack power of Star Path Gu worms. it is like the weakened version of Amplify Effect Gu. When I deduced this killer move, I fused this Gu into it, thus the power was this great. This was the true reason why Feng Yuan chose a star path attack method. Tai Bai Yunxing realized at once, so that is it. I knew it, my defensive killer move is called 9 Cloud Ring. When activated at full force, 9 cloud rings can exist at once. Not only is the defense incredible, it can be replenished at any time, and can even return the attacks of enemies back to them. This cost me 2 whole Immortal Essence Stones. Fang Yuan nodded, your killer move is definitely worth the price. In fact, this will be priced at 2.5 Immortal Essence Stones in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Inkman King is giving you a favor. Tai Bai Yunxing laughed, I understand this clearly, he was considering my landscape as before Immortal Gu. He is also a Gu Immortal, he needs to undergo tribulations and calamities, when his blessed land suffers damage, he would need to ask me to repair it. Landscape as before Gu is my way to earn a fortune from now on. Old Bai, when your business expands in the future, I am sure many Gu Immortals will come to you for help. Come, let's talk while flying. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing slowly flew towards Danghun Mountain. Tai Bai Yunxing looked back, only to see that on the battlefield earlier, there were still dozens of blue star clouds. The insides of these clouds were still emitting a cracking noise, it came from the collision of starlight specks. As the frost energy spread around the star clouds, their color faded with time. Junior brother, you are incredible. This icy drill Stardust is worth at least 4 Immortal Essence Stones if you sell it in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed. If not for Wisdom Gu, how would I have endless inspiration? Fang Yuan replied plainly. Actually, with just Wisdom Gu, if he did not have little Immortal Xing Luo's Ice Path killer move, Icy Yarn, and her smaller killer move, 6-9 Stardust, he would not be able to deduce the killer move Icy Drill Stardust. When little Immortal Xing Luo started rising up, she was extremely poor, using the opportunity of the 5 Regions War, she used her self-created Icy Stardust killer move to accumulate her wealth, finally gaining prominence and becoming a relatively famous character. Fang Yuan's intention was to make an attempt at buying the former version of Icy Stardust from her. When he saw Icy Yarn and 6-9 Stardust, he guessed that these 2 killer moves were the foundation of little Immortal Xing Luo's new self-created killer move. After he spent half an Immortal Essence Stone to buy it, he rushed towards Wisdom Gu and used the light of wisdom to make deductions. Wisdom Gu's halo brought him unlimited inspiration, and Fang Yuan was a person who had been reborn, he had seen the power of Icy Stardust with his own eyes, this gave him the proper direction, avoiding the need to deduce blindly. Eventually, he combined Do Min Jun's inheritance within, deducing the killer move Icy Drill Stardust. This killer move was different from Icy Stardust, it had a smaller range but much greater power. One could say that using the inheritance of Do Min Jun, he had already slightly surpassed Icy Stardust. Rank 9 Wisdom Gu is truly phenomenal. I simply cannot imagine the effect when it is used fully. Honestly, I am a little envious of you. After becoming a zombie, you could receive such benefits. Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Fang Yuan with admiration. Fang Yuan shook his head, there are a lot of flaws by becoming a zombie. Firstly, I have to thank Red Lotus Demon Venerable, next, I could reach this step because of coincidences and lucky opportunities. If not for the peculiar situation back then, allowing me to reach an arrangement with Wisdom Gu, how could I utilize the light of wisdom? That's right, if not for Red Lotus Demon Venerable breaking Fate Gu, after we die, our souls would be sucked into the door of life and death, slumbering in the death domain for all eternity. How would anyone be able to remain in the world, to become a zombie? Tai Bai Yunxing sighed deeply. Alright, before I left, I urged you to indirectly ask about the details of Luck Path from Hei Lou Lan Spirit. Now that you've returned, what information did you obtain? Fang Yuan asked. Ever since he learned that long-hair ancestor had discussed about Tao with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable for 7 days and 7 nights, this idea emerged in him. Hei Lou Lan Spirit was far easier to deal with than Mo Yao's will. But Tai Bai Yunxing shook his head, he showed a strange smile. After I repaired a few rivers, I was chased out by Hei Lou Lan Spirit in a hurry. He has to eat his medicine grinder chips, he is very busy. Eat his medicine grinder chips? Chapter 671, Sealing Spring Autumn Cicada. Half a month later, Fang Yuan went to Langya Blessed Land again. Clouds and mists filled his vision. It was a scene of white. Among the turbulent sea of clouds, the 12 cloud buildings were motionless. Many large rivers resembling dragons were flowing above the cloud soil. After Tai Baiyunxing's restoration, Langya Blessed Land had returned to its former state. Fang Yuan was brought into a cloud building, meeting Langya Land Spirit. Langya Land Spirit still had layers of Chi Path seals. But there were originally 18 layers of seals. Under the Inkman King's help, 3 layers were removed, only 15 were left. Inkman King stood beside Langya Land Spirit. He did not dare to act arrogantly in front of Fang Yuan. He initiated greetings. Sir Fang Yuan, how have you been? Fang Yuan smiled at him. His protruding fangs made his smile look very scary. He turned to look at Langya Land Spirit, tossing a rank 4 East Window Gu towards him. Look. The East Window Gu was floating silently before Langya Land Spirit. Langya Land Spirit could not stretch out his arms, but Fang Yuan lent him the East Window Gu so his consciousness could enter it. After checking the contents, he nodded in satisfaction, praising, not bad, quite impressive. You completely deduced these 3 Immortal Gu recipes. Incredible, this thought process is spectacular. Land Spirit, I did not come here personally to listen to your rubbish. Fang Yuan interrupted Langya Land Spirit rudely, pointing out his intentions. Langya Land Spirit was not stupid. He willed and summoned 30 Immortal Essence Stones. This is your remuneration. Fang Yuan took these Immortal Essence Stones and placed them in his Immortal Aperture. His earnings this time was not as much as previously. That was because deducing these Immortal Gu recipes had costed him 6 beads of green grape Immortal Essence. If not for the Stargate which had already been built, he would have to waste another 2 green grape Immortal Essence beads, raising his cost to 8. Even though these Immortal Gu recipes were also remnant recipes with at least 90% completion rate, each of them needed in-depth analysis. Some Immortal Gu recipes were very hard to deduce. There were hurdles one after another. The longer he had to think, he would expend more wills. But even so, the profits were still immense. Inkman King watched with an envious gaze as the two finished their transaction, before smiling. Sir Fang Yuan, actually, each transaction need not be done using Immortal Essence Stones, right? Over here in Langya Blessed Land, there are many valuable goods that cannot be found in Treasure Yellow Heaven. We can trade using them. To speak the truth, my Inkman city also has some precious goods that Sir might be interested in. Not long ago, your senior brother, Tai Baiyunxing, had bought a killer move from me. Inkman King saw that Fang Yuan had ample funds and wanted to do business with him. Fang Yuan heard this and smiled. Inkman King, your suggestion is great. I just happen to lack 3 small swamp Gu, and 6 Pine Island Gu. I wonder if you have them? This problem stumped the Inkman King. He showed an awkward expression. I am ashamed, this is the first time I've heard of small swamp and Pine Island. These are all olden antiquity Gu worms. Small swamp Gu can change the terrain, forming a small swamp. Pine Island is the same, it can create a floating island on top of a sea. There is a huge tree in the middle of the island, the tree roots would extend and hold the soil together. Langya Land Spirit explained. Next, he asked Fang Yuan curiously, these Gu worms have all been eliminated from use. Right now, Gu Immortals have better and cheaper ways to change the terrain of their blessed lands. Why do you want these Gu worms? You don't need to ask about my intentions. From your tone, I assume you have these Gu worms in Langya Blessed Land? Fang Yuan asked mysteriously. Of course. Langya Land Spirit raised his head, saying arrogantly, every time I obtain a new Gu recipe, I will refine a few Gu worms to keep them as part of my collection. I have collected up to 100 small swamp goo and pine island goo. I can sell them to you. But the materials to refine these goo worms are now all extinct. You will need to pay an immortal essence stone. Goods were more expensive when they were rare. Small swamp goo and pine island goo were not even sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan had no hesitation. He tossed an immortal essence stone to Langya Land Spirit and obtained 3 small swamp goo and 6 pine island goo. Next, he looked at Langya Land Spirit curiously. Strange, you collect so many goo worms, how do you settle the issue of feeding them? Fang Yuan had been troubled in these last days over the feeding of goo worms, especially the immortal goo that he had. Langya Land Spirit gave him the answer. The problem of feeding mortal goo is easy, just create a special environment and let them hibernate. But you can't do this for immortal goo. Even if they hibernate, you need to feed them, but the food that you feed them will be halved compared to normal times. This answer was a little disappointing to Fang Yuan. Can you go into detail? He asked. I believe you have gone to 88 True Yang Building's True Inheritance Secluded Domain, right? True Inheritance Secluded Domain is a special environment. It can cause goo worms to hibernate, mortal goo will not need to be fed, and the feeding cost of immortal goo would be greatly reduced. Fang Yuan frowned. Even so, True Inheritance Secluded Domain had so many immortal goo of many different kinds. I do not believe that 88 True Yang Building could plunder sufficient resources at every interval of 10 years to feed these immortal goo. That is because Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used food path methods. Food path is a very secretive path. It specializes in research on how to feed goo worms, variant humans, wild beasts, and even humans, these very tough questions. Don't ask me questions about food path, I know nothing about it. The immortal goo that I have are all fed in the most traditional methods. Fang Yuan did not give up. Back then, your main body and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable refined 88 True Yang Building together. Would you not know the food path methods that he used? Langya Land Spirit rolled his eyes. The main body had once made an oath with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to not reveal any information regarding the food path methods. This is a huge secret, actually, I want to know about it too. But in the memories that I inherited, there is no such information. Fang Yuan nodded. He knew that land spirits were honest and could not lie. He was only asking casually. Although he had completed the transaction, Fang Yuan did not leave yet. He had another objective in coming here. He took out a star shoot goo, placing it before Langya Land Spirit. Can you reverse refine the recipe of this goo? Langya Land Spirit could not stretch out his hands. He could only sniff the star shoot goo, saying, this goo has obviously been tampered with. The goo recipe is very hard to recreate. At the very least, a refinement path grandmaster is needed. With just this rank 3-star path goo, it is impossible to reverse refine its recipe. Because this is a new goo, it will need to be researched and that would result in some costs. Fang Yuan smiled, stretching out one of his right palms, and spreading the 5 fingers. I have over 5,000 star shoot goo. Star shoot goo was a necessary goo worm in formulating the killer move Spring Star Rain. Fang Yuan tried using it once and found that the killer move was very effective. He had bought so many star shoot goo at once, precisely with the intention of reverse refining it. But right now, his intention was even stronger. 5,000, of course I can reverse refine the recipe. What a pity, I am currently sealed, I can't do anything. Langya Land Spirit sighed. Fang Yuan frowned. This G-Path seal still has 15 layers, how long would it take to remove them all? At least a year. Inkman King said. So long? There is no choice, this seal is definitely an immortal killer move. The more it is unsealed, the more difficult it becomes. Inkman King showed a bitter smile. Long Hair Ancestor was one of the 3 supreme grandmasters in refinement path history. Their names were commemorated in legends throughout the ages. Langya Land Spirit's current refinement path realm was at least at grandmaster level. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was only a refinement path master. If he could get Langya Land Spirit to help, that would be the best. But now that Langya Land Spirit was sealed, he could not refine goo, and would not be able to reverse refine the recipe. Actually, it is not impossible to reverse refine the recipe. Inkman King suggested, Langya Blessed Land has many old hairy men, right? These old hairy men all have refinement master attainment. When the time comes, let them work for the land spirit while Langya land spirit directs them personally. Wouldn't that work? Langya land spirit rolled his eyes at Inkman King, a layman's silly words. Refinement path is profound and deep, many methods and killer moves require the relevant wisdom, cultivation, and talent, as well as huge amounts of practice. Do you think that many refinement masters would add up to one refinement grandmaster? Bullshit. Inkman King was stunned by the scolding, but he only laughed and did not dare to rebuke. In that case, forget about it. When you are unsealed, we'll discuss it again. Fang Yuan said his goodbyes, turning around and leaving. This matter was not urgent at the moment. Lad, even if I am unsealed, I will not reverse refine it for you for free. Prepare 3 immortal essence stones. Langya land spirit shouted towards Fang Yuan who was leaving. Fang Yuan did not turn around, he waved his hand as he stepped into the Stargate, vanishing. Humph, rascal kid. Langya land spirit muttered as he watched him disappear. After Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he entered Dang Hun Palace, starting on the matter of sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada. He had already obtained Small Swamp Gu and Pine Island Gu, these were the final missing pieces. 7 days and 7 nights later, Fang Yuan planted large numbers of Gu worms in his first aperture as well as the area around his stomach. These Gu worms' effects were interlinked, they amplified each other and formed a strong seal. On one hand, they helped the first aperture to alleviate Spring-Autumn Cicada's pressure. On the other hand, part of Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura was expelled to be directed towards the outside of his body after some modifications. Thirdly, and most importantly, the seal would not affect the activation of Spring-Autumn Cicada. The seal can last for 4 years. This way, I have resolved the problem of Spring-Autumn Cicada bursting the first aperture for the time being. Fang Yuan checked that there was no problem and sighed in relief. This tough problem was finally settled, he felt a heavy weight being lifted off his shoulders. The process of sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada was not easy. After all, he was using Mortal Gu to seal an Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's soul was so exhausted it faded slightly. After succeeding in the sealing, Fang Yuan fell asleep, not wanting to get out of bed for 3 days. Chapter 672, Difficult Problem of Feeding Immortal Gu. 3 days later, Fang Yuan slowly woke up. His heart was in serenity, he did not feel tired or restless anymore. It seems that the zombie body cannot compare to a live physical body in one more aspect, that is, not only does my soul gets weakened more easily, it also is more prone to agitation. Fang Yuan found another drawback of the zombie body. If the soul was weak, it could be easily resolved by using Guts Gu to strengthen his soul. There were many Guts Gu on Dang Hun Mountain, these were all items of the highest quality for strengthening his soul. But the irritation of the soul required pacifying the soul. The best way to pacify the soul was to use the Bewitching Lake's water, found in Obsession Death Domain. This water was recorded in / the Legends of Renzu / it was praised by Verdant Great Sun as an excellent wine. Fang Yuan did not have the waters of Bewitching Lake, but even if he did, he would not dare to drink it. He used the ancient method, the most effective one, sleeping. If I had a normal person's body, I would just need to rest for a while in order to pacify the irritation in my soul. But after becoming a zombie, I would need to sleep for 3 days straight. Soul path involves strengthening the soul, refining the soul, and pacifying the soul, these 3 aspects, but most soul path Gu masters focus on the first 2. Now that I think about it, that should be because sleeping is an excellent way to pacify the soul, thus they did not need to invest in this aspect. After sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada, Fang Yuan gained a deeper understanding of soul path. Next, he calculated this month's balance. After dealing with Langya land spirit twice, he earned 60 immortal essence stones. But he also spent a lot. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, he bought more than 1,000 Starlight Firefly Gu, the killer moves Spring Star Rain, Icy Yarn and 6/9 Stardust, large amounts of Gu refinement materials, large numbers of Mortal Gu, as well as a group of old hairy men. And finally, to seal Spring Autumn Cicada, he bought Small Swamp Gu and Pine Island Gu. He spent a total of 20 Immortal Essence Stones. Right now, Fang Yuan had 30.5 Immortal Essence Stones left. Do not think that this was a lot of Immortal Essence Stones. Fang Yuan also spent much of his Green Grape Immortal Essence. When deducing Immortal Gu recipes, he could only do it by himself. The first time he traded with Hei Lou Lan Spirit, he only had 9 Green Grape Immortal Essence beads left. After the second deduction, he spent 6 Immortal Essence beads, and improving the sealing method on Spring Autumn Cicada consumed 1 bead. Right now he had 2 beads left. It was necessary to improve Spring Autumn Cicada's seal. Earlier, his estimated cost was 23 Immortal Essence Stones. After the improvement, it fell to 20. This way, he saved 2 Immortal Essence Stones. Only having 2 beads of Green Grape Immortal Essence left was very dangerous. If he met with a mishap, Fang Yuan would only be able to use Myriad Self twice before he would be unable to deal with the situation, especially now, when Immortal Crane Sect was close to attacking. Fang Yuan used 15 Immortal Essence Stones, converting them into his own Green Grape Immortal Essence. This way, his Green Grape Immortal Essence rose to 17 beads, while his Immortal Essence Stones fell to 15.5 pieces. Right now, the crisis with Spring Autumn Cicada's aperture had been temporarily resolved. And his predicament was also relieved after allying with Hei Lou Lan. Dealing with Hei Lou Lan Spirit earned him huge amounts of Immortal Essence Stones. It was the source of the strength to resolve Feng Yuan's problems. The absolutely terrible situation was alleviated slightly. It was like a land of darkness with dark clouds looming. After Feng Yuan's immense efforts, he managed to create an opening, allowing sunlight to pierce into the land of darkness. Right now in front of him was another problem, and this problem had to be resolved quickly. That was the feeding of Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan was not worried about feeding Mortal Gu. But feeding Immortal Gu was becoming a huge issue. All in all, Feng Yuan had too many Immortal Gu. He had Spring Autumn Cicada, Fixed Immortal Travel, Calamity Beckoning, Delight in Water and Mountain, Worldly Wave Trace, Rising Azure Cloud, Cleanse Soul, Connect Luck, and Woman's Heart. Ordinary Gu Immortals did not even have a single Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan had 9. This was a great boon, as well as a huge burden. Spring Autumn Cicada was fine, it consumed the water in the River of Time, it did not need feeding. Fixed Immortal Travel was once fed with 1 bead of Green Grape Immortal Essence a year ago in Central Continent time, that could last for 6 years. But 1 year in Central Continent was not 1 year of time passing by for Fixed Immortal Travel. During this time it was an Imperial Court Blessed Land, Feng Yuan's Aperture, and Hu Immortal Blessed Land. All of these had faster time flow than Central Continent. And this 6 years was a theoretical number. The more Feng Yuan activated Fixed Immortal Travel, the more this time would shrink. Right now, although Fixed Immortal Travel could still hold on for a while, it was close to needing to be fed again. The remaining Immortal Gu were troublesome. These recent days, Feng Yuan had been investigating and finally obtained crucial information. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu's food was the black blood of the desolate beast, 6-headed snake. Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu needed large amounts of Earth Chi, Water Chi, and some Laughter Stones. Worldly Wave Trace Gu needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish, as well as thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Rising Azure Cloud Gu needed the dragon scale of the desolate beast, Cloud Dragon, as well as tens of thousands of eyeballs from wind scythe birds. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu needed the flesh and blood of over 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. Connect Luck Immortal Gu needed 5,000 kilograms of sand from the resting area of the ancient desolate beast, Worldly Sand Gull. As for the Poison Path Immortal Gu, Woman's Heart, Hei Lou Lan Spirit had earlier said that it fed on women's hearts. This Gu combined nurturing and refinement. The more hearts used to feed it, the stronger the poison. Among these Gu worms, Calamity Beckoning Gu was just refined, it already needs feeding and is very weak now. The Immortal Gu, Delight in Water and Mountain and Worldly Wave Trace, are components of the Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion. They had been inside Imperial Court Blessed Land all these years and have been fed well. Cleanse Soul, Connect Luck, Woman's Heart and Rising Azure Cloud were all hibernating inside True Inheritance secluded domain. During these many years, Giant Sun's will had only fed them half of the resources they needed. Now that they are out of the True Inheritance secluded domain, they have woken up fully and are extremely hungry. They need food. Thankfully, I passed Rising Azure Cloud to Hei Lou Lan Spirit. With him feeding it, it will not die of hunger. I have also left 2 Immortal Gu, landscape as before and man as before, with Tai Bai Yun Xing. That's his problem to deal with. Fang Yuan analyzed. Even so, the pressure on him was quite intense. Feeding Immortal Gu was not merely a question of immortal essence stones. This world was not like Earth. Earth was a highly commercialized society. As long as one had money, they could buy nearly anything. But in the Gu world, the economy was not developed. There were monopolies in many markets, and countless precious and rare resources. Immortal essence stones were a hard currency, but they could not serve all purposes. For example, looking at the food he needed, the desolate beast's 6-headed snake and cloud dragon, as well as the ancient desolate beast worldly sand gull, they were hard to come by and had great strength equivalent to Gu immortals. Although Treasure Yellow Heaven occasionally sold the flesh, bones and other parts of desolate beasts, they showed up infrequently and would be purchased within moments when they were available in the market. Even Earth Chi and Water Chi were not easy to extract. White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu and Laughter Stones were very rare goods. They were hardly seen in Treasure Yellow Heaven. In contrast, Woman's Heart was much easier to feed. Although it was slightly troublesome, the difficulty was lower. There was another crucial point, that was time. Fang Yuan did not have ample time to slowly prepare these foods. Thus, he had no choice but to purchase these rare resources in Treasure Yellow Heaven, even though this would make the price higher, and Wisdom Path Gu immortals would be left with huge amounts of traces to make their deductions. But Fang Yuan was now known as 8-Arm Immortal. For the time being, no one would connect it to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Even if they would, he had to do this. After all, the survival of the Immortal Gu was much more important than being suspected. Of course, he had asked Hei Lou Lan Spirit long ago, as well as Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Unfortunately, he did not get ideal results from them. Hei Lou Lan Spirit had once owned Laughter Stones, but he had used them up when refining Gu. And several years ago, there was a Gu immortal who returned from Eastern Sea, sending Fairy Li Shan a batch of deep-sea lightning eels. But there were only 100 of them, and they were merely used as ornamental attractions. Later, because Fairy Li Shan did not take good care of them, all of these eels died. But this gave Fang Yuan a reminder. Eastern Sea. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when he was immortal, he traveled over the 5 regions. He went everywhere and had once stayed in Eastern Sea for a while. Eastern Sea had abundant resources, the most in the 5 regions. Even Central Continent could not compare to it. Moreover, over these recent years, Eastern Sea had been in turmoil. There were many opportunities available there, and the benefits would be huge too. If Fang Yuan had not been stuck with Dang Hun Mountain's problem, and due to Tai Bai Yun Xing being the easiest path to resolving it, his first choice would have been Eastern Sea. Thinking about Lan Su Blessed Land, Blue Dragon Whale, Rainbow Island, and so on, Fang Yuan made his decision. He summoned Tai Bai Yun Xing. Old Bai, how has your cultivation been? Tai Bai Yun Xing laughed heartily. He could not stop talking. It's great, my progress is very smooth. I helped Hei Lou Lan Spirit repair his cloud soil and earned 3 immortal essence stones. Next, I restored several rivers and earned another 2 immortal essence stones. I then bought the defensive killer move 9 Cloud Ring, spending 2 immortal essence stones. Finally, I bought seeds of Float Ball Tea in Treasure Yellow Heaven, spending another stone. Float Ball Tea seeds are very common. You actually spent an entire immortal essence stone. It seems you bought a huge quantity. But your choice is correct. I have seen your blessed land. There are far more time path resources than space path resources. Float Ball Tea grows slowly and floats in the air. You can maximize your advantages and minimize your weaknesses. In a few years, when the Float Ball Tea plants mature, you will be able to reap the harvest and sell them. Fang Yuan evaluated. That is exactly the case. Tai Bai Yun Xing patted his leg. After the Float Ball Tea plants reach a certain scale, I will bring in a group of jade hummingbirds, developing my blessed land with that as the base. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Baiyunxing, saying, "Jade hummingbirds are mutated beasts, the price of a jade hummingbird group will not be cheap." Tai Baiyunxing replied calmly, "I have already thought about it. From now on I will use landscape as before to earn immortal essence stones, and learn from Fairy Li Shan's example. I believe my landscape as before is not inferior to Fairy Li Shan's mountain pledge Gu." Fang Yuan nodded, "You have landscape as before Gu, wherever you go, you will be extremely popular." Tai Baiyunxing sighed, "It is a pity that showing myself in public is inconvenient now. We are the only survivors after Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed. Right now, we are already considered the top suspects by Northern Plains Gu Immortals. If we are exposed, the consequences would be unthinkable. Also, the most crucial witness, Mo Yao, has vanished. It seems a certain Gu Immortal is holding him captive. It is possible that we might have already been targeted by some Gu Immortals. That is why I think that Eastern Sea would be a good place for you to go." At this point, Fang Yuan finally stated his true intentions. Chapter 673, Thousand Wish Tree. Eastern Sea? Tai Baiyunxing was surprised. Right. There are many sea areas in Eastern Sea. The culture and style there are greatly different from Northern Plains. You will certainly have great benefits when you go there. Especially in one of the sea areas, Air Bubble Sea. This sea produces abundant air bubble fish, but due to a fight between Gu Immortals recently, it has been poisoned. The owners of this sea area, Ni clan, Chiu clan and Ba clan are having headaches because of this. Fang Yuan explained. Tai Baiyunxing immediately became excited. This feels like a major business opportunity. "Junior brother, you are right, we can't move in Northern Plains but we can go to Eastern Sea. There are regional walls between the 5 regions, and the higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it is to cross these barriers. But we have fixed immortal travel and can thus ignore the regional walls. However, old Bai, you need to be careful. Gu Immortals might not be able to casually travel between regions, but the disturbance in Northern Plains is too large and is already known by the other 4 regions, too. Central Continent's 10 great sects have deep foundations and even their own pawns in all the other regions. I had planned to seize Immortal Gu Dark Limit before going to Eastern Sea, but there has not been much progress at Hei Lou Lan's side. Danger will lurk everywhere in this trip, you need to be extremely careful." Fang Yuan sincerely reminded. Tai Baiyunxing was deeply moved. "I understand, but junior brother, you don't need to worry. I have been wandering around in Northern Plains for most of my life. I might not be too skilled in a head-on confrontation, but I still have more than enough ability to protect myself." Fang Yuan nodded. He also acknowledged this point, otherwise he would not have arranged for Tai Baiyunxing to go to Eastern Sea. Tai Baiyunxing was experienced and knowledgeable along with being a flying master, thus his escaping ability was top-notch. Moreover, he now possessed a formidable cloud path defensive killer move, 9 Cloud Ring. When you enter Eastern Sea, don't immediately make dealings with Ni, Chiu, and Bai clans, instead proceed to Haishur Blessed Land. Among the 5 great trading markets in the world, Treasure Yellow Heaven is first and Haishur Blessed Land is second. Haishur Blessed Land should have missions for saving Air Bubble Sea. You can then use this pretext to get in contact with the 3 clans and save a lot of trouble. Fang Yuan reminded. Tai Baiyunxing agreed, "I will definitely go make a trip to Haishur Blessed Land." Fang Yuan continued, "I need some specific food to feed my immortal Gu. Tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. These 2 are specialties of Eastern Sea. Also, see if there are any laughter stones in Haishur Blessed Land, the blood of the desolate beast, 6-headed snake, and cloud dragon scales. This is the list of items I require, here." Tai Xing accepted the list and revealed a serious expression. Junior brother, your matters are my matters as well. I will be sure to settle this with all my effort. Fang Yuan gave a bright smile. Old Bai, just do your best. Before departing, I hope you can make a trip to Dang Hun Mountain and consume some guts gu. This gu is among the highest quality gu around for strengthening one's soul. It is always best to be prepared just in case. Junior brother, here we go again. I have said it many times, these guts gu are your property, how can I covet your wealth as a senior brother? Tai Xing immediately refused. This was already his 6th time refusing such an offer. Fang Yuan was already his benefactor. He, Tai Xing, placed this favor deep in his heart, never to be forgotten, so how could he covet Fang Yuan's guts gu? Fang Yuan mumbled before conceding, strengthening the soul is extremely beneficial for you. How about this? I will sell these guts gu to you for 1 immortal essence stone. It just so happens that I lack immortal essence stones to buy food for my immortal gu. Tai Xing wanted to say something, but Fang Yuan waved his hand and continued, Senior brother, danger will be lurking on all sides during this trip to Eastern Sea. I hope you will arm and prepare yourself properly, otherwise, if some accident occurs to you, I will feel guilty. I try to pay attention to all details when I do something, I hope you can understand. His words contained sincerity and genuine friendship. Especially when Fang Yuan called him senior brother, which he rarely said. Tai Xing's eyes reddened, he rapidly blinked his eyes and breathed out, all right, I understand your intent, junior brother, we will make this transaction. A day later, Tai Xing had made all the preparations and left Hu Immortal blessed land together with Fang Yuan, arriving at Eastern Sea. I will hand over both moving perspective cup gu and Stargate gu to you. We will maintain contact frequently. If there is any significant matter, please inform me beforehand. Fang Yuan reminded. Junior brother, go back without any worries. If Immortal Crane Sect attacks, don't forget to call me. Fang Yuan nodded, and without saying any more, he activated fixed immortal travel, disappearing from the spot. Tai Xing stored the Stargate gu and looked at the surrounding sea. After identifying the direction, he rapidly began flying. When he appeared again, Fang Yuan had arrived at Western Desert. He was standing on an exceedingly tall sand dune. All around him was a boundless desert with countless sand dunes extending everywhere. The scorching sun shone down, there was no wind, and the temperature was so high it made one have the feeling of being broiled. But Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body and did not feel even a trace of warmth. The coarse and fine sand granules shone like gold under the sunlight. Fang Yuan looked at the sand dune under him. This sand dune was several times taller than other sand dunes. It shone with golden light and its contours were soft and smooth. The whole sand dune was a scene of nothingness except for a short tree on the peak. This tree was not even 8 feet tall, the branches were short, thin and twisted like monstrous claws, making it look extremely ugly. But the strange thing was, it had an enormous shadow of light. This shadow of light was extremely large, reaching 500 or 600 feet. The shadow of light was like a flourishing tree with many branches and leaves. The tree branches were white as snow, the flowers were pink like cherries. There were clusters of small fruits among the floral leaves that had yet to ripen, with all sorts of colors. This tree's origin was huge, it was an ancient desolate tree, named Thousand Wish. It would finish growing in 300 years, flower at its 600th year and bear fruit at the 900th year. The number of fruits it produced was always precisely 1,000. Right when the fruits completely ripened, people could bring gu recipes and make a wish under the tree. If the wish succeeded, the fruits would open and the corresponding gu worms would fly out. These gu worms could be mortal gu and also could be immortal gu. But if a wish for immortal gu succeeded, the amount of fruits would decrease accordingly. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this desolate tree had caused a huge battle among Western Desert's gu immortals. Finally, several super forces came to an agreement and tried to partition this tree between themselves. But on the day the fruits ripened and fell down, all sizes of forces, big and small, allied and burst through the blockade created by the super forces, causing chaos throughout the place. A lone cultivator rank 5 gu master, with the surname Han and namely, unexpectedly became the first to arrive under the Thousand-Wish Tree. His wish gave him a space path Immortal Gu named Phantom Heaven. Fang Yuan was a rank 4 Gu master back then who sought to obtain profits in the chaos. After experiencing great dangers and difficulties, he arrived before the ancient desolate tree, and was also able to obtain a Gu worm. But this Gu worm was only a rare rank 4 Gu. Even so, this rare rank 4 Gu gave a tremendous boost to Fang Yuan's battle strength. Back then, I had to fight through such a tight siege defense to arrive in front of this tree, and the fruits were already sparse by then, only 50 or 60 were left. I have now arrived here in this life, but it's too early. The fruits still require over 200 years to completely mature. Fang Yuan's heart was deeply moved and he smacked this ancient desolate tree, but the Thousand-Wish Tree did not even budge. This desolate tree had astonishing defense and could continue to stand tall against the attacks of Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had a deep impression of it. The regretful thing was that not long after that chaotic battle, Shi clan's rank 8 ancestor, Shi Jianping, exited his seclusion and suppressed all the experts forcefully, his might awing the entirety of the Great Desert. The Thousand-Wish Tree was taken away by Shi clan and planted at Shi clan's blessed land. Since then, Fang Yuan had not been able to see the Thousand-Wish Tree again. Fang Yuan did not have methods to transplant the Thousand-Wish Tree. Even if he had, he did not have any place to plant it in. Hu Immortal blessed land had a terrain of grassland and not desert terrain. The Thousand-Wish Tree required this kind of extreme environment to survive. Moreover, if the Thousand-Wish Tree was moved impulsively now, the floral leaves along with the Thousand-Wish fruits would wither and fall, wasting the previous millennium of effort. Fang Yuan walked down the sand dune and left this place. Only after walking for a whole half a day and countless li, he had truly left the range of the Thousand-Wish Tree. Fang Yuan glanced back. There was only flat desert with no signs of sand dunes, let alone the gorgeous shadow of light of the 500 to 600 feet tall tree. He was not surprised. This Thousand-Wish Tree had an ability of shrouding a radius of a huge distance in illusion. When leaving this illusion, one must leave on foot. And approaching it was extremely troublesome. The illusion would emerge repeatedly and could even make people move around the same spot without realizing. It was because of this that I and others could fish for benefits. Fang Yuan smiled. He had fixed immortal travel so he could ignore this illusion. However, the goal of this trip was not this ancient desolate tree. It was instead the person who had gained enormous benefits from a Thousand-Wish fruit and became a Gu Immortal expert later. This person's name was Hanli. Hanli was immortal. But after repeated fortuitous encounters, his nature became steadfast and courageous. His starting point was much lower than mine. When he had just started his cultivation, I was already a rank 3 Gu master in southern border. But at the time of my self-detonation, he had already become a Gu Immortal at the peak of rank 7, a famous powerhouse of Western Desert. Many influential figures of Central Continent's 10 great sects suffered losses from him. But right now, he is only just a child. According to the biography of Hanli, he should be living in a mortal hamlet near Huang Clan. Fang Yuan's target was Hanli. Ever since Fang Yuan understood the effect of Connect Luck Immortal Gu, he had intended to use his rebirth advantage to get rid of the weakness of Spring-Autumn Cicada wearing down his luck. He planned meticulously and ruled out many people, leaving behind only a few targets. Hanli was one of them. These targets were people who would attain great success in the future, having large potential, as well as huge luck. People like Hunting King Sun Gone of Southern Border, who would only be at rank 5 all their lives, were simply ignored by Fang Yuan. Little Immortal Xing Luo was a Gu Immortal, but her luck was not good and she would at most reach a small scale of fame. Fang Yuan ignored her too. There was Shi Chaoyu, who would be able to become a rank 7 Gu Immortal, but his journey was filled with ups and downs. His luck was definitely not good and he was also excluded. Only people like Hanli and Ma Hongyun, who had smooth journeys with repeated fortuitous encounters, were Fang Yuan's targets. However, Ma Hongyun's whereabouts were unknown at present and Fairy Li Shan was exerting her full efforts to investigate it. Fang Yuan's first target thus became Hanli. After leaving the Thousand Wish Tree, Feng Yuan used Immortal Gu to disguise as a man with a yellowish face and a robust body. Then he directly flew towards Huang clan. Chapter 674, Monolith Luck. The entirety of Western Desert was a vast desert. Oases were like stars in the sky, shining among the sea of sand. Humans lived here by relying on the oases. Western Desert, Shajing Oasis. Huang clan as an upper-tier force had hundreds of years of history here. They occupied the most important resources at the center of this oasis. At the outer parts of the oasis, there were small-sized forces that submitted to this Huang clan. At the even further outer areas, near the fringe of Shajing Oasis, there were mortal villages. These mortals had a tough life, they had huge numbers and were all under the control of Huang clan and other forces of Gu masters. In these villages, there was a Han village. Near Han village, there was a small natural grassland. Although it was called a grassland, it was much more desolate than northern plains. There was sand everywhere and blades of red dagger grass were sharp as swords, stabbing into the deep parts of the sand, trying to absorb the meager water content. A group of children were bending their backs, holding sickles as they laboriously cut down these grasses. These children were not even 10 years old, but they had to come out and work, to make money for the family. This was common in mortal families. The dagger grass had sharp edges. These children were all wearing leather gloves, but there was one without gloves. This bare-handed child sniffed his mucus as he held the sickle, cutting the dagger grass and placed them into the basket on his back. The radiance of the setting sun was still very hot. These children were all breathing roughly as it shined on them, sweat pouring on their backs. Finally, the sky turned darker. As the sun was at the horizon, only half of it could be seen now, as the children stopped their work. Quickly leave, it is night time, the small ghost jackals are coming out to hunt for food. The child with the largest body frame spoke, like he was their leader. How much did you gather? Wow, that's a lot. As usual, they started comparing with each other. I ate until I was full today, that's why I have strength, hee. But the grass that you cut is still less than Hanli. Hey, Hanli, you are amazing, you can cut the grass without wearing gloves, yet there are no injuries on your hands, how did you do it? A small lass with a ponytail asked. Hanli giggled. The children returned to the village together. They were talking excitedly along the way. When they returned to the village, they split up, returning to their homes. Hanli returned home too. He pushed the broken wooden door and realized that his parents were not back yet. His father was a farmer. He was planting wire cotton at the west part of the village. He had been plowing the fields these days, going out early and returning home late. His mother had a job that everyone in the village admired. Every day she would enter the outer area of the oasis, doing odd jobs and cleaning for a small-sized Gu master clan. Hanli stood beside one cornstone. He poured the dagger grass in his basket inside, then he picked up a wooden pole and ground the grass down. He put in a lot of effort. Before long, he was full of sweat. After the grass was turned into paste, he took out a bag and poured a portion of the rice husks inside into the cornstone as well. He mixed them together, creating a paste-like food ingredient. He poured the food into a wooden basin. Next, he brought the wooden basin to the side of the house. There was a flimsy-looking stable beside the house. Inside were 3 fat sand scorpions. These sand scorpions were fat like pigs, they were no threat at all. Upon hearing Hanli's footsteps, the 3 fat sand scorpions rushed out from the shadows of the stable. Go ahead and eat, these were all cut down by me painstakingly. Hanli flipped over the wooden basin, pouring the paste-like food on the ground. The 3 fat sand scorpions surrounded the food and ate. They chewed loudly and made a humming noise. Eat, eat, eat more and grow faster. Hanli's small body was sprawled on the stable. He looked at these sand scorpions as he muttered. These fat sand scorpions were not Gu, they were ordinary creatures. But the meat of the scorpion was plump and delicious. The money obtained after selling the meat would be a huge sum for the entire mortal family. To Hanli's family, these 3 fat sand scorpions were their most important assets. Thus, even if Han Li did not get to eat dinner himself, he had to feed these 3 fat sand scorpions. Gulp, gulp, gulp. At this time, Han Li's stomach started growling. Han Li jumped down from the fence, he rubbed his tummy and returned home, starting to cook dinner. He had to cook dinner for his family every day. The rice they ate was the most common sand rice in Western Desert. The texture of this rice was very bad, it was hard to swallow. But it was easy to cultivate, it was the main crop that mortals ate. As Han Li worked next to the stove, he did not know that someone had been watching him for half the day. As night descended, at the graveyard that was several li away from Han village, Fang Yuan was sitting still like a statue. The reason he chose this place was because of how deserted it was. At night, Fang Yuan came here and activated up to 1,000 investigative Gu. He put the whole of Han village under his supervision. The primeval essence of Gu immortals was unlimited. As long as they had enough Gu worms, they could do things at the efficiency of thousands of mortals or more. In the darkness, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He assessed, the age fits, it should be this kid. As he thought about it, he activated the rank 5 luck inspection Gu. Looking from afar, he saw that above Han village there was a lump of a luck cloud. This luck cloud's size was not big, it was gray-white and looked very thin. This was a collection of luck. These villagers had a sense of belonging, thus they felt that they were a collective body, resulting in their luck gathering together. Fang Yuan looked below the luck cloud. Smoky traces of luck were rising from the villagers. After rising for 200 meters, they merged into the luck cloud. And among the traces of luck in the luck cloud, there was one especially eye-catching portion of luck. This luck was like a huge stone, it was floating in the air above Han Li's family, 100 steps away from the ground. There was a crack on the surface of the stone, and a trace of luck was leaking from that crack. It had a golden color and was rising up, fusing into the collective luck cloud. What luck is this? Fang Yuan looked in amazement. He did not obtain the luck path through inheritance, he was quite unfamiliar with the meaning of the different forms of luck. For the time being, he decided to name this form of luck, calling it Monolith luck. Only Han Li was at his home right now. Seeing this, Fang Yuan could confirm that Han Li was the future rank 7 Gu Immortal, the guy with countless fortuitous encounters. Fang Yuan then tried to look above him, but saw nothing. What a pity, after becoming an immortal zombie, I cannot detect my own luck anymore, unless I get the rank 6 luck inspection Gu. But who knows how my luck is now? Is it still the black coffin luck? Fang Yuan muttered to himself, he had always been very curious towards luck. But just as he was about to take out Connect Luck Gu, he heard someone shouting, "Little thiefling Hu, you are hiding here, do you think I, plump lady, can't find you? I chased you for countless miles, quickly return my immortal essence stones." Fang Yuan was secretly shocked, he turned around and looked, only to see a human figure made of moving sand, shouting at him from far away. Fang Yuan's heart sank, he shouted, "Plump lady? You got the wrong person, I am not the person you are chasing." Bullshit. Little thiefling Hu, everyone knows you are an expert in disguise, do you think that I would not recognize you when you disguise your appearance like this? You have some guts, stealing from me, I will beat you till your intestines are blown out. Not only was the human-shaped moving sand figure shouting, at the same time, there was a furious growl in the air as well. The voice was like thunder, it pierced heaven and earth. The entire oasis was shocked by this and went into chaos. Fang Yuan frowned deeply, he did not think that by disguising as a normal human and hiding his zombie appearance, he would unexpectedly be treated as a thief by someone else. He stood up and turned around to look. Only to see that at the northeast area, yellow sand was flying in the air and intense winds were blowing. The sound of the wind was like the roaring of beasts, continuous and loud. The yellow sand on the formerly peaceful ground was whipped up like tidal waves in the sea. The sand waves attacked one after another. Fang Yuan took a deep look at the monolith luck, before moving his body and charging towards the attacker head-on. Soon after, he saw the culprit. This was an extremely fat female Gu Immortal, she had a thick waist and broad shoulders, she was like a water tank. She stood on the yellow sand waves as she arrogantly and furiously looked at Fang Yuan. She stretched out a finger, scolding, "Little thiefling Hu, you." Just as she spoke, Fang Yuan attacked. Heavenly zombie transformation. Fang Yuan purposely shouted, before removing his disguise, showing his immortal zombie appearance. At once, a 6-meter-tall monster with a green face and sharp fangs, blood-red eyes, 8 monstrous arms and bulging muscles appeared before the female Gu Immortal, plump lady. He looked ruthless and terrifying, radiating killing intent. Plump lady was shocked. She said, "You." Fang Yuan stepped on the ground, causing a loud sound. The ground was cracking under his pressure, as he flew towards Plump lady like a cannonball. Plump lady saw Fang Yuan's ruthless charge and her heart shook. She quickly raised her arms. Swish swish swish. 3 huge sand waves immediately rose into the air, reaching hundreds of meters in height. The huge waves came crashing. Fang Yuan snickered as he raised his speed, crashing towards them. Bam bam bam. In the blink of an eye, he scattered the 3 huge sand waves and appeared before Plump lady. Plump lady's heart was pounding. She finally realized she had found the wrong person. But she was someone with a fiery temper. Fang Yuan's fierce and ferocious actions aroused her anger. "I'll let you taste my killer move, martial sand armor." She shouted loudly, as 2 traces of yellow sand gushed out from her ears. The sand quickly gathered and enveloped her entire body. In a few breaths of time, she had turned into a sand giant that was about the size of Fang Yuan, but she had a thicker body. Fang Yuan charged forward, as the sand giant roared, slamming with both its arms, displaying unrivaled fearlessness. Boom boom. With 2 loud bangs, the 8-armed immortal zombie's fists met with the sand giant's. The sand giant's fists scattered into yellow sand, while Fang Yuan's fists were fractured. Plump lady took a step back, as the scattered yellow sand merged to create the sand giant's fists again. Fang Yuan, however, took a huge step forward. While his fractured fists were recovering rapidly, his remaining 6 fists slammed at the sand giant. Crash crash crash. At once, the 2 engaged in fierce combat. Yellow sand was flying in the air as the sound of bones breaking could be heard continuously. Plump lady was more shocked as she fought on. Who is this person? Why is he so insane like a demon? He is even more ruthless and fearless than me. Chapter 675, Dead. Fang Yuan laughed wickedly. His 8 arms turned into fists and slammed. They opened into palms, slashing and smacking. They also became claws or piercing fingers. He showed his immense attainment in close combat. Plump lady relied on martial sand armor's thick defense normally to engage in her relentless assaults. She was used to bullying other Gu Immortals. But in front of Fang Yuan, she was at the losing end. Fang Yuan's fist shadows were flying. He moved nimbly as Plump lady desperately dealt with his attacks. She could only parry his attacks but not retaliate. Suddenly, Fang Yuan saw an opening and got close to her. His 8 arms were like pythons coiling around her, as his 2 monstrous claws destroyed the sand giant's 2 arms like a drill. The sand giant roared, knocking its fat tummy towards him. Fang Yuan snickered in his heart. He had been expecting this. His figure moved quickly as he flew to the sky above the sand giant. His left knee slammed towards it, and with a bang, the sand giant's head was scattered. Before the yellow sand regenerated, Fang Yuan's right leg chopped at it like a battle axe. Bam! The yellow sand scattered. As the defensive killer move was broken, Plump lady vomited a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground like a falling meteor. Fang Yuan tore the yellow sand open. Like an eagle scavenging for food, he flew down from the sky, bringing the intense winds with him. He was bent on killing Plump lady. Plump lady, who was falling, saw Fang Yuan chasing her and showed an expression of fear. She attempted to pull some distance from him, but Fang Yuan's speed was faster. Bam! With a loud explosion, Fang Yuan charged down from a high altitude, directly slamming Plump lady into a deep part of the desert. Large amounts of yellow sand was sent flying. The huge impact created a large circular crater. It was 1,000 steps wide and about 30 meters deep. Oh? Fang Yuan stood at the pit of the crater. He had a surprised look as Plump Lady's corpse suddenly disintegrated into a pile of sand. At the same time, he heard her shrill laughter from the air. "Oof, I will let you taste my attacking killer move, Burial Dragon Sand Coffin." As she said this, the yellow sand around the crater gushed down like tidal waves, filling up the entire round crater. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time, he was buried within. The surface of the desert was as flat as a mirror. Plump Lady's mouth was oozing with blood as she sat on a lump of yellow sand. Her palms were placed together as her eyes were staring wide open, activating her killer move maniacally. On the surface of the mirror-like desert, the sand statue of a certain horned dragon appeared. This horned dragon statue coiled around, the dragon's head bit its tail, gathering the surrounding sand and forming a great force to suppress Fang Yuan, who was under the sand. The intense battlefield had turned peaceful once more. Huff. Plump Lady let out a breath of turbid air. She wiped her sweat as she finally relaxed. "It is over. My burial dragon sand coffin can form an incomparable pressure, emitted on my enemy in all directions. Once my enemy is trapped, they cannot move until they are turned into meat paste. In the past, I forcefully suppressed a desolate beast, evil dragon, not to mention restraining a lone zombie." Plump Lady muttered to herself. Her words had great effect as she quickly calmed herself down. But right at this moment, there was a loud explosion from beneath the ground. Bang! What sound is that? Plump Lady's body shook, she became nervous again. Bang! The loud bang could be heard again, it was like there was a giant underground beating a drum. Damn it, it is my burial dragon sand coffin. Plump Lady became alert, she stood up abruptly, but her vision turned dark, her body was swaying as she almost fell onto the yellow sand on the ground. She was indeed injured. When Fang Yuan tore the martial sand armor, his strong punch had heavily injured her. At the crucial moment, she used her killer move as a body double, attracting Fang Yuan's attention as she hid inside the yellow sand that was flying all over the place. After that, she used her killer move Burial Dragon Sand Coffin and trapped Fang Yuan underneath the sand. Impossible. Even a desolate beast, evil dragon, met its end under my killer move's power. This killer move is worth at least 3 immortal essence stones in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Plump Lady spoke to herself. Bang! Right at this moment, there was another explosion. The originally fearsome and powerful evil dragon statue shook, it was covered in cracks as sand fell off the statue. Plump Lady's heart shuddered along with it, she stared with her eyes wide open, her gaze was fixed on the desert below her feet. Boom! 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 The loud sound descended again, it became more and more frequent, the ground was shaking along with it. Plump Lady's mouth was dry, her heart was pounding from shock as she felt that her killer move was not trapping a person, she was trapping a fearsome monster that was even fiercer than the desolate beast evil dragon. Bam! The huge dragon statue could suppress him no longer, it completely disintegrated. The surface of the desert swelled up like a tumor, sand burst out and rained down, as a huge figure appeared before Plump Lady once again. It was a moonless night, winds were blowing intensely, giving off an eerie and scary feeling. An 8-armed monster that was 6 meters in height, Fang Yuan, who had a green face and sharp fangs, was like a demon god incarnate, he brought fear and nightmares to this world. Different from before, he was covered in a black armor, the armor was spiky and looked very fearsome. It was extremely thick and could make Fang Yuan's tall and mighty heavenly zombie body become even more imposing, his demonic aura was oozing everywhere. This was Fang Yuan's defensive killer move. If Plump Lady lived for another 400 years, she would recognize this. During the chaotic 5 Regions War, this was the most common defensive killer move, hair armor. It had the rank 5 indestructible steel main Gu as its core, with several hundred Gu worms as assistants. It allowed a Gu Immortal to grow an absurd amount of hair all over their body, to form body armor. Not only was this cheap and efficient, it had great defense and the Gu worms used were easy to replenish if they were damaged. After Fang Yuan became an immortal zombie, his hair had become tough as steel. When he used hair armor, the effect was greater than most ordinary bodies of Gu Immortals. Using hair armor and his immortal zombie body, he took on Burial Dragon Sand Coffin directly without taking any injury. This killer move had appeared 400 years in advance. Plump Lady could not recognize it, but it did not hinder her from evaluating this killer move's value. This defensive killer move is stronger than my martial sand armor. If it is sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, it would be sold at 2.5 Immortal Essence Stones. Thinking of this, Plump Lady's battle intent fell again. Sir, I am Mo Gu Immortal, I am chasing a thief, I mistook you for him. I believe that you are not Ling Husu now, this is a misunderstanding. It is said that friends are often made after a fight, we should. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, he, interesting. Mo Gu Immortal, if I kill you, it will surely be very enjoyable. This was the first time Fang Yuan had spoken in this battle. His voice was hoarse and terrible to listen to. Plump Lady shuddered when she listened to him. Mo clan was a super force in Western Desert, an overlord that dominated a territory. But Fang Yuan was fearless, he had no consideration for Mo clan at all. Plump Lady's heart sank to rock bottom. Where did this demonic cultivator come from? Such incredible battle strength, high quality among rank 6 Gu Immortals, yet he is so arrogant and ruthless. Next, Plump Lady saw a pair of wings growing on Fang Yuan's back. His wings were black, that of a bat's, black and huge, they flapped. The bat wings vanished like an illusion, but it caused Fang Yuan's body to shoot forward at lightning speed. So fast. This is a killer move especially for movement. Plump Lady's pupils shrunk, she had made up her mind to run. She screamed shrilly, her plump face could not conceal the immense fear and shock she felt. Seeing that Fang Yuan was getting close, Plump Lady's body burst out with a dazzling yellow light. The yellow light caused her body to move back rapidly, she escaped in the opposite direction at lightning speed. Fang Yuan activated the movement killer move Light Illusion Bat Wings again, but could not catch up to her. A few breaths later, Plump Lady vanished into the horizons. Plump Lady suffered a huge loss, she even used her killer move Light Sand Escape, her foundation will definitely be affected. This guy is so absurd, he actually fought till Plump Lady escaped. Far away, Ling Husu hid deeply within a sand dune as he suppressed his aura, not daring to show any flaws in his concealment. She escaped quickly. Fang Yuan snorted, he stopped at the battlefield and used Investigative Gu to search. Ling Husu did not dare to breathe loudly, he felt that the Investigative Gu's aura had been sweeping the area where he was hiding in. Fang Yuan searched for a long time, but seeing that there was no effect, he left. He's finally gone, weird. Why is my heart in so much unrest? Ling Husu had just wanted to come out, when suddenly his heart shook and he changed his mind. Time had slowly passed and it was already late at night. A figure moved like a phantom, descending from a high altitude, it was Fang Yuan. He had purposely left, turning around and flying into the clouds, secretly inspecting the ground. He had waited for a long time but did not see anyone. He snorted coldly, giving up on his search and returning to Shajing Oasis. So close, so close. This demon is really scheming and cunning, thankfully I was careful, otherwise, I would have fallen for his trap. Ling Husu curled up in the sand nearby, breaking out in cold sweat from fear. In the darkness, his eyes were moving randomly. What is the origin of this demon? Where did he come from? What unspeakable secrets does he have? Ling Husu was extremely curious, but this demon's investigation methods cannot discover me. Should I trail him and see what he is up to? But when he thought about Fang Yuan pretending to leave and returning, his thoughts were extinguished like a candle. This demon is not only ruthless and cruel, he is also very crafty and cunning. I should forget about it. Anyway, the Immortal Essence Stones are already mine. Ling Husu discarded this thought, he did not dare to come out of the desert's surface, he drilled underground. He did not have much battle strength, but he had many movement killer moves, his speed underground was unexpectedly not slower than an ordinary Gu Immortal's flight. He chose the opposite direction as Fang Yuan and left. Fang Yuan returned to Shajing Oasis once again. Lights lit up the oasis, as loud noises resounded everywhere. Even though Fang Yuan had purposely gone far away, the battle of the Gu Immortals still caused quite the commotion, the mortals were all panic-stricken. Fang Yuan ignored them. He used luck inspection Gu and found Han Li again. He was extremely alert. He concealed his traces as he used connect luck Gu secretly. This time, it was smooth sailing and there were no more accidents. The two had their luck connected. Fang Yuan could see that Han Li's monolith luck was shrinking at a shocking pace. Soon after, the monolith luck was filled with cracks, it crumbled. A few breaths later, Han Li's luck fell to an ordinary mortal smoke trace level. Next, his faint gray-white smoke turned black. Oh no! Fang Yuan saw this and his heart sank. At the same time, Han Li was eating with his parents who had returned. He was extremely hungry. He gobbled up the food. Eat slowly, son. His mother laughed dotingly. She was very concerned about her son. Guh. Suddenly, Han Li grabbed his throat. His eyes were wide open. He choked. Son, quickly spit it out. His parents were shocked. They moved frantically. But they did not manage to save Han Li. He was dead. Chapter 676, Human Medicine Gu. Han Li woke up in his bed. He slowly regained consciousness and opened his eyes. Beside his bed, his parents were kneeling on the ground, kowtowing to an elderly Gu master non-stop. They were expressing their gratitude. Dr. Mo, thank you for saving our son. Dr. Mo, we will remember your kindness for the rest of our lives. Father, mother. Han Li spoke with much difficulty. He muttered softly. My son, my precious son. You are finally awake. Han Li's mother heard his voice and jumped onto the bed, crying from joy. Little rascal, you are finally awake. Quickly thank Dr. Mo, if he was not here by chance, you would have died. Han Li's father was overjoyed. He quickly reminded him. Dr. Mo, thank you for saving my life. Han Li saw Dr. Mo and fear flashed across his eyes. I am the Gu master that is stationed in Han village. It was natural for me to save you. You were lucky today. You met me when I was patrolling the village. Dr. Mo laughed. Next, he left quietly while Han Li's parents were thanking him with all their hearts. Oh? This is interesting. Fang Yuan did not leave. He was lurking nearby, watching this scene. After he succeeding in connecting their luck, Han Li's luck fell drastically. It rapidly turned into a thin layer of deathly black luck. If Han Li was a Gu master with ample strength, he could ignore this luck. But he was a mortal, and a weak child among mortals. He was immediately killed by the backlash of this deathly black luck, choking on his food. Fang Yuan wanted to save him immediately. He had large numbers of mortal healing Gu. A matter like choking could be easily resolved. He could be saved as long as a long time had not passed. As long as a person is not dead, their luck would not stop. If Han Li died like this, Fang Yuan's disastrous luck would only be alleviated for the moment, but it would continue getting worse. The root of the problem would not be solved. If Han Li was alive, then by connecting his luck to Fang Yuan's all the time, Fang Yuan's horrible luck would slowly improve. But the moment he was about to make a move, a figure jumped out of a large house in the village, rushing towards Han Li's house. Seeing the movement Gu he was using, this was evidently a rank 2 Gu master. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. He silently got closer to the village, deciding to watch the event unfold. When this rank 2 Gu master arrived at Han Li's house, he straightened his clothes and pretended to be carefree. Next he accidentally discovered Han Li choking. Because of the pleas of Han Li's parents, he saved Han Li and revived him. From their conversation, this Dr. Mo should be a healing Gu master that is stationed in the village. But it seems that Han Li and this Dr. Mo have some secret connection. Fang Yuan thought. In order to control mortals, Gu master forces would send 1 or 2 Gu masters to look after the respective villages in turns. Like Guyu Jiangya on Qingmao Mountain, he was this kind of stationed Gu master. When Han Li and his family fell asleep, Fang Yuan sneaked into the house. He went to Han Li and used Immortal Gu, causing him to fall into deeper sleep. Fang Yuan stretched out his 8 huge arms. He searched all over Han Li's body and soon, he found something amiss. There were quite a few goo worms on Han Li's body. His entire body's flesh and blood seemed to be influenced by goo worms. These arrangements felt very familiar to Fang Yuan. A weakness of a zombie was that their cognition would slow. Fang Yuan could not find the key point and had to use the wills he stored in his mind to assist in thinking. He looked through his memories and soon found the truth. It turns out this so-called Dr. Mo is refining human medicine goo. This human medicine goo is a rank 3 goo. It uses a human child as the main refinement material, taking years to slowly nurture and grow. Once the human medicine goo was refined, it could only be used once to increase a person's lifespan, but it had huge drawbacks. That Dr. Mo is no longer young. It seems he wants to use human medicine goo to increase his lifespan, thus he placed his sights on Han Li. No wonder Han Li could grab the leaves of the dagger grass without any gloves, that was because his body had already been modified secretly. This is also why Dr. Mo came over quickly when Han Li choked, that was because he had placed a goo worm in Han Li's body that could monitor him. And finally, even though Han Li choked to death, he could still be revived easily. That was because the human medicine goo's refinement process caused his vitality to increase greatly. Fang Yuan realized at once. Even though he found out Dr. Mo's scheme, he did not do anything to stop him. If Dr. Mo mysteriously dies, Han village would definitely be investigated. If he does not die, in order to refine human medicine goo, he would need to take good care of Han Li. There are still 3 to 4 years until human medicine goo finishes refining. Well, I just need Han Li to be alive. Fang Yuan activated luck inspection goo again, checking Han Li's luck. Ever since the luck connection had succeeded, Han Li's luck had fallen drastically. His special luck was gone, becoming like that of a normal mortal, a thin layer of luck resembling faint smoke. Fang Yuan observed for a while, noticing that the black color in Han Li's luck had vanished, turning into a gray-white color. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. He summed up his experiences this time to reach a conclusion. Black color represents death. Without the black color in his luck, Han Li was in no danger of dying for the moment. As the saying goes, every cloud has a silver lining. There could be great fortune after surviving a near-death experience. After Han Li's crisis just now, his luck had been improving. Thinking about it, I narrowly survived a disaster in Northern Plains by relying on my own strength and schemes. Ever since I escaped from the wind veil of assimilation, half of my black coffin luck has most likely dissipated. But even so, Han Li was nearly killed by my luck. It seems I have to find a few more targets and connect our luck together. Fang Yuan's gaze shined for a bit. In the end, he secretly placed some goo worms on Han Li's body before leaving. Using his superior methods, there was no way the rank 2 Dr. Mo could find them. One day, if Dr. Mo tries to harm Han Li, he will definitely suffer severe consequences. Lad, I gave you 3 lifelines. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself. Hee. Fang Yuan arrived silently, and left unnoticed, not leaving behind a single trace. He first went far away from Shajing Oasis, before activating fixed immortal travel at an empty location. At the next moment, he appeared in Central Continent. A huge heavenly river flowed down from the sky. It flowed through the entirety of Central Continent, towards the eastern side of Central Continent, into Eastern Sea. At the downstream parts of the heavenly river, because of the impact caused by the water, it formed a huge fertile plain. There were abundant resources in the plain, people and nature flourished in abundance, countless small and middle-sized sects were established here. Among these sects, there was one small sect that was inconspicuous, but had quite the grand name. It was called Universal Life Academy. Fang Yuan hid in a forest, observing them from afar. The academy was in a mountain valley. There were only a few rooms here with only one square. It seems that they were currently holding a sect competition, as there were 2 stages in this square, with hundreds of Gu masters watching below the stages. This battle between mortal Gu masters was extremely short. There was nothing too outstanding. But in the eyes of the spectators, it was extremely exciting. Especially for the youngster, Hong Yi, who was standing among the crowd, this competition had great meaning. I have bull strength, tiger strength, and even obtained the Gu worm rewind by chance. My battle strength is first rate among rank 2 Gu masters. During this competition, I must shock everyone with my skill and obtain the number 1 spot in the academy. This way, I can force my father to relent and place my mother's memorial tablet in the ancestral hall. Hong Yi clenched his fists, deciding in his mind. At the same time, Fang Yuan, who was far away, muttered with bright shining eyes, "Found you, Hong Yi." This Hong Yi's luck was not worse than Han Li. He was also a rank 7 legend that appeared during the 5 regions chaotic war. He cultivated strength and soul path, he had exemplary talent and was extremely skilled in self-creating killer moves. He had many fortuitous encounters, he obtained the body of an ancient Rockman king, he deciphered an inheritance left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable, and even through a lucky coincidence managed to subdue an ancient desolate beast, White-horned Qilin, as his steed. Even though he found his target, Fang Yuan did not strike immediately. Right now, this scene is in the middle of broad daylight. I will cause quite a commotion when I use Connect Luck, I might be discovered. This was not Han Village. In Han Village, there was only one rank 2 Gu master stationed, but here, it was an entire sect full of Gu masters. Not only this, there were 3 to 4 other small to mid-sized forces in the valley. In this entire plain at the downstream of the Heavenly River, there were countless sections. Among these mortals, there were even some lone cultivator Gu Immortals. These Gu Immortals were all creators of the sects. If Fang Yuan used Connect Luck Immortal Gu here, he might be discovered by them. I can only wait until night when everyone is asleep. I will arrange many mortal Gu and try to conceal the area, it is worth a try. Fang Yuan was very experienced and cunning, he would never be lacking in patience. When it was night time, Universal Life Academy became silent, as Fang Yuan opened his eyes. Very good, I have arranged over 10,000 Gu worms in the vicinity of the valley, my preparations are complete. To conceal the aura of the Immortal Gu, I will need to use Connect Luck for half the night. Right at this moment, there was the sound of a spatial disturbance in his aperture. A moving perspective cup Gu appeared out of nowhere in his immortal aperture. There was a letter in the moving perspective cup Gu. Is Tai Baiyunxing in trouble? Fang Yuan's consciousness entered the Gu. He soon found out that the letter did not come from Tai Baiyunxing, but from Fairy Li Shan. After the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fang Yuan passed Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lou Lan a moving perspective cup Gu each, while he kept the other half of their respective moving perspective cup Gu. The contents of the letter made Fang Yuan frown deeply. This was a letter asking for help by Fairy Li Shan on Hei Lou Lan's behalf. Hei Lou Lan was being chased down by her father, she was in great danger. How can this be? Damn it. Fang Yuan sighed deeply, because of their oath, he had to put aside his own matters and swiftly return to Northern Plains to assist Hei Lou Lan. In any case, for the time being, Hong Yi was going to stay here, it would be easy for Fang Yuan to find him. I'll let you off for now. Fang Yuan hurriedly retrieved most of his Gu worms, avoiding leaving behind traces as much as possible, before he sneaked into a cave and used fixed immortal travel. At the next moment, he arrived in a secret room at the 3rd peak of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. In the secret room, Fairy Li Shan was pacing back and forth worriedly. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, she got close to him. You are finally back. I am extremely anxious, the situation is terrible, little Lan is being pursued by that evil scoundrel. Why aren't you helping her? Fang Yuan frowned. I was going to act, but little Lan urged me to continue hiding our connection, she did not want our relationship to be disclosed. You came alone? Where is Tai Baiyunxing? He has other matters now. Fang Yuan asked again, how many Gu Immortals are pursuing her? Only 2, one is Hei Cheng while the other is Shuesong Zi. I placed an investigative Gu on Hei Lou Lan, her situation is very dangerous now. Quick, I will use my thoughts to transmit the scenery to you, quickly go save her. Fang Yuan inspected the thoughts and used fixed immortal travel. At the next moment, he appeared beside Hei Lou Lan. Chapter 677, First Battle with Hei Cheng. Lou Lan, stop running. You are my daughter, why would I harm you? Don't listen to other people's defamation. We as father and daughter have a huge misunderstanding. I admit, it is true that I have the Yang life extension method, but this method cannot harm lives. Your mother really passed away because of the earthly calamity. Hei Qing floated in the air, using a tone like one who felt unjustly treated, trying to persuade Hei Lou Lan. He wore a black robe and had fair skin, his eyes were dark and his face was like jade. He had beautiful facial features and gave off a vibrant aura. He was truly a famously handsome man among Northern Plains Gu Immortals. When he urged Hei Lou Lan, his tone was sincere, it was overflowing with emotions, coupled with his good looks. Outsiders who did not know the details might have truly believed him. But Hei Lou Lan already had clearly seen this man's true colors. She gritted her teeth. Evil scum, who would believe your hypocritical lies? If the Yang life extension method really cannot harm lives, why don't you let me see it? Hehe, I believe that Xuesongzi at your side will also be very interested. Xuesongzi was tall and thin, he wore blue clothes and his snowy white hair extended to his feet. He stood beside Hei Qing without saying a word. He was a demonic path Gu Immortal, he controlled the 7th peak of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Earlier, he had sponsored Ma Tribe and Ma Tribe lost in the Imperial Court contest, thus he was heavily suppressed by Hei Tribe. Next, in order to obtain the strength path Immortal Gu, Hei Lou Lan exposed the secret of Hei Qing causing harm to Su Xian heir to him. Xuesongzi thus had a secret weapon to restrain Hei Qing. Hei Lou Lan had wanted to use Xuesongzi to ruin Hei Qing's reputation, but to think that the two of them had actually ganged up. Upon hearing this from Hei Lou Lan, Xuesongzi's eyes moved about as he turned around towards Hei Qing with much interest. Maybe I can help your daughter evaluate it. Hei Qing snorted, ignoring Xuesongzi's words. He changed his attitude, his eyes shining with cold light as he spoke to Hei Lou Lan calmly. Daughter, you do not know what is good for you. Hei Lou Lan spat in response to his words, but what came out was blood. She was in her true form now, she was bathed in blood as her armor was broken, she was in a pathetic state. Her gaze, however, turned more ruthless as her killing intent boiled. She showed a mocking expression on her face. Father? Hehe, the Grand Righteous Path Rank 7 Gu Immortal, Lord Hei Qing, actually brought along a demonic path Gu Immortal with him to coerce his daughter. If this scene was shown to the world, I wonder what would happen. Hei Qing was indifferent towards such mocking words. He smiled lightly and showed his deep and unfathomable shrewdness. Lou Lan, you have nowhere to run. You have the great strength true martial physique. It is 10 times as hard for you to become a Gu Immortal compared to normal people. Without my help, you cannot become a strength path Gu Immortal. Humph, kill me if you have the guts. Hei Lou Lan showed her fierce nature, her expression turned ruthless as her aura surged. If you force my hand, I will self-detonate. I will let all your efforts go down the drain. When your plans fail, I wonder what you can do. Hei Qing laughed. If you die, how will you avenge your mother? You've endured this and lurked for so many years, painstakingly developing, wasn't it all for revenge? Unfortunately, mortal and immortals are worlds apart, even if you have one of the 10 extreme physiques and are able to bully some bottom-tier rank 6 Gu Immortals. For you to kill me, a rank 7 Gu Immortal, humph, delusional. Although he said that, Hei Qing still felt some agitation in his heart. Hei Lou Lan pointed out Hei Qing's concerns. Although he had the Immortal Gu Dark Arrow, this Immortal Gu could only be used to attack. Hei Qing did not have capturing methods. If he forced her hand, and Hei Lou Lan self-detonates, he could not stop her. Most importantly, such acts of harming his daughter could not be known to the public, he could only work in secret. Otherwise, with Hei Qing's reputation and influence in Northern Plains' righteous path, he could bring at least 5 to 6 Gu Immortals with him. But now, he only brought Xuesongzi. And Xuesongzi was a demonic path Gu Immortal of Snowy Mountain. He only would care about benefits and could not be trusted. Although he seemed to be an ally, Hei Qing from the beginning was guarding against him. Earlier, Hei Lou Lan had exposed his secret. After Xuesongzi obtained this weakness, he did not expose it to the public. Destroying Hei Qing's reputation could decrease Hei Tribe Gu Immortal's pressure on Xuesongzi. But if he used it to threaten Hei Qing, he would be able to gain more benefits. Thus, before the wind veil of assimilation appeared, Xuesongzi found Hei Qing in person and threatened him with this secret. Hei Qing was stunned at that moment. His secret that had been hidden for so many years was known by an outsider. He almost lost his bearings. But he was an old and shrewd person. He quickly calmed down and used his glib tongue to accede to a portion of Xuesongzi's requests. Next, Hei Qing even urged Xuesongzi to cooperate. As long as he assisted in the plan and it succeeded, he would gain more benefits. Xuesongzi gave an overbearing request. He was interested in the Inyang life extension method. Although Xuesongzi was middle-aged and also had lifespan Gu, who among Gu immortals would not be interested in a life extension method? Hei Qing was furious and helpless. He could only agree for now. Thus, Hei Qing and Xuesongzi's seemingly united but internally divided alliance was formed. Just as Hei Lou Lan, Hei Qing, and Xuesongzi were at a stalemate, a bright jade-green light burst out beside Hei Lou Lan. The jade light dissipated, revealing Fang Yuan's huge body. He was 6 meters tall and had 8 arms. He had a green face and red eyes. His entire body was covered in a black shiny armor which had many spikes on it. Facing strong foes, Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He first used the defensive killer move, hair armor, before using fixed immortal travel to come here. Although fixed immortal travel could only transport humans, when Gu masters use Gu worms, they can form clothes and armor, and would not have to teleport naked every time. Back when Fang Yuan teleported from Three Kings Blessed Land to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, because he was short on time and did not have the relevant Gu worms, he had to teleport naked, and gave Feng Huang an unforgettable experience. You are finally here. Hei Lou Lan saw that her reinforcement had arrived. Her expression brightened. Which Gu immortal is this? Who are you? Xuesongzi quickly asked in shock. Fang Yuan rapidly looked at the two in the air. His voice was hoarse as his surging killing intent was displayed. The person who will kill you. As he spoke nonsense with them, he transmitted to Hei Lou Lan, quick. We cannot stay here for long. Enter my immortal aperture and I'll bring you away. Hearing that Fang Yuan was trying to kill him, Xuesongzi flew into a rage. Such words. Next to him, the Gu immortal Hei Qing reacted more quickly. Attack. That immortal Gu is fixed immortal travel. He only needs 3 breaths of time to escape. We cannot give them any opportunities. As they spoke, Hei Lou Lan had already entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Xuesongzi's expression turned severe. He waved his sleeves and created a curved moon blade wheel that was the size of a horse carriage. The blade wheel spun in the air, slashing at Fang Yuan. Killer move, Icy Wind Blade Wheel. The blade wheel made of ice was extremely sharp. It was oozing with frost energy and was extremely fast when pushed by the wind. Before the blade wheel had reached him, Fang Yuan could feel the icy winds blowing on him. This killer move is very fierce. It has the essence of both ice and wind path. Its value is at least 3 immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan squinted. He logically chose to evade it. Killer move, Light Illusion Bat Wings. 2 large phantom black bat wings appeared behind him. After the phantom wings flapped, they vanished. Fang Yuan gained a huge boost in speed. He moved like lightning and flew sideways, dodging the icy wind blade wheel. The blade wheel hit the ground, making a loud sound as it dug deep into the ground like cutting tofu. On the grassland, the blade wheel carved out a huge trench, and ice that was tough as rocks formed on the sides of the trench. Although Fang Yuan dodged the icy wind blade wheel, Hei Cheng's attack was right in front of him. This was a very inconspicuous small black arrow. The body of the arrow was short. It was about half a person's arm length. It was black and did not give out any aura of danger. But precisely because of this, Fang Yuan was on extreme alert. This was the attack of the Immortal Gu Dark Arrow. Hei Qing was experienced in battles. He was ruthless and used his trump card from the start. Fang Yuan quickly activated his killer move, Light Illusion Bat Wings, but the black arrow was like a magnet attracted to him. It changed directions agilely and was fixed on Fang Yuan. He could not shrug it off at all. Immortal Gu Dark Arrow's attack could home in on enemies and turn in different directions. Its speed was fast. Even though Fang Yuan was a flying master, he could not shake it off. As the distance between him and the dark arrow shortened, he fell under greater threat. Fang Yuan's defensive killer move, Hair Armor, although it had a high price-to-performance ratio, and was widely spread during the Five Regions' chaotic war, it was only a mortal killer move. Dark Arrow could pierce it in one hit. Even though Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was strong, it could not resist the might of Dark Arrow. Especially when this Dark Arrow ignored Fang Yuan's body, heart and other areas, only aiming for his sole weakness, his brain. After becoming an immortal zombie, Fang Yuan's heart, throat, anus, and all other areas were no longer weak points in his body. Even if they were destroyed, he would still function fine and would not take too much damage. But his brain was different. If his brain was destroyed, his mind would also perish. Fang Yuan would be unable to think, unable to act, and would be at his enemy's mercy. Activating fixed immortal travel required 3 breaths of time, but the Dark Arrow chased relentlessly. Fang Yuan did not have the time for it. Fang Yuan moved around rapidly. The many Immortal Gu that made up his killer move, Light Illusion Bat Wings, were starting to be worn down. It is over. Cheng laughed coldly, waving his sleeves and shooting out another Dark Arrow. My Dark Arrow Immortal Gu is merely rank 6 and can only shoot out up to 3 Dark Arrows at the same time. No matter who you are, making me use 2 Dark Arrows to deal with you, it should be your honor. Cheng looked at Fang Yuan struggling at the brink of death as he evaluated arrogantly. Humph, what are you so proud of? I was just toying with you. Fang Yuan spoke in a hoarse voice and laughed suddenly. 2 Dark Arrows attacked him at once. He knew he could no longer avoid using Green Grape Immortal Essence, activating the Immortal Gu Worldly Wave Trace. Swoosh! A huge wave appeared below Fang Yuan's feet. The waves moved quickly. Fang Yuan stepped on them as he quickly created some distance from the Dark Arrows. The power of an Immortal Gu was truly extraordinary. Earlier, Fang Yuan had used Light Illusion Bat Wings no less than 100 times, but he could not escape from the Dark Arrows. But right now, he had just used Worldly Wave Trace once and immediately moved far away from it. Chapter 678, Number 4 in the list of Mystical Gu. Another Immortal Gu. Shuesongzi's expression changed, his gaze was heated, looking extremely jealous and envious. To think that in order to obtain Wooden Chicken Immortal Gu, he spent so much effort and scheming, yet his plan still failed him. The immortal zombie in front of him actually had Immortal Gu, which most ordinary Gu immortals did not have, and he even had 2. Hei Cheng, Shuesongzi, that will be all for today. Enjoy your life from now on, because you do not have much time left. Fang Yuan's tone was chilling. He stepped on the flying wave. At the same time, a jade green light flashed on his body. 3 breaths of time later, fixed immortal travel carried him across space, leaving this battlefield. 2 Dark Arrows arrived at his former location, only hitting the last trace of jade light remaining. Oh no, they ran away. Shuesongzi's expression was extremely ugly. He questioned Cheng, aren't you a rank 7 Gu immortal? Why couldn't you stop them? Shuesongzi, mind your tone. Cheng was expressionless. He gave Shuesongzi a cold glance. Shuesongzi was pressured by Cheng's grand aura. His expression became less overbearing. Cheng spoke calmly, the other party has 2 movement Immortal Gu. Unless we have an Immortal Gu that can seal the environment, we can only watch them escape. However, the tracing method I used on Hei Lou Lan is extremely secretive. It is a killer move at the peak of the mortal level. As long as she shows up in Northern Plains again, I will detect her. Also, this was not a fruitless trip. We have already found out that Hei Lou Lan has a force backing her. Without help, there is no way she could have reached this stage. I just did not expect an immortal zombie with 2 movement Immortal Gu to show up. It seems the force behind Hei Lou Lan is not simple at all. The situation is getting interesting. Saying this, Cheng showed a faint smile. He felt no dejection after this loss. He did not strike against Hei Lou Lan. On one hand, he was wary of her self-detonation, on the other hand, he wanted to draw out her mysterious backer. What are you saying? Shuesongzi's gaze focused. Immortal zombies are often the result of Gu immortals who are forced by circumstances when they have no way of extending their lifespan. Do you think this immortal zombie is truly the person supporting Hei Lou Lan behind the scenes? Hei Qing asked with deep meaning. Fang Yuan did not fight against them, he only displayed his flying master attainment when he dodged the dark arrows. But this attainment was nothing special for Gu immortals who had lived for hundreds of years. At this moment, Hei Qing and Shuesongzi did not know Fang Yuan's true battle strength, and Fang Yuan did not receive much of their attention. They thought he was a normal immortal zombie. Shuesongzi's gaze flickered. I understand what you mean. This immortal zombie is not the crucial person, his two movement Immortal Gu are most likely loaned to him by others. Hei Qing nodded. That's right, this mysterious person is likely to be someone we know. They sent an unfamiliar immortal zombie over here to help, that means it was not convenient for them to appear. This mysterious person is leaving no clues for us, how will we investigate? Shuesongzi felt a headache, an enemy hiding in the dark was the most troublesome kind. Not only did he feel restrained, he did not know who to trust and who to target. They have already shown a flaw. Hei Qing laughed loudly, be it fixed immortal travel or worldly wave trace, they are both related to Central Continent. Such an obvious clue is enough for us to discover many things. As long as I can uncover the true identity of that person, I will be able to take them down all at once. Saying this, Hei Qing showed a ruthless expression on his face. Fixed immortal travel brought Fang Yuan back to Fairy Li Shan's residence. Little Lan, how are your injuries? Seeing that Hei Lou Lan was leaving Fang Yuan's immortal aperture while covered in blood, Fairy Li Shan was very nervous. She quickly went over and checked. Little aunt, it is not a problem. That scoundrel did not attack me seriously, he was only putting on a show. Hei Lou Lan laughed, as if she was not the one injured. Fairy Li Shan's heart was eased, she let out a breath of turbid air. It seems that your guess is right, Little Lan, that scoundrel really planted some tracking method on your body. This method is extremely well hidden, we could not find it even after searching intensely several times. Fang Yuan heard this and his gaze turned cold, he looked at Hei Lou Lan closely, that is to say, you were discovered by Hei Qing on purpose? I would not say it was on purpose. Hei Lou Lan looked into Fang Yuan's eyes without any fear. Earlier, Little Aunt found some crucial information, it was regarding the whereabouts of Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun was taken away by a Northern Plains Gu immortal, Qin by Sheng, his blessed land is situated in Crimson Reed Marsh. I went there intending to sneak into the blessed land and see if the information was true. I didn't expect that Hei Qing was also nearby. The moment I stepped into Crimson Reed Marsh, he detected me. Fang Yuan nodded, he believed what Hei Lou Lan said. Of course, this was not because he trusted Hei Lou Lan, but because this was part of the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Allies could have personal secrets, but they could not lie. If you did not say it, then that is fine. But if you spoke, it had to be the truth, otherwise the oath would kill you. Ma Hongyun, as his name suggests, has fortune that rivals heaven. If I connect my luck to him, it would be far more effective than Hong Yi and Han Li. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan asked, how reliable is the information that Ma Hongyun has been captured by Qin Bai Sheng? Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan looked at each other. As Fairy Li Shan said, according to our analysis, there is a 70% chance that we can believe it. During the battle inside the Wind Veil of Assimilation, dozens of Gu immortals from the righteous and demonic path were involved. I was there at the time, it was a chaotic scene. After the battle, everyone had their own guesses on who captured Ma Hongyun, and that resulted in dozens of small conflicts, but they were all proven to be wrong. This time, our information is different from the rumors, we have reason and evidence. Evidently, an insider had purposely leaked the information. Qin Bai Sheng is a rank 7 lone cultivator Gu immortal, he is a famous expert in the metal path, and also has his blessed land to defend himself. But Ma Hongyun's matter involves giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path true inheritance, this has too much of an attraction to Northern Plains Gu immortals. Especially when Qin Bai Sheng does not have the Huangjin bloodline, everyone is jealous of him. Fang Yuan nodded, that is to say, this is a troublesome matter. If Ma Hongyun was really captured by Qin Bai Sheng, then soon, a band of Gu Immortals are going to attack Crimson Reed Marsh. That is exactly so. Hei Lou Lan laughed heartily, her beautiful black pupils radiating with light. The way I see it, this information should be true to a huge extent. Luckily, Little Ant did not expose her identity this time. When the righteous and demonic Gu Immortals team up, they will need Little Ant's mountain pledge Gu. At that time, we will be able to find a chance and intervene in this matter. If there is a chance for us to obtain the luck path true inheritance, we will strike. If not, we will take a step back. Using the time in which that old scoundrel Cheng is engaging in battle, I will have a chance to ascend to immortal. Hei Lou Lan was a formidable person. Like Fang Yuan, she was very skilled in scheming. Fang Yuan asked coldly, although this was the first time I met Cheng, I can confirm that he is no simple character. If he refuses to join this, what will you do? To Cheng, although the luck path true inheritance was important, it could not compare to his lifespan. There are so many people fighting for the luck path true inheritance, it is like a battle of tigers and wolves. He might as well stay uninvolved and settle the issue of Hei Lou Lan instead. Fang Yuan's words directly addressed the problem. Hei Lou Lan's brows rose. She replied enthusiastically, I do not have much time left. It has been fortunate I have had Little Ants help these recent days. In half a month, I will have to ascend regardless of the situation. If Cheng comes to find trouble, then it will be a perfect time to deal with him once and for all. In her words, she had already disregarded the possibility of death. Her fearless and resolute disposition was fully displayed. That means, there is a possibility I have to fight Cheng? By then, we cannot escape. In order to protect you, I will to fight him head-on? Fang Yuan's gaze was uncertain. Fairy Li Shan said, Fang Yuan, don't forget, when a Gu master ascends to the realm of immortal, there will be a huge influx of heaven and earth qi. Under that special environment, Cheng's battle strength would be heavily suppressed. Little Lan's ascension is extremely important. I will be there personally. Together with Tai Baiyun Xing, we have 3 Gu Immortals on our side. Hei Lou Lan replied graciously and understandingly, Fang Yuan, in order to save me this time, you used fixed immortal travel 3 times, and lost 3 green grape immortal essence beads. You also used 1 bead to activate worldly wave trace Gu. According to our alliance, you will be compensated twice the amount, that is 8 immortal essence stones. That's right. Fang Yuan looked at Hei Lou Lan. It was so easy for intelligent people to communicate. Fairy Li Shan spoke suddenly, 8 immortal essence stones, I can give that to you right now. But I also have other things, Fang Yuan, perhaps you should take a look, you might be interested in them. Saying this, she took out 2 killer moves and 1 Gu recipe. Fang Yuan looked through them and was very interested. Of the 2 killer moves, one was called Poison Breath, a poison path killer move. It could turn a Gu Immortal's breathing into a poisonous gas. The killer move had little strength, but its advantage was sustainability. If a long time passes, the Gu Immortal's surroundings would be covered in a layer of poisonous gas. It would unceasingly poison all the surrounding people and things. But this killer move had a flaw. It was easy to hurt oneself. Especially an ordinary Gu Immortal's body, they needed to protect and heal their nostrils, throat, and lungs. This weakness was non-existent to an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. The other killer move was called Commotion. Commotion was the name of a person. He was the Gu Immortal who created this killer move. He was quite famous within Gu master history. He controlled the number 4 Gu in the list of top 10 mystical Gu, Qi Escape Gu. Spring Autumn Cicada was only ranked at 7th, while Qi Escape Gu was 4th. It was reverse refined from the legendary Reputation Gu. In terms of flying speed in a straight line, it was the number 1 Gu in the world. No Gu was its match. And this killer move was also a movement killer move. Back then, Commotion referred to Qi Escape Gu to create it. It could open the small pores on the Gu Immortal's body and blow out small air currents, causing the Gu Immortal to fly forward quickly. Not only was it fast, it could change directions very agilely. The killer move Commotion was very suitable to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a zombie's body. His body's pores were tough and durable. Even if they were destroyed, his terrifying recovery speed would heal them quickly. As for the Gu recipe, it was an ancient strength path Gu recipe. It could refine the rank 5 group strength Gu. Undeniably, these 3 items had been collected by Fairy Li Shan for some time. They were specially prepared for Fang Yuan. They were allies who had made an oath under Snowy Mountain. It was a good thing for Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lou Lan for Fang Yuan to be strong. Chapter 679, Immortal Gu is hungry. Fang Yuan thought a moment and said to Fairy Li Shan, I will take this poison breath killer move and the ancient Gu recipe. How many immortal essence stones for them? Fairy Li Shan replied, poison breath is 2 immortal essence stones and the group strength Gu's recipe is 2 immortal essence stones as well, so altogether it is 4 immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing with Fairy Li Shan's quotation. Poison breath was not an ordinary killer move and was indeed worth 2 immortal essence stones. Group strength Gu might only be a rank 5 mortal Gu, but it was already extinct and as such its high price of 2 immortal essence stones was normal. Fairy Li Shan took out 3 things, but this group strength Gu recipe, which was the most unremarkable among them, had the greatest attraction to Fang Yuan. However, although the offer was fair, Fang Yuan was low in cash and wanted to haggle to save as many immortal essence stones as possible. Thereupon, he said, this group strength Gu recipe might be rare, but it is an ancient Gu recipe. The refinement materials are very ancient and are now hard to find. Fairy Li Shan smiled, Fang Yuan, I have already considered this. I had originally planned to give this group strength Gu to Little Lan. The reason I am selling it to you now is because the main material in refining this Gu, stone monkey fur, has recently appeared in the market. Hei Lou Lan added, right, in Treasure Yellow Heaven, a Gu immortal by the name of Shirley who calls himself Immortal Monkey King has managed to research and produce stone monkey fur in his blessed land. This Gu refinement material that had been extinct for countless years has now actually reappeared in his hands, causing quite a big commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. In group strength Gu's recipe, the rarest material is stone monkey fur, while the others might be rare, but as long as you look for them, you will be able to buy them, search for them or find substitutes using your own refinement path foundation. The implied meaning of this was that no haggling would be accepted. Fang Yuan was not discouraged. Stone monkey fur? This ancient material might have reappeared now, but it is entirely monopolized by Immortal Monkey King Shirley. The price will definitely not be cheap, right? There is an old saying, good things are not cheap. Fang Yuan, I have personally witnessed your immortal killer move, Myriad Self, and I still remember its astonishing might. There is no need for us to continue probing each other. Group strength Gu is worth much more to you than to normal Gu immortals. 2 immortal essence stones is already quite cheap. Hei Lou Lan refused to yield any benefits. If the other party understands you clearly, the situation would be rather troublesome to deal with. However, Hei Lou Lan was right as well, for immortal essence stones in total was a fair price. Fairy Li Shan did not cheat Fang Yuan of immortal essence stones, but she would not incur losses as well. Alright. Fang Yuan observed the situation and did not persist. Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan were not Lang Yalan spirit. Excessive haggling would only be insulting their intelligence. Both sides completed the transaction shortly afterwards. Fang Yuan obtained the poison breath killer move and the ancient group strength Gu's recipe, as well as 4 immortal essence stones. As for the movement killer move, Commotion Tian, it was not suitable for Fang Yuan. Commotion Tian opened all the pores in one's body from which air would shoot out and propel the body. This killer move had extreme speed and could also give great flexibility in changing direction. However, the opening of the pores in the whole body would greatly reduce Fang Yuan's defense. Moreover, Fang Yuan's defensive killer move, hair armor, covered the whole body without leaving behind any gaps. If Commotion Tian was used, he would not be able to use hair armor. If he used hair armor, Commotion Tian could not be used. These two were not compatible. Fang Yuan thus gave up on the killer move Commotion Tian. His quantity of immortal essence stones increased to 19.5, but he had huge pressure in converting them to green grape immortal essence and feeding his Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was still lacking in cash and could not casually buy the relatively useless killer move. When leaving, Fang Yuan did not extravagantly use fixed immortal travel, instead opting to use a Stargate. Before leaving, he checked Hei Lou Lan's luck. Hei Lou Lan was at rank 5 peak stage, her luck could be perceived by the rank 5 luck inspection Gu. Hei Lou Lan's luck had already recovered from the extremely low state when she went against Ma Hongyun. Her luck was like a giant pillar with the color of an azure sky, giving a feeling of being long-lasting. Hei Lou Lan's luck clearly is at the level of Han Li's and Hong Yi's. From this, it seems her Gu immortal advancement has a high probability of succeeding. But one can't just look at luck in everything, otherwise why would Hei Lou Lan die so suddenly in my previous life? One's luck might be good, but it depends on whether they can grasp it. Now it seems, Cheng might be involved in Hei Lou Lan's unexpected death. Although Hei Lou Lan's luck was strong, it was written in detail in the Snowy Mountain Alliance that allies could not intentionally inflict harm to each other. Fang Yuan was plagued with bad luck, and connecting his luck with hers would mean having an intent to harm. Moreover, according to his previous life's memories, Fang Yuan was not too optimistic of Hei Lou Lan's future. Fang Yuan did not have break luck Gu, thus he could not carelessly connect luck and must choose his targets carefully. Back in Hu Immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan took out 8 immortal essence stones and converted them to his own green grape immortal essence. He had used fixed immortal travel many times, going back and forth from Western Desert, Central Continent, Eastern Sea, and Northern Plains. He also used Worldly Wave Trace Gu in the fight against Cheng, using up a total of 6 green grape immortal essence. He originally had 17 green grape immortal essence beads, but only 11 remained now. In consideration of the frequent battles recently, Fang Yuan refined 8 immortal essence stones and increased his green grape immortal essence to 19 beads. With this, the amount of immortal essence stones on Fang Yuan was 11.5. Fang Yuan reviewed his battle with Cheng and felt satisfied about it. Whether the result was victory or defeat was of no concern to Fang Yuan. He would not become angry or feel humiliated just because of failure. He would also not feel overjoyed and arrogant because of victory. What he prioritized were the gains and losses. He used up 4 beads of green grape immortal essence in this battle, but was able to obtain even more trust from Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan. At the same time, he also obtained 4 immortal essence stones, the poison breath killer move and group strength Gu's recipe. He had clearly made a good profit. But if I were to speak of a loss, it would be Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan took out the Immortal Gu Worldly Wave Trace. Right now, the Immortal Gu's aura was no longer as stable as before and revealed a trace of weakness. The Gu worm did not have a healthy luster, instead appearing dark and gloomy. Fang Yuan was aware of why. Worldly Wave Trace Gu was not fed properly back at Imperial Court Blessed Land. When the Wind Veil of Assimilation appeared, Mo Yao's will activated Water Pavilion to battle, and after I obtained her Gu worms, I activated this Immortal Gu several times. It has already reached a certain limit and need to be fed. If it is still not fed and I activate it excessively, it might die from hunger. Worldly Wave Trace Gu was the first Immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's possession that was crying of hunger. It could be foreseen that as time passed, many more Immortal Gu would cry out in hunger and would need to be fed. However, Worldly Wave Trace Gu's food was tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Fang Yuan inquired little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. After Tai Baiyunxing left, the Land Spirit took over Tai Baiyunxing's work of paying attention to movements in Treasure Yellow Heaven. However, although Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to post requests for the goods in Treasure Yellow Heaven, there were few who responded. This was not a highly commercialized society like that on Earth. The economy here was not developed and one could not buy whatever they wanted to buy. Fang Yuan used Moving Perspective Cup Gu to send a letter to Tai Baiyunxing. Tai Baiyunxing gave him a piece of good news. He had already arrived at Hai Shi Blessed Land and smoothly got into contact with some Gu immortals. Moreover, he also saw someone selling underworld jellyfishes in Hai Shi Blessed Land. Only deep-sea lightning eels were rarely seen, as Gu Immortals had to enter the deep sea to capture them, which was not only dangerous, the sea areas where they were abundant were already controlled by Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance housed the headquarters of Zombie Alliance within all 5 regions. They were very powerful, a level stronger than even the super forces of Eastern Sea. Thus, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was domineering and rampant in their actions. They blockaded several large sea regions and controlled the large numbers of resources within themselves. This maintained and fostered their strength, making them become even more domineering to others. Tai Bai Yunxing suggested Fang Yuan to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance and then purchase the deep-sea lightning eels internally. This was not only convenient, the price within Zombie Alliance would also be cheaper than outside. Fang Yuan was moved, but he had ascended to Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. His immortal aperture had Northern Plains Heaven and Earth Chi. There were differences between the Heaven and Earth Chi of the 5 regions. With just a simple test, one's origins would be clear. It was not impossible for Fang Yuan to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance with the status of a Northern Plains Immortal Zombie status. But he had to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance for his major plan. This major plan had huge prospective yield, and Fang Yuan had been thinking of risking an active disguise even if he was not an immortal zombie to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. However, as an immortal zombie now, it was no doubt much more convenient to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Joining Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance might make it convenient to purchase lightning eels, but if Tai Bai Yunxing is given some time to make connections, he would be able to purchase them, just that the price might be a bit higher. Although I won't be able to activate Worldly Wave Trace Gu as much as I wish, it should hold on for some time. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up on his major plan, thus he refused Tai Bai Yunxing's suggestion in the end. After resting and reorganizing for a while in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan activated Fixed Immortal Travel to arrive at Central Continent again. Universal Life Academy was located in Mountain Valley, and under the curtain of night, lights were lit up, making it appear quiet and tranquil. Hong Yi was sitting cross-legged on the bed, finishing his daily routine of nourishing his aperture. He opened his eyes, his pupils shining brightly, revealing a look of expectation and excitement. I have placed in the top 10 in today's competition without even having to reveal my true strength. Heaven is helping me, letting me coincidentally get a bye in the competition. People are treating me as just a lucky fellow. Tomorrow is the competition of the 10 strongest, they will underestimate me and won't expect my true strength. The day after tomorrow is the decisive battle. As long as I use this Gu to break the opponent's defense, there is no need to mention what will happen next. As he thought of this, Hong Yi took out a rank 2 Gu worm, Rewind. This was an extremely rare time path Gu worm which could be used to both attack and defend. Its ability was to rewind an enemy's Gu worm to its state before the activation. For instance, the enemy condensed a fireball, but under Rewind Gu's power, the Gu worm would return back to before activation and the fireball would disappear. However, Rewind Gu had extremely huge demand on primeval essence. Even Hong Yi with his A-grade aperture and over 90% primeval essence could only activate it once. Chapter 680, Ji Forest, Earth Horse. Hong Yi had decided long ago, he was going to use Rewind Gu to deal with his opponent's defensive Gu. As long as the other party did not use 2 defensive Gu at the same time, Hong Yi would just need to hit the opponent's body with 1 strike to heavily injure him, obtaining victory. But if the opponent had 2 defensive Gu activated at the same time, Hong Yi would not go on the offensive immediately, he would start a drawn-out battle. The enemy would definitely expend primeval essence faster than him if he uses 2 defensive Gu. One could say, with this Gu in Hong Yi's hands, he had a great advantage, he was most likely the winner of this competition. If I get first, Mother's memorial tablet would be placed in the ancestral hall, she would be given a proper status. Suddenly, Hong Yi frowned. For one instant, he felt like his heart was empty, like something precious had been stolen from him. Don't tell me, because my wish is finally going to be fulfilled, I am starting to feel apprehensive? There is nothing valuable on me besides rewind Gu, what could be worth stealing? Hong Yi shook his head, he laughed bitterly, forgetting that weird sensation he felt earlier. Far away in the valley, Fang Yuan breathed out deeply. Connect luck succeeded. For the luck connection this time, he purposely made the best use of his time, rushing here immediately after resting in Hu Immortal blessed land for a while. Thus, he did not come across any surprising disturbances. Fang Yuan used luck inspection Gu to check Hong Yi's luck. His luck was previously a milky white color. It was very special, giving people a feeling of vigor and vitality. His luck was gathered into a lump, forming the tall image of a scholar sitting and reading. The scholar's image was rather similar to Hong Yi, he had a lively expression. But after connecting with Fang Yuan, this white scholar luck shrunk, it was not even 30% of the original. The scholar's clean and smooth robe became a tattered shirt with random patches sewed onto it everywhere to maintain it. It was like a rich young master had turned into a poor man's child, a pitiful student. His expression was not so lively anymore, his face was thinner and his expression was darker, like he had experienced a terrible encounter. It seems that connecting my luck to these targets had its use. When I connected my luck to Hong Li, I almost killed him. But this time, the connection to Hong Yi did not cause his luck to become deathly luck. It seems my own luck has improved greatly. Fang Yuan was gratified in his mind. Just when he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a tug in his heart. He found 2 hidden Gu masters lurking in this valley. In order to undergo the luck connection, Fang Yuan had set up many Gu worms near Universal Life Academy's valley. On one hand, he wanted to conceal the aura of the Immortal Gu, but it was also to surveil the surroundings and provide early warnings to him. One could say that the entire valley was under Fang Yuan's supervision. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and concentrated. These 2 hidden Gu masters were not weak, they were rank 5 Gu masters. They were at the other end of the valley, secretly moving while talking softly. Sect Leader Fanny, are you sure that there is a Ji forest and earth horses underneath the surface of this valley? Valley Lord Yuan Bai, there is no mistake, I saw it personally. Don't be anxious, follow me into the cavern, when you see it for yourself, won't you believe me? Humph, this is the territory of Universal Life Academy. If the principal of Universal Life Academy, Hong Xianji, discovers us, we will be forced to bear the consequences of failure. Although Hong Xianji is strong, he is lacking in investigative methods, otherwise, he would have found the great resources lying here already. We are intentionally hiding ourselves while he is unaware, how can he discover us? Sigh, if we are discovered, our reputations would be ruined, the leaders of 2 sects venturing into Universal Life Academy late at night. Fang Yuan heard the entirety of their conversation. Ji forest, earth horses? He thought. Ji forests grew underground, usually for dozens of li. The Lingji inside were as large as trees, their meat was plump and juicy, they could be fed to Gu worms, used as Gu refinement materials or sold. Earth horses were mutated beasts native to Ji forests. There were usually 2 or 3 in a single portion of Ji forest, they lived as a family. The hoof of the earth horse was the main ingredient of the rank 5 earth escape Gu. The eyes of the earth horse could refine the X-ray vision Gu, the tail hair of the earth horse could refine the smoke dust Gu. The earth horse's body was full of treasures, it was no wonder the 2 rank 5 Gu masters, Valley Lord Yuan Bai and Sect Leader Fanny, were interested. But to Fang Yuan, the earth horses and Ji forest did not have any appeal. An earth horse was a mutated beast that could be on par with a myriad beast king. But a family of earth horses was only 2 to 3 myriad beast kings. There were many people selling Ji forests in Treasure Yellow Heaven, it was a common good and did not even require immortal essence stones to purchase. But for Universal Life Academy, the underground Ji forest is a huge benefit and an important stockpile of resources. Unfortunately, they are still kept in the dark now. Fang Yuan thought about it, he followed behind the 2 rank 5 Gu masters from afar, successfully entering the underground Xi forest. As he estimated, this was an ordinary Xi forest. It was about 10 li in size, and there were 3 earth horses. They were a family living in the Xi forest. What a huge Xi forest! Sect leader Fanny exclaimed as he walked in the forest. This is a land of treasures, why did it not appear in my valley? Sigh. Valley Lord Yuan Bai touched the branches of the Lingji, saying in jealousy. Fang Yuan took a detour around them and got to the center of the Xi forest. There was the largest Lingji here, it was 6 meters tall, reaching the ceiling of the cave. The flesh of the Lingji was like a huge umbrella, spreading out in a circular manner. This was the Lingji king. Fang Yuan lowered his head and came to the Lingji king. Next to the Lingji king, there were 3 earth horses guarding it, along with some metal-consuming ant groups. Among the ant groups, there were some wild metal path Gu, and the Lingji king also had some wild wood path Gu worms. But these were all mortal. Fang Yuan did not conceal his immortal zombie aura, he came here without any obstruction. Fang Yuan stretched out one monstrous claw, grabbing the stalk of the Lingji king. The Lingji king trembled intensely, causing the ceiling of the cave to shake and debris to fall. The earth horses were suppressed by Fang Yuan's immortal zombie aura, they did not dare to get close, and only made cries from afar. After Fang Yuan searched for a while, he pulled back his zombie claw. In his monstrous claw, there was a heart. This was the Lingji king's heart, it was soft and hot, the surface was milky white, this was completely made of Lingji flesh and gave off a meaty fragrance. As long as I plant this Lingji king's heart, soon, a new forest will form. Fang Yuan took the treasure from right under their noses. The soil of Hu Immortal blessed land was not suited to plant large areas of Xi forests. But to sustain a small area of it, there were no issues, of course, there were also not much benefits in doing so. Fang Yuan was doing this purely for fun. As for this huge Xi forest and the earth horses, Fang Yuan had no need for them. It was troublesome and time-consuming to move them into Hu Immortal blessed land, he would rather purchase them directly in Treasure Yellow Heaven if needed, it was more convenient. After losing the heart, the Lingji king would not die, but the Xi forest would stop growing, it would have to recuperate for over a decade. What sound is that? Far away, Yuan Bai and Fanny glanced at each other. Fang Yuan taking away the Lingji king's heart caused quite a commotion, along with the wailing horses. But when Yuan Bai and Fanny got to the Lingji king, Fang Yuan had vanished without a trace, he had left. The remaining Earth Horse family exerted their anger and furious emotions on the 2 of them instead. The intense battle quickly attracted the attention of Universal Life Academy. Hong Xianji led a band of Gu masters and rushed here, in shock and joy. Yuan Bai and Fanny sighed in their hearts, feeling extremely unlucky. After an intense battle, Hong Xianji chased away Yuan Bai and Fanny. He gave orders to the elders of the academy who were in ecstasy. The matter of the Xi forest is extremely important. From today onwards, we will halt the sect competition, and call back the disciples and elders who are out on missions. From now on, there will certainly be difficulties. Yuan Bai and Fanny are sure to gather other sects to exert pressure on us. We have to defend this Xi forest, it is our foundation to rise up. Yes, Lord Principal. The Gu masters responded. On the other hand, Hong Yi, who was sound asleep, had no idea that the sect competition that he was looking forward to had been cancelled. His desire to give his mother a proper status, that dream was going to have to be delayed for a long time. Swish swish swish. Waves were crashing on Fang Yuan's face, but such mild force could not make him feel anything. This place was not in Central Continent, it was in Southern Border. The river before him was the number 2 river of Southern Border, Jade Dragon River. Southern Border had 3 great rivers, the first was Red Dragon River, the second was Jade Dragon River, and the third was Yellow Dragon River. Red Dragon River had water red as blood, Jade Dragon River had green waves in it, while Yellow Dragon River was something Fang Yuan had traveled on in this life, it was yellow in color and had the most sediments. Fang Yuan toyed with the Lingji king's heart in his hands. After taking this heart, he did not leave immediately using fixed immortal travel, he went to a corner of the valley and left behind many Gu worms before activating fixed immortal travel. These goo worms all self-detonated as he was leaving, eliminating the aura of fixed immortal travel. By doing this he could avoid anyone tracing him. Right now, he was waiting for a person. This person was another one of his targets. He had amazing luck and many fortuitous encounters, rising to a legend from a nobody. During the Five Regions Chaotic War, he was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, a famous person on the same level as Hong Yi and Han Li. But different from Han Li, who joined a clan later, and Hong Yi, who was a member of a sect, this person was a lone cultivator from start to finish. He had several good friends and family, but he did not join a particular force. When Fang Yuan was about to self-detonate in his previous life, there were rumors that Central Continent's Heavenly Court was about to recruit him. As for whether this information was true or not, Fang Yuan had no way to verify it. But now that Fang Yuan had been reborn, that was not important. In my memories, this person had been ostracized his entire life after his clan banished him. By this riverside, he obtained the inheritance of a rank 4 Gu master. It was just enough for him to use. Using this inheritance, he earned a living while repelling the dangers of the wild. He grew stronger step by step, grabbing onto a huge opportunity and obtaining the black-yellow Mother Chi Gu, the inheritance of a Taoist master. He won 9 out of 10 times when rock gambling, and dominated all of the southern border gambling dens. Fang Yuan recalled. He knew this place due to the biography of Yi Fan. Every important person's history was usually recorded down in words and pictures. Yi Fan was Fang Yuan's target this time. And here was the start of Yi Fan's rise. Tonight, he would have his first fortuitous encounter. Chapter 681, 9 Dragons Coffin Protection Luck. The stars were like diamonds brightening the night sky. River winds blew softly, the howling of beasts and cries of birds could be heard, contrasting with the otherwise quiet environment. Fang Yuan waited patiently, but he did not see Yi Fan's arrival over the entire night. As time passed, after the second and third day, Yi Fan did not appear at any point. Don't tell me, biography of Yi Fan was wrong? Fang Yuan could not help but think, but he quickly rejected this thought. No, the Gu Master inheritance near the riverside is still around. Yi Fan has not taken it. I'll wait. What Fang Yuan did not know was that, 1,000 li away, Yi Fan had met with trouble. Huff huff huff. Yi Fan breathed roughly. He looked at the huge shadow of a sprawling beast near the cave entrance with much fear. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? I was just banished from the clan. I hid in a cave to stay for the night, but I woke up to find out that the cave entrance was sealed. Yi Fan cursed in his heart. He was nervous but helpless. This cave only had one entrance, but this fierce beast was blocking it. Yi Fan did not have any method to dig holes. His strength was very low, but this beast's body was huge. It was a beast emperor. Why did this beast emperor come here alone without a single beast as its guard? Don't tell me it is an old emperor that was chased out by the new emperor? Yi Fan looked at the beast in front of him, analyzing nervously in his heart. As he continued observing, he quickly found out that this beast emperor was a paper tiger. This dog-shaped beast emperor was covered in wounds. Its body was not too big, but it was sprawled on the ground. Its eyelids were drooping weakly. On its snow-white fur, there was multicolored markings resembling flower petals on a snowy field. Ha, ha, ha. Yi Fan listened closely, hearing the dog emperor's extremely weak, whimpering cries. Watching its dry belly that was so thin its bones could be seen, Yi Fan finally understood. Although this is a beast emperor, it is extremely hungry. It has little to no battle strength. Reaching this conclusion, Yi Fan let out a breath of turbid air. At the same time, he felt a bit of pity in his heart. They were in similar situations. This beast emperor's fate was very much like his own. Yi Fan slowly got close to the dog-shaped beast emperor. The beast emperor had no reaction. It allowed him to get closer. Yi Fan did not dare to breathe loudly. He squatted by the beast emperor's side and stretched out his arm, placing it on its forehead. The soft fur was extremely comfortable to Yi Fan, it was a little warm and wet. This beast emperor had a fever, it was covered in sweat that made its fur wet, its bodily functions were barely functional. Beast Emperor, oh Beast Emperor, you are about to die, maybe one day, I will be just like you. But meeting me is your good luck, after all, I was the village's most famous beast doctor. Yi Fan muttered to himself, he felt great pity for this Beast Emperor and started to heal it. He activated his Gu, healing the Beast Emperor's injuries, and also alleviating its illness. Next, he took out some precious food and water, feeding them to the Beast Emperor slowly, letting it recover its strength. Yi Fan was in no hurry, he stayed in this cave for 7 days, as this dog-shaped Beast Emperor finally recovered. Although it was still weak and did not have a single wild Gu, not even capable of defeating 1,000 Beast King. But it was out of danger now, its fever subsided and it could run freely, it was running around Yi Fan excitedly. Yi Fan saved it, it treated him as its closest person. Every time Yi Fan returned to the cave bringing food and water, it would run over and wag its tail happily around him. Later, when it recovered some battle strength, it went out to hunt with Yi Fan, helping him to find food. The human and dog quickly established a deep relationship. When Yi Fan decided to leave the cave and venture far away, the dog-shaped Beast Emperor followed suit. This is the 8th day, why has Yi Fan not appeared yet? At Jade Dragon River, Feng Yuan was anxious. In about 5 to 6 days, Hei Lou Lan would be undergoing tribulation. By then, Feng Yuan needed to defend her, not only to help her survive the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, but also to deal with the combined attacks of the rank 7 Gu Immortal Hei Cheng, and the rank 6 Gu Immortal Zi. To estimate a Gu Immortal's battle strength, there were many elements to consider, but the most crucial 4 were Immortal Essence, Killer Moves, Immortal Gu, and the Gu Immortal's personal attainment in fighting. During his Northern Plains trip, Tai Baiyunxing, who had newly advanced to a Gu Immortal, was at the bottom of all rank 6 Gu Immortals in terms of battle strength. Tai Baiyunxing had Immortal Essence and Healing Immortal Gu, but he did not have Killer Moves or sufficient Mortal Gu. Most importantly, his personal attainment in fighting was terrible. Thus, he was heavily suppressed by Hei Lou Lan, who had the great strength true martial physique. Right now, Feng Yuan had little Immortal Essence, although he had many Immortal Gu, they were all waiting to be fed and it would be difficult for them to bear immediate use. Even though he had the killer moves Icy Drill Stardust, Light Illusion Bat Wings, and Hair Armor, during his normal form, his battle strength was only at the upper tier of rank 6. But if he used the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self, his battle strength would reach the peak of rank 6. Feng Yuan defeated the Western Desert Gu Immortal Plump Lady, her battle strength was also at the upper tier of rank 6. She had 3 powerful mortal killer moves, especially in the end when she used the movement killer move to escape, Feng Yuan could not even catch up to her. But Feng Yuan had the Immortal Zombie Body, together with Light Illusion Bat Wings and Hair Armor cooperating together. The most important part was his ruthless and rich battle talent, that resulted in Plump Lady's battle intent dissipating, and she could only run. Xuesongzi's battle strength was also at the upper tier of rank 6. He was a rich person among Gu Immortals, even though he lost a huge sum in funding Ma tribe, he still had thick foundations, he did not lack Immortal Essence. According to Fairy Li Shan's information, he had collected a lot of killer moves long ago. As someone from the demonic path, he had always focused on battle strength, his attainment in fighting was also not ordinary. Xuesongzi, all in all, was an experienced Gu Immortal. If Feng Yuan did not use Myriad Self and Immortal Gu to fight with him, the result would be unclear. Meanwhile, Hei Cheng's battle strength was at the middle tier of rank 7. Compared to Xuesongzi and Hei Bai, Hei Cheng's rank 7 Blessed Land had greater qualifications. It produced Red Date Immortal Essence that was 1 rank higher than Green Grape Immortal Essence. He was a Gu Immortal of a Huangjin tribe, he did not lack killer moves. He had the Immortal Gu Dark Arrow since a long time ago. According to Fairy Li Shan's information, Hei Cheng had fought and obtained an Immortal Gu in Northern Plains several months ago. As to what Gu it was, Hei Cheng did not expose it. Speaking of Hei Cheng's battle records, they was not ordinary. He had fought against several righteous path Gu Immortals, and even fought to the death with demonic path Gu Immortals. He had killed several demonic path Gu Immortals. Hei Qing did not lack immortal essence and killer moves, he had uncommon fighting attainment, and only lacked Immortal Gu. If he had 1 or 2 more Immortal Gu to use in battle, his battle strength would rise to the upper tier of rank 7. Although Fang Yuan had fought with Hei Qing once before, it was for an extremely short time and Fang Yuan did not fight him directly. His goal was to retreat with Hei Lou Lan. Honestly speaking, although Fang Yuan had many Immortal Gu, there was not a single one that was used for attack or defense. When the dark arrows were shot out, Fang Yuan could only dodge and not take them directly. Thankfully, with Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu as the core Gu of the killer move Myriad Self, Fang Yuan had his own immortal killer move. Precisely because of this trump card, Fang Yuan had the qualifications to fight one-on-one with Hei Qing. Fang Yuan compared the battle strength of both sides, he was clear in his heart. Hei Lou Lan's impending tribulation would bring great pressure to Fang Yuan. Yifan has not arrived here yet, I have less time to prepare for when Hei Lou Lan undergoes tribulation now. Maybe I should give up on waiting and return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land to make preparations, and try to raise my battle strength to the limit. After waiting for so many days, Fang Yuan's heart was wavering. Especially when he recalled that the last 2 times he attempted a luck connection, accidents occurred, causing them to fail. During Han Li's attempt, Plump Lady appeared and fought with Fang Yuan, only after he showed off his ruthlessness did she run away. When he did it with Hong Yi, Hei Lou Lan was being assaulted and Fang Yuan had no choice but to save her instead. Don't tell me that this time, when I attempted to connect my luck to Yifan, an accident occurred again? But this time, it did not happen to me but Yifan instead? Fang Yuan's guess hit the nail on the head. Luck was ever-changing, it was like tides, rising and falling at times. There could be great fortune after surviving a near-death experience. After Fang Yuan escaped with his life from the wind veil of assimilation, his black coffin luck had dissipated by half. And after that, he connected his luck to Han Li and Hong Yi. They were all chosen due to their strong luck, only inferior to Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan's luck thus improved drastically. This time, when he tried to connect to Yifan's luck, the contest of luck between the two no longer resulted in Fang Yuan encountering trouble, but instead, Yifan's luck was induced to avoid him, and give Yifan an opportunity to dodge this crisis. Yifan made good use of this opportunity, dragging on time for 7 days and 7 nights, and subduing a beast emperor. But it was a pity, when he got close to Jade Dragon River, Fang Yuan's heart had only wavered, he had not left. Oh? This dog emperor beside Yifan, isn't it that Inkman inside 3 Kings Blessed Land? It actually survived, and is following Yifan now? Fang Yuan recognized the dog emperor, he felt a little surprised. This was something not recorded in biography of Yifan. The luck connection to Yifan was very successful, there were no accidents, or rather, Yifan's lateness was already the accident. Yifan was much weaker in strength, from start to finish he did not discover Fang Yuan or his scheme against him. This proved once again, good and bad luck are not decisive elements, as long as one's strength was sufficient, they could resist bad luck and grab onto opportunities. Yifan's luck was rather special as well. His luck had a coffin. But this coffin was not like Fang Yuan's black coffin. It was bronze and ancient, mysterious with 9 dragons of luck guarding the surroundings of the coffin. After connecting to Fang Yuan's luck, the 9 dragons shrunk to 4, and the bronze coffin was half as big as before. Fang Yuan was satisfied with this result. Yifan's luck had shrunk in half, but a large portion still remained. Hong Yi, Han Li, and Yifan's luck have been connected to mine, the 4 portions of luck are equally distributed. Yifan's current luck is at the same intensity as mine, Han Li, and Hong Yi. After going through so much, Fang Yuan had finally settled the second weakness of Spring-Autumn Cicada. Not only was his absolutely terrible luck gone, it was even better than ordinary people, he could be said to be a person with strong luck. It is a pity that such candidates are hard to find. Although there are still a few in my memories, they have not been born yet. Fang Yuan sighed out in pity, targets with thick and sustainable luck were very rare, at this point in time, Fang Yuan could find only these 3. At this moment, the matter regarding luck connection had come to an end. Fang Yuan looked at Yifan getting close to the river inheritance as he smiled lightly. With a flash of jade light, he vanished. Chapter 682, Refining Group Strength Gu. Fang Yuan could faintly sense Hei Lou Lan's tribulation would result in a huge battle. Hei Cheng was an experienced rank 7 Gu Immortal, his battle strength surpassing Fang Yuan's. Zi was the owner of the 7th peak of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and was also not an easy opponent. Even if Hei Cheng and Zi did not create trouble, a tribulation of the great strength true martial physique would far surpass the severity of those of normal people. Fang Yuan immediately started making preparations after he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He needed to raise his battle strength in a short period of time. Battle strength usually depended on 4 aspects: Immortal Essence, Killer Moves, Immortal Gu, and Battle Attainments. Fang Yuan was already very strong in his individual fighting attainment and it would be difficult to raise in a short period of time. He could only concentrate on the other 3 aspects to raise his battle strength. Fang Yuan first looked at his funds. To connect luck with Yifan, Fang Yuan made a trip to southern border and returned, costing him 2 beads of green grape immortal essence, which meant he had 17 remaining. It was clear this amount was far from enough in a huge battle. According to Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, it was normal to spend dozens of beads of immortal essence in a huge battle, and sometimes it could even surpass 100. Fang Yuan also possessed a lot of immortal Gu, thus he urgently needed to replenish his green grape immortal essence. And to replenish his green grape immortal essence, Fang Yuan only had one way, and that was to refine immortal essence stones. However, Fang Yuan only had 11.5 immortal essence stones on him. Fang Yuan entered the underground cave and appeared before Wisdom Gu again. "Wisdom Gu, I brought you some rather interesting stuff," he greeted. In / the legends of Renzu / Wisdom Gu communicated with Renzu frequently, but legends were not exempt from exaggeration. Fang Yuan was also probing in regards to this. No matter what he said, Wisdom Gu would remain silent. Instead, the wisdom light halo flickered a few times. Fang Yuan laughed. According to his previous experiences with Wisdom Gu, the flickering of the light of wisdom represented Wisdom Gu's agreement. Upon this, he smoothly took out the Lingji King's heart and planted it on the spot. Within a few breaths of time, the soil ruptured and stems of small Lingji mushrooms sprang out, which then rapidly grew and hardened, reaching the heights of tables and chairs. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's soil quality was different from the soil quality in Universal Life Academy's land, and was not suitable for the growth of mushrooms. This was the limit that the mushrooms could grow here. Fang Yuan did not feel any regrets as it was just a passing thought from him. He then casually sat down on a Lingji mushroom. The Lingji trembled violently, but unexpectedly was able to bear the heavy weight of Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. This cave had been empty before, but now it was no longer dull. Wisdom Gu was like a curious baby, flying and fluttering around the shorter mushrooms. At first, its speed was slow and careful, but soon its flying tracks revealed its cheerful state, like a baby finding an interesting toy. "Wisdom Gu, let's get back to the main matter." Fang Yuan looked on for a while before speaking. Wisdom Gu stopped on top of a Lingji and emitted the light of wisdom again, which shrouded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan silently activated Delight in Water and Mountain Gu and began to deduce an Immortal Gu remnant recipe. 7 days later, he had succeeded in perfecting 3 Immortal Gu remnant recipes. Using a Stargate, he completed the transaction with Langya Land Spirit, gaining 40 Immortal Essence Stones. According to the price agreed upon beforehand, perfecting an over 90% complete Immortal Gu remnant recipe would pay off 10 Immortal Essence Stones, while perfecting an 80% or more completed Immortal Gu remnant recipe would pay off 20 Immortal Essence Stones. Among the Immortal Gu remnant recipes Fang Yuan perfected this time, 2 were 90% completed remnant recipes while 1 was an 89% completed remnant recipe. Not all Immortal Gu remnant recipes with Langya Land Spirit were 90% or over completed remnant recipes, there were many with lower completion rates. Fang Yuan obtained many immortal essence stones in every transaction, but he also had to spend a lot of immortal essence stones to completely deduce the Immortal Gu remnant recipes. Normally, his net profits were around 26 immortal essence stones in every transaction with Langya Land Spirit. He got a piece of good news from little Hu Immortal Land Spirit when he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A Gu Immortal seemed to have found the dead body of a six-headed snake, and its parts and organs were being separately sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan immediately activated Divine Sense Gu and connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven using his 8-arm immortal identity to contact the seller. His calamity beckoning Gu fed on the black blood of the desolate beast six-headed snake. However, when Fang Yuan saw the store, there was skin, flesh, bones, eyes and snake tendons, but there was no blood for sale. When I found this desolate beast carcass by accident, the six-headed snake had already been dead for close to 100 years. Thus, the black blood had completely seeped out. I am truly sorry, the seller replied. Fang Yuan discerned the corpse of the six-headed snake and saw that the Gu Immortal was indeed telling the truth. Fang Yuan was not discouraged, however, and still decided to buy the bones of the six-headed snake. The six-headed snake was a desolate beast with strength comparable to rank 6 Gu Immortals. Its whole body was a treasure and every part could be used in the process of Gu refinement. Fang Yuan had a lot of money on hand, directly buying off the whole skeleton, spending 3 immortal essence stones. The bone marrow in the bones could produce blood. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was a blood path expert and excelled in extracting blood. With this skeleton, Calamity Beckoning Gu's food was taken care of. After buying the skeleton, Fang Yuan then went to the store of Immortal Monkey King Shirley. As expected, divine senses were moving around frequently here and the business was thriving, all because of the Gu refinement material, stone monkey fur. Shirley did not personally stay in Treasure Yellow Heaven, instead leaving behind a proud will to look over the store. Wisdom Path inheritances were rare, but Wisdom Path Gu were not rare in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Almost all Gu Immortals had some for the convenience in trading in Treasure Yellow Heaven. If not, Fang Yuan would not have bought so many Wisdom Path Gu back then. How much are you selling this stone monkey fur for? Fang Yuan inquired Shirley's will. Shirley's will stiffly said, 1 immortal essence stone for 100 pieces of fur. Even Fang Yuan, who was very experienced, was shocked by this price. How is it so expensive? Shirley's proud will raised his head. Expensive? You can go buy in other places then. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly. This stone monkey fur was researched by Shirley. How could other places sell it? This was the benefit of monopolizing the market, the price could be casually set. On the contrary, even though the price was so high, many Gu Immortals were buying it. Which Gu Immortal did not have Gu recipes and Immortal Gu remnant recipes? Maybe 1 or 2 of them might happen to require this stone monkey fur as a refinement material. There were also a portion of Gu Immortals who had other intentions. They bought stone monkey fur to attempt to research the secret of its production. If their blessed lands could also produce it, they could get a share of these exorbitant profits. Don't say I didn't tell you later. If you want to research the production of this stone monkey fur, you need at least 1,000 strands of fur. If it is any less, you won't be able to research anything. Shirley's proud will also knew of the Gu Immortal's intention and instead used this to peddle the goods, not in the least worried of the secret of stone monkey fur's production being researched by others. Fang Yuan attempted to haggle, but Shirley's proud will did not yield, impatiently saying, go away, don't make a disturbance if you are not buying. There are plenty of other buyers. A poor wretch, and still wishing to buy ancient Gu refinement material. Fang Yuan snorted. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was a rank 7 Gu Immortal with a fiery and arrogant temper. Not only was he good at managing his blessed land, he also had outstanding battle strength. He was conceited, but it was true he had the capital to be conceited. During the 5 Regions chaotic war, he had dominated a territory. Later, when Feng Gu perished while invading Langya blessed land, there was no one that could suppress Shirley, and his battle strength grew to the extent that even Central Continent's 10 great sects could not restrain him. He was unruly and untamed, not willing to be under anyone, creating chaos in Central Continent and even publicly announcing he would attack leading immortals. A great battle was imminent and Fang Yuan urgently required Stone Monkey Fur to refine group strength Gu, thus regardless of how haughty Shirley's proud will was, he could only suffer this grievance silently and by Stone Monkey Fur. He used 5 Immortal Essence Stones to buy 500 Stone Monkey Fur. With Stone Monkey Fur on hand, Fang Yuan started refining Group Strength Gu. Group Strength Gu was an extinct Gu classified under Strength Path. Its ability was to converge the strength of a group into one. If it was matched with the killer move Myriad Self, it would greatly raise Fang Yuan's strength. Fang Yuan did not want to refine just one rank 5 Group Strength Gu, the more he had the better. At this moment, the old hairy men he had purchased before could finally display their worth. These old hairy men did not have long to live, but each of them was a refinement path expert. Fang Yuan divided the group strength Gu recipe into different parts, leaving the unimportant, high success rate and repetitive procedures for the hairy men to work on. And he, as a refinement path master, concentrated on the crucial procedures. They worked for 3 days and 3 nights without any rest, refining a total of 45 rank 5 group strength Gu. Gu refinement had its own difficulty. The higher the rank, the easier it was to fail. If every Gu refinement had succeeded, the 500 Stone Monkey Fur would have turned into 500 group strength Gu. However, after spending large numbers of refinement materials and all the Stone Monkey Fur, Fang Yuan only obtained 45 in the end. This success rate was the result of the group strength Gu recipe already being easy to refine and having a high success rate. Fang Yuan could also naturally use the light of wisdom to improve group strength Gu's recipe or find substitute materials for Stone Monkey Fur. However, Fang Yuan did not have the time to slowly deduce these. Even if he had time, he might not have the necessary refinement path foundation. After all, this was an ancient Gu recipe and was vastly different to the current systems of refinement path. Even if had the foundation and time, he had to calculate his expenses and benefits. The deduction process would cost him green grape immortal essence. And he was unable to estimate this amount of green grape immortal essence. After refining group strength Gu, Fang Yuan did not rest, instead he used the light of wisdom to ponder upon his killer move, Myriad Self. He spent a day of time before he was finally able to perfectly merge the 45 group strength Gu with Myriad Self. While Fang Yuan was refining, little Hu Immortal finally completed her assignment, finishing the construction of the blood pool in the western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The blood pool was extremely large, like a lake. In the center of the pool, the 6-headed snake skeleton was bobbing up and down, the intense odor of blood pervaded over a huge surrounding area. There were large numbers of Gu worms in the pool, creating a formation which continually consumed the skeleton to create black blood. The core of the Gu formation was the rank 5 battle bone wheel which Fang Yuan had obtained from northern plains. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time flow was 5 times faster than the outside world of Central Continent. Because of this, Fang Yuan was able to make as much preparation as he could when there were only 5 to 6 days remaining till the appointed time in northern plains. Time passed and the day of Hei Lou Lan's tribulation approached closer and closer. Tai Bai Yinxing returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land through a stargate. He brought a pleasant surprise with him. Chapter 683, Hei Lou Lan's Immortal Ascension, 1/3. Underworld jellyfish, deep-sea lightning eels, you actually managed to gather these ingredients. Fang Yuan inspected the goods as he looked at Tai Bai Yinxing in surprise. Tai Bai Yinxing had single-handedly obtained the food to feed worldly wave trace Gu without any issue. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. When I displayed landscape as before Immortal Gu, I was greatly welcomed by many Gu Immortals. They took the initiative to interact with me. At the moment, there are already Gu Immortals who have invited me to join Haishur Blessed Land. However, this matter can only be approved after half of the elders in Hai Shi Blessed Land agree. Tai Baiyunxing said. Fang Yuan nodded. Hai Shi Blessed Land was the biggest lone cultivator force in Eastern Sea. Gu cultivators that joined Hai Shi Blessed Land were mostly lone cultivators, but this was different from Northern Plains Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the base camp of demonic path cultivators. They were at odds with the righteous path forces. But Hai Shi Blessed Land mixed both demonic and righteous path members. There were even more Gu Immortals here than in Snowy Mountain, and there were many different factions which together controlled the largest market in Eastern Sea. Precisely because of this, Hai Shi Blessed Land became the most popular spot for Gu Immortals to sell their loot. Tai Baiyunxing was a lone cultivator. His landscape as before Immortal Gu was much needed by many Gu Immortals. But Gu worms were hard to snatch. One thought from Tai Baiyunxing would destroy a landscape as before. It was completely understandable that the Gu Immortals wanted to make Tai Baiyunxing one of their own. Tai Baiyunxing continued, I bought sufficient underworld jellyfish in Hai Shi Blessed Land. After getting your letter, I left Hai Shi Blessed Land, searching for a secluded island to use Stargate Gu. But by coincidence, I met an immortal zombie who called himself Shark Demon. He was a member of Zombie Alliance, and was bringing large amounts of goods to Hai Shi Blessed Land to sell. He had many deep-sea lightning eels with him. If these eels were sold in Hai Shi Blessed Land, there would certainly be many buyers. I approached him and asked if I could purchase them. Shark Demon was unwilling at first and had a terrible attitude. But after knowing I was Tai Baiyunxing, he changed his mind. He was willing to sell the deep-sea lightning eels to me, but I had to help him repair a secret blessed land. I agreed to his request, and obtained the deep-sea lightning eels without spending any immortal essence stones. This Shark Demon actually trusted you this much? Fang Yuan heard this and frowned deeply. Tai Baiyunxing laughed, replying nonchalantly, oh, he had a rule path Immortal Gu called Death Sentence Awaits. I cooperated with him and accepted the use of Death Sentence Awaits, obtaining his trust. Death Sentence Awaits is a rank 7 Immortal Gu that belongs to the rule path. It can set a person's time of death. Once the time was up, even a Gu Immortal would die. Fang Yuan's frown intensified. That is right, this Shark Demon is a rank 7 Immortal Zombie. Tai Baiyunxing chuckled. Old Bai, you are handing him your weakness. Actually, even without food to feed the Immortal Gu, it would have been fine for the moment. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Baiyunxing, sighing. Tai Baiyunxing laughed, patting Fang Yuan's leg. His height was obviously not enough to reach Fang Yuan's shoulders. He purposely explained, do you think I did it for you? No. That secret blessed land is not owned by Shark Demon, it is Hei Lou Blessed Land. Fairy Hei Lou was the second disciple of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It is a pity that Hei Lou Blessed Land's entrance had already been destroyed. Shark Demon needs my landscape as before to restore the entrance. I used this opportunity to gain his trust and also a chance to explore Hei Lou Blessed Land. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Baiyunxing deeply in the eye, not continuing this conversation. 2 days later, the 6-headed snake's large skeleton had completed melted in the blood pool. Fang Yuan obtained a great amount of black blood. He fed Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu this black blood, before using Tai Baiyunxing's jellyfish and eels to feed Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu. Tai Baiyunxing had indeed helped Fang Yuan greatly. In an intense battle, Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu would definitely be needed. After feeding this Gu, Fang Yuan could use it without worries. Checking his assets, Fang Yuan still had 29.5 Immortal Essence Stones, as well as 17 Green Grape Immortal Essence Beads. Without hesitation, he used almost all his Immortal Essence Stones and converted them into his Green Grape Immortal Essence. He now had 46 Green Grape Immortal Essence Beads and half an Immortal Essence Stone. 46 beads, it's not enough. Fang Yuan went to borrow from Fairy Li Shan and Langya Land Spirit. Fairy Li Shan lent him 30 Immortal Essence Stones straight away without saying anything. As for Langya Land Spirit, after urging him for so long, he only lent 15. These 3 deals with Langya Land Spirit did not establish too deep of a relationship. Fang Yuan had wanted to borrow Immortal Gu from him, but seeing this, he did not engage in fantasy. He converted the 45 Immortal Essence stones into green grape Immortal Essence. At this point, he had an unprecedented amount of green grape Immortal Essence, 91 beads. The grand powers of the River of Time was unstoppable by men. As time continued to pass, the day when Hei Lou Lan went through the Immortal Ascension tribulation had finally arrived. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing used a stargate to reach northern plains as per the agreement. Looking left and right, it was a field of snow with absolute silence. In the snowy field, Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan had long since arrived. This place is. Fang Yuan's gaze was hesitant. Tai Baiyunxing answered, this is the absolute ice battlefield at the northmost part of northern plains. Legend says that Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had once fought strong enemies in here and destroyed the place, creating an area of void. After the battle ended, he turned into the immemorial desolate beast Ice Phoenix, breathing out absolute profound ice to freeze and restore this place. That's right. Fairy Li Shan nodded, because this place has little vitality, the heaven and earth chi here are not very thick. Fang Yuan looked at Hei Lou Lan, smiling, you purposely chose this place to undergo the tribulation. Are you afraid that the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be too fierce? But without sufficient heaven and earth chi, the foundation of your immortal aperture would be affected, as well as your future potential as a Gu Immortal. Fairy Li Shan opened her palm, as a Gu worm appeared. If heaven and earth chi are insufficient, we will use these Gu. Fang Yuan looked over and his heart jumped, oh? The ancient Chi path rank 5 Gu worm, small family Chi Gu? This is the first time I've seen it. Rumors say that this Gu can absorb all sorts of Chi from heaven and earth, storing them. It can advance to become the Immortal Gu big family Chi. Chi path appeared before strength path, but it also declined earlier. Fairy Li Shan was prepared to explain, but seeing that Fang Yuan recognized it, she praised, Fang Yuan, you are truly knowledgeable, not bad at all. Tai Baiyunxing heard this and his eyes shone, this Gu worm is great. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities form when heaven and earth chi are too thick and accumulate. With this Gu worm, can we indirectly control the heaven and earth chi, to reduce the force of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity? The immortal ascension of one of the 10 extreme physiques has a terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Oh, if I did not obtain this small family Chi Gu, I would have no confidence towards little Lan ascending to Gu Immortal realm. Fairy Li Shan sighed, staring at Hei Lou Lan with much concern and worry. Next, her gaze flickered and she turned to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, if Hei Lou Lan's ascension succeeds, you will only need to return me half the immortal essence stones you borrowed. At the same time, I will give you the recipe of small family Chi Gu. Tai Baiyunxing's gaze shone with joy, while Fang Yuan nodded emotionlessly. Other than the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, what I am worried about now is that old scoundrel Hei Cheng. When I entered Northern Plains last time, he discovered me immediately. Evidently, he has placed a tracking method on me, but I could not find it at all. After pausing for a while, Hei Lou Lan continued, we have to make plans for the worst possible outcome. Hei Cheng's tracking method is definitely not simple. If he comes and attacks at the crucial moment, there is little possibility of me dealing with him. But if I can endure past the taking in of Qi, my body would be washed by the 3 Qi, it would be reinforced by the Dao marks and cleansed completely, achieving a qualitative transformation. Even if Hei Cheng used an Immortal Gu tracking method, it would be wiped clean. As long as we make it to the second step, we can leave. I understand, you can start. Fang Yuan said. Hei Lou Lan nodded, closing her eyes. The first step in advancing to Gu Immortal was breaking the aperture. Apertures of the 10 extremes were different from ordinary apertures. The latter required the Gu master to charge at the aperture walls to break them, but the former's aperture walls had long been overburdened. The moment Hei Lou Lan released the seal formed by Gu worms on her aperture, the 10 extreme aperture shattered on its own. Her originally intact body immediately had a hole, as a huge attraction force towards the heaven and earth chi burst out. The deep blue sky started to form clouds. As the icy field shook slightly, cracks appeared on the thick surface of the ice. Hei Lou Lan relaxed her body, she allowed the formless force created in heaven and earth to lift her body into the air. Her skin was white and pale like snow, her black hair was let down as she wore tight-fitting black clothing, showing off the curves of her body. The wind started blowing. In a dozen breaths of time, the winds were blowing wildly as the small wind became an intense storm. Clouds merged and covered the sky, looming above Hei Lou Lan. From the shattered surface of the ice, traces of smoke started rising up. This was the sign that earth chi had been drawn up above the ice ground. Soon, it started snowing in the sky. The clouds became thicker, and the color turned from gray-white to deep black. Within the entirety of the surroundings, it was completely dark. The winds blew and icy cold frost that could chill bones filled the entire area. At the same time, earth chi burst out, cracking noises erupted, earth chi gushed out into the world like a fountain. Tai Baiyun Xing and Fairy Li Shan retreated, hiding their figures. Only Fang Yuan remained, looking at the sky. His tall body was like an immovable rock statue, the intense winds and snow could not move him at all. These were all mortal-level winds and snow, no matter how big they could not threaten this immortal zombie. As snow covered the lands, and intense winds blew, they became louder and louder, like the cries of demons and ghosts. As expected of a tribulation of the 10 extreme physique, the heaven and earth chi here are so thin, yet so much was still drawn. If this was any other region in northern plains, it would simply be unthinkable. Tai Baiyun Xing hid far away, not showing his figure. Looking at this scene, his heart was shocked. From the winds and snow, heaven and earth chi slowly became thicker. Hei Lou Lan started to sprinkle the small family chi gu. These rank 5 gu flew into the sky or landed on the ground. They started to absorb heaven and earth chi and store them. They greatly reduced the speed of the accumulation of heaven and earth chi. Chapter 684, Hei Lou Lan's Immortal Ascension, 2/3. With small family chi gu, there would be a way to influence the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Fang Yuan watched silently by the side. The intense winds were howling, snow was descending along with sharp icicles, crashing on Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan did not move at all, the immortal zombie body was unharmed. Bam bam bam. Hei Lou Lan continued to sprinkle the small family chi gu. When these ancient chi path gu worms had reached the limit of their capacity, she retrieved them. During this process, many small family chi gu had self-detonated and the absorbed heaven and earth chi were returned to the world. When a gu immortal ascends, because of the turbulence of heaven and earth chi, both mortal gu and immortal gu would receive backlash. Even though Hei Lou Lan prepared the small family chi gu, she could only influence the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity slightly, she could not control it. As time continued to pass, unavoidably, the heaven and earth chi became thicker, and were at the point of creating the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. As the howling of the winds continued, Hei Lou Lan's black hair danced in the air, the snow and ice hitting her face. Clothes made using gu worms were much more durable than ordinary clothes. Thus, her clothes were fluttering in the air, not tearing even under the pull of the intense winds. Fang Yuan found it slightly weird. It has already been so long, where is the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity? His eyes shone with radiance. By activating gu worms to investigate carefully, the wind and snow could not block his vision. Fang Yuan went into high alert. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities had many variations, some were powerful and had strong auras, some were mysterious and scary. He could not predict it. Gu masters could only test their luck and be as prepared as they could to deal with it. Hell, hell, hell. The sound of the wind was becoming sharper. It hurt the eardrums as Fang Yuan felt some frustration in his heart. Suddenly, he jolted to awareness. He activated his investigative gu forcefully and looked into the clouds. He immediately saw that a purple chime had formed. It was moving slowly and emitting a sound. It turns out the heavenly tribulation had formed already. As the noise became louder and sharper, it fused with the wind, spreading over 100 li. Even if Fang Yuan covered his ears, he could not block this noise. Although he had prepared some sound path Mortal Gu, his sound path attainment was too low, he could not defend against it. He felt more and more frustrated, his heart was beating faster, following the sound of the chime, and his blood was starting to flow backwards. Hei Lou Lan was groaning, blood was oozing from her mouth and nose, her state was worse than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan squinted, cold light flashing in his eyes. This is the heart-shocking noise tribulation. When Gu masters hear it, their blood would flow backwards, and their hearts would beat faster. If a long time passes, their blood will flow towards the 7 orifices, and their heart would explode. I have the body of an immortal zombie, my zombie blood is ice cold, it is almost stagnant, thus I am affected the least. But Hei Lou Lan is the great strength true martial physique, her blood is the most active among us, she is countered by the heart-shocking noise calamity. We must destroy the source of it, the purple chime. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stopped hesitating, he activated light illusion bat wings and flew into the sky. He flew rapidly, but the closer he got to the purple chime, the more his heart was shocked. When he was 300 steps away from it, his heart was beating so quickly even his muscles and tendons were vibrating. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's body froze, he opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of green zombie blood. A moment ago, his heart was unable to take the pressure and burst. But Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie, his heart was not a weak point, such an injury awakened his fierce nature. He laughed freakishly, spreading all 8 arms and using his killer move. Icy drill Stardust. 8 starlight lumps formed and crashed towards the tribulation cloud. They drilled into the tribulation cloud, slamming into the purple chime. The chime was not strong, it broke immediately. The heart-shocking demonic sound stopped, and Fang Yuan's pressure was lifted. But at the next moment, the tribulation cloud rumbled, as heaven chi gathered, a new purple chime was about to be formed. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with cold light, how could the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity be defeated so easily in one strike? This was not unexpected. Icy drill Stardust. His 8 arms gathered, using the killer move again, creating a huge icy drill Stardust lump. Within the dark blue starlight lump, Stardust fragments were shining brightly, colliding into each other at a chaotic pace. Fang Yuan shouted lightly, his 8 arms pushed forward, sending the starlight lump towards the tribulation cloud. The larger the starlight lump, the slower its speed. But after colliding into the purple chime again, a large amount of starlight specks remained, they were emitting a crackling sound as they self-detonated. Heaven chi gathered, forming more purple chimes, but were instantly destroyed by the starlight lump. The starlight lump could be seen shrinking with the naked eye, but the enchanting heart-shocking noise did not enter Fang Yuan's ears again. Fang Yuan succeeded in suppressing the heavenly tribulation, but he did not let down his guard. The immortal ascension of the 10 extreme physiques, how could it be so simple? He continued to unleash icy drill Stardust. Although this killer move was a mortal killer move, it had amazing power. After fusing Do Min Jun's inheritance into it, this killer move was worth 4 immortal essence stones. Icy drill Stardust continued to be replenished, as the purple chime continued to form and break down. Fang Yuan looked down at Hei Lou Lan below him. The latter's breathing had soothed, her eyes were shut tight. Her expression was determined, she sat cross-legged in the air, unmoving. On her beautiful pale face, there were dried blood traces. But the recovery of the great strength true martial physique was the best of the 10 extreme physiques. Hei Lou Lan's injuries had already recovered. Her hands did not stop moving, she scattered small family chi gu while retrieving the ones that were full. She had changed her battle strategy, she scattered the small family chi gu on the ground and rarely in the sky. One could deduce from this that she did not have many small family chi gu. After all, this was an ancient chi path gu worm. Even if they had the gu recipe, it was very difficult to find refinement materials. Even if Hei Lou Lan had ample time to prepare, she did not have many of this gu with her. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, at this time, he could hear some weeping noises. The voice was desolate and pitiful, it sounded like the crying of a begrudged wife, or the sleepy talk of a young maiden in love. It was a whisper that was very affectionate and caring, but at times it also had the tone of hatred and grudge. Fang Yuan heard this, and even his immortal zombie body felt a sense of weakness. His entire body could not exert strength, he was like a hero out of breath, together with an endless longing for his homeland. His bravery fell short and his ambitions could not be fulfilled. His firm fists and legs felt like they were hitting on cotton. It was like he had just recovered from a terrible illness, he had no strength in him. Fang Yuan shouted out in dismay, using his investigative Gu, and looking up, he saw that near the purple chime, a pink chime had appeared. The chime continued to vibrate, creating a weeping noise. This was the decadent noise tribulation. Before Fang Yuan used his killer move to shatter the pink chime, enchanting noise assaulted him again. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was like thunder, it was like the pounding of a giant. Every sound was hitting on the deepest parts of Fang Yuan's mind. In his mind, his thoughts could not move, they were all shattered by this thunderous noise. Tremor thought noise tribulation. Immortal zombies have slow cognition, this heavenly tribulation directly countered Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt an intense dizziness, he could not think and his body was wavering, he almost fell from this high altitude. At the moment of crisis, he used his remaining bit of clarity to activate Delight in Water and Mountain Gu. 3 green grape immortal essence beads entered Delight in Water and Mountain Gu, as Joyful will burst out and spread in Fang Yuan's entire mind. Fang Yuan had just stabilized his body when, swoosh. Suddenly, there was a sharp noise near his ears, approaching rapidly. Fang Yuan subconsciously tried to block it, but at the next moment, his 5 fingers were all sliced off, the 5 fingers were covered by the wind and snow, vanishing without a trace. Swish swish swish. The sharp noise continued to emit, getting closer to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he focused his gaze and used 3 investigative methods consecutively. He could faintly see that there were very thin invisible lines in the wind and snow, it was sharp and formed a huge web, moving towards Fang Yuan without giving him any place to dodge. These invisible lines were not of material nature, they were all formed using sounds. Fang Yuan watched with his hair on end, this is the flying blade noise tribulation. Hair armor. Light illusion bat wings. He activated his defensive killer move and his movement killer move. Fang Yuan moved continually, his black armor broke apart and after leaving his body, the fragments turned into black zombie hair. Fang Yuan twisted left and right, he finally found a rather loose gap and broke through the sound web. But the invisible sound lines still came for him. The hair armor lasted for another 3 breaths before reaching its limit and breaking. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, he used his defensive killer move again, forming a new layer of hair armor that barely covered his body. He dodged left and right, his body moving like a phantom, as lumps of icy drill stardust were shot up. The stardust touched the sound web and were blocked, cut into pieces of fragments. At the same time, Fang Yuan's fingers grew rapidly, his shattered heart formed once again. Hell hell hell. Without the starlight lump's restraint, the first purple chime formed again. The ghostly cries resounded again, Fang Yuan's blood flowed in reverse again, his newly formed heart started beating rapidly as it went on the path of self-detonation. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated. Be it the icy drill stardust, light illusion bat wings, or hair armor, they had been used to their limits, yet the dangerous situation could not be alleviated. This was only Hei Lou Lan's heavenly tribulation, the earthly calamity had not formed yet due to the small family Qi Gu suppression. In Fang Yuan's mind, huge amounts of Joyful Will were expended, in a short period, 10% were used up. My current battle strength is upper tier of rank 6, but I cannot do anything to this heavenly tribulation. The ascension of the 10 extreme physiques, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity is truly terrifying, this is several times the power compared to an ordinary Gu Immortal. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's expression changed, his heart sank. He found out that in this tribulation cloud, another 4 chimes of varying colors were forming. Earlier, with just 4 chimes, Fang Yuan was already near his limits. Now that 4 new ones appeared, Fang Yuan could only use the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Tai Baiyun Xing watched at a hidden location with much fear. It seems the immortal ascension of the 10 extreme physique is not just several times as dangerous as an ordinary Gu master, it is at least a dozen times as terrifying. He had thought that his own tribulation was tough. But to think that Hei Lou Lan's tribulation was far more dangerous than his. Oh no, this is not an ordinary heavenly tribulation, it is one of the 10 catastrophes, 8-layer enchanting noise tribulation. When all 8 noises are emitted, it would have a range of 880 li, heaven and earth would shake and immortals would be exterminated. Far away, Fairy Li Shan, who had been hiding, recognized the 8 chimes and almost wanted to help out. 8-layer enchanting noise tribulation. If all 8 noises are emitted at once, the strength would be unstoppable. This tribulation would end in failure without a trace of hope of success. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. The tougher the situation, the stronger his battle intent. Crack, crack, crack. During the process, all the mortal goo he used were getting destroyed continuously. The backlash of heaven and earth was causing him to lose a large number of mortal goo. But Feng Yuan made ample preparations. He had prepared a large number of goo worms and his killer moves had never stopped activating. Just as he was about to use Myriad Self, Hei Lou Lan, who was below him, opened her eyes. Chapter 685, Hei Lou Lan's Immortal Ascension, 3/3. From Hei Lou Lan's eyes, a dazzling light was bursting out. The light gathered and took form, like that of a real pillar. It pierced through the tribulation cloud and shot the 2 chimes. With a loud bang, the chimes broke, completely eliminated, and was unable to regenerate. The light pillar only lasted for a moment before Hei Lou Lan shut her eyes. The entire process was extremely short, only lasting a breath of time. This was the light of Divert Disaster. Hei Lou Lan used the Immortal Gu Divert Disaster. The power of an Immortal Gu was extraordinary. It was a stark contrast to Feng Yuan's mortal killer move Icy Drill Stardust. Hei Lou Lan controlled her breathing before opening her eyes again. 2 pillars of Divert Disaster light shot out, destroying 2 chimes again. Feng Yuan was secretly shocked. Such power. This was not a simple use of Divert Disaster Immortal Gu, it was used together with Mortal Gu. Using her sight to unleash the attack, it is much more concentrated and precise. In other words, Hei Lou Lan had already developed an immortal killer move using the Immortal Gu Divert Disaster as the core. Hei Lou Lan had outstanding talent. Not long after obtaining Divert Disaster Gu, she developed an immortal killer move? This was very strange and unthinkable to Feng Yuan. But the truth was right before him, it was indisputable. At this time, Hei Lou Lan opened her eyes again, eliminating 2 chimes again. But at this time, she shut her eyes. 2 lines of fresh blood flowed down the corner of her eyes. Her eyelashes were trembling and her body was shaking. On her palm, she held Divert Disaster Gu tightly, cracks were appearing on it and it was wailing out softly. This frantically created immortal killer move was not complete, it had very potent weaknesses. 2 chimes left. Hei Lou Lan did not care about it, she gritted her teeth and opened her eyes forcefully, destroying the heavenly tribulation's last 2 chimes in one shot. Guh! Guh! Her beautiful eyes had shattered at this moment, as 2 streams of blood poured out of her empty eye sockets. With a bang, the Divert Disaster Immortal Gu burst in her hands, breaking into light particles, slipping from the cracks of her fingers and vanishing. Hei Lou Lan had gone blind. Although she had the great strength, true martial physique and had terrifying recovery speed, the injury in her eyes was due to the forceful activation of the Immortal Gu Divert Disaster. Down marks of luck path were in her eye sockets, she could not heal them. The rank 6 Divert Disaster Immortal Gu was also destroyed in this process, becoming history. Hei Lou Lan was extremely resolute, she had the heart of a formidable character. After paying a terrible price, she destroyed the heavenly tribulation for good, now only the earthly calamity was left. At this moment, Feng Yuan praised her in his heart, resolute. The immortal ascension of the 10 extreme physiques gave birth to a terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. What's worse was that they still had a strong foe waiting to interfere. Under the immense pressure of life and death, Hei Lou Lan had no choice but to sacrifice divert disaster Immortal Gu, as well as a pair of her eyes. This was a decision common people would find hard to make. Such sacrifice, it showed Hei Lou Lan's ambitious and ruthless disposition. She had an unrivaled spirit. As heaven chi poured down like a stream of a waterfall, earth chi gushed up like a golden fountain. Hei Lou Lan's foundation and deep accumulation turned into a large amount of human chi as it burst out from within her. This is the human chi of one of the 10 extreme physiques? Tai Xing watched with a dumbfounded expression. Hei Lou Lan's human chi was many times more than Fang Yuan and Tai Xing combined. The human chi of the 10 extreme physiques was usually overwhelmingly thick. This was mostly due to the 10 extreme apertures. Even with enough mental preparation, spectators were still shocked. As the 3 chi converged, it formed a huge cocoon that covered up Hei Lou Lan. At this point, she had reached the second step, taking in the chi. Hei Lou Lan was focused on balancing the 3 chi. She took back all her small family chi gu and would not be able to face her enemies for the time being. Crack. Frozen rivers shattered, heaven and earth shook. At this moment, a thunderous sound could be heard, as a huge frenzied ape jumped out from deep within a frozen river. With a loud thud, the frenzied ape landed on the ground. It created 2 huge holes where it stood. The ice fragments were scattered around the huge holes. The frenzied ape beat its chest, shouting out loudly. Its voice was so loud that even the rumbling tribulation cloud froze for a second. Its body was like snow, its eyes were red like blood, its monkey fur spiked out like icicles, piercing towards heaven. It was hundreds of meters tall, large like a hill. It has an incredible aura and was extremely fierce. Compared to it, Fang Yuan was like a bug in front of a cat. The earthly calamity formed. It is an ancient desolate beast calamity. This is an earthly calamity that only rank 7 Gu immortals encounter. Tai Xing's heart snack. One name was echoing in Fairy Li Shan's heart, Icefall Divine Ape. Fang Yuan's expression was still as water. The Icefall Divine Ape's huge shadow was casted down. It had rank 7 battle strength. If it had Immortal Gu in it, then it would be even harder to deal with. The battle situation would become much harder. Hei Lou Lan focused on balancing the 3 chi. Hei Qing did not appear, while Fairy Li Shan and Tai Xing were hiding elsewhere. With this extremely dangerous situation, a ruthless light flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. He clapped his palms before him, using his killer move earlier than planned. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. Fist chi burst out, grand and overwhelming, like an overflowing river. It was like a raging sea. In just a few breaths of time, over 10,000 of Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms appeared, surrounding his main body. They were in all directions around him, in the sky and on the ground, in the formation of a sphere. To prevent the likelihood of him having not enough time because of a fierce battle, Fang Yuan had activated the immortal killer move Myriad Self several times before going to Northern Plains. The Strength Path Phantom Army was stored in his own immortal aperture. The Strength Path Phantoms could exist for a period of time, and because they were not living beings, they were not affected by the death energy in his immortal aperture. When Fang Yuan released a portion of them, his aura finally matched the ape's. The Icefall Divine Ape was ready to attack. It wanted to charge over, but seeing the Grand Strength Path Phantom Army, it opened its mouth, showing its sharp fangs as its muscles contracted. It chose to wait and see. The snow and wind blew. Fang Yuan was expressionless. His body was still like a rock as he pointed a finger at the Icefall Divine Ape. Immediately, the army moved and war cries filled the battlefield. Tens of thousands of Strength Path Phantoms moved like a tide. They whipped up a storm as they charged towards the Icefall Divine Ape. Such might! Tai Xing watched with his heart pounding. This was not the first time he had seen the killer move Myriad Self. Back in Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had used it once to beat up the desolate beast Swamp Crab. But at that time, Fang Yuan only used 1 bead of green grape immortal essence to summon 10,000 phantoms. Right now, an army several times that size was attacking. As the army's momentum rose, they had an imposing aura that could shake the world. The army pushed forward, towards the Icefall Divine Ape, and then splitting into 4 along the way. One went left, one went right, one went up, and the last one charged ahead. The Icefall Divine Ape's wild nature was awakened, it charged ahead instead of retreating. Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army moved according to his will fluidly, with his command, they spread out, like a huge web, encircling the Icefall Divine Ape. Kill! 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 Strength Path Phantoms roared, they were like ants attacking the Icefall Divine Ape collectively. The Icefall Divine Ape attacked left and right, it destroyed countless phantoms but could not break through Fang Yuan's encirclement. It really is such a formidable killer move in this world. Together with his master-level attainment and enslavement path, no wonder Little Lan placed so much importance on him. Seeing this, Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed. One after another, Strength Path Phantoms flew out of the aperture. Fang Yuan had more than 100,000 troops in his immortal aperture, he only summoned 80,000 now. Among these Strength Path Phantoms, the most ordinary ones had 2 arms, some had 4 arms, or even 6 arms. The more arms they had, the stronger their battle strength. The Icefall Divine Ape roared angrily, it battled fiercely, its huge body and monstrous strength, along with the icicles pointing outwards on its body, caused the Strength Path Phantoms to suffer heavy injuries before dying. But only a portion of the scattered fist chi was expended, the rest would gather and form into Strength Path Phantoms once again. Because of this, the reduction of the number of phantoms of Fang Yuan's army was greatly slowed. During the process, the joyful will in Fang Yuan's mind was used up intensely. Manipulating tens of thousands of troops, the expenditure of his joyful will was immense. In just a few dozen breaths, Fang Yuan had activated Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu nearly 10 times. Strange, this Icefall Divine Ape has no Immortal Gu despite being an ancient desolate beast, in fact, it does not even have a single mortal Gu. Where did the earthly calamity find this oddity? Fang Yuan could see the truth behind the Icefall Divine Ape, it had no Immortal Gu, or even any mortal Gu, this ancient desolate beast's threat was greatly lowered. In that case, it is time to finish you off. Fang Yuan's lips curled up, the ruthless light in his eyes burst out as he entered the field directly, charging ahead. The light illusion bat wings on his back flickered several times, as Fang Yuan's speed increased like he was a shooting star. It was quite a sight, with the explosive sounds along the way, he traveled a huge distance in a few breaths of time, descending like a demon god, right above the Icefall Divine Ape. Come, group strength support me. Fang Yuan shouted excitedly in his heart. At once, the 45 group strength Gu in his immortal aperture were activated at once. Group strength Gu had completely been incorporated into Myriad Self by Fang Yuan, once activated, it caused a new transformation in Myriad Self. Hundreds of Strength Path Phantoms dispersed, their strength had collectively gathered in Fang Yuan under the might of Group Strength Gu. Fang Yuan raised one right arm, slamming down on Icefall Divine Ape's skull. With a loud bang, his entire forearm slammed on the Divine Ape's skull mercilessly. The intense recoil caused Fang Yuan's forearm to burst open, as his bones were shattered and his flesh and blood were reduced to dust. As for Icefall Divine Ape's skull, there was a huge hole in it. The crack in the hole spread at lightning speed, affecting the entire ape's head. At the next moment, the Icefall Divine Ape's skull exploded. Seeing this, be it Fairy Li Shan or Tai Baiyun Xing, they were so shocked their eyeballs almost popped out. Even Fang Yuan was shocked, what is going on? The entire ape head was destroyed? That shouldn't be, this is an ancient desolate beast. Killer move Myriad Self was completed by him alone, Group Strength Gu was added in by him as well, he was very clear of his own strength after Group Strength Gu was added. The most he could do was to cause the Icefall Divine Ape's skull to crack and bleed, but the entire head would not explode. Be careful. At this moment, Tai Baiyun Xing could not help but show himself, shouting a warning. Fang Yuan turned around and looked, his pupils shrinking rapidly. Icefall Divine Ape's huge fist had gotten close to Fang Yuan without him noticing anything, it slammed down at lightning speed, like a poisonous snake's assault. Fang Yuan could not dodge it in time, he was hit directly by the huge fist. Chapter 686, Fang Yuan learns from Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Boom. Fang Yuan was sent flying like an insect, making a huge arc in the air before ruthlessly falling down on the hard ice surface. Rumble. Ice chunks scattered crazily, the force sent Fang Yuan flying like an artillery shell. He pierced through the ice layer and traveled for an enormous distance before finally stopping. Fang Yuan lay amidst the broken ice, seriously injured. Even with an immortal zombie body, he could not budge a bit. His whole body was like a torn sack, the dark green zombie blood flowing out from the innumerable wounds. Bones were fractured with some piercing into skin and flesh while some jutted out of the body. Only 3 of the 8 arms were remaining. One torn-off arm was lying not far away from Fang Yuan. A long ice channel was created just now, cut open by Fang Yuan using his own body. Cough cough. Fang Yuan coughed for a while and stared with an incredulous gaze at the Icefall Divine Ape. It was still standing upright despite losing its head. What the hell is this? According to common sense, even an ancient desolate beast would die if their head was smashed apart. But this Icefall Divine Ape which had lost its head not only did not fall down, instead it struck Fang Yuan with a very heavy counterattack. Fang Yuan recalled that enormous punch. Common sense would have stated that such an enormous force would have already produced a sonic boom. But it was unexpectedly noiseless during the whole process. This absolutely was not something the Icefall Divine Ape should have been capable of accomplishing, because it did not have any goo worms on it. Fang Yuan tried to move his body. The immortal zombie body shuddered but still lay down on the ice, its strength failing. However, Fang Yuan could sense his body was rapidly recovering. Zombies used death energy as life force. As long as they were not destroyed in an instant, the abundant death energy would provide them with astonishing recovery speed. Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly flew over and at the same time, pitch-black rays of light shone out from his hand and fell on Fang Yuan's body. These pitch-black rays of light were carefully prepared for Fang Yuan by Tai Bai Yunxing, and were not some ordinary healing goo worms. Ordinary healing goo worms would bring vitality and stimulate life force, but this was of no use to Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan needed to increase his death energy. The stronger the death energy, the faster his recovery speed would be. Thus, zombies were also known as living dead. With Tai Bai Yunxing's help, Fang Yuan's recovery speed surged violently. Great! Fang Yuan gave a horrifying smile. He soon recovered his movement ability and stood up from the ice surface. Boom! An astonishing change happened to the Icefall Divine Ape. It unexpectedly self-detonated. After the detonation, a large group of Pegasi were left in the Icefall Divine Ape's place. These Pegasi were anything but ordinary, different from the 2-winged Pegasi of the current era. They were larger than 2-winged Pegasus by 2 to 3 times. On their backs were at least 2 pairs of wings, while some even had 3 pairs. These were ancient Pegasus. The more wings they had, the stronger their battle strength. 4-winged Pegasi were at the level of beast emperors while 6-winged Pegasi were desolate beasts. In the current 5 regions, the ancient Pegasi were already extinct. Most of these Pegasi were 4-winged Pegasi while there were a few with 6 wings. The Pegasus group made before colliding with Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army. It was a massacre. Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army was steadily losing ground, suffering heavy losses. This is not a beast calamity. What in the world is this? Tai Bai Yunxing quickly flew to Fang Yuan's side and looked at this scene with his eyes wide open. The ancient Pegasi and Strength Path Phantom Army started slaughtering each other, creating a chaotic battle situation. Fang Yuan suffered great losses. It was because the Strength Path Phantom had been in a loose formation to deal with the giant Icefall Divine Ape. Now that the giant beast was changed to a united group of Pegasi, the loose Phantom Army formation instead allowed the Pegasus group to rampage unhindered. Despite the Strength Path Phantom's coordination being exquisite, forming into many small battle groups, they still had more defeats than wins and suffered huge damage. However, there were no corpses in this slaughter. There was no need to speak of Strength Path Phantoms which were condensed from Fist Chi. The crucial point was that the Pegasus group had intangible bodies that turned into nothingness after they were killed. Could it be? Fang Yuan's red eyes suddenly shone. He racked his brains, searching for the answer in his memories, before a thought hit him as he considered an elusive possibility. This possibility made him look towards Hei Lou Lan. However, Hei Lou Lan was covered in the enormous cocoon of 3 qi, which was so thick that he could not even see her shadow. As long as she was able to consume this 3 qi cocoon, her potential after becoming a Gu Immortal would be extremely deep and her future prospects would be filled with bright radiance. Fang Yuan turned around to look at the Pegasus group. His eyes narrowed and a smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand towards the back, transmitting his voice to Tai Baiyunxing, who was rushing over. "Old Bai, step back and watch me." He then showed his sharp teeth and charged forward. He pierced into the chaotic battle of the Pegasus group and Strength Path Phantom Army. In an instant, it was like Fang Yuan had poked a hornet's nest as countless ancient Pegasi charged towards him. He activated hair armor and raised his arms, protecting his head. After he locked in on a target, Fang Yuan suddenly shouted and pounced towards an injured 4-winged Pegasus, forcibly smashing it down from the sky to the ground. Bang! Man and horse crashed heavily into the ground, the ice surface cracked, forming a deep pit. Fang Yuan's whole body was filled with injuries, bones fractured in many places, skin was opened and flesh split. The recovered body was once again crushed into a miserable state. Who knew how many Pegasi attacked him when he charged into the chaotic battle and smashed into the 4-winged Pegasus? These Pegasi naturally would not let him go. Large numbers of Pegasi gathered into a white flood that fell down from the sky towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used all his strength to suppress the intensely struggling 4-winged Pegasus under him, while the wills in his mind surged like boiling water, dissipating intensely. 2 Strength Path Phantom groups in the sky coordinated and intercepted the diving Pegasus group like a giant scissor. At the same time, large numbers of Strength Path Phantoms surged out from Fang Yuan's immortal aperture and formed a hemispherical formation above Fang Yuan, resisting the fierce offensive of the Pegasus group without any regard for the losses. The 4-winged Pegasus under Fang Yuan was anything but cute as it neighed and struggled with all its power. It had such high strength that even Fang Yuan, a Strength Path Gu Immortal with an immortal zombie body, was almost unable to contain it. Time was pressing, the opportunity could not be lost. Fang Yuan raised his fists high and smashed down ruthlessly, immediately bursting the Pegasus's head. However, the headless Pegasus was still struggling as if the loss of its head had no effect. Fang Yuan then punched down with all his 8 arms, bombarding the Pegasus with heavy punches. The thick ice surface below them could not endure this punishment and started cracking. A normal 4-winged Pegasus was equal to a beast emperor with rank 5 battle strength. Even if they had strong wild Gu worms, they would have turned into meat paste under Fang Yuan's offensive. This strange 4-winged Pegasus did not have any Gu worms on it, and when Fang Yuan crushed it, it dissipated into thin air without leaving any hair, bone, or even blood. The next moment, however, Fang Yuan's narrowed eyes suddenly opened wide. Following the complete destruction of the 4-winged Pegasus, a formless will rushed into his mind. His eyes revealed enormous shock and joy. He kneeled on the broken ice surface and ceased all movement, resembling a statue. Despite the fierce slaughter going on above him, he did not seem to notice anything, as if he was in a dream. Fang Yuan. Tai Baiyunxing was extremely worried when he saw this, flying towards Fang Yuan. "Come back, don't disturb him. This is a golden opportunity for him." Fairy Li Shan, however, suddenly transmitted her voice. Tai Baiyunxing narrowed his eyes, immediately asking in anger, "It seems you know what this calamity is?" Fairy Li Shan. "We are allies, we came specially to protect Hei Lou Lan in crossing the tribulation. You actually were deceiving us. What are you up to?" "This is not deceit, don't forget the Snowy Mountain Alliance. If I had deceived you, I would have already died according to the oath. This was only speculation which I am now sure of." Fairy Li Shan quickly explained. She had only hidden this crucial piece of information without mentioning it. It did not mean she was deceiving them. Even if they were allied, they could not just share all their secrets. Fang Yuan also would not do that. Tai Baiyunxing's breathing sped up as he flew rapidly while irritatedly asking at the same time, Then are you still not going to tell me now what the hell is this speculation? Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of turbid air and spoke quickly. Tai Baiyun Xing, you also know the origins of this icy plane. Back then, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable fought a huge battle, destroying a part of northern plains, turning that area into void. To repair the void, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable turned into an immemorial ice phoenix, and breathed out extremely cold profound ice which froze this place, turning it into a large icy plain. Get to the point. Tai Baiyunxing shouted. Fairy Li Shan understood Tai Baiyunxing's feelings and did not blame him, continuing with her explanation. Everyone knows Reckless Savage Demon Venerable was a Strength Path Immortal Venerable, founder of the Strength Path and also of Transformation Path. Without exception, every rank 9 Venerable is a child of the Great Tao, the closest to the true essence of heaven and earth. Not only did laws follow their words, every action of theirs carried true meaning and even the movement of their gazes conveyed the profundities of nature. Even if they perish, their main killer move would be imprinted in heaven and earth, forming a kind of heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Tai Baiyunxing involuntarily recalled the formless hands. Yes, I know about this. Fairy Li Shan continued. Back then, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable turned into an ice phoenix and breathed profound ice to condense into the icy plane we are on now. Don't forget the ice phoenix transformation is a transformation path killer move. As the creator of the icy plane, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable imprinted the true meaning of strength path and transformation path in the midst of this piece of heaven and earth. A piece of speculation was circulated among a few Gu immortals, or more precisely a rumor. As long as a strength path or transformation path Gu master ascends to Gu immortal in this icy plane, it will cause a resonance of Tao fragments, evoking the true meaning of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's strength path and transformation path. Tai Baiyunxing shook. Then this means, isn't this? Right. The Icefall Divine Ape was only a false appearance and the ancient Pegasi were also the same. They were true meanings of strength path and transformation path, taking on the form of an earthly calamity. When someone completely shatters these external forms, the small true meaning contained within would break out and enter the body of their own accord. What is true meaning? It is the comprehension towards heaven and earth, great Tao, and law fragments. Fang Yuan destroyed a Pegasus and obtained the true meaning within it. In other words, Fang Yuan is receiving teachings from Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Fairy Li Shan spoke shocking words and also revealed heavy envy. How huge was an opportunity to receive the teachings of a rank 9 Venerable. If one said the 3 chi converged to let the Gu master comprehend heaven and earth and gain natural inspiration, then passing tribulation in this place and obtaining true meaning was to study under Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Chapter 687, True Meaning Infusion. Fairy Li Shan continued with a deeply moved tone. Reportedly, the rumor of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true meaning came from the currently rank 7 domination Immortal Gu of Northern Plains. It is said that when he became a Strength Path Gu Immortal 300 years ago, it was at this icy plane that he passed his tribulation. It is just that there have been limited numbers of Gu Immortals advancing over these recent years. And among these newly advanced Gu Immortals, there are few that are of Transformation Path and even fewer of Strength Path. Thus, this piece of speculation was very hard to prove. Tai Baiyunxing snorted but no longer hurried towards Fang Yuan. Although Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lou Lan deceived him and Fang Yuan, this was after all such an enormous benefit, thus Tai Baiyunxing's anger dissipated for the most part. He turned around and looked deeply at Hei Lou Lan. Hei Lou Lan was covered in the 3 chi cocoon and she was progressing smoothly. The chi cocoon's volume was slowly shrinking methodically. This woman has truly great ambitions. She is not satisfied with being a 10 extreme physique immortal, she also wants to learn from Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. She is not afraid that her strength is lacking and she would die because of her greed. Speaking of which, this style of taking risks is actually similar to Fang Yuan's. They are both lunatics. Tai Baiyunxing heaved a sigh inwardly. So it was indeed like this, they are the external forms of true meaning, ahaha. Fang Yuan laughed loudly and slowly stood up from his kneeling position with his expression revealing his high spirits. He then gazed at the ancient Pegasus group again, but the way he looked at them was different this time. His gaze was extremely heated, like a pervert that had his lust held back for several thousands of years, who then saw an absolutely beautiful woman. Or like a bandit whose greed would never be satisfied, seeing the world's greatest treasury. I have advanced to a strength path Gu Immortal, but my strength path foundation was shallow and I could only reach quasi-grandmaster realm in strength path. It is extremely difficult to make one's realm progress even a little, and needs a sufficient quantity of regular accumulation in order to initiate a qualitative transformation. But now, as long as I kill these true meaning external forms, I can rapidly raise my strength path realm, elevating it to genuine grandmaster realm. Memories and experiences of 500 years of bitter struggles made Fang Yuan extremely aware of the difficulty in progressing one's realm. Realm represented the understanding of great Tao. One's strength path realm was a Gu master's understanding of the Tao of strength. Realm was generally divided into ordinary, quasi-master, master, quasi-grandmaster, grandmaster, quasi-great-grandmaster, great-grandmaster, quasi-supreme grandmaster and supreme grandmaster. Most Gu masters would only have ordinary realm in their whole lives. Quasi-masters were geniuses or old, experienced Gu masters. Masters were extremely rare. For instance, in the Imperial Court contest, which was an assembly of heroes of the large northern plains, only Feng Yuan and Tai Baiyun Xing had master-level attainment in flying among those who reached Imperial Court blessed land. While in enslavement path, there were only Jiang Baoye, Yang Ping, Ma Zun, Chang Shanin, Fang Yuan, and New Heir 2, 5 masters over the entire contest. And speaking of refinement path supreme grandmasters, even throughout human history, there had only been 3, long hair ancestor, old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kong Ju. Every advancement of a realm meant an astonishing upgrade in one's battle strength. It was because higher realm meant deeper understanding of the law fragments in heaven and earth. It allowed Gu masters to refine new, better Gu worms, create more killer moves and display greater dominance of their paths. Fang Yuan had the most understanding of blood path among all the major paths. In his previous life, he was an awe-inspiring blood path grandmaster. His battle strength was outstanding and he had created many new Gu worms of blood path, and these new Gu had even surpassed Blood Sea ancestors in some aspects. He had also researched many blood path killer moves, and despite them being mortal killer moves, they had extraordinary power. Fang Yuan now had the immortal killer move Myriad Self, the representation of the convergence of enslavement and strength path, a unique killer move created from squeezing out all his potential, and with the help of natural inspiration and wisdom Gu. But even with such a killer move, when his battle strength was considered, it was not a match with his peak blood path attainment in his previous life. Fang Yuan could suppress his immortal killer move Myriad Self by just using his previous life's blood path killer moves. He had even created, from initially nothing, some remnant recipes of completely new Immortal Gu with his Grandmaster realm. Of course, the completion rates of these remnant recipes were rather low. This was the world of Gu, and more than that, it was the world of Gu masters. Gu worms involved nurturing, use and refinement, and the bulk of these fundamentals relied upon Gu masters. Generation after generation of Gu masters brought forth new developments, constantly using their plentiful creative prowess to research new Gu worms and open new paths, which then created the extremely wondrous way of Gu which covered all aspects. Thus, heroes were able to emerge like stars in the sky over the boundless history of humans. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth, man is the spirit of all living things. The famed people of the past had accomplishments as high as the mountains that the later generations would find hard to surpass. However, on the whole, the strength of the 5 regions was growing steadily and becoming much more profound, surpassing the eras of immemorial, olden antiquity and so on. Gu masters nurture, use and refine Gu, getting down to the basics. It is a process of humans probing and studying nature, the world, and the great Tao. Be it a Xianxia world, a magic-based world, or a scientific world, they are all the same, they are all the exploration and study of nature and the world itself. It is only that the difference in the world's laws make the exploration methods different. Ones can only learn if they explore continuously. Only by learning could they have accumulation. And only with accumulation could they transcend the world. And in this world, the measurement of the stage-wise accomplishments of study of heaven and earth, and the Great Tao is the realm of every paths. Great Tao is a closed book, and for a Gu master to study and explore heaven and earth, they have to use Gu worms to approach the Great Tao with different methods. They need to constantly summarize their comprehensions, need insights, and require sufficient experience. However, right now I am obtaining true meaning infusion, which is as if I am observing the world while standing on the shoulder of a giant. It is making Reckless Savage Demon Venerable open the pages of the closed book to the parts which I can understand and let me read it directly. This is a shortcut, an extremely rare fortuitous encounter. This will save me a great deal of time and immense effort. Fang Yuan was more excited the more he thought of it. Hei Lou Lan. You are a lunatic. You actually wanted to learn from Reckless Savage Demon Venerable while gaining natural inspiration, and obtaining the infusion of true meaning. Humph, are you not afraid you can't manage to comprehend them all and be thrown into confusion, even failing your immortal ascension? However, your greed, I like it a lot. This gift from you, I shall accept it all. Fang Yuan shouted inwardly, with such heavy profits ahead of him, he decided to not leave behind even a little. Myriad self. Myriad self. Myriad self. He activated his immortal killer move non-stop. For the first time, he disregarded the costs as he activated it frantically. Countless strength path phantoms emerged, forming a huge army inside the immortal aperture, their scale several times larger than before. At the same time, large numbers of mortal Gu forming the immortal killer move perished. This was the backlash from heaven and earth, and also the consequences of Fang Yuan's extreme rate of activation. However, Fang Yuan did not feel any heartache. Everything was okay as long as the core, cleansed soul immortal Gu did not have any problems. He had made ample preparations for this trip and had brought large numbers of mortal Gu for replenishment and substitution. Come. Fang Yuan lifted his chest as countless strength path phantoms surged out from his immortal aperture. The strength path phantom army flooded the world, as if it could engulf mountains and rivers. The sparse battle strength just before was immediately replenished and soon surpassed the previous limit, reaching a new height. Large numbers, no, a sea of strength path phantoms filled the whole battlefield. There are at least 300,000. Tai Baiyun Xing and even Fairy Li Shan was stupefied at this sight. The ancient Pegasus group was firmly surrounded in the air by the strength path phantom army. The slaughter between the two sides had reached the climax. Fang Yuan walked leisurely on the ice surface below the ongoing aerial battle. Joyful will were created and rapidly expended in his mind. Under his command, the army coordinated to form different groups, and like giant hands, they pounced upon four-winged Pegasi without caring for losses. Next, dozens of strength path phantoms worked together to forcefully push the four-winged Pegasi down to the ice surface. Then, Fang Yuan would slowly walk over, raise his 8 thick giant arms and shower down punches for the kill. Miserable neighing sounds filled the area as Pegasi were shattered apart. True meaning rushed into Fang Yuan's mind and the profundities of the Great Tao were rapidly absorbed. His movement stiffened for several breaths of time before recovering once again. Fang Yuan thus engaged in crazy slaughter of ancient Pegasi. Refreshing. After another true meaning infusion, he excitedly roared, his gaze was so blood-red that it was difficult to stare at it directly. The strength path realm, which would have taken years and even dozens of years to raise, was rapidly advancing following the true meaning infusion. Fang Yuan felt incomparable pleasure and enjoyment. Tai Baiyun Xing was watching with a dumbstruck expression. Fang Yuan's madness made him feel a chill from the depths of his heart. Even Fairy Li Shan could not help but be silent. After less than half of the Pegasus group was destroyed, the earthly calamity transformed again. The Pegasus group merged together to form 33 giant snakes. These giant snakes were as large as a house and had extremely powerful defense, covered with black armor and shields. When they fell on the ground, they immediately occupied terrain advantage. Another transformation, and this time to Shield Snake? Fang Yuan laughed malevolently. He did not move. The strength path phantom army in the air had already shrouded over the snakes like dark clouds. By occupying the ground, these shield snakes only needed to defend the attacks from above, unlike if they were flying in the air where they could be attacked from all directions. Fang Yuan's slaughter immediately slowed down. It took a good while for the huge army to handle one shield snake. Fang Yuan laughed maniacally as he pounced down upon it. The shield snake was filled with injuries, and before it could raise its head, it was bombarded by Fang Yuan's 8 arms. The enormous strength from the overlaying of 45 group strength Gu directly destroyed the shield snake. An enormous true meaning that far surpassed the previous ones charged into Fang Yuan's mind. The snake corpse that had lost its head suddenly dissipated, transforming into small snakes. In few moments, the place was filled with a sea of ferocious and slippery snakes. Fang Yuan was in the process of comprehending essence of Great Tao and could not budge, thus he fell in the sea of snakes. The snake sea attacked madly, quickly covering his enormous body. Fang Yuan's comprehension this time was different from before. In the previous true meaning infusion, Fang Yuan felt like he had turned into a Pegasus, living its life from birth to death, from young to old, running on the firm ground and soaring on the vast sky. He sensed the unique body structure of Pegasus, the use of various strengths, and the ingenuity of using power. And now, he turned into a snake, from breaking out of the egg to devouring all kinds of prey. He personally experienced the twisting snake body, the strength of its constriction, the muscle rhythm when it swallowed its food, the force application when its head moved like lightning to capture prey. Not only was it raising the strength path realm, but transformation path and even flying master attainment were advancing. These experiences extended and stepped on the maxim of strength path. These maxims covered extremely large information and were hard to describe using words. Because the wonders of Great Tao could not be put to words, words would be too simple, too dull, too shallow, and simply not be able to portray its mysteries and wonders. Chapter 688, Second Battle with Hei Cheng, 1/2. Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunxing's loud shout could be heard. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and woke up from within the sea of snakes. All around him, from head to toe, there were snakes. Countless snakes were coiling around him, trying to constrict and bite him. If not for Fang Yuan's hair armor protecting him, these small snakes might have drilled into his stomach already. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He was joyful instead of shocked. He stretched out 8 huge arms, grabbing with his hands as he destroyed dozens of small snakes. Tens of true meaning infusions gushed into his mind. His consciousness was foggy for a moment, but recovered immediately. As he slowly adapted to it, and as his attainment level increased, his true meaning absorption speed became faster and faster. In the intoxication of killing, he even withdrew the hair armor and opened his mouth, suddenly inhaling. Immediately, countless small snakes slipped into his mouth. He opened his mouth to chew, his sharp fangs tearing the snake bodies into shreds. Next he swallowed and the snake corpses vanished down his throat, disappearing from this world. Waves of true meaning filled his mind unceasingly. Strength path true meaning, transformation path true meaning, all these small traces were continuously absorbed by him. At the same time, with trial and error, he became familiar with the new knowledge. It gave Fang Yuan a much deeper understanding in other areas. For example, his flying attainment. After Fang Yuan killed the 3rd huge shield snake, his strength path attainment level went from quasi-grandmaster to grandmaster realm. Strength path grandmaster. That is to say, if given a bit more time, Fang Yuan would reach the level of blood path in his previous life. Because his blood path attainment level was also grandmaster realm. Right now, his mind was filled with countless thoughts and countless inspirations. His understanding of strength path had reached a whole new level. He could create many new strength path Gu worms and many mortal killer moves that were related to strength path now. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied, he continued slaughtering. The earthly calamity failed after transforming into the Icefall Divine Ape, the Ancient Pegasi, and the Shield Snake group. Now, there was a new transformation, it turned onto a group of rockmen. Fang Yuan manipulated his army, he trampled on their heads and swallowed their bodies in the sea, killing the rockmen, and understanding the power of thickness. The earthly calamity turned into a B group next, as Fang Yuan self-detonated his strength path phantoms continuously, learning the power of piercing. The earthly calamity transformed into a rhinoceros group, as Fang Yuan killed them, he learned about the power of charging. As his strength path attainment continued to rise, after he stabilized his Grandmaster realm, he began a charge towards quasi-great Grandmaster realm. Right at this moment, two bright rainbows, one black and one white, pierced the air and descended. We finally found you. You were indeed in the icy plain. As the rainbows faded, two people, Hei Qing and Shui Songzi, appeared. The powerful enemies had come. So many strength path phantoms, what is going on? Shui Songzi's pupils shrunk, before they shined in a bright, heated light. Oh. It seems the rumors were true, undergoing tribulation in the icy plain will possibly attract Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true meaning. Hei Cheng's eyes were eerily looking at the battlefield, next his gaze focused on the three-colored chi cocoon. After such a long time, Hei Lou Lan had not finished absorbing the three chi yet, her human chi was simply too huge in quantity. Hei Lou Lan, you guys have nowhere to run, why don't you surrender? Hei Qing laughed heartily, he opened his right hand and revealed an Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu gave off an eerie blue light, it was a time path rank 6 Immortal Gu. The aura of the Immortal Gu was surging, it resonated with the two-time path Immortal Gu in Tai by Yunxing's aperture, causing them to vibrate. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed, she showed herself and stood in front of Hei Lou Lan, she spoke coldly, instant pause? This was the rank 6 time path Immortal Gu instant pause, it could freeze the time of the target for 6 moments, with this Gu around, Hei Qing did not have to worry about Fang Yuan running away using fixed immortal travel. Hei Qing saw Fairy Li Shan and he focused his gaze, he spoke with deep meaning, to think that the mastermind behind all this was Fairy Li Shan. Why are you sowing discord between us father and daughter? Oh, I see, as expected, which Gu Immortal would not be interested in the Yin-Yang life extension method in my possession? Saying so, Hei Qing laughed sarcastically, he showed a mocking expression to Fairy Li Shan, oozing with confidence. Fairy Li Shan's expression was solemn, her voice became louder as it filled the skies. Hei Qing, you are destined to fail today. Don't think of causing any harm to little Lan, because the person stopping you will be me. Saying so, Fairy Li Shan stopped hiding it, she burst out the grand aura of a rank 7 Gu Immortal. At the same time, the surface of the ice broke, countless tree roots grew rapidly, they coiled around and moved like huge pythons. The trees grew quickly, it soon became a forested area. After a few breaths, pear blossoms grew, the smell of the flowers was fragrant and spread for several li. Fairy Li Shan stood under the tree, her body was shielded by the leaves and branches, vanishing. Meanwhile, Hei Lou Lan was still balancing the three chi, she was on top of a pear tree. Battlefield killer move, pear orchard. To think that third leader's cultivation level had secretly reached rank 7. Hei Qing, be careful, third leader cultivates earth and wood path, she had set up this battlefield earlier, I am also a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, I cannot battle Fairy Li Shan due to the alliance rules. Shui Songzi reminded. Usually when Fairy Li Shan showed up in Northern Plains, she revealed rank 6 cultivation. Few knew about her true cultivation level. Hei Cheng's expression was calm, his gaze shifted to Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunxing and Fairy Li Shan for a moment, before turning back to Hei Lou Lan. 1 Immortal Zombie, 1 rank 6 Gu Immortal, 1 rank 7 Gu Immortal. Hei Qing muttered, he snorted coldly, saying to Shui Songzi, go deal with that Immortal Zombie and the rank 6 Gu Immortal, after I kill Fairy Li Shan, we will take down Hei Lou Lan. His tone was filled with decisiveness and confidence. Although Fairy Li Shan was rank 7, her battle strength should be at the lower tier of rank 7, there would still be some disparity from Hei Qing. Okay. Seeing that the toughest foe was going to be dealt with by Hei Cheng, Shuesongzi agreed. He flew down, straight towards the earthly calamity. He was someone with some knowledge. He knew that the earthly calamity contained a demon venerable's true meaning. Even if he was not a strength path or transformation path Gu Immortal, he wanted a share of it. Gu Immortals usually ventured into many paths so that they could assist their main path, who would be unhappy with a higher attainment. You're courting death. Fang Yuan saw Shuesongzi rushing here and shouted angrily, a ruthless light flashing in his eyes. Merely a rank 6 immortal zombie, you dare to speak such words. Shuesongzi snorted in disdain. He rapidly got closer. In his first battle with Hei Cheng, Fang Yuan focused on retreating, to escape from the area. Thus, he did not reveal his true battle strength. Hei Cheng and Shuesongzi analyzed the situation, and assumed that Fang Yuan's 2-movement Immortal Gu were lent to him by other Gu Immortals. Even though Fang Yuan's strength path Phantom Army was fighting against the earthly calamity intensely. But first, the earthly calamity was already mostly destroyed. Second, wide-range killer moves were very common. Third, most immortal zombies had battle strength lower than ordinary Gu Immortals. And finally, there was a rank 6 Gu Immortal and a rank 7 Gu Immortal on Fang Yuan's side. Shuesongzi subconsciously underestimated Fang Yuan's threat. Shuesongzi's speed was very fast. He was right above Fang Yuan in a moment's time. I'll let you taste my power. He growled. He pushed with his hands and used his killer moves. Drifting Snow. Ice Mountain All. Snow Sparrow Crisis. He used 3 killer moves at once. This showed Shuesongzi extraordinary control over manipulation of Gu worms. These 3 killer moves were all attack-type killer moves. In an instant, intense winds blew as snow filled the air. Countless snowflakes gathered into birds. They moved fluidly in the intense wind and snow. With much intelligence, there were thousands of them. 20 to 30 icicles that were the size of small hills were covered in sharp spikes as they flew towards Fang Yuan, trying to pierce through his body. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. He waved his hand and the giant army moved. The myriad self-army moved with courage. Their shouts overwhelmed the heavens. Everywhere the army went, the icicles collapsed, snow sparrows cried, and the sound of the wind halted. Eh? Shuesongzi's expression changed. Only after fighting did he realize the truly fearsome might of myriad self. Seeing that the myriad self-army was coming for him, Shuesongzi growled angrily as his hair stood up. Traces and traces of frost energy shot out from them. In an instant, the frost energy spread quickly and formed an ice crystal domain in the air. Battlefield killer move, Snow Domain. Towering Pine Tree, Icy Hair Dragon Stream. Shuesongzi growled, using 2 defensive killer moves at once. Immediately, pine trees erupted in the snow domain. From nothingness, they grew to become large and bulky trees. The branches tied the trees together, forming many thick walls of defense. As for his long snow-white hair, it extended and gave off a dragon's cry in the air. The long hair turned into dozens of dragon-shaped ice, coiling around his body and forming a castle-like defense, with Shuesongzi protected tightly in the center. However, when the myriad self-army charged over, pine trees collapsed, and ice dragons shattered. The snow domain lasted for a moment before breaking apart. It's actually an immortal killer move. Who in the world is this immortal zombie? Shuesongzi's expression was pale. His eyes showed panic as he retreated quickly, even faster than when he came. He was in a pathetic state. At the same time, Hei Cheng and Fairy Li Shan had engaged in intense battle. The battle of the two had reached the climax right from the start. Hei Cheng used Dark Arrow Immortal Gu to its limits, shooting 3 dark arrows into the pear orchard, flying around and trying to locate Fairy Li Shan's true hiding place. In the pear orchard, it was dense with vegetation, and pear blossoms fell from the trees. The roots were tangled together and growing, as hundreds of sunflower king lotuses appeared. As the lotuses opened, beams of burning light shot towards Hei Cheng. Hei Cheng's body shuddered, dark liquid oozed out of his black robe, dyeing the area of sky around him black. This was also a battlefield killer move, called Dark Veil. From the Dark Veil, black balls were shot out, pouring down like rain. The black balls slammed into the pear orchard, forming huge pitch-black spirals. This was the killer move that Hei Lou Lan used in the Imperial Court contest, Dark Vortex. The dark vortices expanded, corroding the trees and flowers, causing huge holes to form in the pear orchard. Meanwhile, the heated beams of sunlight also tore open some areas of the dark veil. As the two continued to attack, the light beams fell in quantity while the number of dark vortices increased. Cheng quickly gained the upper hand. As expected of a famous rank 7 Gu Immortal expert of Northern Plains. Chapter 689, Second Battle with Hei Cheng, 2 halves. Found you. Hei Cheng's eyes shined brightly. He laughed sinisterly as he used his investigative killer move, discovering Fairy Li Shan's figure in the pear orchard. He immediately used Dark Arrow Immortal Gu to its limit, as 3 dark arrows shot out into the air, towards its target. The pear orchard went into action, countless tree roots stretched out, moved and coiled around like dragons. They desperately blocked these 3 arrows. At the crucial moment, Fairy Li Shan was gritted her teeth, her eyes bright as a lamp. She shouted in her heart, "Earth Flower Lotus Burial." The ground exploded loudly, as a huge man-eating flower appeared at lightning speed. The man-eating flower opened its mouth, swallowing a dark arrow. Next, the entire man-eating flower size shrunk. It was less than half of its original mass, but it could trap the dark arrow temporarily. Hei Cheng snorted, his gaze was shining as the swallowed dark arrow was trying to escape, forming a sharp-pointed bulge in the man-eating flower's surface. But next, more man-eating flowers appeared from the ground. The second man-eating flower ate the first man-eating flower, shrinking after that. The third man-eating flower ate the second man-eating flower. Repeating the process, after 17 to 18 man-eating flowers were summoned, Hei Cheng's connection to this dark arrow fell by at least 30%. Hei Cheng knew that this dark arrow could not escape in the short run. His attention was on his 2 remaining arrows. Fairy Li Shan's expression was pale. She shouted lowly, "Fading heavenly flower." A large number of pear blossoms flew. They were pure white as snow. They floated in the air and turned into light specks. The dark arrow's speed was fast, but the quantity of light specks was numerous. They were thick and densely packed. During the process of the arrow's flight, it was corroded. The dark arrow was covered in light specks and hot sparks immediately were formed. White spots appeared on the dark arrow, causing its speed and power to fall. Hei Cheng snorted. He knew the other party was well prepared. He was openly being targeted while his enemies were hidden. Everyone knew about this Immortal Gu dark arrow, thus his attack was countered. But he was not to be trifled with, even though he did not develop an immortal killer move using Dark Arrow Immortal Gu as the core Gu, but in the process of trying, he had obtained several mortal killer moves that could cause changes to the dark arrows. Hei Cheng stared, as he used a set of Mortal Gu in his immortal aperture. The 2 dark arrows changed directions, meeting in the air and fusing, becoming one again. After fusing, the dark arrow was pitch black without a single light speck. It regained its former speed and power. The dark arrow shot like lightning, stabbing into a huge trunk in the pear orchard. In Hei Cheng's field of vision, Fairy Li Shan was hiding in this tree trunk. But at the next moment, Fairy Li Shan's voice came from the other side. "You fell for it, Hei Cheng." Tree flower sheds tears. A bright flower bloomed in the tree trunk, and thick nectar oozed out from the center of the flower. It was extremely fragrant. Dark arrow hit a wooden puppet that resembled Fairy Li Shan. The nectar spread and covered this dark arrow completely. Thereafter, the nectar solidified, becoming like amber as it sealed the dark arrow inside. "Hei Cheng, today, you will undoubtedly fail." Fairy Li Shan's body was on top of a tree crown. Although she was pale and perspiring profusely, her eyes were bright and she had a vigorous aura. A large part of Hei Cheng's great strength was due to the Dark Arrow Immortal Gu. This was an attack-type Immortal Gu. Fairy Li Shan only had Mountain Pledge Gu. She could not face it head-on. She could only exert her methods and use 3 mortal killer moves to seal the dark arrows. After the dark arrows were sealed, Hei Cheng lost his strongest means of attacking. "Really? You think that's all I have?" Hei Cheng stood in the dark veil, looking down at Fairy Li Shan as he showed a mocking smile. Under Fairy Li Shan's supervision, he stretched out his arm, opening his palm and revealing a black pearl. This black pearl was about the size of a rice bowl. It was black and shiny, like a black crystal. On the surface of this translucent pearl, one could see a boar-shaped animal sleeping inside. Fairy Li Shan saw this pearl and her eyes immediately widened. She showed an alarmed expression. "This is Dark Prison?" Hei Qing nodded slightly. "That's right, this is my Hei tribe's rank 6 Immortal Gu house, Dark Prison." His voice was plain, yet it contained a feeling of pride. Hei Qing was not Hei tribe's first supreme elder, but to ensure that this trip had no accidents, he paid a huge price and borrowed this item from Hei tribe's first supreme elder. This is bad. Fairy Li Shan's heart sank to rock bottom. Dark Prison was a beast stable. Trapped inside was the ancient desolate beast, Sharp-Tusked Boar. If it was summoned, Fairy Li Shan would be in deep trouble. Be it Pear Orchard, Earth Flower Lotus Burial, Fading Heavenly Flower, or Tree Flower Sheds Tears, these were all mortal killer move. In order to deal with Hei Qing's Dark Arrow Immortal Gu, Fairy Li Shan had thought through it carefully and devised 3 killer moves that could temporarily seal the dark arrows. But because of this, her mind was worn out and her head was hurting. Although she had the Pear Orchard battlefield, she had fallen into a disadvantage against Hei Qing's Dark Veil. She could only hang on and hope that Hei Lou Lan's tribulation would finish soon, to allow her to come over and assist her. However, Sharp-Tusked Boar was an ancient desolate beast. Destroying Pear Orchard was as easy as stomping on a garden. Once Pear Orchard was destroyed, the 3 flower moves that relied on Pear Orchard would weaken greatly. The dark arrows would escape. If that happens, all the effort I put in earlier would go to waste. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, but right at this moment, she heard a warning from Tai Baiyun Xing, "Be careful." Of what? Fairy Li Shan looked back, seeing that a dark arrow had stealthily flown over. It was 30 centimeters away from her. What? But I made arrangements around here. Fairy Li Shan was shocked, but it was too late. The dark arrow flew over, piercing into her forehead, through her skull, and coming out of the back of her head. Little ant. Hei Lou Lan screamed. She had finally digested all 3 qi and had recovered her mobility. But the moment she opened her eyes, she saw that the relative that had always taken good care of her was killed by a dark arrow piercing her skull, dying a terrible death. It's over. Hei Qing retrieved the ball-shaped dark prison. Fairy Li Shan had only sealed 2 dark arrows. When the 2 arrows combined earlier, Hei Qing had covertly shot out a 3rd dark arrow. Using Dark Prison to attract Fairy Li Shan's attention, he secretly utilized several mortal killer moves. Together with Dark Arrow, he took down all of the defenses around Fairy Li Shan. However, at the next moment, a flash of light shot over. As Fairy Li Shan returned to the state she was in a moment ago, her injuries were gone and her skull was intact. Immortal Gu man as before. Far away, Tai Baiyun Xing breathed roughly as he said, "So close, I almost failed to make it." Hei Chang's pupils shrunk, his anger was rising. He was not furious that Tai Baiyun Xing had ruined his battle result, but he was angry at Xue Songzi for not doing his best. They had agreed that he would kill Fairy Li Shan while Xue Songzi would kill Tai Baiyun Xing and the immortal zombie who was Fang Yuan. But the result was? Tai Baiyun Xing could actually interfere in his battle. Xue Songzi. Hei Qing gritted his teeth. He looked at the battlefield far away. But what Hei Qing saw was, Xue Songzi's robe was tattered, he was escaping with an expression of fear. His long hair had become much shorter, he was almost bald. His face was bruised, a part of it was swollen and his body was covered in blood. One of his arms was hanging awkwardly from his body, the bone had fractured. Hei Chang's pupils could not help but contract. Xue Songzi had healing Gu in his possession. For Gu immortals, a fracture was not a serious injury. But the point was, the opponent gave Xue Songzi absolutely no time to heal his fracture. Exactly how strong was the enemy? As if answering his question, the Strength Path Phantom army numbering over 200,000 shouted, a cry that could shake the earth. They were a huge mob, even thicker than the tribulation cloud in the sky, chasing after Xue Songzi alone. This was simply bullying. Even this rank 7 Gu Immortal Hei Cheng frowned deeply. What is going on? Why had these strength path phantoms not been destroyed yet? In fact, even more are appearing. After that, he saw that half the phantom army was charging towards him. Hei Cheng snorted coldly, he willed and several mortal killer moves were activated together. Thousand Demon Rampage. Dark Fire. Black Wind Break. Kill. The myriad self-army charged. In several breaths of time, the wails of demons resounded, the dark fire dimmed, and the black winds dissipated. Hei Cheng, who had always been confident and relaxed, finally changed his expression. This power, this is an immortal killer move. This inconspicuous-looking immortal zombie actually has such high battle strength? The myriad self-army pressed forth, charging into Hei Cheng's dark veil battlefield fearlessly. The pitch-black battlefield that occupied half the sky was quickly being broken down. It resembled the clothing of a beggar, extremely tattered. Hei Cheng's eyes twitched, he had to retreat. He was handsome and elegant, even when he retreated, he still kept his cool, his arms were like butterflies fluttering in the sky, activating mortal killer moves one after another. But this could not stop the advancement of the myriad self-army. Just like a humongous tide, no matter how powerful his mortal killer moves were, they were like rocks in front of a tsunami, or weak little fish, they were all swept away and devoured mercilessly. Hei Cheng squinted his eyes, his expression turned grim. He finally understood how Sheng felt, facing the myriad self-army. He was a great rank 7 Gu Immortal, a famous expert in northern plains, but now he felt a slight sense of helplessness and weakness. The army had formed into an overwhelming size, it was hard to resist. This immortal killer move, even if I use Dark Prison and release the sharp tusk boar, it might not be its match. Hei Cheng retreated under the pressure of the army. Under this situation, if Hei Cheng wanted to turn the situation around, he would need to kill Fang Yuan's main body using dark arrows. But 2 dark arrows were already trapped by Hei Lou Lan. The remaining one could do nothing to Feng Yuan, who had Immortal Gu worldly wave trace. This lunatic, how many beads of immortal essence did he use? Hei Cheng cursed in his heart, his eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan, who was on the ground. Fang Yuan absorbed another trace of the Demon Venerable's true meaning, sensing Hei Cheng's dangerous gaze, he looked back and gave Hei Cheng a smile of disdain. At the same time, a large portion of the army charged towards Hei Cheng. This fellow. Hei Cheng finally showed a trace of nervousness. Being pincer attacked by 2 armies, he could only dodge in the sky. Even after he used countless mortal killer moves, he could only halt the army's advancement slightly. At this moment, the situation had become 2 Gu Immortals being chased down by Fang Yuan alone. Good job, junior brother. Hei Lou Lan stood on the crown of a tree. Seeing this, her expression froze slightly. She did not expect the situation to become like this. Over at Fang Yuan's side, he had finally destroyed the earthly calamity and obtained all of the infusions of true meaning. His strength path attainment was still at Grandmaster realm, it did not break through again. But his transformation path attainment rose to become a transformation master. As for his flying attainment, it also grew significantly, he broke through master level and reached quasi-Grandmaster realm. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied, he said to Hei Lou Lan, quickly, don't you have small family Qi Gu, release all of the collected earth Qi, we might attract more earthly calamities. Everyone heard this and was speechless. Hei Lou Lan rolled her eyes, after the infusion of the 3 Qi, the essence of her life had been elevated, she had transcended mortals and became a Gu Immortal. Her body was purified in all aspects, even the heavy injury in her eye sockets had healed completely. I have to keep these small family Qi Gu to refine Immortal Gu. Time is limited, let's retreat. Hei Lou Lan rejected Fang Yuan's suggestion and shouted. Fang Yuan licked his lips, unsatisfied. But since she did not agree, there was nothing he could do. Everyone gathered and entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan looked at the icy plain battlefield longingly, finally using fixed immortal travel. 3 breaths later, he vanished, returning to snowy mountain-blessed land. We're letting him leave? Sheng and Hei Cheng gathered. Hei Cheng's brows rose, he said coldly, even if I have instant pause, can you break through the defense of these strength path phantoms? Shuesongzi looked at the remaining myriad self-army in the battlefield and was unable to say a word. Chapter 690, A Commotion in Northern Plains, A Wisdom Path Inheritance. In the quiet room at the third branch peak of Snowy Mountain. It was fine weather outside. Clear blue sky, refreshing air, and tall white snowy mountains combined to form a tranquil and boundless view. The fragrance of tea filled the quiet room. Fang Yuan was gasping as he lay down with his body full of injuries. Thin streams of zombie blood flowed out from the wounds and accumulated on the ground. However, he did not care and also did not feel any pain. 7 minutes had gone by already since he had closed his eyes to rest. Besides him, there were 3 others in the quiet room. Tai Xing was standing next to Fang Yuan, quickly moving his hands, emitting rays of black light that were healing Fang Yuan's injuries. Fairy Li Shan was sitting at her old spot beside the window, absent-mindedly brewing tea, while most of her attention was focused on Hei Lou Lan, who was beside her. Hei Lou Lan was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. Her face looked solemn and respectful like a jade statue. There were 3 steps in Immortal Ascension: shattering the aperture, receiving Qi, and releasing Gu. She had completed the first 2 steps when undergoing tribulation in the icy plane. And after returning to the quiet room using fixed immortal travel, she had started the 3rd step. With her foundation, the creation of her immortal aperture was a settled matter. Right now, she was probably refining Immortal Gu in her immortal aperture and resisting the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity formed in there. By the looks of it, she was going to complete this step alone and did not want an outsider's help. However, if there was any problem, Hei Lou Lan would immediately ask for help. Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan and Tai Xing would have to quickly enter Hei Lou Lan's immortal aperture and resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. By the time the tea was boiling and gurgling, Hei Lou Lan let out a breath of turbid air and slowly opened her eyes. This movement immediately attracted the other 3's gazes. Fairy Li Shan stopped brewing and placed the teapot down in a hurry, asking in concern, "Success?" Hei Lou Lan nodded. Fairy Li Shan took a deep breath, her eyes reddened as she spoke in a choked voice filled with excitement and relief. "Little Lan, you have the great strength, true martial physique, and now have succeeded in becoming an immortal. You possess a super-grade blessed land and have extraordinary potential. Truly, after a dark cloud comes a clear sky. If sister knew of this in the afterlife, she would certainly be happy." When an ordinary Gu master advanced to Gu Immortal, their blessed land could be classified into one of 3 grades: high, middle or low. When one of the 10 extreme physiques advanced to Gu Immortal, they would be taking an enormous risk and naturally would have bigger gains. If their immortal ascension succeeded, their blessed land would be a super-grade blessed land. High-grade blessed lands were formed with a size of 4,700 square kilometers to 6,000 square kilometers, drew in a large tributary of the River of Time and created over 30 beads of immortal essence. There would be plenty of heaven and earth Qi remaining, which could mutually interact and refine the vital Gu and core Gu into immortal Gu. Super-grade blessed lands were even larger, with a territory of over 6,700 square kilometers. The tributary of the River of Time it drew in would be gigantic, and the amount of green grape immortal essence created would surpass 50 beads. If there was nothing unexpected, it could create at least 2 immortal Gu. Hei Lou Lan appeared tranquil. "I have succeeded in advancing to Gu Immortal but have yet to kill that old scumbag." Her indifferent tone contained a deep and piercing hatred. "Hei Lou Lan, I hate to be blunt, but the chances of killing Hei Qing with only the 4 of us, even if he is alone, are rather low." Tai Xing coughed, and said, "Right, defeating a Gu Immortal is easy, but killing is another thing altogether." Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh as he stood up. The injuries on his body had essentially healed. Previously, in his battle with Gu Immortal Plump Lady in Western Desert, he had obtained superiority, but Plump Lady had still escaped. This time, he battled Hei Qing and Shuesongzi. His phantom army had taken the lead and were able to wreak havoc. but they couldn't trap the two Gu Immortals and could only let them retreat safely. Myriad Self was strong, but there was nothing to be done about it if the enemy did not engage you head-on. Gu Immortals were smart and knew to avoid the enemy's strong points. In truth, Fang Yuan's second battle with Hei Cheng could only be considered a draw. It was true that Fang Yuan had the upper hand, but it was hard to maintain this dominance for long. If the time was stretched on, the strength path phantoms would dissipate and it would then be Hei Cheng's turn to counterattack. This immortal killer move indeed could build up to a big advantage, but not to the extent of being at complete dominance against Hei Cheng. Thus, when Hei Lou Lan said to retreat, Fang Yuan did not oppose. He stopped at the right time and activated fixed immortal travel, bringing them back here. Hei Lou Lan looked at Fang Yuan and gave a slight smile. To be able to succeed this time in resisting the enemy and allowing me to pass the tribulation is thanks to your strength. Since we are allies, we naturally need to help each other out. A sharp light flashed through Fang Yuan's eyes. He helped Hei Lou Lan this time, and when Immortal Crane Sect attacks Hu Immortal Blessed Land later, they would also have to help Fang Yuan according to the alliance agreement. It involved reciprocity in mutual benefits for both sides. According to the previous agreement, here is small family Qi Gu's recipe. Also, of the 30 immortal essence stones I lent, you only need to return half. Fairy Li Shan spoke. She by now had a hint of Fang Yuan's nature, only tangible benefits matched his tastes. Fang Yuan accepted the recipe for small family Qi Gu, then sighed, in this battle, I won and also lost, consuming over 60 green grape immortal essence. The 15 immortal essence stones I owe you, I am afraid it might take some time for me to return them. Fairy Li Shan was in a good mood because of Hei Lou Lan's success in advancing. She immediately stated, no need to hurry, whenever your circumstances are better, you can return them to me and I also won't collect any interest on them. Also, didn't you ask us about wisdom path inheritances? Could it be that you have some clues? Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Fairy Li Shan slowly said, there is a clue. You are also aware of Northern Plains No. 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dongfang Changfan's death some months ago. He left behind an intact Wisdom Path inheritance for his successor, Dongfang Yu Liang, but Dongfang Yu Liang is only immortal and it will be hard for him to preserve a Gu Immortal inheritance, especially when this inheritance is a Wisdom Path inheritance. According to the tip-off, Dongfang Changfan has placed this Wisdom Path inheritance in a hidden place and even Dongfang tribe's other Gu Immortals don't know about its exact position. Only Dongfang Yu Liang holds the key clue. Even though just before his death, Dongfang Changfan had formed a non-aggression pact with Huangjin tribes and other super forces. However, he had not formed an agreement with demonic path Gu Immortals. His capability had not reached the point where it could sweep through both righteous and demonic. Dongfang Changfan's Wisdom Path inheritance had already attracted the covetous gazes of many demonic path Gu Immortals. Even Dongfang tribe's other Gu Immortals had some thoughts on it. Thus, Dongfang Changfan made these arrangements, completely hiding his Wisdom Path inheritance and leaving it to only his approved successor, Dongfang Yu Liang. Fang Yuan was forced to think, I have the Wisdom Path Immortal Gu delight in water and mountain, but my use of it is crude at best and I am unable to display the essence of Wisdom Path. Treasure Yellow Heaven has Wisdom Path Gu worms on sale, but a complete Wisdom Path inheritance would never be on sale. Wisdom Path Gu worms are easy to obtain while Wisdom Path inheritances are rather hard to get. If I can obtain this complete Wisdom Path inheritance, I believe I will be able to use fewer wills and thoughts to deduce more items. Dongfang Changfan was the No. 1 Gu Immortal of Wisdom Path in Northern Plains while he was alive. His inheritance would naturally arouse Fang Yuan's interest. But lying in front of Fang Yuan was a super force, the Colossus Dongfang tribe. Dongfang tribe had lost Dongfang Changfan, but it still had several Gu Immortals to maintain the situation. On the contrary, Fang Yuan had just been in an intense battle with Hei Cheng and spent most of his green grape immortal essence. It was not possible for him to display the same mighty presence of the myriad self-army in a short while. Right now, many demonic path Gu Immortals have already allied in secret to conspire for Dongfang Changfan's Wisdom Path inheritance. Back when Dongfang Changfan was alive, both the righteous and demonic path of Northern Plains suffered losses from him, many were schemed against and suffered setbacks under his hands. Reportedly, his successor Dongfang Yu Liang has talents and aptitude as strong as Dongfang Changfan's. Most of Northern Plains Gu Immortals are not willing to see a second Dongfang Changfan. Fairy Li Shan continued. Several months ago, some demonic path Gu Immortals already sought me out to use my Mountain Pledge Gu to reach a temporary alliance in their scheme for the Wisdom Path inheritance. But I had already made an alliance agreement with Dongfang Changfan by then and could not make any moves against Dongfang tribe. Fang Yuan, if you want, I can act as go-between and let you join this alliance. They would have a lot more detailed information and will be of great help to you when you contend for the inheritance. Fang Yuan did not refuse but also did not immediately agree. I need some time to consider. There is no hurry. Hei Lou Lan said, right now, the biggest news in Northern Plains is the matter of Qin by Xing capturing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, holding the essence of the luck path true inheritance. This matter has already caused a commotion among most of the Gu Immortals of Northern Plains, even those rank 8 old monsters are said to have come out of their seclusions. Hei Lou Lan revealed a ridiculing expression, Qin by Xing is a rank 7 Gu Immortal, an expert among lone cultivators, having overpowering metal path battle strength and even being somewhat stronger than that old scoundrel Hei Cheng. But this luck path true inheritance is a thorny matter, almost all of Northern Plains Gu Immortals are looking to deal with him. Right now, Gu Immortals from all around are rushing over, while Qin by Xing is a lone force and even though he occupies a blessed land, there will be countless difficulties for him in resisting these assaults, his life will certainly be quite hard. A cold light vaguely flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes before he muttered, we are the survivors of the wind veil of assimilation. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were also involved in the event. Although they escaped early, they know about us and are barriers for us to move freely in Northern Plains. Since the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land and the collapse of 88 Truyang Building, formless hands had carried many Immortal Gu to all parts of Northern Plains, causing chaos, commotion and frequent battles in the world of Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Afterwards, when most of the escaped wild Immortal Gu had been captured, the situation had calmed somewhat. Now, however, the news of Qin by Xing capturing Ma and Zhao caused undercurrents revolving around Qin by Xing to surge in Northern Plains and the luck path true inheritance slowly formed tiny waves. As time passed, these tiny waves would definitely evolve into a huge storm that would engulf the whole of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan, compared to other Gu Immortals, had much more reason to be involved in this. However, his current strength appeared rather weak in front of such an enormous storm. Without speaking any further, Fang Yuan took his leave and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone. Tai Bai Yunxing remained here to heal Hei Lou Lan. Hei Lou Lan had passed the tribulation of her Immortal Gu, her immortal aperture was in ruins and required Tai Bai Yunxing's landscape as before. Chapter 691, Quartet Sparrow Battle Tactic. Hei Tribe, Iron Eagle Blessed Land. This was Hei Tribe's base camp. The Blessed Land was huge and extensive, it was small at the bottom and large at the top. Because of Hei Tribe's first-generation ancestors' unique specialties, Iron Eagle Blessed Land had little land, but the higher up in the air one went, the larger the space. A sky that greatly exceeded that of ordinary blessed lands had countless circular wooden eagle nests floating in it. These eagle nests were like small hills, innumerable iron eagles rested in them. The cries of eagles resounded endlessly. When a group of eagles flew, vast numbers of them traveled in formation, it was a spectacular view. At the highest part of this blessed land, there was a garden. The garden's artificial mountain had a pavilion on it. In the pavilion, 4 supreme elders of Hei Tribe were sitting around a square stone table, they had differing expressions. First Supreme Elder had a solemn expression, Second Supreme Elder was shutting his eyes and resting, Third Supreme Elder was thinking with a troubled expression, Fourth Supreme Elder's face was full of sweat. The atmosphere was heavy, it was like the calm before the storm. My dear Lord Third Elder, how long are you going to continue thinking? Fourth Supreme Elder urged with an impatient tone. Rush, 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 you only know how to rush me, don't you know this is a crucial moment? At this point, if I make the wrong move, my dozens of years of hard work would go down the drain. Third Supreme Elder yapped away, his emotions becoming even more agitated. He looked at First Supreme Elder in front of him, before looking at Second Supreme Elder to the left. Both of them had unchanging expressions. Third Supreme Elder could not discern anything from their faces, and the pressure in his heart intensified. Right at this time, a figure slowly rose from below, quickly approaching this pavilion. Hei Tribe's Second Supreme Elder opened a slit in each of his eyes, saying slowly, "Oh, Hei Cheng is back." Hei Cheng entered the pavilion and paid respects to the 4 Supreme Elders. These 4 Supreme Elders had deeper foundations than him in both status and cultivation. But with regards to battle strength, it was unknown until they fought seriously. But within the tribe, Gu Immortal would spar at most. How could they fight seriously? Furthermore, in righteous path forces, other than Central Continent's sect system, the other 4 regions looked at bloodline and seniority within their clans and tribes. Even if Hei Cheng had higher battle strength, he would still need to respect them as a junior when he sees these 4 Supreme Elders. First Elder, this is Dark Prison, I am returning it now. Hei Cheng took out the rank 6 Immortal Gu house and returned it to First Supreme Elder after paying respects to them. First Supreme Elder took the Immortal Gu house Dark Prison, exclaiming, "You did not use Dark Prison, it seems your operation was very successful?" Saying this, First Supreme Elder's gaze was still fixed on the stone table. He was only asking Hei Cheng casually. Hei Cheng laughed. "It was very fortunate, this time the trip was smooth sailing. We have successfully suppressed Qiao tribe." Qiao tribe was a large-sized tribe, because all of Hei tribe's members inside Imperial Court Blessed Land had perished. Qiao tribe which was under them had become tempted to try and leave their control. Qiao tribe's Gu Immortal, Qiao Dong, became an immortal due to my guidance back then. It has only been a few decades, his loyalty has wavered? Second Supreme Elder said plainly. Therefore, this time, I struck and taught that Qiao Dong a lesson. Within 5 years, there should be no issues. Hei Cheng laughed calmly. The suppression of Qiao tribe was an excuse Hei Cheng had prepared long ago. Hei Cheng wanted to deal with his own daughter, Hei Lou Lan. This was not a righteous thing to do, he could only do it secretly. He had planned to use Dark Prison to suppress Hei Lou Lan, preventing her from self-detonating. But he could not directly say this to the First Supreme Elder. Thus, he used Qiao tribe as an excuse, saying, in order to prevent any accidents when suppressing Qiao tribe, he borrowed Dark Prison. 5 years? Second Supreme Elder chuckled, shaking his head. Northern Plains is in a complete mess now. True Yang building collapsed, the culprit has not been found. Wild Immortal Gu have been appearing constantly, all the different forces are fighting intensely. Especially now, Qingbai Xing's incident is becoming more heated. This involves Giant Sun's inheritance, even those rank 8 old fossils are getting ready to strike. Fourth Supreme Elder sighed, True Yang building collapsed, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed as well, the Imperial Court contest has lost its meaning. What do we do from now on? All of the Huangjin tribes, what procedures will they follow? We have no idea. Hei Cheng understood their intentions after hearing this, he lowered his head. Junior understands, I will be more strict in handling the tribes, especially Qiao tribe, Hu tribe, and Shui tribe, these 3 vassals. That's right, this time, the entirety of Hei tribe died inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. There cannot be no display of Hei tribe in Northern Plains. Hei Cheng, go out into the Blessed Land and pick carefully, bring a portion of the tribesmen out and rebuild Hei tribe in Northern Plains. Third Supreme Elder thought about his tough problem as he gave his view on this matter. Yes, don't worry Third Elder. I have already started preparing. In half a month, Northern Plains Hei tribe will be rebuilt. Hei Cheng answered. Alright, let Hei Cheng handle the matters of the mortal tribe affairs, we have no worries. Third Supreme Elder, if you have the time to care about this, why don't you decide on the problem ahead? What tile are you playing? Fourth Supreme Elder urged. Third Supreme Elder's gaze flickered, he was very hesitant, but he finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind, playing a tile. At the same time, he called out, 3 Tiao. Immediately, all the other elders had differing expressions. First Supreme Elder could not stay serious anymore. He laughed loudly, flipping over his tiles. Haha, I won. Arg. Third Supreme Elder patted his leg with much force. He grabbed his snow-white beard as he sighed. If I knew, I would not have played 3 Tiao, but 6-1 instead. After hearing this, Second Supreme Elder stared with his eyes wide open. He turned over his own tiles, saying to Supreme Third Elder, then play 6-1, my set could have won with either 4-1 or 6-1. Alright, enough, stop arguing. Quickly make the deal, I'm waiting to recoup my losses. Fourth Supreme Elder said impatiently. Here, this is the Gu recipe that I researched after spending 30 years. Third Supreme Elder admitted his loss. He slammed one east window Gu on the table in front of First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder took the east window Gu. Alright, let's go to the next round. Same rules, we are not to use any Gu worms to cheat. We will state the wager first. I have 2 Immortal Essence Stones. Ancient Gu recipe of Crescent Moon Gu. 20 pieces of Grey Heart Rock. A group of Dragon Eye fish, there is a Fish Emperor included. Swish swish swish. 8 arms swept around the stone table, shuffling the tiles. Hei Cheng was silently standing at the side. He was very used to these 4 Hei tribe Supreme Elders' gambling habits. The game they were playing was called Quartet Sparrow Battle Tactic. It was invented by a mortal genius back in earlier years of Hei tribe, mainly to bootlick the First Supreme Elder. After First Supreme Elder obtained it, he had been playing it daily with the other 3 Supreme Elders, competing and engaging in battle. Hei tribe's external affairs were almost all handled by Hei Cheng. Then, Elders, Junior will take his leave. Hei Cheng said. Go, go. The Supreme Elders waved their hands. They had started assembling their hand tiles as they replied to him half-heartedly. A group of iron eagles flew outside the pavilion. They were screeching as suddenly, the eagle group spread and 3 desolate eagles appeared, with battle strength equivalent to rank 6. One was a dragon eagle with a powerful aura, while the other 2 were iron crown eagles, having great spirit. Shoo, shoo. Third Supreme Elder waved his sleeves unhappily, so noisy. Hee hee hee. First Supreme Elder had a kind and merciful smile. He waved his sleeves and a lot of food was sprinkled in the air. The eagle group made happy cries, fighting for the food in the air. Hei Cheng left Iron Eagle Blessed Land, flying towards the southwest direction. After flying for several minutes, he met Xuesongzi. Xuesongzi had rested sufficiently. He no longer looked as pathetic as before, but he sighed when he saw Hei Cheng. The situation has become troublesome. I just obtained some information. Do you know which force has control of fixed immortal travel Immortal Gu? Hei Cheng replied, you want to say, Immortal Crane Sect of Central Continent's 10 ancient sects? You already knew? When? Xuesongzi was slightly unhappy. Hei Lou Lan snorted coldly, not too long ago. Earlier, Dongfang Chang Fan deduced that 88 True Yang Buildings matter was related to Central Continent. Now, Hei Lou Lan has a mysterious immortal zombie around her that controls fixed immortal travel. They are likely the same batch of people. Xuesongzi's eyes narrowed, he fell into silence. Honestly speaking, this information caught him off guard. He originally thought that they were dealing with a small mortal woman. To think that such a huge force like Immortal Crane Sect was involved now. Although he had joined Snowy Mountain, this was only a loose alliance. Demonic Path Gu immortals were usually selfish and only cared about self-interest. They were not as united as the righteous path. Hei Cheng's predicament was very awkward as well. Although he was a Hei tribe Gu immortal, something as shameless as targeting his own daughter could not be known to everyone. Even though many righteous path Gu immortals were two-faced and usually acted differently in public, they at least appeared righteous to the world. Hei Cheng's matter could not be exposed, thus he could only act alone. Even Dark Prison had to be borrowed using an excuse. I wanted to kill a cat, but to think I messed with a tiger. Hei Cheng, I don't care. Since your secret is in my hands, I want 500 Immortal Essence Stones. Give me a copy of the Inyang life extension method as well. Xuesongzi broke the silence, his expression was ruthless. He was not sincerely working with Hei Qing in the first place. After realizing that Fang Yuan and others had deep backgrounds, he wanted to retreat now. A cold light flashed in Hei Cheng's eyes. He stared at Shuesongzi as he said slowly, "You know my situation. If you force me, at most, both of us will go down, you will get nothing. You. Aren't you afraid?" If I cannot catch Hei Lou Lan, I cannot gain lifespan, I am about to die, why would I care about reputation? Shuesongzi was shivering in fury after hearing Hei Cheng's unscrupulous words. His eyes were bloodshot. Who could have thought that the Grand Lord Hei Qing is actually like this? Hei Qing shrugged nonchalantly, think what you want. Shuesongzi, you were too naive. At this point, do you think you can keep out of this matter? Hei Lou Lan takes revenge very seriously, she has Fairy Li Shan backing her. Do you think Snowy Mountain would care about you, the 7th Peak's branch head, as opposed to the 3rd leader? There is something else I want to tell you. Central Continent's Gu Immortals are ready to strike. The 10 great ancient sects have created an allied force to charge into Northern Plains. Right now, the entirety of Northern Plains is in chaos. I'm sure that with Fairy Li Shan's skills, it would not be hard for her to use the Central Continent Gu Immortals as an excuse to indirectly kill you. That does not violate the Snowy Mountain Union Pact, right? Shuesongzi's expression paled. Chapter 692, The Hard to Deal with Hei Tribe Father and Daughter. Hei Qing, you are actually threatening me. Rub me the wrong way and I will make sure all your dirty deeds are known by the whole world. Shuesongzi was furious. Hei Qing sneered, go ahead, do it quickly. Truthfully speaking, Suxian Air was your Snowy Mountains pawn, intentionally arranged to get close to me and infiltrate Hei Tribe's higher level. The so-called Suxian's night elopement is no more than a conspiracy. Not long later, Su Tribe was annihilated. Did you think it was my Hei Tribe that had a hand in it? You guys from Snowy Mountain did it to conclude matters for Suxian Air, clearing away all the traces. What? Why haven't I heard of it? Shuesongzi showed an incredulous look upon hearing this astonishing piece of news. What would you know? You are only the owner of the 7th branch peak. The higher levels of Snowy Mountain always has only had 3 decision makers. I know you don't believe me, but I have conclusive proof. Hei Qing took out an East Window Gu and threw it to Shuesongzi. Shuesongzi took the East Window Gu and cast his consciousness into it. A while later, his forehead was filled with cold sweat. Hei Qing gazed at the sky and heaved a long sigh, revealing a bleak look. Back then, I was publicly recognized as a Gu Immortal seed, but it was because I was ignorant at my young age that I fell into the conspiracy. Suxian's night elopement, Suxian's night elopement is nothing more than a meticulously planned conspiracy for the demonic and righteous paths to infiltrate each other. I married Suxian Air, we had Lou Lan. I truly thought the days would keep on passing by blissfully. However, one day, a Gu Immortal suddenly appeared before me and threw the conclusive evidence to me. And what you are looking at is only a portion of this evidence. How can this be? How can this be? Shuesongzi mumbled. This evidence turned everything upside down. Even if Hei Qing used the Yin-Yang life extension method to scheme against his own wife, this was actually a matter of enmity between righteous and demonic. Hei Qing's action of taking down his family when justice demanded it would not create reproach but instead be praised and admired. You set me up. You set me up. Shuesongzi pointed at Hei Qing in extreme fury. He had thought he was the one holding the initiative by having a handle on Hei Qing, but he had never expected to be instead entrapped by Hei Qing. Shuesongzi naively followed Hei Qing to hunt Hei Lou Lan and battle Fairy Li Shan, causing his current worrying plight. Hei Lou Lan, Fairy Li Shan as well as Central Continent's ancient sect force became a shadow that refused to leave Shuesongzi's mind. Cheng restrained his feelings and looked at Shuesongzi, and now, I have a new piece of evidence. Do you remember when Hei Lou Lan was transcending the tribulation? How did she address Fairy Li Shan? Fairy Li Shan and Su Xian'er are likely to have a blood relation. I have Su Xian'er's blood with me and also Hei Lou Lan's blood. I will have additional conclusive proof when we confront Snowy Mountain in the future. Shuesongzi breathed roughly before he was able to forcibly calm down. Good, Cheng, you are truly outstanding. I had not even extorted you of a few dozens of immortal essence stones but was pulled into this messy business by you, being plunged into your trap. Right, I must acknowledge that even if you take actions against Hei Lou Lan, making every attempt to capture her, it could just be brushed off as a father educating his daughter who hopes she would be aware of her mistakes. As long as you don't use the Yin-Yang life extension method on Hei Lou Lan, I won't have any real handle on you. But, your scheme can only stop here. You are a lone force while the other has joined hands with a central continent influence. Hei Lou Lan has already become a strength path extreme physique immortal. It is now even more difficult for you to capture her. Cheng sank into silence. Shuesongzi continued explaining, his thoughts becoming keener. My situation is worrisome but your days also won't pass by well. You harmed Su Xian'er, Hei Lou Lan's hatred runs extremely deeply, and who is to say Central Continent's force also won't look to trouble you. Thus, you two are tied together, and you only have a hope of victory if you cooperate with my side. A female voice suddenly interrupted Shuesongzi and Cheng's conversation. Who is this? Shuesongzi was truly startled. A graceful figure slowly appeared. This was a female Gu Immortal who was wearing purple garments. She was charming and lovely, and her beautiful face showed a light smile. Shuesongzi was not someone with poor knowledge, and after being dazed for a moment, he reacted, so it is Fairy Jiangyu. He then looked towards Cheng. All of Northern Plains Gu Immortals knew that Fairy Jiangyu was Cheng's 27th concubine who was similarly a Dark Path Gu Immortal, and possessed Dark Limit Immortal Gu, which could conceal inspirations and make it difficult for others to make deductions. The reason why Hei Lou Lan was able to hold on for so long, and not explode because of the great strength true martial physique, was because Fairy Jiangyu had used Dark Limit Immortal Gu to seal the aura of one of the 10 extreme physiques on Hei Lou Lan, preventing its induction within heaven and earth. However, who would have thought that upon seeing Fairy Jiangyu, Cheng's attitude would turn extremely cold? He snorted. As expected, you came. Many years ago, when I first brought evidence regarding Su Xian's night elopement to you, I had said, I will appear when you need me. Fairy Jiangyu revealed a mysterious smile. So what do you think? Like I said before, you won't be able to capture Hei Lou Lan by just yourself, you will instead only create a bigger commotion. You can only cooperate with my side to have hope. Shuesongzi looked at Cheng then at Jiangyu, his gaze traveling back and forth between them. He was shocked at how Cheng and Jiangyu were conversing. Fairy Jiangyu's identity was not ordinary, and seemed to be a representative of a mysterious force. The reason Cheng could know of the deceit that was Su Xian's night elopement was because of Fairy Jiangyu's notice. Cheng lowered his eyes. Fairy Jiangyu was able to appear so close to him without being discovered. This caused Cheng's apprehension of Jiangyu to deepen by a layer. Fairy Jiangyu was on the surface a lone cultivator of Northern Plains, and Cheng's beloved concubine, but in truth was shrouded in a fog of mystery. Cheng fell into deep thought. He was not at all afraid of Fang Yuan's myriad self-army and actually had some disdain towards it inwardly. Despite not having methods to confront it head-on, Gu Immortal combat paid attention to contests in every aspect. Just based on how the myriad self-army was not able to chase down Cheng, its threat had heavily decreased to him. In the previous battle, if not for Hei Lou Lan's side taking the initiative to retreat, Cheng would have no doubt occupied the upper hand when the strength path phantoms dissipated and could even turn around the situation to a victorious one. Even Shuesongzi, who had been fleeing in disarray from the myriad self, was not worried about fighting Fang Yuan again. The reason was that myriad self was an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan's immortal essence expenditure was too high, and in spite of this it did not have true killing power. Shuesongzi could just activate mortal killer moves to resist it. After this was repeated a few times, How much more immortal essence could Fang Yuan, as an immortal zombie, still have? Once his immortal essence was expended, Shuasongzi could display his might and settle affairs with Fang Yuan. He Cheng's apprehension was towards Fang Yuan's background, to Immortal Crane sect, and Central Continent's Gu Immortals. He also had not expected that his investigation of fixed immortal travel would involve such a colossus. Dongfang Changfan had already deduced that the collapse of 88 Truyang Building was due to the workings of Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Central Continent's Gu Immortals could destroy even giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangements. Let alone with the insignificant Hei Cheng. Like Hei Cheng, Shuasongzi also had similar worries. They were both scared by Fang Yuan's background. If they knew Immortal Crane sect was thinking of every possible means to deal with Fang Yuan, they absolutely would not be this nervous. Looking at the present situation, it seems we can only have the chance of success by collaborating with your side. But before cooperating, as a fundamental part of good faith, shouldn't you tell me which force you are representing? Hei Cheng asked Fairy Jiangyu after pondering for a while. Fairy Jiangyu thought for a moment. She knew Hei Cheng was an uncompromising person. If she lied or refused, he would probably just turn around and abruptly leave. She decided to tell the truth. Well, there is no harm in telling you. The force I represent is spread throughout the 5 regions and its name is Shadow Sect. Hei Cheng and Shuasongzi glanced at each other. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. 28 green grape immortal essence and half an immortal essence stone. Fang Yuan calculated the wealth he had remaining. After going through the battle during Hei Lou Lan's tribulation, Fang Yuan's hard-earned and accumulated funds immediately returned to their original state. Before the battle, Fang Yuan had 91 beads of green grape immortal essence, but he had activated the killer move Myriad Self close to 50 times, to form an army of nearly 500,000 strength path phantoms. During the battle, Fang Yuan repeatedly used Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu, Worldly Wave Trace and other Immortal Gu, consuming over a dozen beads of green grape immortal essence. Thus, the remaining green grape immortal essence did not even total 30 beads. I still owe Fairy Li Shan 15 immortal essence stones and 15 immortal essence stones to Langya Land Spirit as well. I can delay the payment to Fairy Li Shan as long as necessary. But I need to return the immortal essence stones I owe to Langya Land Spirit as soon as possible. If it is delayed, the interest will only get higher. Fang Yuan's relationship with Langya Land Spirit was still only ordinary. When Langya Land Spirit lent immortal essence stones to Fang Yuan, although he did not demand an exorbitant price, but he still, as per convention, took a 10% interest. That is to say, Fang Yuan would have to return at least 16.5 immortal essence stones to Langya Land Spirit. If a month passed, another 1.5 immortal essence stone would have to be added. 2 months was 3 immortal essence stones and so on. Even if a month did not pass, he would still have to pay 1.5 immortal essence stones. This was the minimum interest. How could outsiders lend money for no reason and without any benefits? The alliance between Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan and the others had an agreement. When one side helps other, the price they paid would be doubly compensated. This agreement had been implemented in Fang Yuan's first battle with Hei Cheng. However, this time, Fang Yuan did not just pay a price, he also obtained enormous benefits. His strength path realm advanced to Grandmaster level, he raised transformation path from practically nothing to master level, while his flying attainment advanced to quasi-Grandmaster level. Adding in small family Qi Gu and the 15 immortal essence stones exempted from the debt, these benefits had far surpassed the price Fang Yuan had paid, thus Fairy Li Shan did not compensate. Thinking back now, Hei Lou Lan might have intentionally set this situation up, attempting to use the Demon Venerable's realm's true meaning to make me work myself to the bone. Now that Fang Yuan recalled the situation, he felt he had fallen in Hei Lou Lan's scheme. If not for the Demon Venerable's true meaning, Fang Yuan absolutely would not have spent so much green grape immortal essence and formed such a large strength path phantom army. If the situation was not good, Fang Yuan could have even retreated. After all, the alliance agreement had no clause that said one had to fight till death. The Snowy Mountain alliance was quite lenient. Fang Yuan had vaguely felt this during the battle. But this was an upright plot. Even if Fang Yuan discovered Hei Lou Lan's attempt, he would have still dived right in, because the benefits were just that great. Chapter 693, Fighting is just a part of cultivating. In the underground cave, the air was filled with the rainbow-colored light of wisdom. A small mushroom forest was growing here. Wisdom Gu was sprawled atop the Mushroom King at the center of the forest, not moving. Fang Yuan sat close by, using the light of wisdom to make his deductions. Afterwards, he let out a breath of foggy air. The second Immortal Gu recipe has been completed. He looked at his green grape immortal essence. He did not have much originally, only 20 or so of them. After deducing two 80% remnant recipes, he had 11 left. The third Immortal Gu remnant recipe is 86% complete. 11 green grape immortal essence beads should be enough. Fang Yuan looked at the delight in water and mountain Immortal Gu. It was glistening brightly and had no issues. Many days had passed since Hei Lou Lan's tribulation. Because it was used intensely in battle, Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu was hungry already, while Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu had been activated many times, but its condition was still good. It was not hungry. Fang Yuan felt baffled at first, but after he asked Mo Yao's will, who was in his immortal aperture, he understood why. It turned out Mo Yao's fake will needed to be replenished constantly. Mo Yao did not have a Gu to produce fake will. She used many Gu worms to convert the joyful will into fake will. Thus, when she fed Gu worms, the one she paid most attention to was the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu. Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu was fed till it was completely full by Mo Yao's will. She did not feed it only when it was hungry. Thus, even though Fang Yuan was using it extensively, there was still some time until he needed to feed the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu. This was evidently a good thing. After all, activating a hungry Immortal Gu forcefully could cause it to die. Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu was already hungry, thus, it was much more risky for Fang Yuan to use the killer move Myriad Self. Perhaps the next time he used this immortal killer move, Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu would be destroyed in the process. Deducing Immortal Gu recipes was Fang Yuan's most important source of income now. If Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu could not be used, Fang Yuan would fall into a difficult situation again. Fang Yuan activated Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu again. He started deducing the third Immortal Gu remnant recipe. This time, he had obtained the Demon Venerable True Meaning Infusion. It was quite a bit of help to deducing Immortal Gu remnant recipes. That was because the True Meaning Infusion was the same as taking in Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's understanding towards cultivation. It directly increased Fang Yuan's foundation. It could raise his realm of cultivation. As for the deduction of Gu recipes, it one's own foundation as the basis. The stronger their foundations, the higher the efficiency of the deduction. Even though refinement path attainment level was the most important, because there were many elements to consider, strength path and transformation path would be involved as well in these thought processes. 2 days later, Fang Yuan completed his deduction. He obtained 3 complete Immortal Gu recipes. He brought these Immortal Gu recipes over to Langya Blessed Land and completed the transaction with Langya Land Spirit. Not only did he clear his debt and account for the expenditure of his green grape immortal essence, he still earned 11 immortal essence stones as profit. Everything was back on track now. 8 days later, Fang Yuan handed another 3 completed Immortal Gu recipes to Langya Land Spirit and completed the 5th deal. At this point, he had 36 Immortal Essence Stones and 27 Green Grape Immortal Essence Beads. Fang Yuan slightly relaxed after that. Because of the battle with Hei Cheng, he almost went into the red and his finances threatened to collapse. According to the economic term on Earth, he had almost caused the situation of a cash flow shortfall. Although the Immortal Killer move, Myriad Self, has great strength, I need to consume a bead of green grape immortal essence every time I use it. If I use it many times, the expenditure would be huge. I need to be careful when I use it in the future, otherwise, It will just drain my finances and cause me to lose out, even if I win the fight. Fang Yuan inwardly alerted himself in his mind. When Gu Immortals cultivate, they had to consider many aspects, not just victory in battle. Like the example of Liu Bang and Xiang Yu on Earth. Liu Bang could not defeat Xiang Yu, he lost in battles while Xiang Yu won in battles. But Liu Bang was adept in managing the economy and had strong backing. Even though he lost each fight, he had the capital to rise up once again, thus he was able to fight even after losing. Xiang Yu, however, although he won his fights, he had no businesses. As time passed, and they fought even more, the difference between Liu Bang and him became smaller. Eventually, Liu Bang won one battle and that turned into complete victory. As for the cultivation of Gu Immortals, it was the same logic. Battles were just a part of cultivation. The victory and loss of battles was not too important, the important thing was the benefits behind them. One had to look forward for everything, they could not be short-sighted. Even though Fang Yuan could cause Hei Qing and Shuesong Zi to suffer greatly, he had invested too much green grape immortal essence. In contrast, Hei Qing and Shuesong Zi spent much less immortal essence compared to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also went bankrupt after this fight, but Hei Qing and Shuesong Zi were in good condition. If Fang Yuan had to fight them again now, Fang Yuan's battle strength would definitely be lower compared to them. If they fought for several more times, the winner would be obvious. Hei Qing had the rank 6 Immortal Gu House Dark Prison, could he not go all out with it? Of course he could, but the situation did not call for it. Those who could become Gu Immortals were not rash boars that were hot-blooded, they would calculate their gains and losses after every battle. Of course, if not for the Demon Venerable true meaning infusion, Fang Yuan would not have expended this much green grape immortal essence. If I use up my green grape immortal essence, I can still replace it with immortal essence stones. But the Demon Venerable true meaning is an extremely rare opportunity. If I cultivate slow and steadily, I would need at least decades to reach this stage. Fang Yuan was very aware in his heart. After Fang Yuan completed another 2 Immortal Gu remnant recipes, Tai Baiyunxing finally returned from Snowy Mountain. You did not see the environment of the super-grade blessed land, Sai, I saw it with my own eyes. Having over 6,700 square kilometers of land, the blessed land's time flow is 38 times that of the outside world. There is much vitality and great potential in it, I could not help but feel jealous towards it. In my opinion, the biggest winner after the battle of this tribulation is Hei Lou Lan. Tai Baiyunxing returned and started talking incessantly, while sighing endlessly. After Hei Lou Lan's tribulation, she asked for Tai Baiyunxing to repair the super-grade blessed land. Thus, Tai Baiyunxing was lucky enough to enter Lou Lan blessed land. It could be said to be a truly eye-opening experience. A super-grade blessed land is precisely like that. After all, one of the 10 extreme physiques becoming an immortal is like skating on thin ice. It is a fight for survival in a deadly situation. Compared to this, I am more worried about how many Immortal Gu Hei Lou Lan managed to refine during the third step of this immortal ascension. Fang Yuan asked. Her immortal aperture was created using the Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu. This Strength Path Immortal Gu was given to her by Giant Sun's will. Flying Bear Strength Gu is now her vital Gu, but she also elevated her original core Gu, Self-Strength Gu, to rank 6. Other than these two, she also obtained a rank 6 Strength Chi Gu. Tai Baiyunxing replied. When Tai Baiyunxing ascended to an immortal, the remaining heaven and earth Chi created his 2 Immortal Gu, man as before and landscape as before. Whether Hei Lou Lan's remaining heaven and earth Chi had been more than Tai Baiyunxing's, nobody knew. But what Fang Yuan did know was that she had quite a number of small family Chi Gu. These Gu had stored up some amount of heaven and earth Chi. Fang Yuan analyzed what Hei Lou Lan had. In this case, Hei Lou Lan is confirmed to have 4 Immortal Gu. They are Flying Bear Strength Gu, Self-Strength Gu, Strength Chi Gu, and Slavery Immortal Gu. Divert Disaster Gu had been destroyed during the tribulation. But don't forget, she had once destroyed the Flying Bear Phantom and obtained Flying Bear Phantom Gu after suppressing it. After that, I lost my connection with the Flying Bear Phantom Immortal Gu. I am not sure if this Gu was taken away by the formless hands or if it is still with her now. Hei Lou Lan's strength grew extremely quickly. She had at least 4 Immortal Gu and was a Gu Immortal herself now. Her future was immensely bright. Furthermore, she had a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan. After getting her help, she skipped the initial stage of being a newly advanced Gu Immortal. Fairy Li Shan did not lack Immortal Essence stones. With a huge amount of investment, Lou Lan Blessed Land would develop quickly. Hei Lou Lan, who has a super-grade Blessed Land, will undoubtedly greatly exceed me in cultivation speed. I have a high-grade Blessed Land. Compared to other Gu Immortals, it is also a great advantage, but Hei Lou Lan is like someone who has grown wings and is soaring. Even though we formed an alliance with her, the alliance will eventually end. After the time limit, we will need to be careful. Fairy Li Shan has a huge network while Hei Lou Lan is a formidable person. Tai Baiyunxing's tone was worried. The rapid growth of the genius, Hei Lou Lan, had brought great mental pressure to an elderly man like Tai Baiyunxing. But it was worse for Fang Yuan. His cultivation was stagnant. As long as he was still an immortal zombie, his cultivation level would not progress. As long as Hei Qing is not dead, and Ma Hongyan's matter isn't resolved, we will have the basis to cooperate with Hei Lou Lan. You have to be very careful when you go to Eastern Sea this time. Shark Demon is not easy to deal with. If you need reinforcements, use the moving perspective cup Gu to contact me. Fang Yuan reminded Tai Baiyunxing to be cautious. Tai Baiyunxing rested in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for 2 days before setting off to Eastern Sea. He was afflicted by the death sentence awaits Immortal Gu, and had promised an immortal zombie of Eastern Sea, Shark Demon, to explore Yu Lu Blessed Land. He had no choice but to set off. Fang Yuan stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He deduced Gu recipes to earn Immortal Essence stones, while also placing priority on settling the important matter of feeding Immortal Gu. After he completed the 6th deal, he had more than 60 Immortal Essence stones. His woman's heart and connect luck were showing signs of weakness. They were evidently famished. Together with Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu, he had a total of 3 Immortal Gu to feed. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu needed 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu as food. Connect Luck Immortal Gu needed 5,000 kilograms of sand from the ancient desolate beast, Worldly Sand Gulls, resting area. Poison Path Immortal Gu Woman's heart needed the hearts of women as food. He had no idea how to get the first 2. Fang Yuan decided to settle the easiest one first. Western Desert. Sand dunes were continually connected together, forming a huge and wide area of land. The sun was high in the sky, the air was dry and hot. It felt like a person could be cooked in this weather. A large-sized caravan was moving forward. The camel bells ringed, and the sounds of the vehicles could be heard constantly. The accompanying Gu masters used all types of Gu worms, some to reduce the temperature, some to summon winds, some to create fresh water, and some to navigate. Who is this? The caravan leader shouted. There was a gruesome monster in front of the caravan. This monster was 6 meters tall. It had bulging muscles and a large body. It had 8 arms, a green face and sharp fangs, with eyes red as blood. With one look, people felt their hearts tighten as they felt a formless pressure. The caravan went into a commotion. 2 rank 5, 17 rank 4, 40 over rank 3. This is quite a number. A hoarse voice could be heard from the monster's mouth. Sir, who might you be? I am Mo clan's caravan leader, Mo Yan. One of the rank 5 Gu masters in the caravan cupped his fists and asked nervously. Fang Yuan laughed ruthlessly. His 8 monstrous claws opened instantly. The name of the super influence, Mo clan, could not deter him. He was like the incarnation of a demonic god. He rushed into the caravan and whipped up a storm of blood and flesh. Howling, screaming, crying, begging, all these noises tangled together. After a while, they went silent. Chapter 694, A Gentle Gaze. After around 10 minutes, the slaughter finally ended. One's nose would be assailed by the thick smell of blood. The yellow sand was filled with corpses. Fang Yuan stood at the center of the corpses. He summoned woman's heart Immortal Gu. The Immortal Gu slowly rose up, floating into the air and emitting a reddish-purple light. The light filled the entire battlefield. In a few breaths of time, all the female corpses in the entire battlefield started to tremble. The vibrations of the corpses became more intense, as finally, with a loud pop, hearts burst out of the bodies and rose up slightly, flying towards woman's heart which was in the air. Before they even got close, these bloody hearts were swallowed by the reddish-purple light in the air, turning into inky purple light lumps. The light lumps were like young swallows returning to their nest. They entered woman's heart. Poison path Immortal Gu. Woman's heart slightly trembled. It let out a sharp screech, as if it sounded overjoyed from being fed. A moment later, all of the women's hearts in the battlefield had been fed to woman's heart as food. Fang Yuan called back woman's heart. This Immortal Gu's hunger had been alleviated by quite a bit, but it was not full yet. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. At this rate, to feed the woman's heart Immortal Gu until it is full, I will need 4,000 more women's hearts. This caravan that I slaughtered already had significant strength. Such a large-sized caravan is uncommon in Western Desert. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before flying into the sky. In the air, he stretched out his palm, pushing it towards the ground. Immediately, thousands of fireballs appeared, slamming into the battlefield. Explosions occurred as rocks and sand were sent flying. Corpses were burnt as the place turned into a sea of fire. This was not a killer move, it was simply the power of quantity. He had used numerous similar fire path Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan threw several black oil dragons. The oil dragons flew into the sea of fire, raising its intensity and raising the battlefield to the ground. All the traces left behind were gone. After doing this, Fang Yuan flapped his light illusion bat wings and flew away at a rapid speed. He traveled northeast, past several large-sized oases, before finding his target, a small-sized oasis. Looking down from a high altitude, the oasis was like a jewel, encased in the golden desert. There was a lake in the oasis. Its water was clear and blue, with trees growing around it. There were many people living in this place. The marketplace were lively and it was a scene of prosperity and peace. Fang Yuan did not conceal his movements. He appeared above the cloudless sky. It was very eye-catching. A group of Gu masters riding sand gulls flew up from the oasis. What monster is this? It seems like a zombie. These Gu masters were mostly young people. They looked at Fang Yuan's monstrous appearance and couldn't help but mutter apprehensively. They were almost all rank 2, only the leader was a rank 3 Gu master. This group of people flew towards Fang Yuan. They stopped about 300 steps away from him. The leader was very vigilant. He cupped his fists. This is Zhou Shi Oasis, controlled by us, Lan clan. The sky above the oasis is a no-fly zone. I hope Sir can land on the ground. If you wish to enter the oasis, we have Gu masters in charge of attending to visiting Gu masters from outside. Sir just needs to follow the procedures. As long as you meet the requirements, you will be allowed to enter the oasis. Fang Yuan continued to stare at the oasis, using his investigative Gu to check the area. He was trying to find out if there were any Gu immortals hiding in this oasis, because only Gu immortals could pose a threat to him. According to normal circumstances, such a small oasis would not be a strong force. There should not be Gu immortals here. If there were, they would have expanded or modified this oasis already. After the leader said that, he saw that Fang Yuan was unmoved. He frowned as he said coldly, "Did Sir hear me? The sky above the oasis is a no-fly zone. This is general knowledge in Western Desert. Sir flying above Lan clan can be regarded as a provocation. I hope Sir lands now, otherwise, don't blame us for." Bam! Before the leader finished his words, Fang Yuan flicked a finger and sent a rank 5 level attack at him. The rank 3 leader could not react. He was blown to bits, his corpse scattered everywhere. Huh? Lord Elder. The other rank 2 Gu master screamed shrilly after a moment of shock. At this moment, unparalleled fear filled their hearts. The high and mighty Lord Elder did not even have a chance to react before he was killed in one hit. This attack was too sudden. the rank 2 Gu masters could not even clearly see what actually killed their leader. Lord Elder is dead, he was killed in an instant. Quickly retreat, this person is not someone we can deal with. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The rank 2 Gu masters screamed, they scattered in the air, flying towards the oasis. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, he waved his hands. Bam bam bam. With consecutive explosions, these rank 2 Gu masters were turned into pieces of flesh without exception. Even the sand gulls that they were sitting on were not spared. A loud siren rang in the oasis. Everything that had happened in the air was seen by the patrolling Gu masters. Fang Yuan looked down from above imposingly, seeing the mortals panicking and running away. The flourishing market had gone into chaos. Large numbers of mortal Gu masters came out from the buildings, they faced up towards the sky, looking at Fang Yuan with deep animosity. Mortals are truly like insects. Fang Yuan let out a deep breath, he then summoned the hair armor and flapped his light illusion bat wings, flying like a meteor towards the oasis. He's here. Attack him. Be careful, the other party is very strong, he is at least a rank 4 Gu master. He is very likely to be rank 5. So what if he is strong? He is just one person, attack him. The Lan clan Gu masters in the oasis screamed furiously, they unleashed a flurry of colorful attacks. But Fang Yuan's charge was not slowed, he easily broke through these obstructions and crashed into the clan head pavilion at the center of the oasis. Bam! The loud crash could deafen one's ears, the huge impact caused the ground to shake. The clan head pavilion had defensive Gu worms protecting it, but they were useless, the place collapsed in an instant. Rocks flew and tiles burst, air currents pushed out and carried the dust clouds with them. As the dust and smoke settled, Fang Yuan's huge body and 8 monstrous arms were displayed before the Lan clan Gu masters. He did not die. Damn it, the clan head pavilion was destroyed by him. The ancestors' tablets are all inside. Kill this demon. Everyone's emotions were stimulated, they surrounded Fang Yuan. All of you shut up. Suddenly, an elderly man shouted, walking out from the crowd. Lord Clan Elder. The surrounding people paid respects to this old man. The old clan leader was very shocked, he deeply understood the defensive power of the clan head pavilion. It was the central and most important place in the clan, it had great defenses, even if 10 people of the elderly clan leader's strength attacked it, they might not break through. But simply one blow from Fang Yuan destroyed the entire clan head pavilion. Just one hit. What did this mean? The elderly clan leader controlled his fear, he bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. Our Lan clan has been neutral for many generations, we have not meddled with the outside world. I am not sure if we have offended, sir, but we will definitely compensate you until you are satisfied. The moment he said that, he immediately attracted the fierce rebuttal of the Gu masters. Lord Clan Leader, what are you saying? This monster who is neither a human nor a ghost destroyed our clan head pavilion, even Elder Lan Duan died in his hands. Clan Leader, our Lan clan has no cowards, the other party is already so overbearing, we have to slaughter him into pieces to quench the hatred in our hearts. He. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, his voice was hoarse, everyone frowned when they heard his voice. There is actually someone who understands how to react to the situation here. That's right, this small oasis is squeezed between many large forces. If you did not know your place, you would not be able to stay as the clan leader. Then listen to me, I want you to collect 6,000 hearts within the next 10 minutes. Remember, these hearts have to be intact and they need to be women's hearts, the hearts of men and young girls have no use. What? He actually wants 6,000 women's hearts? This is a demon, he is a lawless demon. He actually wants our clan to be his lapdog, to collect hearts for him. The Gu masters were in an uproar. The elderly clan leader's expression was also uncertain. 6,000 women's hearts was a huge number, there were many mortal villages around this oasis, but the number of mortals was certainly not enough. That means, to reach 6,000, he would need to sacrifice the clansmen in Lan clan. Thus, the old clan leader's position would certainly be taken away. Nobody would allow such a person to be their leader. Isn't Sir's request too overbearing? Sigh, heaven cares for all living beings. In broad daylight, how can anyone commit such heinous acts? I'm afraid Lan clan cannot help you. The old clan leader sighed as he showed a merciful expression. Heh, then there's no other way. Even though this is more troublesome, it will do. Fang Yuan laughed ruthlessly, his killing intent surged. Light illusion bat wings flickered on his back, and a moment later, he appeared in front of the old clan leader. The zombie claws stretched out like lightning, grabbing the old clan leader's neck, lifting him up easily. So fast. The old clan leader's expression was pale, there was no trace of blood on his face. He was completely shocked. How could he be captured by the other party in an instant? Could it be that he is not immortal, but a Gu Immortal? A horrifying thought appeared in the old clan leader's heart. He shouted anxiously, everything can be discussed, please have mercy, arg. Crack, the old clan leader's neck was smashed into powder by Fang Yuan. The old clan leader's head hung to one side, he stared with his eyes wide opened, he died without solace. It was not that he did not want to use his Gu worms to retaliate, but Fang Yuan had many mortal Gu in his immortal aperture that could seal and suppress Gu worms. He killed the clan leader. No. Lord Clan Leader. You cannot die. Revenge for Lord Clan Leader. The Gu masters reacted and shouted angrily, like a rushing tide, they charged towards Fang Yuan, using all sorts of attacks, unleashing a beautiful display of fireworks. Fang Yuan did not dodge, he stood on the spot, allowing the attacks to hit his body without moving at all. Everyone's attacks lasted for 100 breaths before stopping. Gu masters had limited primeval essence, with such an intense wave of attacks, they could not keep it up for very long. Is he dead? He was definitely beaten to a pulp already. Sigh, our poor old clan leader, we did not even manage to retrieve his corpse. But when the smoke dispersed, the Gu master's eyes were opened wide, they saw that Fang Yuan was still standing at the same spot arrogantly. Even though the surroundings were a mess, his black armor was still extremely new-looking, even the broken spikes were regenerating rapidly. A few breaths of time later, Fang Yuan's hair armor regenerated completely, there were not even any marks on it. Hair armor was a mortal killer move, it was made of several hundred Gu worms, and dozens of rank 5 Gu worms. It was also used on the foundation of the immortal zombie body, the defense was not something these Gu masters could break. Among the people attacking Fang Yuan, the one and only rank 4 Gu master, the elderly clan leader, had died. There were less than 10 rank 3 Gu masters remaining, the rest were rank 2 and 1. Their attacks were very scattered, many of the attacks had cancelled each other out, it simply could pose no threat to Fang Yuan. This is your attack? It can't even scratch me. Fang Yuan chuckled, his laughter was not loud, but it was very clear in everyone's ears. An intense chill rose up in the hearts of the Gu masters and spread rapidly. Even though the weather was so hot, they felt like they were in an icy pit. You, what are you? Everyone trembled, their hearts were filled with terror. Monster, this is a monster. Someone screamed, he had lost his mind. Run, quickly run. Their morale had sank to rock bottom, one person running away initiated the collapse of the entire group. Fang Yuan was not surprised, the clan leader was dead, they had nothing to rely on. At the same time, he purposely took the attacks head-on, it was to destroy the morale of these mortals. Swoosh. Fang Yuan smiled sinisterly, he chased up to a female Gu master. The female Gu master's body froze, she stared at the monstrous claw piercing through her back and out of her chest, as the monstrous claw pulled out, her heart was taken away. Elder Lan Xian is dead too, run. The surrounding Gu masters saw this and were shocked out of their minds, they ran away even more quickly. Fang Yuan waved a hand and large numbers of fireballs spewed out, buildings collapsed and fires were blazing. With another wave of a hand, wind blades were dancing in the air, slaughtering everything in their path, leaving behind large numbers of minced corpses. No, please, I'm begging you, don't kill me. This was an ordinary mortal woman with a delicate face and a beautiful figure. She had preserved her own body well. She should be a wife or concubine of a Gu master. Bam! Fang Yuan flicked his finger, and the mortal woman's head exploded like a watermelon. Her headless corpse collapsed on the ground. Fang Yuan walked past this corpse. As the palm of his downwards hanging hand opened, the woman's heart burst out of the body and flew out, grabbed by Fang Yuan. Woman's heart let out a joyful scream. It stopped on Fang Yuan's shoulder, glowing in a reddish-purple light. Be it the heart in Fang Yuan's hand or the surrounding corpses, as long as they met the conditions, the purple light would swallow them and they would be absorbed by woman's heart. Fang Yuan walked briskly. Wherever he went, a slaughter occurred. It was a path filled with anguished wails. Rivers of blood flowed. Cleansed soul Immortal Gu was famished. It was too risky to use myriad self, and too much of a waste of immortal essence. Icy drill Stardust could not be used, because the starlight lump exploded continuously. It would mince the mortal corpses completely, even the hearts would not be spared. Fang Yuan was only using Mortal Gu. He did not use any killer moves. It was simply a huge quantity of Gu worms. But even so, the efficiency of killing was not low. Western Desert was different from the other 4 regions. Fang Yuan chose this place purposefully. This was a huge desert, and the oases were like islands. Even if a mortal escapes out of the oasis, they would not get far. Western Desert was a place with unhindered vision. The desert stretched to the horizon. It was easy for Fang Yuan to chase them down. This time, I will let you eat till you are full, little one. Fang Yuan walked in the pool of blood, looking at the woman's heart Immortal Gu on his shoulder. His gaze was extremely gentle. Chapter 695, Dead Sand Gull Egg. The light of the setting sun shone on Joshi Oasis. The lively atmosphere in normal times was replaced by thick smoke and fire today. There was nothing left of the former serenity. Buildings had collapsed, turning into piles of ruins. In these ruins, on the streets, at the side of the lake, under the trees, pools of blood were connected and corpses lined the ground. Fang Yuan went back to the clan head pavilion. Standing on a pile of broken concrete, he placed the poison path Immortal Gu woman's heart back into his immortal aperture. After killing for a long time, he had finally fed woman's heart until it was full. Woman's heart combined refinement and nurturing. If he fed it any further, woman's heart would enter the refinement stage. The more women's hearts it ate, the stronger the poison. But Fang Yuan had no intentions of refining the Gu at this point. With his strength, slaying mortals was like slaughtering animals, but with so many mortals, he still spent half the day on this. Furthermore, woman's heart was a consumable Immortal Gu. No matter how strong it would be gone after one use. The prospects of investing in it were not great, unless Fang Yuan had the Immortal Gu recipe of woman's heart. Standing on the rubble of the clan head pavilion, Fang Yuan activated several hundred Gu worms in his immortal aperture, undergoing a thorough search of the area. After 2 breaths of time, Fang Yuan finally found an underground entrance. He walked towards the entrance, his huge feet treaded and destroyed the ground under him, exposing the entrance. This entrance could allow a normal person to enter, but it was too small for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used force to take apart this entrance. After several hundred steps, the space finally widened enough for Fang Yuan to walk while bending his waist. A large stone door appeared in front of Fang Yuan. On top of the door, there were words carved, "Important area of the clan treasury. People not specifically assigned are forbidden from entering." Fang Yuan snorted. He destroyed the stone door and hundreds of golden light blades attacked Fang Yuan. A loud alarm rang. This was evidently the method of Lan clan in defending against thieves. But it was a pity that not even a single spike on Fang Yuan's hair armor was destroyed. Fang Yuan entered the stone door, seeing a pile of primeval stones. Fang Yuan roughly estimated that there were at least 100,000 in total. If Fang Yuan was still immortal, these primeval stones would be a huge fortune. But now that he was an immortal with unlimited primeval essence, he had almost no need for primeval stones. But he still kept these primeval stones in his immortal aperture. it was simply a move done in passing. Soon, he broke through a second stone door, and entered. He saw a huge amount of Gu refinement materials. They were classified and placed here. These were all ordinary materials. Although Fang Yuan also needed them, these materials were not in high quantity. When Fang Yuan truly wanted to refine something, he would need a vast amount of materials. He would still need to purchase in bulk from Gu Immortals. But this was better than nothing. Fang Yuan would not leave empty-handed. He sent it all into his immortal aperture. Next, beyond the third, fourth, and fifth stone door, they all had Gu refinement materials, except that they were of different varieties and had different storage conditions. Fang Yuan took all of these as well. At the sixth stone door, he found Gu worms. Large numbers of mortal Gu were stored here. This was Lan clan's Gu worm treasury, the foundation of their entire clan. Fang Yuan took them all away. With his abundant memories and great experience, he knew all of these Gu worms. They were not necessary for him. But to mortal Gu masters, these were all precious Gu worms, including rank 4 and 5 Gu worms among them. Getting one could change a person's life. Their entire future might turn around. Like the liquor worm that Fang Yuan obtained on Qingmao Mountain, the Bone Flesh Unity Gu on Baigu Mountain, and the All-Out Effort Gu in Shang Clan City. There were 3 Gu worm treasuries, and 5 primeval stone treasuries. Other than that, there were treasuries hidden within treasuries, secret troves that did not escape Fang Yuan's detection. Some troves were ravaged. There were Gu master corpses here and traces of fighting. Evidently, when Fang Yuan was slaughtering the mortals, some greedy Gu masters knew that the clan was finished and barged in here, trying to take whatever resources they could. They fought here and took the treasures they could find, while a portion of people died from the Gu worms defending the troves. Fang Yuan walked past these troves, along the main path deep underground. Along the way, he saw more and more corpses of Gu master, and there were also sand gull corpses. These sand gulls were like a combination of seagulls and ostriches. They had large legs with huge muscles, but they also had huge wings and could fly in the sky. Sand gulls could run rapidly in the desert, while also flying in the sky and carrying people. They only ate grass and drank clean water. They were easy to feed. With a mild temperament, they were the most common steed among Western Desert Gu masters. The only problem was, sand gulls had very low fertility. 3 to 4 out of 10 sand gull eggs would usually hatch and grow into healthy sand gulls. However, this Lan clan raised many sand gulls, much more than other forces of the same level. When Fang Yuan slaughtered the clan, he killed many sand gulls. He estimated that Lan clan might have some secret technique to raise the fertility of the sand gulls. If so, that would be the only thing in this entire Lan clan that could somewhat interest Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked for another few thousand steps. He saw more Gu master corpses. Finally, at one point, he saw a large number of Gu master corpses and sand gull corpses. It seems that the people who came in here met with the sand gull's obstruction. They all perished here. They took a risk to enter here. Quite evidently, there is a huge benefit attracting them. Fang Yuan analyzed. Squawk squawk squawk. After another few hundred steps, Fang Yuan was attacked by a wave of sand gulls. There were 100 sand gulls. Among them, the sand gull 100 Beast King was injured, likely due to the fight with Gu masters earlier. But how could this trifling beast group be Fang Yuan's match? In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan killed these sand gulls and continued moving forward. The path was moving downwards. The depth was rather surprising to Fang Yuan. After getting rid of 10 waves of attacks from sand gulls, Fang Yuan walked out of the tunnel. His field of vision widened as he entered a huge underground cave. This cave was quite big. It was like a square. There was a huge stone table at the center of the cave. There was a huge egg on the table. It was the size of a house. It had a yellow luster, but it was already quite dim. There was a thick layer of yellow sand around the table. The sand was extremely soft and slightly warm. It felt like cotton when one stepped on it. Many eggs were placed on this sand, slightly buried into them. These eggs were of varying sizes. There were even some broken egg shells there. These eggs are all sand gull eggs. This is the breeding ground for Lan clan sand gulls. Fang Yuan walked into the cave. To protect their home and eggs, a large number of sand gulls rose up and charged towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was unmoved. He waved a hand and a large number of wind blades cut these sand gulls like harvesting crops. With another burst of frost, half of these sand gull were frozen. There were very few sand gulls that survived. They no longer had their previous numbers, so their aura diminished and they started escaping in fear. Feng Yuan had no interest in killing them all. The closer he got to the table, the more his gaze was attracted to the huge egg on the table. He showed some joy on his face. This egg, is it the egg of a worldly sand gull? Feng Yuan stopped atop the stone table and came in front of the huge egg. He touched the shell filled with cracks. There were several small holes on it, as transparent egg white flowed out of the cracks slowly. The egg white fell onto the stone table, following the crevices on the table as it flowed down onto the yellow sand. This was an egg of the ancient desolate beast worldly sand gull. The life inside had perished in the egg. Even the egg white was leaking. This was obviously a dead egg. Sand gulls had low fertility. Worldly sand gulls which were of the same breed had even lower rates. But it was the life essence of an ancient desolate beast after all. Even using the egg white so superficially could greatly raise the fertility of these sand gulls. Feng Yuan did not obtain the fertility method he had been guessing. He actually obtained a dead egg of an ancient desolate bird instead. This was an unpleasant surprise. As expected, after using Connect Luck, I encountered something good. After slaughtering a small to mid-sized clan, I actually obtained something useful to me. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. His Connect Luck Immortal Gu needed the sand of the resting area of the ancient desolate beast, worldly sand gull, as food. This sand was known as sand gull soil. It was a special resource formed from ordinary soil due to the worldly sand gull's influence. Originally, if Feng Yuan wanted to obtain the sand, he would need to buy it from others, or find a worldly sand gull nest and take a huge risk to sneak in and steal the sand gull soil. But now that he had a dead egg of the worldly sand gull, he could use the life essence in this egg to turn ordinary sand into sand gull soil. I need 5,000 kilograms of sand gull soil to feed the Connect Luck Immortal Gu. There is ample life essence in this egg. It should be enough. Even if it is not enough, it will tide me through this tough time. I do not need to feed the Connect Luck Immortal Gu until it is full. As long as it is not starving, that will do. After all, for the foreseeable future, there are no suitable targets. Connect Luck Immortal Gu is unusable anyway. Feeling joyous, Feng Yuan took this dead egg. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he started his preparations. He was a Blood Path Grandmaster in his previous life. Now he had also become a Strength Path Grandmaster. These two paths both involved life and vitality. He quickly had an idea, using 600 Mortal Gu to create a Gu formation, extracting the life essence of this dead egg, forming a lot of vital energy. Feng Yuan modified this method with the help of Wisdom Gu, condensing the vital energy into a light yellow juice. Ordinary sand had turned into sand gull soil after a day and a night in this juice. 3 days later, Feng Yuan obtained enough sand gull soil to feed Connect Luck Immortal Gu till it was full. Therefore, the cleansed soul Immortal Gu in his hands was the only one he had an issue in feeding. To feed cleansed soul Immortal Gu, he needed the flesh of 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu, but the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu was very rare. 100,000 years ago, during the late Antiquity era, Soul Path flourished, and this Gu worm had once been very popular. Unfortunately, at this point, there were already very few White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Feng Yuan used the name of the 8-arm immortal to request for this Gu worm and its recipe, but no one had answered him. Chapter 696, Announcement of Betrayal. Husband, Huang Er has been like this for 3 months. What should we do? I don't know how to live if anything happens to her. Fairy Bai Qing looked at Feng Huang, who was on the cushion, sobbing in a low voice. She was a Grand Gu Immortal of Spirit Affinity House. She had always been elegant and noble to the outside world. But now that this concerned her beloved daughter, she lost her bearings. She was no longer as calm as usual. But in front of her, Feng Huang sat on the cushion, in the posture of polishing her aperture. She wore a phoenix coronet, she had slanted eyes, and there was a small red birthmark between her eyebrows. Her appearance combined the gentle beauty of her mother, Fairy Bai Qing, with the valiance of her father, Feng Gu. She had a dignified disposition, yet also a matchless, fearless beauty. She had incredible aptitude, her talent was overwhelming, she suppressed everyone of the same age in the 10 great ancient sections. If not for Fang Yuan ruining her opportunity, Feng Huang would have become the owner of Hu Immortal blessed land already. Her skin was fair like snow, her eyes were shut, she breathed slowly like she was asleep. About 3 months ago, Feng Huang was meditating as usual, nurturing her aperture. But an accident occurred during this ordinary cultivation session. She fell unconscious ever since, and nobody could awaken her using any method. Ever since they found out about Feng Huang's strange state, Feng Gu and Bai Qing had been thinking of ways to save their daughter, but there had been no progress. They asked the Supreme Elders of Spirit Affinity House. They had tried all sorts of methods, but all of it was useless. "Husband, do you think our Huang heir will stay asleep forever? Will she ever wake up and see us again?" Fairy Bai Qing thought about this terrible fate and couldn't refrain from welling up with sorrow. Feng Gu sighed, he stretched out his arms to hug his beloved wife, consoling her. "Qing heir, don't worry. Didn't First Supreme Elder say it? Our daughter had discovered the true way to use Dreamwing's Immortal Gu, thus she had reached a hidden region, her entire soul had entered a mystical realm unknown to us. She did not lose her life and is still alive and well. We should believe her, maybe this is a fortuitous encounter for her." Although Feng Gu and Bai Qing did not awaken Feng Huang, their attempts were not in vain. They had already found out the reason for Feng Huang's coma was the Dreamwing's Immortal Gu. Fairy Bai Qing leaned on her husband as she relaxed on his broad and powerful chest. She felt slightly eased as she said, "When Huang heir was 3 years old, Dreamwing's Immortal Gu came to her on its own. I had been feeling uneasy since then. We have never seen this Immortal Gu before. Even after searching through all of Spirit Affinity House's records, there was no information about it. In our tests, the effect of this Gu expended the soul to create beautiful wings. But now it seems, Dreamwing's Immortal Gu's true effect is not this." Feng Gu nodded, agreeing, "Your analysis is very reasonable. When Gu masters nurture, use, and refine Gu, if they are facing an unknown Gu worm, they would make new discoveries when using the Gu, eventually understanding everything about the Gu worm. Even for famous Gu worms, there are always new secrets hidden within them. When Gu Immortals and Gu Masters obtain valuable experience, they would treat it as an important secret to prevent others from learning about their information. When Huang heir awakens, I am sure she will have huge gains. She will learn the true way to use Dreamwing's Immortal Gu. When I go to Northern Plains this time, our family will have to depend on you. Inform me immediately when Huang heir awakens." The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had plotted for countless years. They put in a lot of time and effort, expending manpower and resources, meticulously planning and making arrangements, before finally having some progress in 88 Truyang building. But in the end, Fang Yuan used his previous life's memories and plucked the fruits of their labor, using these arrangements for himself. In the end, Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed, and 88 Truyang building collapsed. This piece of information was a huge nightmare to the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, who had planned this for a long time. The leader of this plan, Spirit Affinity House, was pressured by all the different forces, not only from the other 9 sects, but also internally within Spirit Affinity House. The plot against 88 Truyang building started from the information left behind by Fairy Mo Yao. All these years, our sect has been leading the way and holding the most crucial methods. Now that such a huge change has occurred, not only must we clear the suspicions, we also have to investigate the truth. As the person with the strongest battle strength in our sect, even though I want to stay by my daughter, all of the other elders have agreed that I will go to investigate this. Feng Gu sighed. Husband, you have to be careful during this Northern Plains journey. If anything goes wrong, make escaping your priority. After all, over there would not be like in Central Continent, there is no backup to assist you. Don't trust the people from the other 9 sects. Back then when you challenged the 10 great sects in successive battles, you won many and faced 0 losses, many people's reputations took a huge hit. All these years, you have been the publicly recognized strongest person in the 10 sects, suppressing all of them. If Spirit Affinity House loses you, they might all sigh in relief instead. Don't worry, for you and our daughter, I will be careful. Feng Gu touched Fairy Bai Qing's cheeks as he kissed her lips gently. When their lips separated, he took out a rank 5 letter sending Green Bird Gu. This is a letter from Hu Immortal Blessed Land, that rascal Fang Yuan accepted Huang Er's challenge. Feng Gu said. Him? Ever since Huang Er was born, she had only suffered a loss in this Fang Yuan's hands. After Huang Er returned, she was so indignant and wanted to take revenge. I got you to send him a challenge letter earlier, but he did not reply. To think that he has replied now, what is his motive? Fairy Bai Qing had a deep impression of Fang Yuan. Feng Ji's gaze concentrated. Ever since Huang Er lost, we had investigated this lad thoroughly. He is quite the backing. There is a mysterious force behind him. He actually dared to snatch Hu Immortal Blessed Land under the eyes of all 10 great ancient sections. But these smart Alex and Immortal Crane sect acknowledged him as one of their own, leaving us no way to make a move. This way, Immortal Crane sect can exclude the rest of us 9 sects and claim Hu Immortal Blessed Land for themselves. If it had been me, I would have done the same. Fairy Bai Qing said. Over a year has passed according to Central Continent time, even Northern Plains True Yang building has collapsed in this period. The laughable thing is that Immortal Crane sect has not even succeeded yet, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is still in that rascal's hands. What a joke. Feng Gu laughed in disdain. We can't say that. During this year, Immortal Crane sect had first spent a lot of effort to capture the ancient desolate beast, Spirit Rhino, then many of the Gu immortals in their sect were involved in the reincarnation battlefield, and now even Great Heavenly Sword sect which is under their control is trying to gain independence. Immortal Crane sect has too many things to deal with. Together with our 9 sects exerting pressure on them covertly after we learned the truth, obstructing them from attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land by force, all of these reasons resulted in Hu Immortal Blessed Land being yet to fall at this point. Fairy Bai Qing said. Feng Gu shook his head. The force behind Fang Yuan is shrouded in mystery, we do not know much about them yet. Yesterday, Immortal Crane sect publicly declared that Fang Yuan had turned on them after obtaining Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He is now a traitor of the sect. It is evident that their soft tactics had no effect. Now it seems like Immortal Crane sect is going to deal with Hu Immortal Blessed Land forcefully during this period of time. Humph, I want to see what force it is, to be able to contest with our 10 great sections. Fairy Bai Qing's gaze flickered, she seemed to have comprehended something. I understand this Fang Yuan's intention. He is not a member of Immortal Crane sect, it seems he knew that Immortal Crane sect was going to deal with him. Thus, he sent this letter, to interact with the outside world, so that he can resist Immortal Crane sect using Spirit Affinity House. But now, Immortal Crane sect has an upright reason to strike, because Fang Yuan is a traitor of Immortal Crane sect. Immortal Crane sect can attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land righteously, while we cannot interfere. Fairy Bai Qing was unresigned. Is there no way for us to interfere? If Immortal Crane sect gets Dang Hun Mountain, I'm afraid their sect's foundation will get much stronger. As righteous sects, we have rules to follow. After all, there are so many other sects in Central Continent observing us. If the 10 great sects break established practices, will we still be able to command those on our sides? Even though Immortal Crane sect initially deceived the other 9 sects, they were indeed led into believing them for some time, because Immortal Crane sect had Fang Xing who could be used as a perfect excuse. Since Immortal Crane sect's plan worked out, we had to acknowledge them. At least, we cannot interfere this time. But if Immortal Crane sect fails in taking down Hu Immortal Blessed Land, our 9 sects will have reason to strike. After all, everyone knows about this situation right now, but because of rules and reputation, we are all pretending to be ignorant. If Immortal Crane sect fails, no one will allow them to take Hu Immortal blessed land for themselves anymore. Feng Gu continued. He paused before continuing. Before going to Northern Plains, I plan to give my one's own Wei Gu to Immortal Crane sect for their use. Ah? What is your intention? Fairy Bai Qing was slightly taken aback. Feng Gu was very confident. We do not know about the strength of Fang Yuan's force, whether he can protect Hu Immortal blessed land is an unknown factor. If he defeats Immortal Crane sect, then the 10 great sects will strike together to split up this blessed land. But if Immortal Crane sect wins, we can use my one's own Wei Gu as a reason to gain some advantage from Dang Hun Mountain as well. Hu Immortal blessed land, Dang Hun Palace. Declaring me as the sect's traitor, this means Immortal Crane sect will attack Hu Immortal blessed land very soon. Fang Yuan looked at the report in his hands with a heavy feeling. Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu was not fed yet. Under such circumstances, using the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self was extremely risky. If he was unlucky, he might lose the Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu for good. This way, without Myriad Self, Fang Yuan would lose his greatest trump card. Immortal Crane sect announced that I was a traitor in advance, but they did not attack. They are evidently waiting now, trying to lure the force behind me to make a move, so that they can fight it out. This is truly the demeanor and confidence of one of the 10 great sections. Fang Yuan thought a little about it and knew that Immortal Crane sect's attack would be very powerful this time. To him, the most important thing now was to find the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu, to feed Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu until it was full. At the same time, he needed to accumulate funds, and prepare enough Green Grape Immortal Essence. Most Immortal Gu required Immortal Essence to activate. Without Immortal Essence, no matter how many Immortal Gu he had, he could not use their abilities. What is the point of war? Money. In this world, why do Gu Immortals fight? For Immortal Essence Stones. It was about Immortal Essence Stones. Sigh, this is quite the problem. My funds that have just recovered are going to take a huge hit again. 2 consecutive battles would completely devastate my already weak finances. Chapter 697, Immortal Crane Sect, Gu Immortal Meeting. Central Continent, Fei He Mountain. At the highest point of the mountain, in the Hall of Affairs. Gu Immortals were seated in a circle, their immortal auras radiated as they discussed the important matters within Immortal Crane Sect. The Spirit Rhino's illness is getting worse. I need to purchase large amounts of materials, to refine the healing Gu that can treat it. But to completely heal the Spirit Rhino, I need a lot of healing Gu recipes and to carry out research on them. I estimate that I will need 360 Immortal Essence Stones. Gu Immortal Shuji Gu spoke loudly. Immediately afterwards, a Gu Immortal rebuked him. The Spirit Rhino is an ancient desolate beast, it has a very strong body. But now, it has already been sick for half a year, why has it not recovered yet? Shuji Gu, are you trying to delay the treatment of the Spirit Rhino so that you can reap some gains from the process? A Gu Immortal questioned. Shuji Gu heard this and his eyebrows rose up, he screamed, Fan Shi Lu, don't bullshit me. Wasn't this all because you guys used a poison path Immortal Gu when you captured it? Back then, I urged you, don't use it, but in the end, to save your efforts, you poisoned the Spirit Rhino. Now that there is trouble, you need me to clean up after you. You are the one bullshitting. Do you know how hard it was to capture that Spirit Rhino alive? It is easy for you to speak like this. Fan Shi Lu was just as fierce, shouting loudly. Ding. At this time a bell rang, it was a crisp and clear sound. The Gu Immortal's words were all swallowed by the sound of the bell. As this sound continued echoing, it became louder. Shuji Gu and Fan Shi Lu, no matter how much they spoke, their voices would only turn into bell sounds. They decided to keep quiet as everyone's gazes turned to the origin of the sound. At the centermost seat, there was an old man. It was the person with the highest authority in Immortal Crane sect, the rank 8 first Supreme Elder that controlled the entire situation. Immortal Crane Sec's first Supreme Elder's voice was low and slow. Now, Shu Ji's suggestion requires 360 Immortal Essence Stones. To purchase Gu recipes and Gu worms to heal the Spirit Rhino, we will vote now. I object. 360 Immortal Essence Stones is too many. My budget last time was merely 200 Immortal Essence Stones. Is healing a Spirit Rhino more important than healing Gu Immortals? Fan Shilu was the first to object. A Gu Immortal beside him said, the Spirit Rhino is important, but it is not crucial. The most crucial matter now is the situation in the Northwest. I object to this suggestion as well. We will talk about Great Heavenly Sword Sect in detail later. Now we are only discussing the matter of healing the Spirit Rhino. First Supreme Elder interjected. I object. The third Gu Immortal said. Before expressing my decision, I would like to hear Lady Sang Xian's input. Our sect had expended much effort to capture the ancient desolate beast Spirit Rhino. It was to use the Spirit Rhino's blood to create an even more secretive information path Gu worm. I wonder what Lady Sang Xian's progress is? The fourth Gu Immortal looked at Lady Sang Xian. Lady Sang Xian was a rank 6 Gu Immortal. She smiled upon hearing this. I am ashamed. Right now, we are making little progress. The Spirit Rhino's body is full of poisonous blood. The research of the information path Gu worm thus is progressing slowly. The fourth Gu Immortal nodded. That means this matter has few prospects. Then, I object. Out of the 8 Gu Immortals present, 5 objected. In the end, Shu Gu only got 200 Immortal Essence Stones. This was evidently much less than the 360 he requested for. Shu Gu snorted as he muttered something under his breath, expressing his unhappiness. Ding. With another sound of a bell, regardless of whether Shu Gu was satisfied, First Supreme Elder continued, then next, we will discuss the matter of the reincarnation battlefield. Lei Tan stood up from his seat. He had a muscular body, his blue hair pointed towards the sky. I have been in charge of the reincarnation battlefield's matters for over 30 years. I am sure everyone knows how important the reincarnation battlefield is. During the middle of this year, our sect had suffered a huge loss in the reincarnation battlefield. Even though reinforcements were swiftly provided and we regained our footing, the situation is still terrible. I need a rank 6 Gu Immortal's battle strength or 3 desolate beasts to reinforce us, and one of the desolate beast has to be a 9 palace crane. Feng Yang immediately retorted, a Gu Immortal's battle strength? Do you know Immortal Crane Sec's current situation? Mu Xiaoxiao is recuperating from a serious injury, Lin Sanmei is in closed cultivation, we have a lack of manpower in terms of battle strength. You are making such a request at this time? Lei Tan snorted, if Immortal Crane Sect is chased out of the reincarnation battlefield, can you, Feng Yang, take responsibility? Feng Yang snickered, we have already invested a huge amount of resources into the reincarnation battlefield, 2 Gu Immortals were already involved in it. We can totally defend our side and maintain stability. Adding in forces will not solve anything, because our competitors in the reincarnation battlefield are the other 9 sections. The more reinforcements we send in, the more reinforcements other sects would send, they might even send more than us. Shu Gu nodded, agreed, reincarnation battlefield situation is stable now, the current objective should be to defend our territory. Everyone looked around and started to vote. Eventually, Lei Tan obtained the help of 2 desolate beasts. He looked at Feng Yang in hatred, gritting his teeth. Ding. Next, we will discuss the matter of Great Heavenly Sword Sect. First Supreme Elder said. Guili heard this and firmed his gaze, sitting up straight. Facing everyone's gazes, he spoke, Great Heavenly Sword Sect has been under our Immortal Crane Sect for nearly 1,000 years. Protected by us, after such a long time, they now have a 3rd Gu Immortal. They want to get rid of this attachment and separate from our sect. If they succeed, our sect's control over the Northwest would decrease significantly. Immortal Crane Sect's reputation will also take a huge hit. Even though there is not much evidence, I have gone through extensive calculations, I suspect that Myriad Dragon Dock is involved in this matter. If Great Heavenly Sword Sect detaches from us and joins Myriad Dragon Dock, the situation would be even worse. Our territory is connected to Myriad Dragon Dock's territory. The areas surrounding Great Heavenly Sword Sect would combine into Myriad Dragon Dock's sphere of influence if that happens. We all know how severe the matter is, you do not need to explain it. I'll ask you directly, who is the Gu Immortal that you want to recruit from Great Heavenly Sword Sect? How confident are you? Is it the other party's scheme? And most importantly, how much of a price do we need to pay to recruit that Gu Immortal? Second Supreme Elder asked. Great Heavenly Sword Sect was a large-sized force. It was unable to sustain the cultivation needs of 3 Gu Immortals. Central Continent's current situation was that the 10 great ancient sects had control over the entirety of Central Continent, and 80% of its resources were split by the 10 sections. Only the 10 great ancient sects could sustain a large number of Gu Immortals. For example, Great Heavenly Sword Sect, which was a subsidiary of Immortal Crane Sect, had to hand over a huge amount of resources every month. The Gu Immortals in Great Heavenly Sword Sect thus lack the resources they need. In this aspect, if there were enough benefits, it was possible to make a Gu Immortal betray them. If Great Heavenly Sword Sect loses one of its 3 Immortals, it will only have 2 left and its strength would fall. They could no longer stir up trouble. Guili thought about his words as he said, as the saying goes, nothing good is cheap. The one we are trying to recruit is not a mortal but a Gu Immortal. I promised them that they would be treated the same as us. After all, this is the standard for joining Immortal Crane Sect. Other than that, there are some resources as well, about 75 Immortal Essence Stones worth. Pausing for a while, Guili continued, in my humble opinion, we should not resort to force for Great Heavenly Sword Sect's matter, if we can. After all, the deadline of Great Heavenly Sword Sect's agreement to be our subsidiary sect is coming to an end. It is perfectly fair for them to want to end this relationship and detach from us. If we interfere forcefully, we would have no proper reason. Great Heavenly Sword Sect is also near a territorial border. Myriad Dragon Dock may find an excuse to intervene. From start to finish, Guili did not mention which Gu Immortal he was thinking of recruiting. Second Supreme Elder also did not pursue the matter. All of the Gu Immortals present were Supreme Elders of Immortal Crane Sect, but they had internal factions and conflicts as well. A place with people will have conflicts over benefits, and when there is conflict of interest, there are allegiances. If Guili said it now, it might give rise to unnecessary conflict. Great Heavenly Sword Sect's matter was extremely important to Immortal Crane Sect. After voting, Guili's suggestion was approved. Ding. With a loud sound from the bell, First Supreme Elder said, next, we will discuss the matter of taking back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Yang, tell us about it. Lei Tan snorted coldly, throwing a glance at Feng Yang filled with ill intentions. Feng Yang stood up from his seat, showing a serious attitude. Everyone, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a rank 6 blessed land, even though Hu Immortal did not manage it well. Danghun Mountain is in there. As we all know, Danghun Mountain's Guts Gu can greatly raise a sect's foundation. It is useful even to us Gu Immortals. Before he finished speaking, Gu Immortal Lei Tan questioned, Feng Yang. It has already been more than a year, why is Hu Immortal Blessed Land not taken down yet? In fact, there is not even any progress. Do you know the other 9 sects are looking at us like a joke now? Feng Yang was prepared for this. He spoke calmly. Any person prepared to accomplish grand feats would face much mockery from the people around him. If we cannot endure this, how can we have any achievements? I came here for a meeting, not to listen to your teachings. No matter what, it is undeniable that you have not retrieved Hu Immortal Blessed Land yet. Lei Tan said. During this last year, I have been extremely busy over this matter. I had not relaxed even a bit. A few days ago, I have already declared publicly that Fang Yuan is a traitor of the sect, and that we will take him down soon. During these recent days, I have sent informants to monitor the other 9 great sects. We have not found any special reactions from any sect. The crucial person of this operation has been appropriately prepared. We just need Old Lord Qin Yang and Fairy Tsangyu to assist in our move, and we will be able to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Yang said. Old Lord Qin Yang is rank 7, while Faried Song Yu has decent strength among rank 6 Gu Immortals, you have the nerve to request this? You are a grand Gu Immortal yourself, but you need 3 Gu Immortals to deal with a mortal? You are killing a chicken with an ox cleaver, this is what you have prepared after over a year? Lei Tan mocked and laughed loudly. Feng Yang's eyes were twitching, he controlled the anger inside him as he looked around, calmly saying, to ensure that nothing goes wrong, I have to make such a request. I'm sure everyone here knows the situation. I used Feng Yang to lie to the 9 sects, snatching Hu Immortal blessed land for ourselves in name. But ever since the 9 sects found out the truth, they have been targeting Dang Hun Mountain, obstructing us many times in secret. This time, we need to succeed, we cannot fail, otherwise they will intervene. By then, the situation is not something our sect can control anymore. Hearing this, First Supreme Elder sighed lightly, they have already obstructed us. Feng Yang, I have bad news for you, as well as good news. Feng Yang's heart shuddered, First Elder, please tell me. Never mind, look at it yourself. First Elder flicked his finger, as a rank 5-letter sending green bird Gu flew out. Feng Yang received it and his consciousness entered it, seeing the start, his expression turned ashen, what? They are requesting Old Lord Feng Yang to go to Northern Plains? In Feng Yang's plan, Old Lord Feng Yang was the greatest battle strength, he had an attacking type Immortal Gu, he was the powerhouse that could hold the fort. But before Feng Yang had even acted, he lost his strongest general. Second Supreme Elder said, we can't reject them. Truyang Building collapsed for no apparent reason, the cooperation of our 10 sects to take down Truyang Building has failed. All the years of hard work have gone down the drain, all of our investments were wasted. This matter is too important, we have to organize a group to go investigate the truth in Northern Plains. At the same time, in Northern Plains, all sorts of Immortal Gu have appeared all over the place, thus this Northern Plains journey has another major objective, that is to capture some Immortal Gu. If the Gu Immortal we send has low battle strength, not only would we fail to gain anything, we might even be sidelined and reduced into being a shield, losing out in all aspects. Chapter 698, Attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land, 1/3. But the decision of staying or going for Lord Feng Yang would affect the ownership of Dang Hun Mountain and Guts Gu. Feng Yang still wanted to fight for it. Feng Jiu Gu is the publicly recognized number 1 battle strength of the 10 sects, he is also the leader of this Northern Plains expedition. We have no justifiable reason to reject his request. You know clearly that the sect's manpower in terms of battle strength is very tight recently. Even if we refuse him forcefully, the other 9 sects will use excuses like not needing a burden to go with them, jointly pressuring us. Hearing the First Supreme Elder say that, Feng Yang's expression became utterly dark. Lei Tan smiled silently, he did not conceal his schadenfreude at all. Feng Yang felt he was so angry that he was going to blow up, he continued reading the letter, but his expression suddenly froze, he said with mixed emotions, this. Feng Jiu Gu is actually lending one's own way Immortal Gu to me? He has also raised one's own way Immortal Gu to rank 7. Rank 6 one's own way Immortal Gu is a consumable Gu that can only be used thrice. But the rank 7 one's own way Gu has no such limits, it can be used as many times as possible, but the expended immortal essence is much higher. What? I remember that Feng Yang's one's own way Gu only had 1 use left. To think that Feng Jiu Gu raised one's own way Gu to rank 7. No wonder he requested for one's own way Immortal Gu, he had an agenda all along. But his luck is really good, Immortal Gu are hard to refine, there is a very low chance of success, one's own way Gu was not his vital Gu, but he actually succeeded. Guili said. Shuji Gu said, Spirit Affinity House has a lot of assets, and has close relations with Heavenly Court, their foundation is even deeper than Immortal Crane sect. It is not a strange thing that they could refine a rank 7 Immortal Gu. With one's own way Gu, we will not be suppressed by the blessed land, we can use Mortal Gu freely. Lady Sang Xian looked at Feng Yang. Feng Jiu Ji's scheme is great, on one hand he lent us one's own way Gu, if we succeed in obtaining Hu Immortal blessed land, he would be able to get a share. On the other hand, he took old Lord Feng Yang away, that was to lower our capability in the fight for Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Second Supreme Elder analyzed. Third Supreme Elder Lord Tiger Demon drank the wine in his bowl before smashing it. Damn. This is not the first time that the other 9 great ancient sects have secretly obstructed our sect in dealing with Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Yang. Hu Immortal Blessed Land has been handled by you alone all along. I hope you can succeed this time. Do not leave any opportunities for the other sections. Slap their faces hard. I want them to beg us to cooperate on selling the Guts Gu. I understand, Third Elder. Feng Yang bowed. The Gu Immortals discussed for a day and a night. They finally decided on what Immortal Crane sect would do for the next few months. 2 days later, Feng Yang opened the stone door, entering the blood pool. Feng Yang, after so many hardships and training, we have finally reached this stage. Today, you will take revenge for your clansmen, you will make contributions to the sect, you will do a favor to all the people in this world. We must succeed. In his aperture, the spirit incubating flea was vibrating, emitting Lord Skycrane's voice. Yes, Master. I will succeed. Feng Yang clenched his fists, his expression was extremely firm. He walked to the center of the blood pool, letting the boiling blood submerge half of his body. Next, he breathed in deeply, using Iron Blood Gu. His blood became blacker and thicker, his skin turned darker. Immediately afterwards, Feng Yang activated Blood Blade Gu while maintaining Iron Blood Gu. Sizzle. From his body, hundreds of iron blood blades flew out, shooting everywhere. Hundreds of cuts appeared on his body, as blood like molten iron flowed out. An intense pleasure hit him. Feng Yang gritted his teeth as he entered the crucial step, using Blood Merge Gu. At the same time, on Tianti Mountain, 2 Gu Immortals arrived. One of them looked young and mild like jade. He wore a green robe and had a jade pendant on his waist. What was most eye-catching were his dark green eyebrows, they were sharp and long, reaching down to his waist. It was the rank 6 Gu Immortal of Immortal Crane sect, the one known as Winged Crane Flying Immortal, Feng Yang. The other was a young and beautiful-looking woman. She had a good figure and her face was like a peach, her eyes were thin and delicate, she wore a pink-blue flowery dress, as it fluttered in the wind. She was another Gu Immortal of Immortal Crane sect, Fairy Tsangyu. The two stepped onto Tianti Mountain, towards the location of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. What they saw before them was a large green forest, it was plain and ordinary. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was a separate small world, it was distinct from the world of Central Continent. As long as there were no loopholes in the Blessed Land, or the entrance of the Blessed Land was not opened, from outside, one could not see any signs of its existence. If one did not know of its existence, even if Gu Immortals passed by, they would not realize that there was a Blessed Land here. Fairy Tsangyu looked around, the scenery was that of a jade-green mountain with chirping birds, not one person was in sight. But she smiled to Feng Yang. It seems that there are indeed many people today, and quite a few familiar faces too. She and Feng Yang did not conceal their traces, because their actions later would cause a commotion that could not be hidden. Thus, when Feng Yang started to move, the other 9 sects already knew about it. Right now, Gu Immortals from the other 9 ancient sects were already lurking close by, observing Feng Yang and Sangyu's actions, obtaining first-hand information. Feng Yang scattered his Gu worms as he praised, I've heard that Fairy has an investigative killer move, known as Micro-Sense. It can be sold for 5 Immortal Essence Stones in Treasure Yellow Heaven, it has great effect. Lord Flying Immortal is too kind, I merely obtained it from a fortuitous encounter in the reincarnation battlefield. Fairy Tsangyu delicately laughed. I will need Fairy's help in this battle today. Feng Yang's attitude was very gentle and kind. Lord Flying Immortal is too polite, my weak methods cannot compare to the grand winged crane Flying Immortal's myriad crane soaring flight. It would be a great honor if I can witness it today. Fairy Tsangyu sighed. Feng Yang laughed. As he said this, he had already scattered about 10,000 mortal Gu. After 5 minutes, his preparations were complete. Next, we wait for the right time. Fairy, please. Feng Yang waved his sleeves, as a lump of white cloud flew out. The cloud was only 3 meters from the ground, turning into the shape of a cushion. Feng Yang leapt onto it and sat down cross-legged. This was a white cloud cushion Gu. It was rank 5 and could assist a Gu master in cultivating, increasing the effect of nurturing their aperture. Although the effect was not great, years of accumulation would still be a significant amount. After Feng Yang ascended to an immortal, white cloud cushion Gu lost its primary use, and could only be used as a seat. The white cloud cushion was huge. Feng Yang purposely left enough space for Fairy Tsangyu. But Fairy Tsangyu took a look and did not step onto the white cloud cushion. She flicked her finger as a woodpath Gu flew out. The Gu worm drilled into the ground. Several breaths later, peach trees started growing, the branches intertwined together, forming a comfortable bed made of peach blossoms. Fairy Tsangyu lightly chuckled as she stepped onto the bed, half lying down and relaxing herself. At the same time, in Fu Blessed Land, Xing was at the last step. He activated Failed Blood Demon Flower Gu, as all of the flesh and blood in his body became the soil and nutrients for the demon flower to grow. Countless vines grew out of his skin, coiling around his body. The beautiful and demonic blue chrysanthemums blossomed and opened brightly. An intense pain assaulted his entire body. Even Iron Blood Gu was having no effect. Xing gritted his teeth as his expression contorted. He forced himself to endure it. Quickly use Cold Blood Gu. Lord Skycrane's soul was observing Xing's condition. At this moment, he reminded him. Xing endured the inhuman pain as he mobilized his primeval essence, activating Cold Blood Gu. His body shuddered for a few moments, as the temperature of his boiling blood fell, preventing him from suffering the terrible fate of being cooked alive. Use Blood Sense Gu. Lord Skycrane gave instructions. Xing gritted his teeth till blood was dripping out. He activated this rank 5 blood path investigative Gu forcefully. This Gu could allow him to sense others with the same bloodline as him. The closer they were and the thicker their bloodline, the clearer the connection between them. But this time, no matter how Xing tried to sense him, he could not see any images. How can this be? You and Fang Yuan are brothers by blood, your bloodlines are of the most close relations. Meanwhile, Failed Blood Demon Flower Gu can enhance the effect of blood path Gu worms. How could you not sense anything after such a long time? Xing was in so much pain he could not talk, but Lord Skycrane was monitoring him closely. Seeing that there was no effect, he became nervous, shouting in panic. Xing, hang in there. You have trained for so long, enduring so much inhuman hardship, it was all for this. Our Sex 2 Gu Immortals have already set off, we are waiting for you to lead the way. Do not give up, do not relax your concentration for even a minute. Lord Skycrane urged worriedly. Xing's body was shivering intensely. He could not answer his master, he could only use actions to express his obedience. You still can't sense him? Strange. Too strange. Xing, you have to extend your sense towards the whole Earth Gu in the blood pool. If Hu Immortal Blessed Land's whole Earth Gu has not been destroyed yet, then this whole Earth Gu would connect to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It can help you greatly in sensing Fang Yuan. Lord Skycrane reminded. But Xing had already sent his sense over to the whole Earth Gu, there was little effect. To him, he felt like he was in complete darkness. Searching for his target was like looking for a speck of light in complete darkness. Be it Xing or Lord Skycrane, they did not know about the changes in Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie. His body's blood had turned into a cold jade green zombie blood, from the original healthy red blood. This, no doubt, raised the difficulty for Xing immensely. No matter how hard Xing tried, he could not sense Fang Yuan's existence. Damn it! Damn it! Lord Skycrane was extremely anxious. According to the experience of their previous training, Xing's endurance had a time limit. 90% of the time had passed already, he was near his limit. Don't tell me, we have to use that trump card? Lord Skycrane was having an internal struggle. To ensure that this succeeded, Feng Yang had secretly placed some blood path Gu worms in Xing's body. Together with the Gu worms in the blood pool, It formed a trump card that could prevent any accidents from happening. But if they used this trump card, Feng Yang would completely lose his mind. He would activate blood sense Gu without caring about his life. Feng Yang's soul would be consumed intensely, and his blood and flesh would shrivel quickly. There was an extremely high chance of dying. Chapter 699, Attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land, 2/3. Lord Skycrane hesitated. On one hand, he had instructions from Feng Yang and was responsible for the heavy task. Reason told him he needed to sacrifice Feng Yang, this mortal child, for the benefits of Immortal Crane's sect, and it was also the most appropriate choice. But on the other hand, his sentiments were obstructing him. Humans were not made of stone, how could they be devoid of emotions? Being with Feng Yang day and night, watching him grow step by step, looking at him unable to think properly sometimes, looking at him cultivate bitterly with all his effort for vengeance, he really resembles me back then. Lord Skycrane could not bear to sacrifice. Feng Yang, you brat, I taught you so many times, this is the most basic refinement method. Sorry, master. Feng Yang's hand was emitting smoke, the goo worm in the palm of his hand had already turned into a pile of ash. Feng Yang, practice, practice, and practice more. A disciple of mine, the Grand Lord Skycrane, can't even arrange the cranes in an arrow formation? Where would my face go if this was spread? Lord Skycrane shouted in fury. Sorry, master, I will definitely try harder, ugh. Feng Yang made more mistakes the more nervous he became. Two groups of cranes collided against each other in the air because of his last mistake. The miserable cries of the cranes and the sounds of bone fractures resounded like dumplings dropped into a pot, as they fell down to the ground. The spirit incubating flea was dazed for a moment at beholding this scene before erupting like thunder. You fool! Master, I was wrong, sorry. Feng Yang faced the wall inside a room for confinement, as he apologized to Lord Skycrane. Stupid kid, what are you saying sorry for? You fought well. Ah? Master, doesn't the sect prohibit internal fights? Humph, Zhang Nan's master is Xian Jizi, back then I didn't find him pleasing to my eyes and beat him till his head was swollen. I was also confined longer than you. I might have died already, but as my disciple, how could you be bullied by others? Lord Skycrane snickered. Master. Feng Yang choked with sobs, his eyes reddened and tears started forming in his eyes. Idiot, what are you crying for? A man does not easily shed tears. Lord Skycrane berated. Yes, master. Sorry, master. This crucial moment seemed to span endlessly. The past scenes floated by one in Lord Skycrane's mind. He seemed to hear being called master again and again. Lord Skycrane roared in a voice so loud that it could awaken the dead. Feng Yang, persevere. Have you forgotten the pain Fang Yuan inflicted upon you? Forgotten how your fellow disciples beat you black and blue when you first arrived at Immortal Crane sect? Forgotten the grieving ghosts of your clan, forgotten how miserably your uncle and aunt had died at Fang Yuan's hands? Your hatred, your effort, all of it need to be shown at this moment. You can't fail, you can't give up. I will definitely sense him, definitely. Feng Yang's spirit was stirred up when he heard Lord Skycrane's roar. However, he still only sensed endless darkness. No matter how much effort he exerted, no matter how he used his energy, he still could not sense any indication. Why? Why? Feng Yang's mind was shaken and was starting to turn chaotic when the memories of that unbearable past hidden deep within him started surfacing one after another. The shadow which Fang Yuan had cast upon Feng Yang since youth seemed to be the same as this darkness he was sensing, causing Feng Yang to feel boundless pressure and not a trace of light. Feng Yang felt he was an extremely tiny speck in this vast darkness. Hesitation, bewilderment, loneliness, helplessness, all sorts of feelings gushed in his heart. Sorry, master, I failed. Tears fell down Feng Yang's eyes as his body reached the limit and his mind was close to collapsing. No. You can't fail, I don't allow it. Lord Skycrane was also anxious, shouting repeatedly. However, Feng Yang was slowly unable to hear him. He was about to fall unconscious like in the previous drills. Damn it, damn it. Lord Skycrane shouted in his heart. He thought of his possession plan, and thought of the punishment Feng Yang would give if he failed this task. Feng Yang, you brat, all my efforts to cultivate you are in vain. In the end, you are still unable to get rid of that man's shadow. Since that is the case, then let me give you a hand. Lord Skycrane's thoughts flashed before he finally convinced himself. The situation also forced him into making this choice. He used that trump card. Instantly, the whole blood pool let out bright lights, sweeping away the previous darkness. Goo worms concealed around the blood pool activated one after another on Feng Yang's body. Ah! Feng Yang's body spasmed intensely like he was electrocuted. He fiercely raised his head and spread his arms, clenching his fists so tightly that the nails pierced into the flesh. An incomparable pain attacked his mind, causing his eyes to roll backwards and show the whites. Almost in the next breath of time, Feng Yang's roar stopped abruptly. He lost his consciousness, but under the effects of goo worms, he still continued to activate failed blood demon flower goo, and was still using blood sense goo to sense Fang Yuan's existence. The blood pool seethed and gurgled. Squeak squeak, the failed blood demon flowers started growing rapidly, emitting bone-chilling sounds. Feng Yang maintained his position, with his head raised and arms spread, without budging in the slightest, like a statue. The demonic vines had been small and thin like needles, but now these vines grew thicker, at least as thick as fingers. The largest vine grew from the depths of Feng Yang's throat and extended out from his mouth like a python. Besides this, there were vines growing out from his ears and nostrils. Soon, vines grew out from every pore on his skin. Feng Yang had thoroughly turned into nourishment for the demon flowers, his body was cut open everywhere, there was nothing remaining of his original appearance, just like a flower statue that had been tastefully trimmed. Brat. Looking at Feng Yang transforming into this miserable appearance, Lord Skycrane's original anxiety and nervousness disappeared. He felt a bleak emptiness that spread to the depths of his heart. It was extremely unbearable. This unbearable feeling soon turned into a heavy guilt that filled Lord Skycrane's mind. Brat, master, has done you an injustice. Lord Skycrane's soul, which was stored in the spirit incubating flea, was unexpectedly letting out drops of soul tears. Feng Yang's arrangements have been activated. In the depths of Fu Who Blessed Land, Immortal Crane Sect's third Supreme Elder slowly opened his eyes and mumbled. He thought of the matter that Feng Yang had specially requested of him before he left. The third Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, used his immortal essence to activate an Immortal Gu that gracefully flew out of the hall. This Immortal Gu was not Lord Tiger Demon's, but had been borrowed by Feng Yang from Lady Sheng Xian. It was a rank 6 information path Immortal Gu mutual sense. In 10 or so breaths of time, the Immortal Gu descended down to over the blood pool, above Feng Yang. This is Immortal Gu? Lord Skycrane's eyes opened wide in shock. Mutual sense Immortal Gu let out a grey light pillar, the smoke-like light pillar covered Feng Yang. Several breaths later, the grey light pillar was dyed red with Feng Yang's blood. Where is this? Feng Yang's remaining consciousness surveyed his surroundings. It was darkness around him, no matter where he walked and no matter how far, the surroundings were still covered in deep and boundless darkness. However, right at this time, a blood-red light speck appeared ahead of Feng Yang. Ah? That is. Feng Yang tried walking towards the light. When he reached closer, he sensed a familiar aura from the blood-red light speck. This is older brother's, no, Fang Yuan's aura. Master, do you hear me? I have succeeded. I finally sensed him. Feng Yang was extremely excited and tried to speak, but no words came out. His mouth was opened so wide that it had almost deformed, it was being held in place by the thick demon flower vines. But a joyful teardrop fell down from the corner of his eye. This tear fiercely shook Lord Skycrane's soul. he sank down into deathly silence. Feng Yang approached the blood-red light speck. Suddenly the light speck let out an extremely powerful suction force that completely caught Feng Yang off guard, absorbing his remaining consciousness. At this moment, in Hu Immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan gave a sound of surprise and slowly opened his eyes. He sensed a blood pool, sensed Feng Yang's body, sensed the lush, enchanting failed blood demon flowers, sensed the spirit incubating flea, sensed the information path mutual sense Immortal Gu above. So it is like this. Fang Yuan sneered, "My cute little brother, you are finally going to die? No, in the words of the righteous path, you are sacrificing yourself for the group." Ha ha ha. What happened? Tai Baiyun Xing, who was sitting to the side, saw Fang Yuan suddenly speaking and immediately questioned. At the other side from him were Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan, who similarly casted inquiring gazes at Fang Yuan. Such a coincidence. I had invited you guys to talk about Guts-Gu business, but it seems Immortal Crane Sect is making an attack. Fang Yuan smiled. He then intentionally lowered his eyes and waved his hand. The other side used my own little brother and used the Immortal Gu, mutual sense, to get my location. Everyone, first leave Dang Hun Palace and lie in ambush. My senior brother will explain the details to you. Immortal Gu mutual sense could allow two parties to sense each other's situation. At this moment, Feng Yang and Fang Yuan had sensed each other's situation through blood sense Gu and mutual sense Immortal Gu. Naturally, because of the difference in strength between the two sides, Fang Yuan was able to sense everything about Feng Yang while Feng Yang could only see things through Fang Yuan's eyes. His perception was limited and he was not even able to sense the immortal aperture inside Fang Yuan. Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan glanced at each other, and saw the heavy mood in the other's eyes. They were hindered by the Snowy Mountain Alliance and could not easily avoid this. They could only brace themselves to fight alongside Fang Yuan. On Tianti Mountain, Feng Yang, who was sitting on a white cloud cushion Gu, suddenly opened his eyes. The time is ripe. A sharp light burst out of his eyes as he took out an Immortal Gu. Expand space Immortal Gu. Fairy Yu softly breathed out when she saw the Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu belonged to Immortal Crane Sect's second Supreme Elder. Its ability was to expand the space of a blessed land. Feng Yang had borrowed it to use it as the core of an Immortal Killer move. Immortal Killer move, Force Intrusion. Over 10 beads of green grape Immortal Essence were spent in an instant. An enormous aura rose up and formed translucent ripples in the air. Crack. Like the sound of glass breaking, space broke apart in front of Feng Yang and Fairy Yu, revealing the terrain of Hu Immortal blessed land. Feng Yang leisurely stored expand space Immortal Gu before glancing at Fairy Yu and inviting in a gentlemanly voice, "Fairy, please enter." Fairy Yu delicately laughed before stepping forward in the direction of Hu Immortal blessed land. Suddenly, lightning struck towards her. Chapter 700, Attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land, 3/3. Fairy Yu's mind was immediately alerted. The flash of lightning came quickly, it tore through the air and emitting a crackling sound like that of sparks. Even though there are many Gu Immortals present, our sect had won in our scheme earlier. According to the rules, the other 9 great ancient sects can merely observe this. If they are not from the 9 sects, which demonic path Gu Immortal would dare to take a risk and mess with Immortal Crane Sect? In an instant, Fairy Yu's mind was flashing with thoughts. At the same time, her fingers did not slow down, her 10 dainty fingers were fluttering around, about to activate a killer move to strike back. But at the next moment, Feng Yang stopped her. "Fairy, wait." Saying this, he pulled Fairy Yu to one side, while opening up the hole leading to Hu Immortal blessed land. The flash of lightning ignored the two of them, it entered Hu Immortal blessed land through this hole. Using this time, Fairy Yu saw the lightning's true identity. "This is the earthly calamity, blue charm lightning shadow?" Feng Yang laughed plainly. "This is an earthly calamity targeting Hu Immortal blessed land. after Fang Yuan discarded a huge portion of Hu Immortal blessed land, he sent it out of the blessed land. To think that this blue charm lightning shadow did not vanish, instead it had been hiding on Ti Mountain. Great. Blue charm lightning shadow has good battle strength, about the mid-tier of rank 6. With it leading from the front, we would have an easier time. Fairy Songyu's brows eased, she started smiling. Fang Yuan has decisiveness, he really is quite impressive, directly discarding close to a quarter of the blessed land. But his strength is simply too low, no matter how much he plots, it is useless. Feng Yang sighed, entering Hu Immortal blessed land along with Fairy Songyu. Once they got in, a wave of heavenly power descended on them, sealing all of Immortal Gu in their hands. But immediately after, Feng Yang and Fairy Songyu's bodies shone with an orange and yellow light. This was the effect of the rank 7 one's own way Immortal Gu. It could prevent their mortal Gu from being suppressed, and let them be activated normally. Fairy Songyu shut her eyes. After a few breaths, she opened them again. We are at the west area of Hu Immortal blessed land. The blue charm lightning shadow has already gone to the center of the blessed land, towards Danghun Mountain. Feng Yang nodded. As I expected, within Hu Immortal blessed land, the safest place is Danghun Mountain. The blue charm lightning shadow's first target is the blessed land's owner. Back then, Hu Immortal was caught off guard and killed by the blue charm lightning shadow. Since it is heading for Danghun Mountain, that means Fang Yuan is hiding inside Danghun Mountain. Let's go there. Okay. I've always wanted to see what the legendary Danghun Mountain looks like. Fairy Songyu laughed lightly. With the blue charm lightning shadow leading the way, we can also see what kind of ambush the enemy has prepared. Feng Yang said, activating Expand Space Immortal Gu, using another Immortal Killer move as the hole behind him closed in the blessed land. That's the Immortal Killer move, Force Closure. Immortal Crane Sect is so petty, they are not letting us watch. In this battle, if Immortal Crane Sect fails, whether the door is closed or not, we will take over. If Immortal Crane Sect wins, whether the door opens or not, we will leave. Letting us watch would not affect anything. They are projecting their own shortcomings onto others. Did they really think we would act out of greed? Outside, on Ti Mountain, the Gu Immortals from Central Continent's other 9 great sects were conversing using their divine senses. Bai Wang, how high do you think Immortal Crane Sect's chance of succeeding is? Gu Immortal Zhang Wenjiu asked casually. Relatively high. Even though we have been obstructing them in secret, causing them to only send 2 Gu Immortals in the end to take back Hu Immortal blessed land, they still have the battle strength of 2 Gu Immortals and now the blue charm lightning shadow. Fang Yuan, who controls Hu Immortal blessed land, is a mere mortal. How can he block Immortal Crane Sect? Bai Wing answered. That's not what I think. According to the investigation of us, Spirit Butterfly Valley, Fang Yuan had refined fixed immortal travel in 3 Kings blessed land, and came here alone. How is that possible? As a mortal, how could he refine an Immortal Gu? How could he have an image of Hu Immortal blessed land scenery? Behind him, there is definitely a mastermind. Since the other party dared to snatch Hu Immortal blessed land from the 10 ancient sects, I am sure they have the battle strength to protect it. Maybe, they might be able to resist Immortal Crane Sect's attack? Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine Han Kai Xian said. Immortal Concubine also does not speak without reason. Gu Immortal Du Ting laughed. If Immortal Crane Sect fails, do we have a competition to decide the victor or choose to have an agreement among the 10 sects first before striking? This was a crucial problem. The Gu Immortals from the 9 sects fell into silence. Of course, we'll discuss it in detail another day. We are the 10 great ancient sects, not rabid dogs scavenging for food. Myriad Dragon Docks Gu Immortal Guan Chaoze immediately said. Among the Gu Immortals present, Guan Chaoze had the lowest battle strength. If they battled, he would be at the greatest disadvantage. This is inappropriate, this is inappropriate. Green Canary Boy shook his head. We should strike while the iron is hot. This is just a blessed land, we should decide on it today and not waste more time. Great Lord Lai Yang pretended to be unaware. Strange, didn't Vicious Lightning Fiend of your Myriad Dragon Dock just end his closed cultivation? Why would you be sent here for this contest for Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Poison Count Lu Su laughed coldly as he pointed out Guan Chaozai's weakness. The Gu Immortals quickly formed a consensus: if Immortal Crane Sect failed, they would have a competition to decide who the Blessed Land belongs to. If Immortal Crane Sect won, they would also have a competition. The sect that places first would have priority in reaching an agreement with Immortal Crane Sect for the Guts Gu. Guts Gu could raise the foundation of a sect. It was even useful to Gu Immortals. Any sect would not be able to take it solely for themselves. When the other 9 sects exert pressure, they would be forced to sell it. You guys. Guan Chaozai was fuming on the outside, but he was snickering on the inside. At the same time as the discussion between the Gu Immortals of the 9 sects, within Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yang and Fairy Tsang Yu were slowly flying towards Danghun Mountain. This is a blood pool? Halfway there, Feng Yang gave a curious gaze. He found that within Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there was a huge blood pool. It was so huge it could be called a blood lake. Humph, another blood path scoundrel. Fairy Tsang Yu frowned, saying in a despising tone. Blood path cultivators harm all living beings in this world, as it can allow them to raise their battle strength. This is the reason why countless Gu masters choose this path. Every 10 years, Heavenly Court would issue the Demon Judgment Board, and many blood path Gu masters would be on it. Blood Sea Ancestor, he truly caused much harm to the world. Feng Yang criticized, thrusting with his palm as a jade lightning ball flew towards it. Boom boom boom. After a series of explosions, the blood pool was destroyed, turning into ruins. After destroying the blood pool, the 2 immortals continued to fly towards Danghun Mountain. On the way, Fairy Tsang Yu shook her head. This Hu Immortal Blessed Land is managed too poorly. It is almost completely desolate. I've heard that this place had large groups of foxes in the past, but now, after flying for so long, we have not seen a single myriad fox group. There are few fox groups, but there are surely a lot of rock men. Fang Yuan is immortal after all. He only knows how to use Guts Gu to increase the production of rock men. But he does not know that he is pursuing tiny gains while discarding the foundations. Hu Immortal was an enslavement path Gu Immortal. Enslavement path was the main law in her blessed land. It is best for rearing fox groups. Feng Yang laughed in disdain. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is truly wasted in his hands. Once it is in our sect, Hu Immortal Blessed Land will develop greatly, but I wonder who in the sect would be its owner. Fairy Tsang Yu sighed. Hearing that, Feng Yang sighed. According to the rules, after we recover it, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would be a public blessed land of Immortal Crane Sect. We would only have a limited time in operating it after getting it. But this managing right is also extremely lucrative. After all, the center of the blessed land is Danghun Mountain. It is a gold mine. The scariest part is that this gold mine will never run out. Fairy Tsang Yu nodded in agreement. The 2 of them talked along the way, not facing any obstruction. This raised their confidence that the blessed land was in terrible shape. They started to fly faster, and when they were in front of Danghun Mountain, they were already talking about what they would do when Danghun Mountain belongs to them. In the air above Danghun Mountain, the blue charm lightning shadow was shrieking and charging, attacking Danghun Mountain. But though it was formed from an earthly calamity, it had life as well. Danghun Mountain's vibration could attack its soul, its weakness. Fang Yuan, come out. You should know that Danghun Mountain can only block the blue charm lightning shadow because it has no Gu worms. Even if you raise Danghun Mountain's power to its limits, you cannot block 2 Gu immortals. Feng Yang shouted, his voice could pierce through heaven and earth. Fang Yuan, a wise man submits to circumstances. I am sure the land spirit is beside you now. Then you should know that Hu Immortal Blessed Land cannot seal our Immortal Gu. Furthermore, we brought an Immortal Gu. Fairy Tsang Yu followed up, pressuring Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan walked out, standing on Danghun Mountain's peak. Feng Yang's heart tightened, but he quickly relaxed. This was a rank 6 immortal zombie. Immortal zombies had great weaknesses. They could not produce immortal essence and their blessed land would shrivel and break apart at set intervals, thus their battle strength was usually below ordinary Gu immortals. Immortal Crane Sect has finally lost their patience? You want my blessed land, aren't you afraid I will destroy Danghun Mountain? Fang Yuan said. You are. Fang Yuan? Feng Yang squinted, he found it unbelievable. Only a year had passed, how could Fang Yuan become an immortal zombie? While Feng Yang was suspicious and confused, Fairy Xing spoke beside him, smiling, we came prepared, of course, how could we allow you to destroy Danghun Mountain? If you think using Danghun Mountain could threaten us, then you are very much mistaken. Oh, that's right, we can even reduce Danghun Mountain's pressure until it is insignificant. By then, we would not need to strike, this blue charm lightning shadow alone can kill you. Fang Yuan looked at the blue charm lightning shadow in the air. This human-shaped lightning was growling non-stop, charging towards Danghun Mountain but was forced back each time by the intense vibrations. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. Fairy Xing thought that this was a chance, and continued, as long as you give up the ownership of the blessed land, we can forget past matters, and even accept you as a disciple of our sect. But I remember, Immortal Crane's sect promised to give me the position of an elder back then? Fang Yuan retorted. Feng Yang laughed coldly, times have changed, Fang Yuan, you are a smart man, can't you see the circumstances now? Fang Yuan heard this and he smirked, oh? The circumstances now, oh, let me have a good look. Just after he said this, the aura of Immortal Gu burst out in his body. This is? Fairy Xing's beautiful face transformed. Immortal Gu, so many Immortal Gu. Feng Yang could not tell which Immortal Gu they were, but the aura would not lie to him, his eyes were burning with an intense light of greed. But at the next moment, 3 figures appeared around Feng Yuan. Hei Lou Lan, Tai Bai Yun Xing, Fairy Li Shan. 2 rank 6, 1 rank 7. Not only that, each of them gave off an intense Immortal Gu aura, not concealing it at all. Fairy Xing's complexion changed. Feng Yang's greedy gaze also turned into one of uncontrollable shock. Fang Yuan's force was so powerful it was out of his imagination. Next, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 beast figures flew out from Danghun Mountain and arrived in 8 surrounding directions. Ice Spike Divine Ape, Phoenix Feather Lava Crocodile, Golden Sand Dark Stallion, Azure Dragon Vine, 8 desolate beasts formed an encirclement. This is a trap. Feng Yang growled, his body shuddering. Fairy Xing suddenly felt outnumbered, her face turned pale and she was speechless. Even the blue charm lightning shadow in the air stopped its angry growl. Fang Yuan's plain voice came from Danghun Mountain once again, oh, I have seen the current circumstances very clearly now, but the question is, have you?